His vision was a blur. Who was speaking? From this day forth you shall be the human race. Chen Chen's mind was dazed, but before he could make sense of the situation, that voice resounded again. Heavenly Dao above, I Nuwa feel the living beings between heaven and earth are incomplete, and thus I have created the human race to mend this flaw. Human race rise. Nuwa's voice was icy cold. As her words fell, a vast torrent of Heavenly Dao merit poured down from the sky. 80% of that merit flew into Nuwa's body. 10% merged into the whip with which she had fashioned humanity. The remaining 10% scattered fragment by fragment onto every human being. The entire great desolation shuddered, and even the air seemed to freeze. Nuwa had attained sainthood. Radiant golden light exploded outward, flooding the world. Golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and a phoenix soared in from the distant horizon. Nuwa nodded slightly. You little bird, from now on you shall serve as my mount. Before the phoenix could react, Nuwa's voice thundered across the entire great desolation once more. In 10,000 years, I shall open the Wa Emperor Palace within the chaos. Those with fate may come and take a look. With that, she waved her hand. The entire human race was relocated into a secluded valley. Before they could even steady their footing, Nuwa's figure had already vanished without a trace. All the humans dropped to their knees. We respectfully see the Holy Mother off. Chen Chen stood there in a daze, his thoughts in turmoil. Had he crossed into the great desolation? Was this not the most wretched of all worlds? Here humans lived like subservient grandchildren, constantly oppressed. During the Lich War, the human race was slaughtered like chickens. The human Dao was suppressed relentlessly by the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun. By the time of the investiture of the gods, the human emperor was schemed against by several saints working together, leaving not even a scrap behind. Chen Chen's mind was a chaotic mess. 3,008 humans were gathered around a bonfire. Standing amid the crowd, Chen Chen's head buzzed incessantly. His understanding of the great desolation was too deep, so deep it bred despair. The human race's path of cultivation was destined to be blocked. The golden core Dao that Laozi would pass down looked like a gift, yet in truth, it was a severing. But if they did not walk that path, what else could humans cultivate? A clansman beside him patted his shoulder. We 3,000 must lead everyone to survive. We'll take root here and let the tribe flourish. Chen Chen finally returned to his senses. He drew a deep breath and nodded. Lifting his gaze, he saw 129,600 clansmen busily at work ahead. Some were digging earth, some carrying stones, some arranging turf. Dense black silhouettes in motion. Since he had come, he might as well settle. He grit his teeth. In his previous life, he had been Huaxiao, a son of China. What storms had his ancestors not weathered? Floods and wild beasts, natural disasters and human calamities. Had they not endured them all? Compared to that, this nonsense was nothing. The human race ought to win its own dignity. He clenched his fists and silently swore in his heart, with all that he had read and seen in his past life, at the very least, he must ensure that in this lifetime the human race would no longer have its path of cultivation choked off. Ding! You have bound the all-world check-in system. A cold electronic voice exploded within his mind. Chen Chen froze for a heartbeat, then his heart surged wildly. His cheat had arrived. The standard equipment of a transmigrate had come. He forced down the excitement stuck in his throat and kept his voice as steady as he could. What functions do you have? Explain clearly. Ding. The host may check in daily to randomly obtain items from myriad worlds. Upon checking in for 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years, special rewards will be granted. Additionally, the system has retrieved the strand of true soul that was taken away by the Heavenly Dao when Nuwa created humanity, and has copied a false soul to replace it. The Heavenly Dao will not notice. Shall the host open the novice gift pack? Chen Chen could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Open it. Hurry and open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining martial arts methods 9 Yang True Classic and 9 Yin True Classic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Human Race Supreme Treasure Kontong Seal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 World Seed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Stone Tablet. Ding. All items have been stored within the system space. The host may examine them at will. Chen Chen hurriedly sank his consciousness inside. 9 Yin True Classic and 9 Yang True Classic were foundational martial arts methods from a high martial world, their upper limit reaching the heavenly, immortal realm. The Kontong Seal was a supreme treasure of the human race. The critical point was this: before Laozi acquired it, he had already taken it first, and yet incurred no karmic entanglement. The world seed would grow alongside the host, once refined, ultimately capable of evolving into a great thousand world. Feeding it special materials could hasten its evolution. The stone tablet could record one's personal Dao upon it, allowing later generations to comprehend and seek enlightenment from it. After sweeping his gaze over everything, Chen Chen had a clear understanding. As newly born innate humans, their physiques were already at the level of heavenly immortal bodies. Coupled with the knowledge and insight from his previous life, he flipped through the 2 martial arts methods and already had a plan forming in his heart. He turned and walked toward the 3,000 fellow humans. His voice was not loud, yet each word carried weight. Everyone, I intend to blaze a path of cultivation for the human race. I will soon enter seclusion. The affairs of the tribe will be entrusted to you. The few before him nodded, patting their chests in assurance. Go in peace. We will guard the tribe, nothing will go wrong. Chen Chen swept his gaze around. No one dared provoke the tribe newly created by a fresh saint. He strode into the mountain cave. System released the 2 martial arts methods. As his words fell, 2 beams of light appeared out of thin air and plunged straight into his mind. Chen Chen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged upon the stone floor. He did not know how long had passed when he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. I understand now. The martial path is a road forged step by step from weakness into strength. Even those born with poor roots, as long as they are willing to toil bitterly, can eventually emerge into the light. The human race finally has something to look forward to. He turned his head and saw a stone bowl at the cave entrance filled with food. Warmth stirred in his heart. He walked over, picked the bowl up, and began to chew. Compared to the flavors of his previous life, these were lacking, yet the food carried spiritual energy and the goodwill of his people, making each bite deeply comforting. A clansman approached. You finally woke up. The food was sent on the clan leader's orders. By the way, my name is Quan. The clan leader said everyone must choose a name for themselves so we can tell each other apart. What's your name? Chen Chen blinked for a moment, then grinned. My name is Chen Chen. Thanks for the food. Next time you deliver, bring a bit more. Quan burst into hearty laughter. We're all our own people. No need for politeness. The hopes of the human race rest upon you. I'll head back first. If you need anything while you're in seclusion, just let me know. Chen Chen watched Quan leave, the corners of his mouth lifting. For now, breaking free of the shackles the Heavenly Dao had placed upon the human race would be difficult, but as for escaping the saint's suppression, he already held some measure of confidence in his hands. Moreover, with the system at his side, the situation was far from hopeless. Steeling himself, he abolished the cultivation and innate constitution that had unintentionally been infused into him when Nuwa created humanity. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, then sat cross-legged and began to tend to his injuries. Not long after his wounds healed, he took out the world seed, pressed it against his chest, and activated the martial arts method. The seed slowly merged into his heart. As the method ran, his martial realm surged madly, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit to return to emptiness, refining emptiness to merge with the Tao. Then earth, immortal, heavenly, immortal, true, immortal, mystic, immortal, at its peak, and half-step, golden, immortal. Within his body, the world seed was also growing frenziedly, transforming from a tiny seed into a small world, then into a small 1,000 world, only then coming to rest. Chen Chen had pushed the martial arts method all the way toward the golden, immortal level. Sadly, his foundation was still a touch thin, and he was stuck firmly at half-step, golden, immortal. He rose to his feet, laughing loudly, and strode out of the cave. The clansmen outside caught sight of him and immediately shouted, Chen Chen has come out. Chen Chen has come out. 3 innate humans approached. One of them nodded to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, it has been 1,000 years. At last you've emerged. Have you managed to work out the human race's cultivation method? I am the clan leader chosen by everyone. You may call me Swearin. These 2 are Yu Chao and Zi. Yu Chao and Zi also smiled, fearing that overly stern expressions might frighten the tribe. Chen Chen was taken aback. 1,000 years have passed. He murmured to himself, at least it wasn't in vain. The method has finally taken shape. Go and call all the brothers together. Our human race at last has a path of its own to walk. The 3 clansmen, keeping watch outside, could hardly contain the smiles on their faces. In the past, relying on that bit of merit, they had forcibly raised their cultivation to the golden, immortal realm, but thereafter remained entirely stagnant. Though they could barely manage to protect the tribe, every hunt still brought injuries and deaths. In no time at all, everyone had gathered in the small valley. Over the course of 1,000 years, the human race's population had multiplied again and again, now numbering at least in the tens of millions. Chen Chen frowned slightly. At the human race's natural rate of reproduction, after 1,000 years their numbers should not have been this low. But then he thought it through. Without methods there was no way to cultivate, and in this peril-ridden great desolation, surviving to such numbers was already sheer fortune. He sighed softly. Everyone, over these 1,000 years I have finally worked out a road that can be walked, a path tailored specifically for our human race. I call it the martial Tao. Put simply, the martial Tao relies on oneself. Even if fate did not grant you the life of a cultivator, as long as you are willing to persist, you can fight your way into renown. He may have strength, but so do I. What matters is who strikes first. He may weaken, and I may weaken, but in my mind, I must always stay one step ahead of him. Let the chi flow through Ren, and do let your intent sink into the Dantian, and open the gate of chi. The Heavenly Dao and Truth exists to supplement the lacking with the surplus. These 3 sections, the first 2 are foundational martial Dao methods I created, and the last section is derived from the first 2. Though they can only be cultivated up to the golden immortal realm, I hope you will not merely follow them blindly. You must learn to think for yourselves and to modify these methods on your own. Chen Chen lectured for a full 3 years before he thoroughly explained the path of the martial Dao. As his last words fell, a shower of golden merit light crashed down from the sky. He lifted his hand and grasped it, storing it directly into his inner world. We pay respects to the martial ancestor. We thank martial ancestor for creating the martial Dao for the human race and passing it down. Everyone knelt in unison, performing the grand ceremony of paying homage to a teacher. Chen Chen did not evade receiving it with calm composure. He knew very clearly that in another 100,000 years Laozi would establish the human teaching and attain sainthood, and perhaps 5 saints might appear within a single day. To prevent the human race from being toyed with as mere chess pieces, he had not dared to relax for a single step, all these years the pressure weighing so heavily, he could barely breathe. Turning, he returned to the cave. System, open the space. I haven't checked the sign-ins for 1,000 years, don't disappoint me. 3 light divine water, 3 pools. Purple gold grapes, 10,000 bunches. Peaches of immortality, 1,000 fruits. World tree seed. Now that was excellent. Perfect to toss into his inner world to nurture. He continued scrolling down. 10 years of sign-in rewards, and it turns out to be an egg. What kind? An egg? The system has extracted a fully evolved Banjiras from a certain elf world, and has already reforged its innate talent to match the highest standard of this world. Chen Chen was utterly bewildered. What the hell? How did a Pokemon end up mixed into the primordial world? Though he complained aloud, his hands were far more honest. He carefully picked up the egg and cradled it in his arms. After all, in his previous life, he had been quite fond of this sort of thing. He scrolled down to the 100-year reward. Covering heaven and obscuring sun. What was this supposed to be? The system projected a fragment of reward out, covering heaven and obscuring sun. This artifact could slice off a small piece of chaotic environment and blend it into the primordial world. Neither the Heavenly Dao nor the saints could touch it or deduce anything about it. Without the host's consent, no one could enter. Within its interior, a minor world had already been superimposed, but once released, it could no longer be moved. Seeing this reward, Chen Chen sprang straight up from his seat. Damn it, the human race finally had a way out. From now on, they would have room to maneuver, both advancing and retreating. They could hold the line, and they could strike out. Yet after a moment, his mind cooled. He let out a sigh. No. If the human race were to shrink entirely into this space, the human Dao would never be activated. Moreover, the true spirits of those currently being born were still pinched in the grip of the Heavenly Dao. Fortunately, it scarcely affected their cultivation. He would have to find a way to retrieve that batch of true spirits. However, within this space, bearing children would be no cause for worry. The Heavenly Dao could not extend its hand inside, and the true spirits could be preserved. Chen Chen drew a deep breath and turned to the 1,000-year reward, 90-yeared pagoda. 90-yeared pagoda, 9 levels in total. The lower 5 levels have no threshold and can imprison criminals or demons. Each level is itself a minor world. The upper 4 levels can adjust the flow of time. The 6th level runs at 100-fold speed available to golden immortals. The 7th at 1,000-fold for Tai golden immortals. The 8th at 10,000-fold for Deluo golden immortals. Only a Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal could fully command the 9th level. The grade of this treasure, chaotic spirit treasure. Note, within the tower there are no laws, only pure spiritual energy. One cannot deduce the Dao inside. This time Chen Chen could no longer remain seated. The human race was going to soar. He himself could finally mend his own foundation. His cultivation had advanced too quickly, always chasing forward, leaving his roots unstable. He sat down cross-legged and began to deduce the future course. Based on the primordial trajectory, he understood if the human race were to hole up entirely within the minor world to cultivate, and then add the support of the 90-yeared pagoda, they might very well overturn the Heavenly Dao's rule together with him. Yet trouble lurked beyond that point. If the human race never stumbled or suffered hardship in the primordial world, their spiritual resolve could not be forged. In the end, an ever-expanding human Dao would instead drive the primordial world toward collapse. What a pity. Chen Chen opened his eyes, his brows knitting together. Forget it. He would take it one step at a time. He rose, released covering heaven and obscuring sun, and affixed it to the rock wall. So long as he did not relent, no one would be able to find this world. Then he summoned the 3 human ancestors under Sui Rinshur. This is a world I obtained by chance. In 50 years I intend to go out and temper myself. During that time we will capture some wild beasts and bring them in and select a number of promising juniors to enter and cultivate here. What do you think? Chen Chen led the 3 human ancestors into covering heaven and obscuring sun. The three stared wide-eyed at this vast heaven and earth, their emotions abruptly collapsing. Tears streamed down at once. Our human race finally has a nest of its own. After suffering for so long, we can finally see the end of it. Ha 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 ha, from now on we have hope. We have hope. Watching the three of them so agitated that they could hardly speak clearly, Chen Chen understood in his heart. Over this millennium, the human race had shouldered countless sins, all the burden pressed onto these three pairs of shoulders. But it no longer mattered. Light already shone ahead. After the four finished discussing their strategy, martial ancestor Chen Chen suddenly found himself idle. While the other three were so busy their feet scarcely touched the ground, he instead had spare time to help the clan hunt a few wild beasts. By now the human race was moving as though wound up like clockwork, never stopping for a single moment. 50 years flashed by. Chen Chen arranged everything properly and had himself advanced to Golden Immortal. He handed the authority to freely enter and exit the world to the three ancestors, then took his leave of the clan. Honoring the martial ancestors' departure, he walked far into the distance, and the roars behind him still thundered to the sky. Without looking back, Chen Chen stepped onto the road to wander the primordial world. Perhaps the Wu and Yao races were locked in fierce conflict, or perhaps the primordial world was simply too vast. He walked for more than a year without encountering a single figure. One day the sound of battle suddenly came from ahead. "Give that BUF fruit back to me, damn you." Looking up, he saw a wolf demon chasing after a woman. The woman wore pale yellow robes and retorted as she ran, "Since when does something that grows wild belong to you?" In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed right up to Chen Chen. Seeing him, the woman clearly flinched. Afraid of dragging him into trouble, she hurriedly changed direction to run away. The wolf demon veered after her. Chen Chen did not wish to invite trouble. He stayed out of it and simply turned aside to continue on his way. He had barely gone far when a miserable howl from the wolf demon rang out. Looking back, he saw that three more people had appeared at the woman's side and had already slain the wolf demon. The four of them closed in around him. A girl in blue garments curled her lip. "You're a grown man, and you don't even bother to step in when you see a woman being robbed." The only man in the group and the woman in pale yellow spoke at the same time. "Bishao, be quiet." The woman in pale yellow continued, "He doesn't even know us. Why should he risk himself to save me? Not taking advantage of the situation already counts as kindness. Watch your tongue." Hearing the name Bishao, Chen Chen roughly pieced things together in his heart. Yin Xiao stepped forward to offer a formal salute. "Fellow Taoist, my younger sister is out on her first training journey and does not understand the proper etiquette. Please forgive her." Chen Chen returned the salute. "Think nothing of it. I don't take a child's words to heart. My name is Chen Chen. How should I address you all?" Yin Xiao nodded. "I am Yin Xiao. This is my younger sister Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. This is our elder brother Zhao Gongming. Are you one of the humans created when Yuan Yang Yang attained sainthood?" Receiving the expected answer, Chen Chen inclined his head. "This is my first time outside as well. You are the first group of people I have encountered." Zhao Gongming took over the conversation. "The demon race is currently summoning demon soldiers everywhere. Aside from the great powers and the very weak, most demons with decent strength have been summoned to heaven. So the primordial world feels so empty." Chen Chen thought to himself that no wonder he had walked so long across such a vast world and only now run into these few people. Yin Xiao looked at him and asked, "Fellow Taoist, would you like to travel the primordial world together with us?" Chen Chen waited for a moment. These four before him would one day all be illustrious figures, and their characters were not bad. Since he had encountered them, he might as well make friends. He nodded. "Very well, then I'll impose on all of you." Bi Xiao and the always quiet Xiong Xiao returned the salute together. No need for such politeness. To meet is fate. Zhao Gongming waved his hand. "Let's go." They encountered few figures along the way, yet their relationships grew more familiar with each passing day. Unfortunately, in this primordial land, no matter how many treasures there were, they could hardly withstand others seizing the advantage first. At this time, all three sisters were at the profound immortal realm, while Zhao Gongming had already brushed against the threshold of Golden Immortal. Thus they drifted about for several decades. One day, wandering along, they arrived at Shoyang Mountain. A sudden feeling stirred in Chen Chen's heart. He took out the egg of Yogiras. Fine cracks began to spread across the shell, fragments flaking away piece by piece. In no time, a half-meter tall little hatchling emerged from the egg and nestled into Chen Chen's arms. Chen Chen was overjoyed. "At last I've waited for you to come out." Recognizing that the one holding it was its master, that familiar, intimate aura washed over the little hatchling, and it responded with soft, pleased murmurs. Bi Xiao crowded over, examining the little thing from every angle. "Chen Chen, what is this?" "Some primordial aberrant species." Chen Chen gave a wry smile and answered offhand, "You may as well treat it as such." Then his tone shifted. "Everyone, I fear I can no longer keep traveling with you. I want to stay here for a while and go into seclusion to cultivate. We'll meet again if fate allows." Yin Xiao nodded. "Then we'll continue on ahead. Perhaps one day we'll encounter some formidable figure and take them as our master." Chen Chen smiled inwardly. This was hardly perhaps, it was a certainty set in stone. Very well then, I wish you a smooth journey. The four of them bowed to him and turned away. Chen Chen lowered his gaze to study Yogiras. The little fellow had only just been born, or it could still grow a good deal. If he rushed its evolution, he would instead ruin its potential. He casually found a cave on Shouyang Mountain to settle his place of seclusion first. After clearly instructing the little hatchling on what it needed to pay attention to, he plunged into the cave and began deducing martial cultivation methods. Over this past century of roaming the primordial world and conversing at length with the three sisters and Zhao Gongming, he already had a clear plan in mind. Another 100 years passed. Suddenly a hearty laugh echoed from within the cave. Chen Chen had already elevated his martial cultivation method to the level of the Luo Golden Immortal. Beyond that, to reach the Hunyuan realm, he would either have to comprehend the laws by himself or rely on Hongjuan's flawed three-corpse severing method. In other words, as long as Chen Chen could cultivate to the Luo Golden Immortal and pass down the method of the Luo Golden Immortal, he could rightfully proclaim himself martial ancestor. He took out the 90-year pagoda and entered the 6th level formally, beginning his seclusion to cultivate. Meanwhile, back with the human race. After this century of recuperation, the three old ancestors under Sui Renshi had, relying on the martial cultivation methods, thoroughly consolidated their golden immortal realms. Beneath them, a great many earth immortals and celestial immortals had sprung up, along with 18 true immortals and 3 profound immortals. At last, the human race possessed some measure of self-defense. The human population had surged past 100 million. This wretched valley was packed like an ant nest, so crowded that even breathing risked bumping into someone's forehead. Worst of all was food. The meager yield dug out of the earth simply could not fill so many mouths. Sui Renshi, Ziishi, and Yukashi put their heads together and made a firm decision. The 18 true immortals plus the 3 profound immortals would each lead a group of people to expand new territories outside, slowly widening the path for human survival. The 3 summoned the 21 leaders to the mouth of the mountain cave, where Chen Chen was in seclusion, and laid out the messy situation before their eyes. You lead a part of the clansmen out to venture, anything could happen, and you might even lose your life. Those who wish to stay can remain in the tribe to guard it. As Sui Renshi spoke, his lips were tightly pressed, yet the words he uttered came out harsh and unyielding. Among the 21 people, none shrank back. For the human race, we dare to try. Immediately, the 3 ancestors gathered all the clansmen together and publicly declared, from today onward, this is the root of the human race. If anyone cannot hold out outside, they can return at any time. The 3 ancestors made this statement to everyone. The crowd stirred. The sound of pots and pans clanging filled the air. Some held their families and cried until their voices were hoarse, while others shouted at the sky, expressing their frustration. The lively atmosphere gradually dispersed. In the valley, only the 3 ancestors remained, along with the stubborn old folks who refused to move, guarding this ancestral land. On the other side, Sanshao and Zhao Gongming had already returned to their own cultivation grounds. Eldest sister, you wouldn't be interested in Chen Chen, would you? Why not stay at Shouyang Mountain to accompany him? The youngest Bixiao was the first to break the silence. Yunxiao was stunned by her words, her face flushing red as she quickly waved her hand. What nonsense are you saying? I also think so. The way eldest sister looks at Chen Chen is rather strange. Qiong Xiao chimed in, grinning mischievously. Zhao Gongming recalled Chen Chen's fervent cultivation on the way here's side, and shook his head. He hasn't stopped his cultivation since he was with us. That kid carries too heavy a burden. Yunxiao, if you really have feelings, make a decision sooner rather than later. Yunxiao opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Yet her gaze, fixed in the direction far away, was filled with unhidden concern. At Shouyang Mountain, outside the cave where Chen Chen was in seclusion, a small creature, about 2 meters tall, was crunching on ore. Such creatures were everywhere, hard enough to grind teeth, but exceptionally rich in nutrition. Eugelas could have evolved long ago, but it stubbornly held back. Before Chen Chen entered seclusion, he had told it, if you can delay, then delay, don't rush to evolve. The more nutrition you absorb in the first stage, the stronger you will become when you finally evolve into Banjilas. Until today, it had swallowed an unknown number of rare ores, and the energy within it could finally no longer be contained. At this moment, Eugelas had already touched the threshold of the celestial immortal level. Eugelas exploded with a dazzling white light illuminating the surroundings. Within that brilliance, its body began to lengthen and swell, its outline gradually transforming. When the light dissipated, the creature standing there was no longer the original one. Shigilas had replaced it. Shigilas hopped and skipped to the entrance of the cave where Chen Chen was in seclusion, burying itself in the earth, with only its 2 eyes visible, sealing itself away. Another 100 years passed. Chen Chen endured 1,000 years in the 9-layer tower. Initially, due to his impatience, the superficial cultivation he had forced through was finally solidified. The 21 clans of the human race each found their own place to settle down, living relatively peacefully. The 3 human ancestors closed the door and continued to consolidate their realms. San Xiao and Zhao Gongming were significantly affected by Chen Chen's earlier display and also withdrew into seclusion. Shijilas remained buried at the cave entrance, not moving at all. Chen Chen spent a year forcibly raising his cultivation to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Then he entered the 7th layer of the 9-layer tower, planning to dig deeper. The essentials for a warrior, the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye and Martial Dao Divine Powers, had all been set aside while he focused solely on reaching higher realms. Now that enough time had passed, it was time to make up for that. He sat cross-legged and focused all his power into his eyes. Suddenly a beam of golden light shot out, scorching the air. The Martial Dao Heavenly Eye was activated. It could slay demons, break illusions, perceive chi, and see through all truths and falsehoods. Moreover, this ability would grow stronger with his cultivation. After the Heavenly Eye awakened, he adjusted to it and began to experiment with his Martial Dao Divine Powers. Before long, a shadow emerged from behind him. Upon closer inspection, that face was exactly the same as his own. This shadow would solidify into a physical form when he reached the Deluo Golden Immortal level. At that time, he could either release it for solo combat or fuse it with himself, effectively doubling his combat power. Moreover, he was the martial ancestor. All the experiences generated by those practicing the martial Dao would be shared with him. Accumulated over time, that amount would be staggering. Even the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye and Divine Powers could absorb new insights from those practitioners. Chen Chen reviewed all the small flaws he had previously overlooked, adjusted his state to its best, and then prepared to challenge the Deluo Golden Immortal level. In an instant, golden lotuses surged from the ground. A large lotus flower floated up, supporting his entire being. The 3 flowers and 5 chi within him began to stir. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown, the flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity, each blooming with 12 petals. Vitality, energy, and spirit twisted together into a single strand. The 5 chi also ignited, illuminating the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys, and even the 6 viscera began to operate frantically. Boom! A muffled sound. The 3 flowers retreated into his body, dispersing throughout. The 5 chi, after surging to their peak in each organ, gradually merged into his limbs and bones. It was done. Deluo Golden Immortal. Chen Chen opened his eyes, feeling that the realm within him had reached its peak, unable to take another step forward. This is also the benefit of a creator. Either it does not break, or once it does, it reaches the pinnacle of this path. Unfortunately, the 9-layer tower could not touch the threshold of the laws. To mass-produce primordial chaos here is impossible. Chen Chen sighed, yet a smile lingered on his face. Now it works. The martial Dao carved into the stone tablet can be cultivated by the entire clan. He took out the stone tablet, pouring in all his insights on the martial Dao cultivation methods and divine powers. When he returns to the human race, this flawless martial Dao can be directly passed on to everyone. Not long after the stone tablet was completed, Chen Chen tossed it into his inner world. This place had long since upgraded from an ordinary world to a half-step great thousand world, and with the world tree supporting it, its foundation was not inferior to that of a true great thousand world. The only flaw was that it was empty, without a single living creature. He casually threw in the seeds obtained from the system's sign-in. The Dao rhythm floating on the stone tablet, he couldn't predict what those seeds would mutate into. Once everything was settled, Chen Chen exited the 9-layer tower and stored it away. As he walked to the cave entrance, he noticed Shijilas buried entirely in the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He raised his hand and shot a ray of light to help it digest the pile of nutrients accumulated since the Ugilas period. A dazzling light erupted from Shijilas' body, the ground cracking beneath it, as its body visibly expanded, twisted, and transformed. Chen Chen stroked his chin, activating the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, observing closely. The primordial world had no such flashy evolution route, but if this could be thoroughly studied, perhaps a new path could be forged. Before long, the light dissipated. A figure nearly 20 meters tall stood there. Roar! Banji Loss had made its appearance. "Oh, Banji Loss, you've made quite the progress while I was in seclusion." Chen Chen said, his voice laced with he had essentially grasped the changes that occurred during Banji Loss's evolution, so he thought that the next time he entered seclusion, he might just deduce a divine power. "Master, you finally came out. This seclusion lasted almost 300 years. I've nearly gone stir-crazy here." Banji Loss shouted, overwhelmed with excitement. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing it speak. He thought about it and deemed it normal. Strange occurrences were not uncommon in the primordial world. "Banji Loss, from now on you shall be named Tyrant." "All right, let's set off soon." Chen Chen pondered for a moment. "Once the 3 pure ones split, this place would be my Dao ground. This mountain could withstand the pressure of saints, clearly not an ordinary place." The division of the three pure ones was still far off. It was better to occupy this mountain as my own Dao ground first. Without hesitation, Chen Chen, now a Deluo Golden Immortal, found it easy to establish a Dao ground at the mountain's peak. He took out all the formation techniques and flags accumulated over the thousands of years through the system sign-in, combined with his understanding of the Dao and Banji Loss's insights into rocks and earth. After nearly 100 years of joint effort, they finally set up the Mountain Guard formation. This formation could withstand attacks from the Primordial Golden Immortals, equivalent to Quasi-Saint-level attacks. Far away at Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozu suddenly felt a slight disturbance in his spirit. He frowned and raised his hand to calculate. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who were meditating on the Hongmeng purple chi nearby, noticed Laozu's unusual expression and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Laozu calculated for a long time without results, shaking his head. "Nothing, just felt a sudden tension in my heart calculating what it could be." "Tyrant, slow down a bit. We don't need to rush through the primordial world, do we?" Looking up, Chen Chen sat on Banji Loss's shoulder, mumbling in resignation. The man and his pet left Shouyang Mountain and wandered through the primordial world for nearly 1,000 years. These Pokemon are truly favored by the laws. How come Tyrant is so adept? Chen Chen, stuck at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, looked at the rocky giant with envy, feeling utterly. These Pokemon are truly favored by the laws. How come Tyrant is so adept? Chen Chen, stuck at the Deluo Golden Immortal level, looked at the rocky giant with envy, feeling utterly lost regarding the understanding of the laws. Ahead, Mount Bujo emerged, propped between heaven and earth. Chen Chen was pondering when he looked up, and his eyes lit up. "Wait, Tyrant, is there someone over there? And a tribe? Let's go take a look." A burly man draped in animal skins, carrying a wild beast on his shoulder, saw Chen Chen and the massive creature and shouted, "Who are you? What brings you to our tribe?" Upon seeing the man, Chen Chen's heart sank. He was a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal expert. He quickly cupped his hands. "Friend, don't misunderstand. I'm here to travel, and seeing a tribe for the first time has me a bit excited." The man laughed heartily. "I am Hui. Would you like to come sit in our tribe?" Hui. So he is from the Wu tribe under the Earth Mother. Chen Chen stroked his chin, pondering. He returned the gesture with a bow and smiled, saying, "Since Brother Hui has invited me, I, Chen Chen, shall not be polite." As soon as he finished speaking, a large crowd emerged. The Wu clan had a straightforward nature and was very hospitable, with the Ho-Tu tribe being the most welcoming among the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, the Wu and Liao clans had just set up their formations in a standoff, and the atmosphere of life and death struggle had not yet erupted. In the blink of an eye, a welcoming feast was laid out. The people of the Wu clan were only submissive to what they could eat, drink, and fight, of course excluding their enemy. Chen Chen, who was practicing martial arts, consumed meat like an insatiable abyss. The alcohol he drank was quickly refined by his body, and he fought fiercely. Aside from the primordial level Ho-Tu, the strongest remaining were just Ho-E and Qua-Fu, two mid-stage great witches. Seeing Chen Chen excel at eating, drinking, and fighting, the Wu clan members were all enamored, surrounding him with even more warmth than before. The Twentimeturtle Bangilas squatted beside him, its skin as tough as iron, one hand grasping a wine jug to pour into its mouth, while the other crunched on rocks. The group of Wu clan children around squealed nonstop, their small hands cautiously touching its skin, murmuring, "So hard and so impressive." Chen Chen stayed in the Ho-Tu tribe for 10 days. During these 10 days, he tasted the hospitality of the Wu clan. On this day, he grabbed Ho-E and Qua-Fu, saying he wanted to discuss Dao with them. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two lit up immediately. They had already sensed that there was something unusual about Chen Chen's Dao rhythm. Perhaps discussing it would benefit their cultivation. The three of them sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a triangle. Chen Chen spoke first, his breath rippling slightly as the martial Dao rhythm spread like water waves among them. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. Ho-E and Qua-Fu closed their eyes, and the law of the Wu clan began to surge uncontrollably from their bodies. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Chen Chen kept speaking. Over the course of 3 years, he explained the martial Dao from beginning to end. At his current level, looking back at the minor flaws left during his previous deductions of the martial Dao, he could easily pinpoint and rectify them. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and cold voice interjected. "Indeed, my friend, you are remarkable, pioneering a new path. I have listened to you for 3 years and have gained considerable benefits." Chen Chen turned to look. A beautiful woman sat cross-legged beside him, with a spectral figure slowly merging into her body. The spectral figure, a human upper body with a serpentine tail, 7 hands behind and 2 more in front, clutching a soaring snake. Chen Chen immediately understood. This was the ancestral Witch Ho-Tu. He cupped his hands respectfully. "I am Chen Chen, honored to meet you, ancestral Witch Ho-Tu." Ho-E and Qua-Fu also quickly stood to pay respect. "Ho-E, Qua-Fu pays respects to you, great ancestral witch." Ho-Tu nodded at the two, her gaze settling on Chen Chen. You are a congenital Dao body. Created by Nu was handiwork among the human race. Chen Chen nodded, sighing. The human race is inherently weak, and there are no techniques to cultivate. I can only explore a path of my own. This time discussing Dao with Ho, Yi and Kwa Fu was also to better understand the Wu Dao, so as to complete his martial Dao. Ho Tu's eyes brightened. Just call me fellow Daoist. The Wu clan is protected by the Father God. The ancestral witches inherently possess a Dao. I have taken advantage of the Dao of Earth, allowing me to steadily reach the level of primordial golden immortal. But you are different. Your path is newly created. With that little level of great Luo, you cannot possibly reach primordial. What I mean is, you should first raise your cultivation with other laws, and then return to support the martial Dao. Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. Ho Tu's words struck a chord. His mind raced, and he also noted that Ho Tu mentioned primordial. All 12 ancestral witches were at the primordial level, unaffected by the Heavenly Dao and Hong Jun. Hong Jun's reason for promoting the calamity between the Wu and Liao clans was simply because he disliked beings that only recognized Pangu and disrespected the Heavenly Dao. As soon as the Dao rhythm from Ho Tu spread out, the entire room was filled with the law of Earth. Before Chen Chen could even think, his body had already sunk into a state of enlightenment. Outside the door, the Bangilas that was gnawing on mud suddenly froze. It shrank down to 2 meters tall, moved to the door, and buried itself back into the earth. Ho Tu glanced at the little creature's actions outside the door, paid it no mind, and continued to release the Dao rhythm while chanting the laws of the Wu clan. This state of comprehension lasted for 10 years. Ho Tu never paused, speaking breath after breath. Suddenly a light flashed across Chen Chen's body, and he opened his eyes. Ho Tu also ceased her voice. Thank you, fellow Daoist Ho Tu, for your guidance. This has been quite a fruitful encounter. Chen Chen deeply bowed. Ho Tu smiled and waved her hand lightly, sighing. No need to be courteous. If you continue down this path, barring any accidents, you will eventually become a significant figure in this world. The Wu clan will take this opportunity to forge a good relationship and leave ourselves an escape route. Chen Chen was taken aback. What did Ho Tu mean by that? Did she, or rather the 12 ancestral witches, already know about future events? Seeing him in a daze, Ho Tu was momentarily stunned as well. She raised her hand, sending Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu out, and casually sealed this space. After a moment of silence, Ho Tu tentatively asked, fellow Daoist, can you understand what I am saying? Chen Chen remained silent, lowering his head, his mind like boiling water. After a long while, as though he had made a resolution, he raised his head. Fellow Daoist, could we go to the Panga Hall and discuss with the others? Ho Tu's pupils constricted sharply. You? How do you know about the treasures of my Wu clan? Fine, let's go now. As soon as her words fell, she took Chen Chen, and in a flash they arrived at the Panga Hall. Chen Chen looked up at the ancient and majestic hall, feeling a bit dazed. Go, and the brothers will arrive shortly. Ho Tu pushed the door and stepped inside. Not long after, a streak of light rushed in. Sister Ho Tu, what is the emergency? Wait, who have you brought in? The voice was loud and booming, shaking the entire hall. The newcomer had the head of a python and the body of a human covered in black phosphor, stepping on a black dragon with a green python coiled around his arm. Gong Gong, one of the 12 ancestral witches, was also the one who would eventually break the Buzhou mountain. Ho Tu glared at him. Wait until everyone is gathered to discuss. Gong Gong shrank his neck, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. With a few swishes, the 12 ancestral witches gathered, all transforming into human forms. The person in the main seat spoke. Sister Ho Tu, explain what is going on. Also, how did this human race come in? The ancestral witch of space, Dijiang. Chen Chen, who had been silently pondering, finally sighed and stood up. I have a way to help you. But I have been contemplating whether it is worth it to stand on the side of the Wu clan. The temperamental Zhu Rong and Gong Gong exploded at once. What nonsense are you talking, human? What do you mean by worth it? Dijiang let out a low roar, stopping the two. Everyone stop arguing. Fellow Daoist, please clarify your statement. Chen Chen's words were cut off, and he showed no signs of displeasure on his face. He had already figured out the temperaments of these individuals. My name is Chen Chen. His voice grew serious as he swept his gaze over the 12 figures present. Everyone, do you have an idea of how the Wu clan will fare in the future? Zhu Jiuyin's eyelids twitched, but he stabilized his voice. We are of the bloodline of the Father God, protected by him. The Wu clan will only grow more prosperous. Chen Chen fixed his gaze on him, his tone resolute. You are lying. I have already seen through the reactions on your faces. You have predicted the outcome. Zhu Jiuyin pursed his lips and fell silent. Chen Chen struck hard with his words. Let's speak the truth openly, otherwise I cannot continue the conversation with you. My judgment is that only one Ho Tu will remain in the Wu clan in the end, and even that Ho Tu will not be the original Ho Tu. The rest of the clan will nearly go extinct. Dijiang suddenly stood up, a murderous aura surging uncontrollably. Impossible. We cannot fall to that state. Impossible. Chen Chen's voice remained flat. Then do you want to speak now? Reveal everything you have calculated, and perhaps we can forge the most solid alliance between us. None of the 12 ancestral witches spoke. Silence weighed heavily in the air. Finally, Di Jiang raised his head, staring deeply at Chen Chen. Fine, I will speak. This matter is not something to be ashamed of. But you better not play tricks. We are all primordial golden immortals. You cannot escape. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice slightly. The aura of calamity has already spread throughout the world. The main characters in this event will most likely be our Wu clan and the Yao clan. In other words, the two clans will eventually clash with bloodshed. When our Wu clan battles the Yao clan, it will essentially be a crushing victory. Di Jiang puffed out his chest proudly. The only concern is that Saint Nu Hua, and we fear her intervention. He changed his tone, brimming with confidence. However, we are not without our trump cards. We are not afraid of saints to that extent. Fellow Taoist Chen Chen, the reason you arrived at that conclusion is likely because you are unaware of our hidden resources. The 12 capital heavenly gods, great formation. Chen Chen casually responded, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Is that what you're referring to? The faces of the 12 ancestral witches changed in unison. How do you know this? Chen Chen shook his head, not addressing that topic. How I know it is not important. What matters is that you have miscalculated in two areas. First, the saints will not directly intervene in your conflict with the Yao clan. However, they will certainly play their own games and make calculations. He paused for a moment, scanning the 12 faces. Second, do not rejoice too early. The Yao clan is not as weak as you think. Rather, the future Yao clan will not be weak. You have your great formation, and the Yao clan will also have a formation capable of clashing with yours. Do you think you can suppress them before they grow strong? The Heavenly Dao will not allow it. The saints will also not permit it. The Yao clan will continue to grow until they can match you in strength. I believe you will strive to seize that sliver of opportunity. But the final outcome can only be mutual destruction. The 12 ancestral witches fell silent. After deliberating in private for half a day and engaging in several rounds of discussion in their minds, they ultimately had to admit what the man before them said was indeed correct. Zhu Jiuyin slightly bowed and clasped his hands, asking, "Do you have a way to break the deadlock?" Chen Chen did not beat around the bush. I can help Ho Tu Zuwu break through to the level of Hong Yuan de Luo Jin Xian. This is not just boasting. Turning to Ho Tu, he added, "Friend, if one day you suddenly wish to make a significant decision, hold on and consult with me and your brothers before taking action." He genuinely feared that Ho Tu might achieve enlightenment and rush to establish reincarnation, resulting in the path being tightly constrained by the Heavenly Dao. Although he was confident he could intercept in advance, if she were too perceptive, the script could go awry. On the side of the human race, an alliance with the Wu tribe can be formed in the future. Chen Chen spoke in a flat tone, as if stating a matter that was already settled. You might think that forming an alliance with the human race would simply hand over luck to them. Indeed, I have that intention. But looking at it from another angle, once the alliance is formed, your Wu tribe will not face annihilation. During the Wu Yao calamity, you are the protagonists in the Heavenly Dao. Once the calamity is over, the human race will ascend to a dominant position, and it is highly likely to be a permanent one. Even if we encounter an unexpected turn of events, the Wu tribe will survive. After speaking, Chen Chen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The 12 ancestral witches formed a private chat group. This time the argument was even more intense than the previous round. Finally, with a single statement from Ho Tu, Chen Chen has opened a new path. Everyone's opinions align. Di Jiang spoke, his voice steady. We agree to form an alliance with the human race. Friend, are you willing to become the 13th ancestral witch of my Wu tribe? This sounded like an invitation, but the tone carried a hint of testing. Fearing that the bargaining chips were insufficient, Chen Chen was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. That's not appropriate. After all, I'm not one of the Wu tribe. Seeing Di Jiang's expression darken, he quickly changed his tone. However, I can serve as your elder. Di Jiang's expression finally eased. Although the Wu tribe does not have the position of elder, as long as they tied Chen Chen to their ship, it was enough. Then let me invite you to be our great elder, the only elder with a status equal to our 12 ancestral witches. Agreed. Chen Chen responded, feeling helpless on the surface, but calculating rapidly in his mind. This was not a loss. Utilizing the luck of the Wu tribe for cultivation would speed up his progress. When the Wu tribe could no longer hold on in the future, he would lend a hand. After all, luck is something he could collect back whenever he wanted, which was far better than letting the saints forcibly occupy 80% of the luck of the human race and suppress their development. Fellow friends, since we are all on the same side now, I wish to comprehend your laws. Chen Chen was not polite at all. The 12 ancestral witches did not hold back and directly released their respective Dao rhythms. With the consent of the ancestral witches, Chen Chen drew a wisp from each law and infused it into his own world. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within. His small world seemed to have consumed a catalyst, swiftly evolving into a vast universe. The seed of the world tree wrapped in dozens of laws officially sprouted thanks to this surge. As soon as the world tree sprouted tender buds, it already reached a height comparable to a small mountain. Next to the roots, thousands of shadows sprang up, vaguely forming human shapes. These were the first batch of natives in Chen Chen's inner world. Due to the influence of martial arts, these individuals would all embark on the path of cultivation. The more fiercely they practiced, the more complete the martial arts system would become. Most importantly, all the results they achieved would converge to Chen Chen aiding in his cultivation. In other words, even if Chen Chen lay there in a deep sleep, his cultivation would still soar steadily. The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances, then turned and left the Pango Hall, leaving Chen Chen alone for his closed-door training. In reality, Chen Chen had no way to intervene in how his inner world evolved. If he forced an intervention, he might cause turmoil in the entire world. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chen Chen continued to ponder. Previously, he was considering awakening the human Dao in advance, but now it seemed that thought could be discarded. Since there was a stable path to follow, who would still want to tread on dangerous ground? Originally, the rules set by the great Dao stipulated that the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity had to undergo a calamity before emerging, after which the great Dao would fall into slumber. Who would have thought that after Hong Jun merged with the Heavenly Dao, he would begin to suppress the Earth Dao and Human Dao? The Earth Dao oversees reincarnation. Hong Jun did not dare to act directly, but he played a trick, trapping Ping Xian in the underworld so that she could not escape. The Human Dao represents all sentient beings, and it was even harsher. The Heavenly Dao and Hong Jun directly grasped the true spirit of the human race. The human race is the key to awakening the human Dao. With the true spirit controlled, the human Dao could only remain asleep forever. However, Hong Jun could never have anticipated that a member of the human race would break free from the shackles. When the next calamity arrives at the most critical moment, Hong Jun would be unable to react, allowing the human Dao to awaken. Chen Chen muttered in his heart, "System, please prepare something related to the 6 paths of reincarnation for me in the next few days." Ding. Please host, abandon unrealistic thoughts. What rewards the system draws for the sign-in depend entirely on the host's luck, and there is absolutely no backstage manipulation. Chen Chen rolled his eyes, already knowing this. Alright then, I'll have to trouble you. By the way, recently help me gather some fragments of the laws so I can comprehend them. Ding. This system does not have backstage manipulation. It all depends on luck. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in today and receiving a wisp of the battle law. The system and Chen Chen both fell silent. Yes, you are absolutely right. From now on, when I receive the power of the laws, throw them directly into my inner world. Once the world digests it, it's as if I have comprehended it myself. This is truly relaxing. Chen Chen stroked his chin, smiling with satisfaction. By the way, since it's like this, make all the daily sign-in rewards law fragments. The one for the first 10,000 years must be related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. With a blank expression, Chen Chen began to squeeze his system. Ding. Chen Chen had opened up quite a bit in his thoughts. Previously, he was always worried that the Heavenly Dao would target him, but since the Heavenly Dao had determined that the human race could no longer awaken the human Dao, no matter how the human race struggled, the Heavenly Dao would no longer pay them any attention. Sui Ren struck out with a palm, and the air exploded. Yu Chao shifted to the side to avoid it, and countered with a punch aimed at his shoulder. Dust flew in the valley as the two figures engaged in a fierce battle, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Ha! I've been stuck at the golden immortal level for thousands of years, and today I can finally fight freely. Sui Ren laughed heartily, his blood surging and bones cracking. Yu Chao steadied himself after retracting his fist, wiping away sweat. Indeed. If it weren't for that kid Chen Chen, the three of us would never have touched the threshold of Deluo in our lifetime. Sitting beside them, Zi was seated cross-legged on a stone, her fingers fiddling with the corner of her garment, a smile on her lips. She had also broken through. After the upheaval 5,000 years ago, less than 200,000 of the human race remained. When Chen Chen flew back from the Pangu Hall, his heart sank. Sui Ren was laughing thunderously, patting his shoulder to explain. After listening, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing major had happened. He immediately took out the stone tablet and placed it before the 3 ancestors. The martial arts have progressed to the level of Deluo Jin Xian. If any clansmen have reached the golden immortal stage and lack subsequent cultivation methods, let them return to the ancestral land to comprehend. The 3 ancestors took the stone tablet, their hands trembling. The shackles of thousands of years had finally shattered. For the next 5,000 years, the ancestral land never lacked visitors. Every 100 years or so, a clansman at the golden immortal stage would fly back, kneeling before the stone tablet and sitting there for months. The martial arts rhythm contained in the stone tablet preserved the origins. Everyone's comprehension of the cultivation method was different, making it impossible to pass down directly. Only personal understanding was viable. To date, nearly 50 people have returned. The first wooden house built by Yu Chao still stood in the eastern part of the valley. The first wisp of fire that Sui Ren created had been sealed with spiritual jade, and the first piece of linen clothing woven by Zi, it was folded inside the wooden house. These three items, having absorbed the luck of the human race and benefited from the merits of the Heavenly Dao, had already evolved into postnatal spirit treasures. Chen Chen walked out of the house, his robes covered in dust. After 1,000 years of closed-door training, he had thoroughly digested the laws granted by the system. His cultivation still remained at the level of the Luo Jin Xian, without pushing further. However, if it came to a fight, he was confident in facing the Hong Yuan realm, essentially a quasi-saint in this world. He could easily crush in the early to mid-stages. In the valley, the two were still fighting. Sui Ren's punch struck the ground, sending debris flying 3 meters high. Yu Chao rolled to the side to evade, then leaped, already soaring above his head. Enough, let's take a break. Sui Ren waved his hand, sitting down on the ground. If we keep going, this valley is going to be torn down by the two of us. Yu Chao landed, wiping his face. You still hit hard as ever. Of course, I haven't fought for thousands of years. Chen Chen walked over and sat down facing the two. How is the tribe doing now? Sui Ren grinned. Rest assured, the population has already recovered to 1 million. The cultivation methods have been passed down and many promising talents have emerged in the new generation. Chen Chen nodded. He looked up at the sky. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had yet to emerge. Those names still floated in the river of destiny. But that was not something he needed to worry about. Chen Chen's understanding of martial arts had already reached the level of Hong Yuan de Luo Jin Xian, thanks to his exceptional battle power and the laws rewarded by the system. However, he did not rush to break through. He had a strong intuition in his heart that if he casually forced his way up now, it would not be good for his future path martial arts, or even for the human race. Where exactly is the problem? As he walked outside, he pondered. Oh, our martial ancestor truly is diligent, practicing in closed-door training without a break. Sui Ren and Yu Chao approached, laughing and teasing him. Get lost. Chen Chen rolled his eyes. All right, call Zi over too. I've figured out the path you two can take in the future. In no time, the 3 of them sat cross-legged in front of Chen Chen. You 3 first cultivate your martial arts step by step until you reach the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Then, relying on the merit spiritual treasures you have created, draw out your heart for the protection of the human race. By that time, the merit spiritual treasures will also be able to achieve Dao alongside you, binding your fates together. As the human race grows stronger, even in the future, the more there are, the greater you will become, and your power will rise accordingly. With just a few words, Chen Chen had already arranged the future path for the 3 ancestors. The 3 of them lowered their heads in thought and realized that this path was the best for them and for the human race. They nodded, feeling enlightened, and their future seemed bright. Next, let's get down to business. Chen Chen's tone became serious. The 4 of them stood up and slowly floated into the air. The Dao is above. Today, the 4 ancestors of the human race established the ancestral grounds of the human race in the human valley to suppress the fate of the human race. We shall guard the ancestral grounds of the human race with the 3 great merit spiritual treasures and the Kongtong seal. Those of the human race who have reached above the Great Luo can come to the ancestral land themselves. Once the words were spoken, all 4 felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the Dao would ignore them or that the Heavenly Dao would cause trouble. Over at the Nuwa Palace, Nuwa looked expressionlessly at the commotion caused by the human race she had created, not taking it seriously at all. The Dao. Great Luo. Ha ha ha, a mere human race dares to summon the Dao. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi scoffed disdainfully after hearing this. Laozi waved his hand. Second brother, why worry? Just focus on comprehending your primordial purple energy. A figure emerged above the blood sea, saying, interesting, truly interesting. Over at the heavenly court, the race created by Lady Nuwa, what audacity do they have? Dong Huang Tai, he shook his head, his face full of mockery. Shut up. Di Jun lowered his voice and chided. Only then did Tai quiet down, but the mocking gleam in his eyes did not diminish. Around Mount Buzhou, the Wu tribe gathered together, and the 12 ancestral witches said, our great elder usually doesn't take action, but when he does, it's quite a spectacle. The East Sea, North Sea, the undying volcano Mount Wanshou. The great figures in the wilderness were all stirred. Just as the 4 were pondering whether the Dao would even respond to them, a gigantic eye suddenly opened in the sky, and the oppressive feeling shook the entire wilderness. Approved. As soon as the voice fell, the eye of the Dao vanished, and the world returned to calm. But the crowd in the wilderness was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Only at this moment did the 4 who received the Dao's response let out a sigh of relief, finally releasing the breath they had been holding. They all understood how precarious that situation was, and thankfully it had succeeded. By the blood sea Ming, he stared at the sky, his face dark as if water could drip from it, pondering something. In the heavenly court, Dong Huang Tai, he was still replaying that glance in his mind, feeling more and more uneasy. The 12 ancestral witches showed little reaction, their faces expressing 4 words. So it is. Laozi's mind was still replaying the scene from earlier, feeling for the first time a hint of interest in that mere human race. But in an instant, he turned back to comprehend his primordial purple energy. In the west atop Mount Shumi, 2 Taoists were arguing fiercely. Senior brother, did you see? If we could bring those humans over to our side. Shut up. The east is always watching us, we need to think this through carefully. A low laugh came from the Zhixiao Palace. Human race, you must strive hard, the stronger the better. The underworld will not do without you, it's just your fate. Tisk grow up quickly before the next calamity. The entire wilderness was stirred, but the 3 human ancestors were completely unaware of this. Only Chen Chen raised his head, feeling countless gazes sweeping toward him from all directions. It didn't matter to him. He still had his trump card in hand. If things turned sour, he could hold out for a while. Those great powers quickly retracted their gazes and quietly hid away. With matters settled, Chen Chen bid farewell to the 3 ancestors and turned to head toward the Wu tribe. With the day of the grand gift approaching, he thought that the system should not disappoint him this time. Even if it didn't provide, he had a backup plan. Stepping out, he was already thousands of miles away. Space law. With another flash, he leaped across another 1,000 miles. Earth escape. In no time, Chen Chen arrived at the tribe of Hoodoo. In the distance, he saw a gigantic beast standing on the ground, using its claws to shove large rocks into its mouth. Indeed, it was Bangila's. Tyrant. Chen Chen called out. Bangila's looked up and saw it was Chen Chen, immediately feeling wronged. Master, if you don't come to get me soon, I'll become the beast of someone else's tribe. Chen Chen felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Tyrant, I'm sorry. I meant to have Hoodoo teach you the laws, but it got delayed for so long. Bangila's just wanted to complain, and deep down, he didn't really blame Chen Chen. After Chen Chen sincerely apologized a couple of times, it calmed down. I've met the great elder. Ho-E and Kwafu approached, bowing in greeting. Ho-E, Kwafu. Long time no see, where is your ancestral witch? I need to find her. Chen Chen smiled at them. Ho-E scratched his head. The ancestral witch has instructed that when you come, just go directly to Pango Hall to find the 12 of them. Huta nodded in agreement and moved with him. Chen Chen first patted Bangila's on the head and said, Tyrant, you stay here, and I'll come to get you later. After saying that, he swayed his figure and headed straight for Pango Hall. Inside, the 13 were already gathered. Di Jiang sensed the aura and looked up. Great elder, you have arrived. Everyone sat in a circle. Chen Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly looked at Hoodoo. Hoodoo, my friend, what is your current cultivation level? If your realm is insufficient, even if our plan succeeds, you become a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, there will still be trouble afterward. Hoodoo smiled back at him. I am at the peak of Hunyuan, just like my elder brother. I must thank you for leaving the tyrant behind, so that I could comprehend the laws from it. Although it shares the same origin with me, it is not entirely the same, and I have gained quite a bit from pondering it. Chen Chen just smiled. He had left the tyrant with this intention, to allow Hoodoo to use different cultivation methods to make up for her shortcomings and quickly elevate her realm. Only in this way could they have a chance to evade the schemes of those few saints. Hoodoo, my friend, are you interested in wandering the wilderness with me? As soon as Chen Chen spoke, he dropped a bombshell. Hoodoo's face flushed. What does that mean? All around were her own brothers and sisters. Before the 12 ancestral witches could react, Chen Chen turned to Di Jiang and said, My friend, could you give me something so that I can contact you at any time and call you over? Di Jiang thought for a moment, nodded, gathered the power of space, and fashioned a jade pendant. When the great elder needs us, just crush the jade pendant. The power of space I sealed inside will immediately open a passage, and I and my brothers and sisters will arrive as quickly as possible. Chen Chen scanned around and noticed the 12 ancestral witches all had rather grim expressions. His mind turned, and he understood. Everyone, don't worry. We will definitely succeed. After all, you are the children of the Panga God. Have confidence in yourselves and in me. Zhurong, the reckless one, was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha, the great elder is right. We are the children of the Father God. The world was opened up by the Father God. What could possibly be too difficult for us? Gong Gong nodded along. Brother Zhurong is correct. No matter how things were in the past, now we have the great elder and the future human race to help. Oh, what is there to worry about? Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin hadn't expected that these two usually impulsive characters would be the first to see through the situation and even comfort them in return. The few of them couldn't help but chuckle. Huta, my friend, let's go. Chen Chen said earnestly. Huta nodded. You can just call me Huta, great elder. Then you can call me Chen Chen as well. Everyone, we are leaving now. Chen Chen nodded to the other 11 ancestral witches. Zhurong and Gong Gong shouted loudly. You can't bully our little sister. Hutu is entrusted to you. Huta's face flushed, her Dharma form appearing behind her, striking each of them down into the ground with a punch. Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin reminded, everything is entrusted to you. If there is danger, notify us at any time. Chen Chen nodded and turned to leave the territory of the Wu tribe with Hutu. Great Elder. Chen Chen, what should I do? Hutu was confused, wondering what it meant for him to take her out to wander the wilderness. Chen Chen sat cross-legged on top of Bangilas, pondering the laws while searching for loopholes within himself, casually replying to her. Just roam freely, ill follow behind with the tyrant. What does that even mean? Hutu pouted and suddenly recalled a few things her brothers and sisters had told her. Her face turned red. She secretly glanced at Chen Chen, seeing that he wasn't looking this way at all. She let out a sigh of relief, but her heart felt a bit stuffy. With a light snort, Hutu suddenly sped up, and by the time Chen Chen came to his senses, her figure was almost gone. Chen Chen scratched his head, not understanding what she was up to, and patted the tyrant's head. Hurry, catch up. Along the way, Hutu saw countless wandering ghosts drifting between heaven and earth, remnants of souls that couldn't dissipate. Her heart was ignited with great love. Her nose felt sour, and she looked at Chen Chen eagerly. Is this what you wanted me to see? Chen Chen met her gaze, feeling overwhelmed. Over the years of interaction, both of them had developed feelings for each other, but neither had broken the ice. Next, let's walk and comprehend, and you gather these laws together. But remember, if any thoughts arise, don't act impulsively. You trust me. Chen Chen lifted his hand and infused the reincarnation laws granted by the system into Hutu's body, fearing she might get a sudden idea and use her ancestral, which form to bear the reincarnation. He quickly added a reminder. As soon as the laws entered her body, Hutu immediately felt the resonance, sitting cross-legged on top of the tyrant, closing her eyes to immerse herself. Chen Chen saw that she had entered a state of meditation and helplessly smiled, saying to the tyrant, "Let's go aim for Mount Wanshou." The tyrant silently carried the two individuals, and with a single step they were already 10 miles away. It had learned much from Hutu over the years, becoming well acquainted with the way of the earth. Mount Wanshou bordered the junction of the east and west, while Chen Chen leisurely went fishing and Hutu entered seclusion. The tyrant took nearly 100 years to reach the destination. The tyrant stopped in front of Wuzhuang, Guan, waking the dozing Chen Chen. Hutu, having comprehended the laws of reincarnation, opened her eyes and asked, "Chen Chen, is this the territory of Jinyuanzi? What are we doing here?" Chen Chen looked at the awakened Hutu and smiled, saying, "Of course, it's to find a helper. This guy will most likely be under your command in the future." "Oh right, you have drool coming out." Hutu's face turned red as she hurriedly lifted her hand to wipe it, only to realize that Chen Chen was teasing her. Chen Chen laughed heartily and stepped forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Jinyuanzi, are you there? The human Chen Chen has come to pay you a visit." Before long, the door creaked open. A man in a long robe stood at the door, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Jinyuanzi, pleased to meet you fellow Taoists, and greetings to the ancestral shaman Hu." Once he welcomed the duo into the hall, Jinyuanzi looked puzzled and asked, "What brings you two to my humble abode?" Chen Chen grinned and said, "Jinyuanzi, do you want to become a saint?" "What a—" Jinyuanzi suddenly stood up, and Hutu's expression changed as well. "Are you serious?" Jinyuanzi's voice trembled. Chen Chen did not rush to respond. Instead, he called out in his mind system, "Help me shield this space so that the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun cannot hear us." Ding. Task completed. Reliable. Chen Chen gave a thumbs up in his mind. Only then did he speak, his tone calm. Hongjun released 7 strands of primordial purple energy, corresponding to 7 individuals. 6 of them are being protected right under his nose, but the 7th one is clearly set up for those powerful beings to hunt down. Jinyuanzi recalled the fate of Hongyun and realized that it made more sense the more he thought about it. But he could not understand, what status and cultivation does Hongjun have to be at odds with a Kwasa saint? It's a long story. Chen Chen continued. During the Dao demon calamity, the demon ancestor Luo Ho blew up the western earth vein, causing massive destruction, and Hongjun incurred a great karma. Later, when Hongyun relinquished his position in Zhixiao Palace, it was equivalent to preventing Hongjun from repaying this karma. As time dragged on, the eastern fortune might even start drifting westward. Do you think Hongjun can remain calm? Can he not resent Hongyun? Jinyuanzi's eyes turned red as he listened. Is it really just for such a flimsy reason? My brother was killed by a joint effort of the Heavenly Court and Dongwon Gong, and I couldn't help at all. As he spoke, his voice trailed off. Hongyun still has a chance to return. Jinyuanzi suddenly looked up. Fellow Taoist, are you serious? What should I do? Just tell me. Hutu's aura slightly shifted, and Jinyuanzi sensed the power of reincarnation. At that moment, he believed it completely. You should know that in the primordial era, there are 3 paths: heaven, earth, and humanity. The earth and humanity paths are suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. Hutu is the key to awakening the earth path. She can directly become the earth path master, standing on equal footing with Hongjun. Reincarnation is fundamentally a function of the earth path. You possess the earth book, which allows you to organize the earth veins. Your path to becoming a saint lies within the earth path. Hongyun can also return. Chen Chen spoke with a light touch, but Jinyuanzi and Hutu were left stunned. The two exchanged glances, neither expecting Chen Chen to aim for something so great. Do you two want to join forces? Zhen Yuanzi pondered for a moment. If Hong Yun could survive, he could also become a saint. Where could he find such good fortune? He came to a realization and raised his head. What can I do? Just tell me, fellow Taoist. Chen Chen nodded. There is indeed something you can do. You need to organize the entire primordial land from start to finish, and the western earth veins cannot be neglected. When the time comes, you will naturally become a saint of the earth path. Zhen Yuanzi stood up and deeply bowed to Chen Chen and Hudu. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for pointing me in the right direction. The two accepted the bow with calmness. Afterward, the three began discussing the Tao, and they talked for 300 years. Hutu found that her Tao shared many similarities with Zhen Yuanzi's. Although Chen Chen was still at the Great Luo level, his insights were sharper than those of numerous Han Yuan and Quasi saints. This exchange was fruitful for all three of them. Having completed matters on Zhen Yuanzi's side, Chen Chen prepared to leave with Hutu. Remember what needs to be done, don't forget it. He left this remark and turned to leave. He left the tyrant behind to assist Zhen Yuanzi. Hutu followed closely behind him, walking at a leisurely pace. Chen Chen, where are we going next? Chen Chen thought for a moment and replied, Beihai. Hutu did not ask further, knowing was enough. Soon the two arrived at the shore of Beihai. Chen Chen called out in his mind, System, conceal the traces of Hutu and me, don't let Hong Jun detect us. Additionally, provide me with the location of that mystic turtle in Beihai. Ding. Host, I'm just a sign-in system. Can you please stop making me do this kind of work? Ding. Shielding completed. Location sent. With a coordinate now in his mind, Chen wasted no time and headed in that direction with Hutu. In no time, they stood before the sleeping Beihai mystic turtle. The part of its shell exposed above the water was already as large as a small island. Its forelegs were shockingly thick. No wonder the legends said it could support the heavens. Hong Jun and the Heavenly Dao had put considerable thought into this mystic turtle. Not only preventing it from transforming, but without the system's assistance, getting close would earn them attention. Hey big guy, wake up. Chen Chen spoke, his voice infused with the power of the laws, directly pulling the mystic turtle from its slumber. The mystic turtle opened its eyes, its voice booming and shaking the surface of the sea. Oh, who are you? In my long life, I've never seen a living being. My name is Chen Chen. I want to take you as my disciple. Do you know why you cannot transform? Do you know why no one has seen you for centuries? Chen Chen spoke in a calm tone, each word drilling into the mystic turtle's mind. Before the mystic turtle could think further, Chen Chen added, Hong Jun, you must have heard of him. He placed a restriction on you, calculating you into his schemes so he could later target Buzhou Mountain. You should have felt it yourself. Your cultivation has been rising, yet you cannot transform, and your body only grows larger by the day. This is abnormal. The mystic turtle's tone shifted, revealing an unusual panic. You say you want to take me as your disciple. What method do you have? Let nature take its course. In due time, you will have to let go of this physical body, and I will help you reincarnate. After that, I will take you in and assist you in reclaiming your past memories. Chen Chen laid out his plans. Huta, listening from the side, nodded without objection. She was already deeply tied to both the witch clan and Chen Chen, inseparable. However, upon hearing about Hong Jun's schemes towards Buzhou Mountain, her divine form nearly burst forth. She managed to suppress it. She trusted Chen Chen. The mystic turtle's eyes lit up. Then what else do I need to do? You don't need to do anything. Just continue sleeping. When the time is right, you will naturally know. We will handle the arrangements for your guidance. Chen Chen spoke with certainty, directly calming the mystic turtle's inner turmoil. All right, master, I will listen to you. The mystic turtle nodded gently, and a massive wave surged across the sea. All right, we will take our leave. Rest assured, everything that needs to be arranged will be taken care of. Chen Chen patted the mystic turtle's large head. 8. Stop the west. Chen Chen, where are we going next? Hutu jumped down from the back of the Beihai mystic turtle, following Chen Chen. She had witnessed him set up those schemes, and was now completely trusting of him. Chen Chen calculated with his fingers. There were still several hundred years until the sign-in date. Time was sufficient, so there was no need to rush. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head and said, for now, there's nothing urgent. Let's take a proper tour of the primordial world, putting aside cultivation and arrangements. Huda's eyes brightened. Really? This wooden-head one finally got a clue. Then let's hurry. She grabbed Chen Chen's hand, as if afraid he would change his mind. Hey, slow down. Slow down. Chen Chen stumbled forward as she dragged him along. The two didn't pay attention to the direction, chatting as they walked, but soon the surroundings became increasingly desolate. There were hardly any beasts, not even sparse grass and trees. Chen Chen and Hutu sensed something was off and calculated with their fingers. Indeed, they had arrived in the west. Chen Chen, it turns out that Zhuanti and Jane have it so tough. No wonder they are so envious of the east. Hutu's tone carried a hint of sympathy. Chen Chen nodded. To be honest, I admire these two. Zhuanti and Jane are both individuals of great willpower. During the Tao Demon War, the demon ancestor shattered the western earth veins, leading to the extinction of life and destruction of treasures. They emerged from the ruins. The great karma owed to the west by that esteemed one rests on their shoulders. They took on the primordial purple energy, thus shouldering the burden of revitalizing the west. So as long as they don't trouble us, I have no desire to scheme against them. Hutu remained silent. Her impression of those two had quietly changed quite a bit. Since we're here, let's explore the west. Chen Chen rubbed Huta's head and laughed heartily. You rascal. Huta gnashed her teeth and glared at him, yet did not shy away. At first they were quite curious. However, everywhere they went in the west was the same. Gray and dull, the sights grew tiresome. Chen Chen noticed Huta's lack of interest and was about to suggest returning when he suddenly remembered a place they hadn't visited. Huta, there's nothing much to see here. Should we go take a look at Mount Shumi? Or should we head back to the east? Hutu initially wanted to ask why they should go to the territory of those two. But upon recalling the west's desolation, and then thinking about how those two fought tooth and nail to uphold this realm, her prejudices faded significantly. Then let's go take a look. We can't come to the west without checking out the biggest attraction. Huta teased. Chen Chen held Huta's hand, walking towards Mount Shumi. Huta's cheeks flushed faintly, yet she did not pull away. At last this wooden-head fellow had learned to take initiative. As they drew closer to Mount Sumeru, the surrounding landscape grew ever more exquisite. Within 100 li, the density of spiritual energy rivaled that of the impoverished eastern realms. Before they advanced further, two clouds drifted in from the horizon, each bearing a Taoist cultivator. Jane approached with a warm smile. Esteemed friends, this humble Taoist arrived late. Pray forgive me. Please join us in the grand hall for tea. Inwardly, he mused, no matter their origins, surely these two posed no threat to the west. What if they came in goodwill? Chen Chen offered a respectful salute. Master, you are far too courteous. It is we who intrude uninvited, disturbing your serene sanctuary. Huta nodded in silent agreement. Xuanti stepped forward with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. No trouble at all. Come, let us converse in the grand hall. Esteemed guests, please lead the way. The four seated themselves within the grand hall. Chen Chen spoke first. We have wandered freely across the primordial chaos and chanced upon your lands. Pray excuse our unexpected arrival. This place sees scarcely any visitors. Jane waved his hand lightly. Your presence delights us. We could never take offense. Chen Chen sighed softly. Only now, having reached the west, do I grasp the true weight you bear. Truth be told, I feel deep shame. I once harbored ill will toward you, hearing only rumors. One cannot preach magnanimity without having endured another's suffering. Jane chuckled. That remark bears uncommon wisdom, master. From the dawn of our cultivation, my brother and I have lifted each other through every trial. Our bond runs deeper than even the three pure ones. Since resolving to revitalize the West, dignity became a luxury we long abandoned. His voice trembled with rare emotion, as though Chen Chen had pierced straight to the heart of their decades-long sacrifice. At last someone truly understood what the two brothers had borne. Xuanti's eyes glistened, his breath caught as waves of feeling surged within him. Once composed, he said softly, forgive my unseemly display. Meeting you today brings me genuine heartfelt joy. Chen Chen shook his head with a wry smile. These two possessed neither pride nor pretense. Yet for those they called kin, they gave everything. Their discipleship bore no resemblance to Yuanshir's fastidious selectivity, O Huanglong, forgive the aside, or Tongtian's indiscriminate acceptance. Yet the West was destitute. Few would come willingly. What if they could be drawn here? Chen Chen pondered a while, and sensed real promise. Master, would you see the West flourish anew? Would you ascend smoothly to sagehood? You must know well, even foresee, that Western destiny lacks the auspicious chi to sustain both of you as sages simultaneously. Any alternative path would incur immense karmic debt. Xuanti and Jane exchanged a glance. Of course we wish it. What method do you propose? Chen Chen touched his brow with fingertip, then drew outward. A faint golden phantom slipped forth from his body. I leave behind this imprint. When I attain sagehood, it shall awaken of its own accord. Should I fail to return by that appointed day, it shall dissolve, and then you shall comprehend all. He sealed the phantom with a subtle restriction. As he withdrew his hand, he added thoughtfully, one more thing. Should a cultivator named Xinyuanzi arrive in the West, do not hinder him. Let him act freely. He can harmonize your land's geomantic veins and gradually restore order to the ruin left behind by the demon sovereign himself. At these words, Xuanti's and Jane's eyes both blazed with sudden light. Yet immediately afterward their brows knotted in sorrow. The karmic debt owed to Han Yun weighed heavier than mountains. When Han Yun faced slaughter, neither had raised a hand. Chen Chen glanced at them and continued calmly, that debt to Han Yun will find its resolution in time. But first you must win Xinyuanzi's favor. You are no schemers of darkness. Perhaps one day you three may stand shoulder to shoulder accomplishing great deeds together. Juanti and Jane bowed deeply, voices thick with gratitude. A faint twitch crossed Chen Chen's lips. These two bore no trace of celestial might. No wonder few in the primordial chaos held them in esteem. He waved dismissively. No need for such formality. I simply seek to draw you onto our vessel. When the day comes you prepare for sagehood, you will understand my intent fully. If you agree, swear by the great Tao. We do not pledge alliance hastily. But this we vow solemnly, so long as we live neither my brother nor I shall ever raise hand against you. This vow we uphold without exception. Chen Chen nodded. That sufficed, for even if they never became allies, at least they ceased being adversaries. With business concluded, Hutu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Were we not out for leisure? Let us speak of lighter things. Chen Chen smiled at her, agreed. Then let us share something delightful. After some time it was time to part. Masters, thank you for your generous hospitality. We depart now. Chen Chen took Hutu's hand and waved farewell to Juanti. After some time it was time to part. Masters, thank you for your generous hospitality. We depart now. Chen Chen took Hutu's hand and waved farewell to Juanti and Jane. Safe journey, esteemed friend. Juanti and Jane bowed low. Chen Chen and Hutu returned the gesture, then turned eastward once more. As soon as they vanished, Juanti turned to Jane. Senior brother, do you believe his proposal of alliance holds merit? Jane shook his head. Too vast to judge now. Wait until Laozi ascends to sagehood, then we shall see. Yet, whether it bears fruit or not, this friend I claim as mine. In these times few still deign to meet our gaze with sincerity. Juanti recalled years of scorn, and nearly choked on rising tears. Meanwhile Hutu walked silently, her mood strangely subdued. Chen Chen glanced at her. What troubles you? She pouted. Who could have imagined Juanti and Jane were like that? To judge others solely by appearance is folly. Who would bow and scrape when standing tall as possible? They endure hardship. Truly for the West's narrow domain, they are its very pillars. Chen Chen ruffled Hutu's hair gently. She instantly regained composure, eyes bright as she declared, Enough. Let us resume our adventures. Her voice brimmed with exhilaration. She seemed wholly unaware that his hand still rested atop her head, nor did she flinch away. Chen Chen smiled and followed Hutu onward through the primordial chaos, more precisely through its boundless, untamed expanse. They strolled at leisure, pausing to admire blossoms and grasses alike. Suddenly a voice erupted across heaven and earth. By the Heavenly Dao I Mingi, seeing the beings of Blood Sea incomplete and fragmented, hereby create a new race to perfect the Heavenly Dao. The Azura race is born this day. Every great cultivator across the primordial chaos instantly turned their gaze toward the Blood Sea. A torrent of meritorious virtue surged from the heavens, pouring directly into Mingi's body. Yet before envy or regret could settle upon others, before anyone lamented falling short of Nuwa's precedent, a violet celestial thunderbolt tore through the sky, striking Mingi with terrifying precision. The meritorious virtue Mingi had just received vanished utterly beneath that thunderclap, scorched clean away, while a sliver of lightning pierced deep into his core. Having savored the spectacle, she turned to Chen Chen. Where shall we wander next? He calculated briefly. The Blood Sea. But no rush. Other great cultivators sneered with disdain. Mingi ignored them all, retreating instantly into the Blood Sea to heal. Hutu watched the spectacle and found it rather amusing. Having savored the spectacle, she turned to Chen Chen. Where shall we wander next? He calculated briefly. The Blood Sea. But no rush. We'll stroll there at our ease. Hutu nodded. After all this time, doubt no longer clouded her trust in him. They continued wandering through flower-draped meadows. 10 years passed. They now stood near the Blood Sea. The 10th Ascendier sign and reward matched Chen Chen's expectations precisely. Sixfold wheel of reincarnation incomplete. Forged from stolen principles of reincarnation, this artifact withstands the wheel's power more stably and more profoundly than even the ancestral godbody itself. Within it slumbers a dormant law, one requiring embodiment to awaken. Only then shall the earthly Tao fully stir. Hutu gazed upon the Blood Sea before her, and comprehension dawned. Without hesitation, Chen Chen crushed the jade pendant bestowed by Dijiang. Spiritual energy convulsed violently, compressing into a miniature black hole. Moments later, Dijiang's voice echoed forth. Chen Chen, is the time upon us? Dijiang emerged from the vortex, stabilizing the spatial rift with outstretched hands. Ziji and Gonggong Zhuro. 11 ancestral gods materialized one by one, encircling the pair completely. Follow me, no action required yet. Merely stand ready should peril arise. Chen Chen instructed them, then led Hutu to the shore of the Blood Sea. No sooner had their feet touched solid ground than Mingi burst forth from the Blood Sea. He opened his mouth to curse, then froze mid-breath. Behind those two slender figures stood 11 towering ancestral gods, arms crossed, gazes sharp as frost-laced blades. Mingyi's facial muscles twitched, his expression transformed instantly. "Oh my, esteemed masters. So honored you've graced us with your presence. Welcome, welcome." Chen Chen ignored him entirely, his gaze fixed upon Hoodoo. Within her primordial energy roiled, threatening to erupt beyond containment. "Enough. No need to suppress it any longer." Chen Chen's voice dropped low and resonant. "Follow your true heart." As the words fell, he flipped his wrist and produced this six-fold wheel of reincarnation incomplete. The artifact stirred with sentience. No sooner released than it drifted, drawn by unseen force, circling Hutu in slow, reverent orbit. Hutu closed her eyes, drawing a deep, steadying breath. When she opened them again, resolve burned pure and unwavering in their depths. "By Father God above, by the great Dao I Hutu of the Pan-Gu lineage, hereby swear." Her voice, though soft, shook the entire blood sea. The laws of the primordial chaos remain incomplete, its Dao resonance fractured, all beings perish without destination. "I shall sacrifice myself to become the six-fold path, forging for all sentient life a road of rebirth. Those not attaining immortality of the great Luo shall retain their true souls within the book of life and death, granting them renewal after death." The wheel of reincarnation manifests. Release the underground passage. With the final words spoken, the body of Hutu began to turn transparent, as if countless points of light were drifting out from within her. The merits were so dense that they were almost solid, wrapping Hutu completely, with the people outside only barely able to see her human silhouette. The merits seemed alive, frantically drilling, and the underworld took root firmly beneath the primordial chaos. Soon after, the sky split apart, and the immense merits of the great Dao poured down like a waterfall, flooding into Hutu's body. The merits were so dense that they were almost solid, wrapping Hutu completely, with the people outside only barely able to see her human silhouette. The merits seemed alive, frantically drilling into her primordial spirit. Hutu's primordial spirit was already so thin it was on the verge of dissipating, but with this surge it began to swell rapidly. Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo. It surged all the way to the 9th layer of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal before finally stopping. A terrifying aura swept through the entire primordial chaos. All beings were pressed to the ground, not daring to breathe. Only Chen Chen and the 11 ancestral witches stood unmoving in their places. Suddenly 3 streams of light shot out from the depths of the underworld, landing steadily before Hutu. The Book of Life and Death. The judges penned the 3 live stone. As the 3 treasures landed, a figure stepped out from within Hutu, looking exactly like her, but with a completely different aura. The figure softly spoke, "From now on I shall be called Pingxin." The entire primordial chaos fell silent. Soon after, all spirits bowed their heads. "We pay our respects to the great compassionate Pingxin goddess." The voices surged from all directions, one wave overwhelming the next. Far away in the purple cloud palace, Hongjun immediately sensed that something was amiss. The underground passage had awakened. His brow furrowed as he flashed out of the purple cloud palace. Upon arriving above the sea of blood, he initially took it lightly. But as he carefully sensed the situation, his expression instantly changed. It was complete, the complete awakening of the underground passage. Hongjun's heart constricted violently. Without thinking, he dove downward. But it was already too late. He steadied his expression, putting on a nonchalant facade as he landed before Hutu. "Pingxin, my friend, the establishment of reincarnation and the emergence of the underground passage is indeed a great merit for all beings in the primordial chaos." He paused, his tone gentle. "However, the Heavenly Dao is above. This matter of reincarnation should still be left to." As he spoke, his face smiled, but inside he was already cursing. Who would have thought that Hutu would achieve reincarnation before the 6 sages had even returned? And she directly awakened the complete underground passage. Currently, the Heavenly Dao had not yet reached its peak, and Hutu's combat power within the underworld was firmly at the level of the Heavenly Dao. Meanwhile, Hongjuan outside the Heavenly Dao space was merely at the 10th layer of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity and qualifications to risk their lives for reincarnation. Moreover, not everyone could obtain that immense merit. Hongjun only wished to coax Hutu back for now, and then slowly bind her with shackles. But he also understood, Chen Chen and the 11 ancestral witches would not give him this opportunity. As expected, the 12 ancestral witches moved instantly. Their figures intertwined their steps, forming a massive formation. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation was completed. In the void, a bare-chested man suddenly appeared. Pangu. With Hutu acting as the heart's power, Daijang controlled the body. As Pangu's phantom manifested, the heavens of the primordial chaos darkened by a third. Daijang let out a sneer, glancing at Hongjun from the corner of his eye. "Dao ancestor, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" Hongjun's face turned crimson, but he did not dare to take a step forward. At this moment Nuwa arrived. Oh, she was the first to attain sainthood, coming faster than anyone. Seizing Nuwa like a lifeline, Hongjun hurriedly called out, "Nuwa, come with me, let's deal with these ancestral witches." Hongjun himself did not realize that the shock of the underground passage's complete awakening had already thrown him into chaos. After planning for so long, seeing the imminent success suddenly go awry, anyone would explode. Nuwa did not resist the command, and the two acted together. But what was the outcome? Panga's true form slapped them down with a single blow. The 12 ancestral witches were already quasi-saints. Oh, once the formation was set, they could exchange blows with saints. Moreover, although Hutu was not within the underground passage, she stood only a few steps away from its entrance, and the energy within her surged forth like a flood. Her cultivation was only slightly inferior to Hongjun's. This formation currently pressed down on Hongjun and Nuwa, facing no issues at all. After being thoroughly beaten, the two left in disgrace, not daring to utter another word, much less suggest that Hutu roll out from the underground passage. Once they departed, Hutu's siblings surrounded her, chattering their congratulations. Chen Chen had to play the party pooper. All right, let's celebrate later. The underworld is not done yet. Hutu's mind stirred. Chen Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Hutu had directly granted him the authority over the underworld, and it was only given to him equivalent to completely severing that part from herself. Seeing his incredulous expression, Hutu smiled. From now on, all matters within the underworld will be under your control. Consider these things your reward. Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy inside. What does this mean? Am I being bought? He hurriedly shook his head, dismissing this nonsensical thought. Fine, since this has come to pass, I shall do it. Suddenly, he donned a black imperial robe. I am the great emperor of Fengdu in the underworld. The underworld must establish the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 halls of Yenluo. The Ghost Gate, Yellow Springs Road, and Naiha Bridge, and 18 layers of hell cannot be lacking. The 6 realms of reincarnation must be divided into the paths of celestials, humans, asuras, hell-hungry ghosts, and beasts. From today onward, the underworld can be considered truly complete. After Chen Chen finished speaking, Hutu continued, Jin Yuanzi, I grant you the fruit position of the saint of the underground passage. Once the mission is accomplished, you may return. Far away in the west, Jin Yuanzi across vast distances bowed towards the two. Jin Yuanzi, thanks the great compassionate Pingxin goddess. Nearby, the figures of Kunti and Jane watched this scene with envious glints in their eyes. Once Chen Chen and Hutu clarified the matters of the underworld, the 3 pure ones, the Queen Mother of the West, and the burning lamp, a multitude of great beings surged to the edge of the sea of blood. Mingi's expression was complex. He had never considered that a neighbor would suddenly appear right next to his territory. I have met the Pingxin goddess. A group of people bowed in unison upon seeing Hutu. She reached out to help them up. There's no need for so much courtesy. I understand your intentions. Please return. Not only did she say it, but the 10 muscular ancestral witches also clenched their fists in agreement. The many great beings who had traveled a long way once again left in disgrace. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi exploded on the spot. Who does she think she is? We are the true lineage of Pangu. What's wrong with us getting involved in underworld matters? Spittle nearly flew onto Tongshan's face. Tongtian looked helpless. All right, second brother, that is her territory. Besides, we aren't even saints, so what qualifications do we have to talk about sharing? You say I have no qualifications. Yuan Shi glared. Or are you saying my cultivation is insufficient? Tongtian, aware of the situation, fell silent, allowing Yuan Shi to continue his tirade. Nearby, Laozi ignored the two quarreling, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Nuwa creating humanity became a saint, and Hutu awakening the underground passage seemed to be related to the human race. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Laozi's eyes brightened. Second brother, third brother, I want to go out for a walk to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. You two take care of the home. Yuan Shi and Tongtian clasped their hands in agreement. Laozi set off alone, wandering aimlessly through the primordial chaos. Before long, he spotted a human tribe from a distance. He transformed into a thin old man and slowly approached. Old man, where do you come from? Are you hungry? A child ran over, his voice crisp and bright. Laozi nodded. Then I'll trouble you, young friend. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Following the child into the tribe, Laozi felt a jolt in his mind as the primordial purple energy surged. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right. Over at the underworld, Hutu and Chen Chen were focused on the river of the underworld before them, determined to recruit this fellow. Mingi, do you wish to attain sainthood? Hutu asked straightforwardly. Ming's face instantly filled with smiles. Of course. If the goddess is willing to grant me the opportunity to become a saint, I am willing to guard the gates of the underworld for you. Chen Chen shook his head. Not enough. Mingi steeled himself and swore, the great Tao is above, the underground passage is above. I Mingi vow today to join the underground passage faction, never to betray. If I go against this, may I suffer the purple sky divine thunder, and have my bones ground daily never to progress in cultivation. Chen Chen nodded. Alright, as long as you don't go back on your word, first heal your Dao injuries. The position of the Azura Path Lord is reserved for you. Upon hearing this, Mingyi beamed with joy, repeatedly bowing in thanks as he left with lightning speed. Fighting Qi magic, and the path of maternal entanglement with the world. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the last line, he couldn't help but ding. Obtained, path of fighting Qi. Ding. Obtained, path of magic. Ding. Obtained, path of martial soul. Fighting Qi magic, and the path of maternal entanglement with the world. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the last line, he couldn't help but snort. But then he thought again, and his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He understood. The martial way was always lacking that breath, and the root was here. He slapped his thigh, his entire being stunned, as if struck by lightning. After all, he was the ancestor of the martial way, and how could he rely solely on himself for practice? How narrow. Wouldn't that block off the future of the human race? If he were to integrate all these various paths, such as fighting Qi and magic, into the martial way, his eyes grew brighter with the thought. Then the paths available to the human race would multiply. Geniuses and powerhouses there would be, as many as one desired. With this thought in mind, Chen Chen turned and shouted, Hutu, I've comprehended you. I need to enter seclusion. You keep an eye on the underworld for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed into the residence of the great emperor of Fengdu. Hutu curled her lips and let out a light snort, choosing not to intervene. Time sped by swiftly. Each day the system would present a new Dao, and Chen Chen would immerse himself in comprehending one after another, weaving them intricately into his martial path. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3,000 foreign Dao techniques were all merged into his martial cultivation, propelling him to the Hunyuan realm. Chen Chen was well aware that he stood on the threshold of transcending to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Yet he understood even more clearly that with his current foundation relying solely on his Hunyuan cultivation, he could clash Heiden with the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian without faltering. Still, he restrained himself, refusing to ascend. Every step had to be solidly grounded, every layer's essence must be savored before moving forward. Chen Chen pushed open the door of the seclusion chamber and immediately saw Huda stationed at the entrance. Oh, your cultivation has risen quite a bit. Looks like this retreat wasn't in vain, Huda teased. Chen Chen grinned broadly. Not too bad. Is the personnel arranged for the underworld? Huda nodded. The brothers are restless and have gone to experience the role firsthand. Also, I found 2 native species in the primordial wilderness suited to be minor spirits, the bull-headed and horse-faced, already recruited. Chen Chen pondered briefly, feeling nothing was overlooked, and remained silent. Suddenly Hutu recalled something and added, by the way, Ming, he is recuperating in the Azura Path, fully healed. He's expected to attain enlightenment and sainthood within these years. Chen Chen nodded, unsurprised. At that moment, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky over the primordial wilderness. The Heavenly Dao reigns above. The human race lacks guidance. I hereby establish the human sect, transmitting the cultivation of immortality to the human race, suppressing their fate with the Taiji diagram. Before the sentence finished, Chen Chen erupted. He surged out of the underworld, his roar shaking the heavens. Nonsense. I am the martial ancestor of the human race, and I reject this. The ancestral grounds of the human race responded instantly. I am Swearin Shur, Zi Shur, Yu Chao Shur, representing the human ancestral grounds. We reject this. Following swiftly. As tribal leaders, we reject this. We individuals reject this. Our tribes reject this. The human race rejects this. Chen Chen had already surged above his tribe, where Laozi stood with Hutu close behind. Before Laozi could finish his heavenly Dao oath, he was struck by the repelling force of the entire human race, spraying blood from his mouth. Yuanshi and Tongtian, still stunned, swiftly flew over upon seeing Laozi in trouble. The great powers of the primordial wilderness lurked in the shadows, waiting to witness Laozi's downfall. Laozi raised his head, staring at Chen Chen, his murderous intent almost tangible, martial ancestor of the human race. What do you mean? Why do you oppose my establishment of the sect? Chen Chen spared no courtesy, retorting bluntly, establish a sect, using the human race's fate as stepping stones, draining the path to sainthood, and leaving behind a mess. We do not forbid you from spreading the Dao, but if you truly wish to serve and care for the human race, we welcome you wholeheartedly. But instead you seek to seize the fate and usurp the orthodox lineage while we are off guard. How dare you? Laozi was caught off guard by Chen Chen's directness, having his hidden intentions laid bare. Struggling for breath, a sweet sensation in his throat caused blood to spray anew. Yuanshi and Tongtian arrived promptly. Yuanshi, refusing to reason, shouted, my elder brother established sainthood in the sect using your human race's fate. That means he values you. Don't be ungrateful. Tong Tian opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent standing behind them. Laozi raised a hand to halt Yuanshi and fixed his gaze on Chen Chen. Then what do you want? Chen Chen waved dismissively. Establish your sect as you wish, but not the human sect. The sect you found may be of the human race, but it can never be founded by you. As his words echoed throughout the primordial wilderness, Chen Chen declared, Fellow Taoists, you may spread the Tao among the human race, I shall not interfere. But if anyone tries to gain benefits without effort, come and test whether the fists of our human race are truly formidable. With these words, he unleashed his cultivation, approaching infinitely close to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Laozi's face turned ashen. He had intended to secure this position before humanity reacted, but now. He glanced at Hutu behind Chen Chen and begrudgingly spoke again. The Heavenly Dao reigns above. I, Laozi of Taiching, one of the three purities, sensing the lack of inheritance among earthly beings, hereby establish the Taoist sect to enlighten all sentient beings. Using the Taiji diagram as the sect's treasured seal, I will gather the Taoist fate. As his words fell, the merit of sect establishment surged like a tide. The Hongming purple chi in Laozi's sea of consciousness quickly fused, and a wave of oppressive aura swept the primordial wilderness. If not enlightened now, then when? Laozi bellowed. The Heavenly Dao reigns above. I am Yuanshi, one of the three purities of the Pango Orthodox sect, now comprehending the ultimate truth of the Heavenly Dao. I establish a sect named the Chanjiao to conform to the Heavenly Dao, elucidate heavenly principles, and enlighten all beings. Using the Pango banner as the sect's treasured seal, I gather the fate of the Chanjiao. The Heavenly Dao reigns above. I am Tongtian, one of the three purities of the Pango Orthodox sect, moved by the Heavenly Dao to grant living beings a glimmer of hope, enlightening all beings. Using the Qingping sword as the sect's treasured seal, I wield the four swords of immortal slaying to gather the fate of the Jia sect. Jia sect established. Laozi's sect establishment merit was actually insufficient for his sainthood. However, with the foundational merit passed down from Pangu, he forced his breakthrough, barely crossing into the first tier of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Compared to his original plan of relying on the human race's fate to leap to the third tier, the gap was vast. He looked at Chen Chen, resentment buried deep in his eyes. Laozi's sainthood stirred the fate of the three purities, prompting Yuanshi and Tong Tian to follow suit and cross into that realm. In the west, Zhuanti and Jane had been monitoring the images left by Chen Chen since the clash between Laozi and Chen Chen. Fellow Taoist, are you willing to join forces with us? Upon receiving affirmation, the two uttered four words, transform Tao into Buddha. By then, the three purities had become saints, and the time for theirs to achieve sainthood had come. The Heavenly Dao reigns above. Today, we Zhuanti and Jane, witnessing the suffering of sentient beings, establish the Western sect. Its purpose is to lead people towards goodness, free from sorrow, pain, disaster, and tribulation. Using the seven treasures wonderful tree as the sect's treasured instrument and the 12-level merit golden lotus to suppress fate. The merit of sect establishment descended from the heavens, but this merit was only enough for one to attain. Without hesitation, the two continued. The Western sect transforms into Buddhism. Buddhism establishes the 3 ages Buddhas, 36 Buddha lords, 8 great bodhisattvas, and 12 arhats as positions. Zhuanti becomes the Buddha mother, Jane the Buddha ancestor, and Buddhism is established. The fate of the Eastern Xian sect gradually flowed westward. Relying on the merit and fate of the Western sect and Buddhism, the two ascended slowly, both attaining sainthood. Hongjun had just felt the surge in the Xian sect's fate from the three purities' enlightenment when he saw Zhuanti and Jane's actions. His fury ignited instantly. He had planned to keep these two indebted to the Heavenly Dao's karma for easy control, but everything was ruined. The three purities, already saints, stood before Chen Chen, their auras ferocious, as if ready to devour. The two Western saints hurriedly arrived and stood behind Chen Chen. You two traitors still dare to come, supporting this human race as a backer. Yuanshi shouted hoarsely, disbelief etched across his face. Huta frowned at Yuanshi's words, stepping beside Chen Chen. No, I am Chen Chen's true support. Do you want to make a move? Yuanshi instantly fell silent, closing his mouth. Chen Chen glanced at the group behind him. Though his cultivation was high, and he feared no trouble, his heart nevertheless warmed. Another voice rang out. The Earth Dao reigns above. I Ming, he respond to the Earth Dao Lord's summons, and shall achieve the Earth Dao Azura Path Lord's rank. Huta nodded and said approved. Ming he then surged out from the Azura Path and stood behind Chen Chen. Does anyone else wish to speak? Chen Chen nodded at Ming he, and then turned to the three purities without courtesy. Tong Tian wanted to say something, but Yuanshi and Laozi waved their sleeves and left. Tong Tian could not stay either, and only nodded at Chen Chen as he followed his two elder brothers away. Chen Chen expressed his gratitude to the two Western saints. Thank you both for standing by me. The two Western saints smiled. No need. We should thank you for showing us the way. Besides, we are allies now. Chen Chen smiled. People like Zhuanti and Jane were best as friends. If they became enemies, their boundless nature would be a grave headache. Chen Chen sincerely admired these two, speaking with no pretense. The two Western saints encountering someone who understood them without prejudice and who had helped them solidify their bond. After some thought, Chen Chen felt confident in the people present and led the four to the ancestral land of the human race, summoning the three Swearenshire as well. Upon entering the sky-darkening and sun-blocking realm, Hutu was stunned. Her control over the Earth Dao was completely severed. She could sense nothing. She turned to Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled. I happen to seize this place. Neither the Heavenly Dao nor the Earth Dao can penetrate it, making it perfect for discussing matters best kept in the shadows. Zhuanti, Jane, and Ming, he felt the severance from the Heavenly and Earth Dao immediately, their saintly realms dropping accordingly. This time I intend to accomplish a great undertaking. You are all people I trust, so I will be frank. I aim to awaken the human Dao. The others were not overly shocked and nodded for him to continue. Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. You don't think this will be easy, do you? They looked at him intently, their meaning clear. They had absolute faith in him. Chen Chen explained everything in detail, the Heavenly Dao's design, Hongjuan's schemes, manipulations involving the Earth Dao human race, and even the Hongmeng purple qi. Only after he finished did everyone realize the gravity of the situation. The three Swearenshire finally understood why Chen Chen had secluded himself so fiercely since birth. Hutu also comprehended how perilous it had been to awaken the Earth Dao originally. The two from the west wailed. The Hongmeng purple qi was precisely what they were using. Chen Chen rubbed his forehead. Enough, stop wailing. Since it's out in the open, don't worry. With your foundations, it's difficult to reach Hunyuan anyway. Using sainthood to rapidly comprehend realms is another path. Prepare yourselves. When the time comes, sever your sainthood positions to disrupt the Heavenly Dao temporarily. Rest assured you will be safe then. Zhuanti and Jane considered this reasonable, and trusting Chen Chen they agreed. Chen Chen originally planned to wait for the next calamity before taking action in the human realm, but the situation changed when the Earth Path awakened early. The Wu clan's power overshadowed the Yao clan significantly, and seeing his father's ascension to sainthood made him realize that with his arrival many things were about to change. Therefore he wanted to quickly gather enough power to bring forth the human realm. Everyone, I intend to have all the human race practice martial arts vigorously to grow rapidly and awaken the human realm through this. As for who will be the master of the human realm, it depends on which side Nuwa stands on. Chen Chen spoke decisively. At this moment Hongjun sensed that the Heavenly Dao was already full and the six ordained saints were all present. However, many things were going awry and he simply took advantage of the calamity to muddle the heavenly secrets. Jiaoying burst into the heavenly court's great hall shouting, Your Majesty, I have discovered something wonderful. I found that the beings of the human race can help us enhance our cultivation. The resentment and blood energy they emit after death cause significant harm to the Wu clan. Emperor Jun was already troubled by the He Tu and Luo Shu. The Wu clan was already strong enough, and now there was also a Honyuan de Luo Jinxian emerging. The Yao clan's Nuwa had simply washed her hands of the matter. Zhou Ying's words lit up Emperor Jun's eyes, but then he frowned upon reconsideration. That was a race created by Lady Nuwa. He still remembered the confrontation between Chen Chen and the three pure ones. No way. Emperor Jun paced around the hall several times, and when he found no other options he hurriedly made his way to Nuwa's palace. Lady Emperor Jun seeks an audience. He stood at the palace door in his golden robe, his voice booming. The door opened and a cold voice floated out, Come in. Before he could speak, Nuwa already began, Go ahead, do what you want. Just don't drive the human race to extinction. I and my senior brothers from the three pure ones will support you. This was something Hongjun had instructed beforehand. A smile that couldn't be contained spread across Emperor Jun's face. Thank you, Saint. He turned back to the heavenly court. As soon as he stepped inside, the 12 Yao Saints Fushi and Tai were all. Tai leaned in and asked, Elder brother, what did Nuwa say? Emperor Jun laughed heartily. It's all good. The lady has nodded and agreed to take action against the human 12 Yao Saints. Shi Huang Tai, each of you take a team to exterminate the human race, quickly enhance your cultivation, and refine some treasures to deal with the Wu clan. The 12 Yao Saints Fushi and Tai clasped their fists in acceptance and turned to leave. Outside chaos had already erupted. You will die a terrible death. The martial ancestor will surely avenge us. Ha ha, demons, let us die together. What about your martial ancestor? I fear he is going to meet the king of hell with you. Ha ha. Don't dawdle, get moving. Human clans were being slaughtered one after another. Meanwhile, inside the covering the sky and blocking the sun, a group was still discussing future matters. Ding. The system has detected a large number of abnormal deaths among the human race. Please pay attention, host. What? Chen Chen was speaking when he suddenly stood up. Everyone stared at him. The human race may be in trouble, we must go take a look. His voice was controlled, but everyone could sense the fire within it. Sui Ren Zi and Yu Chao also couldn't sit still, standing up at once. The four saints followed Chen Chen and the three ancestors of the human race, quickly making their way outside. The moment Chen Chen stepped out into the world, his eyes suddenly brightened. His martial eyes were opened. He scanned around, his face changing rapidly. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his anger nearly turned tangible. He conveyed the scene he witnessed to the three ancestors through sound transmission and soared into the air. His voice echoed throughout the entire wilderness. Fellow clansmen, our brethren are being slaughtered by the Yao clan. Those with higher cultivation should cover for the weaker ones to retreat, and those who haven't suffered must hurry to help. Remember, humans can triumph over heaven. Hong Jun personally muddled the heavenly secrets, and those places that hadn't suffered calamity had no idea what was happening. But upon hearing the words of the martial ancestor, everyone suddenly awoke and rushed to support. The Wu clan was equally baffled. Firstly, Hong Jun had disturbed the heavenly secrets. Secondly, the Wu clan was not skilled in divination. And thirdly, the Yao clan acted too swiftly, leaving them no time to react. Yet upon hearing Chen Chen's voice, the members of the Wu clan were all stunned. Immediately afterward, guilt surged up, and they quickly dispatched troops to assist the human race. Meanwhile, deep in the blood sea, the four great demon kings of the Ashura clan heard Chen Chen's words, and without hesitation gathered their clansmen and dispatched troops for support. Chen Chen was the first to charge towards the strongest Yao clan team. He threw a punch. Countless Yao clan members exploded into blood, missed the power of his punch, continuing to spread outward. Dong Huangtai made his move, and the chaos bell rang, dispersing the force of that punch. Chen Chen stared at Dong Huangtai. Chaos bell. Dong Huangtai, why are you killing my human race? Don't you know the human race was created by Lady Nuwa? Do you dare defy the will of a saint? Dong Huangtai laughed heartily. Precisely because you were created by Lady Nuwa, you should obediently embrace death. This is the lattice intention. Otherwise, do you think we would dare to act against you? The sound of the chaos bell transmitted Dong Huangtai's words throughout the entire human race. Everyone was stunned. Many who were fighting momentarily froze, giving the Yao clan an opportunity to slay them on the spot. Impossible. How could Lady Nuwa? Then why are we still alive? If even the Holy Mother has abandoned us, what are we resisting for? Voices of despair rose one after another. Some directly threw away their weapons. Chen Chen looked around and suppressed his voice. Fellow clansmen, we cannot give up. So what if Nuwa does not want us? We live for ourselves. Think about how the human race has come to this point. Fire, created by Sui Ren. Houses, built by Yu Chao. Clothes, made by Z. If there is no path ahead, I, martial ancestor Chen Chen, have opened the path of martial arts. He paused, his voice becoming deeper. Which step of ours has relied on the Holy Mother for survival? The human race, self-reliant. The human race, humans can triumph over heaven. After all had listened, their gazes gradually changed. Right. When has the human race relied on Nuwa? In times of trouble, they have always shouldered it themselves. I, in the name of the martial ancestor of the human race, abolish the identity of Nuwa as the Holy Mother of the human race. We, in the name of the three ancestors of the human race, abolish the identity of Nuwa as the Holy Mother of the human race. The three members of the Sui Ren clan who arrived shouted in unison. The roar of the human race shook the heavens. A wounded child stepped forward, his voice hoarse. I, in the identity of an ordinary person, abolish the position of Nuwa as the Holy Mother of the human race. Immediately after, countless voices erupted. I, in the identity of a human, abolish the identity of Nuwa as the Holy Mother of the human race. The entire wilderness trembled. When was it that someone dared to challenge a saint like this? Just as the words fell, everyone felt their bodies lighten. Nuwa's position as the Holy Mother of the human race shattered. All the fortune of the human race that she had claimed through this identity returned completely. In the Nuwa palace, Nuwa did not take it seriously at all. The Yao clan killing the human race. Let them kill. Even if Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai were not pleased, they would not dare to touch Nuwa's position. But she never expected that the ones taking action would actually be those human beings like ants. The aura of the saints surged wildly within the hall. Without the support of the human race's fortune, Nuwa spat out a mouthful of blood, and her cultivation level directly plummeted back to the early stage of a saint. Now even some strong Quasi saints dared to challenge her. Why? How dare they? I am their Holy Mother. I created them. Nuwa's aura exploded in the Nuwa palace, her voice full of unwillingness. She prepared to take action to teach the human race a lesson. But just as she made a move, Ho-Tu looked up at the sky. Her gaze pressed down through the void. Nuwa froze as if a great mountain were crushing her, and her hand's movement stopped abruptly. On the other side, the human race had just abolished Nuwa's identity as the Holy Mother, and the entire crowd Someone broke through on the spot. Immediately afterward, everyone charged towards the Yao clan. The reinforcements of the Wu clan arrived, as did the reinforcements of the Ashura clan. The three great races united as one and counterattacked. The 12 Yao saints couldn't withstand the onslaught of the ancestral witches, and the Yao clan soldiers cried out retreating alongside the Yao saints. The members of the Wu clan chased and scolded, "Listen closely, you little brats. Human and Wu are one family. If you harm our human brothers, you are declaring war on us." The four great demon kings of the Ashura clan also shouted, "Ashura, heed orders. The human race has shown us kindness. We will not leave a single one of these Yao clan creatures alive." Soon Yao clan soldiers began to die, while some surrendered. The remaining ones fled to Dong Huang Tai. Emperor Jun also arrived. Behind Chen Chen stood 11 ancestral witches, the four great demon kings of the Ashura clan, and countless warriors from the human race Wu clan and Ashura clan. However, the generals of the demon clan showed no hesitation, swiftly forming a large formation. 356 demon generals at the Deluo Golden Immortal level held up 356 half-finished stellar banners. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai each took out the He Tu and Luo Shu, as well as the Chaos Bell, to serve as the focal points of the formation. Countless demons in the rear echoed, and a massive array slowly emerged. Yet to the eyes of the saints and Chen Chen, this formation had glaring flaws. The ancestor witches were also not idle, and quickly found their respective positions. Ho Tu had long given a trace of her original breath to Di Jiang to stabilize the operation of the 12 capital celestial divine formation. In the blink of an eye, the outline of a giant slowly became solid. The giant merely waved his hand, and the demon clan's great array of the celestial stars was instantly shattered. Demons below the golden immortal level could not withstand the backlash of the formation, their bodies exploding, souls drifting toward the underworld. The giant raised his fist again, about to strike down. Hong Jun appeared with four saints. "Stop." However, the giant completely ignored him, maintaining his momentum as he struck directly at Hong Jun. Boom! An earth-shattering sound echoed. Hong Jun was pushed back half a step. The giant slowly dissipated, revealing the forms of 11 ancestor witches within. "You all seek death." Hong Jun's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Ho Tu stepped forward, blocking the way of the ancestor witches. "Dao, ancestor, your temper is quite fierce. Are you determined to support the demon clan?" Hong Jun snorted coldly. "The demon clan cannot be destroyed. The aura of calamity has not yet peaked. As the master of the earth, Dao, you should understand the consequences. If the calamity energy does not dissipate, it will bring no benefit to the beings of Hong Huang or to your witch clan." Ho Tu curled her lips in disdain. "Calamity? Calamity energy? Do you really think we do not know where these things come from? For your own selfish desires, ha?" The expressions of the four saints behind Hong Jun shifted slightly. Hong Jun himself was startled for a moment, but quickly suppressed it. "Friend Ping Xian, why don't we make a 10th Sandier agreement? During these 10,000 years, the demon clan will govern the heavens, while the witch clan and the human clan will govern the earth. How about that?" "I do not agree," Chen Chen retorted without a second thought. Only then did Hong Jun turn to glance at him. Even though Chen Chen was only a step away from becoming a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal, Hong Jun did not regard him highly. "A mere quasi-saint, do you think you have the right to speak?" Before the words had fallen, an invisible pressure suddenly bore down on Chen Chen, pressing from his head to his feet, as if an entire mountain was resting upon his shoulders. Chen Chen raised his hand and waved it back, blocking Ho Tu's extended hand. The pressure on his shoulder made his bones creak. A trickle of blood seeped from his mouth as he shouted at Hong Jun. "I said, no disagree. Do you hear me? The human clan and the demon clan can only coexist on one side." The powerful beings of Hong Huang lurking in the shadows were all stunned. Each one gasped as they included this young man and the entire human clan into the do not provoke list. On a distant mountain, a monkey squatted on a tree, eyes shining brightly. This monkey looked quite peculiar, and upon closer inspection it had 6 ears. Hong Jun's pressure pressed down 3 times, but failed to force Chen Chen to the ground. He had just raised a hand when Ho Tu flashed behind Chen Chen, spreading her Dao principles to protect him securely. Hong Jun's expression turned grim. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Young friend, what compensation would you require to grant the demon clan a 10th Sandier period?" Chen Chen grew clearer-minded under the pressure. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Simple. Either leave Dong Huang Tai's head behind, or let Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun kneel before the souls of my human clan and bow in repentance." "Impudent." Dong Huang Tai exploded with rage. The chaos bell rang on its own, shaking the surrounding space. Hong Jun casually waved his hand, and the bell's sound was quelled. He turned to look at Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun. Dong Huang Tai was filled with defiance, but Di Jun understood that standing firm would lead to no good outcome. He sighed, reached out, and pressed down on Dong Huang Tai's shoulder, shaking his head. Jun stepped forward. His knee slammed against the ground, producing a loud sound. He deeply bowed once. Dong Huang Tai, he gritted his teeth, his face filled with reluctance, but he still followed Jun and knelt down. However, he kept his head raised and refused to lower it. Chen Chen shot them a cold glance, turned his head, and waved to Hong Jun. Take your people and scram. Hong Jun waved his sleeve. The demon clan vanished without a trace, sent back to the heavenly court in an instant. The remaining 4 saints also returned to their respective Taoist places. Before leaving, Hong Jun left a sentence: you have 10,000 years of peace. Accumulate your resources well. After saying that, he also disappeared. Damn it. Dong Huang Tai, he was furious. The celestial fruits and plates on the table shattered under his aura, leaving no remnants. Jun, however, calmed down. He raised his head and asked Fu Shishi Huang, how much did we acquire this time? Fu Shi took out the container crafted by Nu Hua. Inside it was filled with the resentful souls of the human clan and the vitality of those human cultivators. The martial artists of the human clan possessed vitality and spiritual energy that were countless times stronger than ordinary people. That power thudded against the container wall, humming loudly. Jun felt that power, and a spark reignited in his eyes. He instructed his subordinates among the demons to cultivate using this human clan's vitality while refining the resentful souls into weapons, to forge a sword that could slay both the human clan and the witch clan, the Slaughter Witch sword. On the human clan side, Chen Chen transmitted the embryonic form of his martial arts. He believed in one thing. The human clan learns quickly, their minds are sharp, they can refine this system and after giving instructions to Sui Renzi, and Yu Chao, Chen Chen turned to head toward the underworld. He needed to arrange matters for those human clan members who had perished in this great disaster. News came from his avatar stating that the position of the Emperor of Fengdu had stabilized, but there were complications in the underworld. The number of humans returning to the underworld was pitifully small. The rest had vanished without a trace. Only a saint could do such things right under their noses and control the operations of the underworld. The only saint who dared to act this way without suffering backlash from the human clan's fortunes was Nu Hua. Her last connection to the human clan had been completely severed. Chen Chen remained silent. Sui Ren and the others were also quiet. The little hope they held in their hearts had completely extinguished. In the future, meeting Nu Hua would mean enmity. Ho Tu walked over, resting her hand on Chen Chen's shoulder, her eyes full of concern. Chen Chen shook his head. Ho Tu, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Turning to the 2 in the west, Zhuan Ti Jiayin, you 2 help Zhen Yuan Zi tidy up the earth veins and set everything else aside for now. Looking at Ming, he friend, during this time stay in the Azura path. It can stabilize the earth Tao and also enhance your cultivation. The 3 nodded and turned to leave. The 12 ancestor witches gathered around, and Di Jiang scratched his head, asking with a silly grin, Chen Chen, is there any work to be done? Chen Chen smiled helplessly. The previous Di Jiang had been very astute, managing everything within the witch clan. Ever since Chen Chen became the grand elder of the witch clan, this fellow seemed to have been set free, shirking all responsibilities and just waiting for Chen Chen to tell him whom to fight. Was Di Jiang foolish? Were the 12 ancestor witches foolish? Of course not. They simply trusted Chen Chen, and with everyone seeing what had transpired between Chen Chen and Ho Tu, the old fellows had long considered him as one of their own, naturally listening to him. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. Tell Kwa Fu not to act impulsively in the future. Let Ho Yi stay with him for cultivation during these 10,000 years. Moreover, you remember, no matter the situation, even if we all perish and only you remain, you must never crash into the Buzhou Mountain. According to the original path, if Gong Gong crashes into the Buzhou Mountain, the fortune given to the witch clan by Pangu would be offset by that mountain. From that point onwards, the witch clan would rise and fall, never to recover. Even if their kin were almost extinct, any accomplishments would be mere fleeting dust. Chen Chen was confident that they could defeat the demon clan, but he still felt compelled to emphasize this point. Gong Gong scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward. Chen, you're overthinking it, right? Even if my temper flares up with Zhu Rong, I wouldn't crash into the backbone of the Father God. Chen Chen did not elaborate further, nodding. It's best to keep it that way. We're just making the worst-case scenario. Don't take it to heart. Alright, everyone, go cultivate. In 10,000 years, when we clash with the demon clan, there will be even greater strategies to unfold. After giving his instructions, Chen Chen started ushering them away. The 11 ancestor witches walked away while waving their hands, their tones filled with laughter. Alright, we're leaving. However, Ho Tu did not move with them. She slowly approached Chen Chen, her eyes beginning to redden. Chen, what about me? Chen Chen had been deliberately avoiding the matter between them. But at this point, avoiding it was no longer an option. He took a deep breath, finally deciding to confront this feeling directly. He raised his eyes and saw the glistening tears in Ho Tu's eyes, instinctively wanting to reach out to wipe them away. Just as his fingers were raised, he prepared to retract them. Ho Tu directly embraced him, her voice muffled. How much longer do you want me to wait? Just that one sentence left Chen Chen speechless. No, it's not. Just moments ago he was calmly arranging matters for others, but now his tongue was tied. What do you mean then? Ho2 did not let him off the hook, pressing him further. Chen Chen's mind was in a chaotic state. He closed his eyes, steeled himself, and declared, after 10,000 years, when we defeat the demon clan, we will marry. Earth wedding and human wedding will be held together. Ha ha ha. Good. Sui Renzi, Yi, and Yu Chao, who had unknowingly crept over, shouted even louder, us, the three ancestors of the human clan, will be your witnesses. Then count us in. Zhuan Ti Jie and Ming He, the three who were supposed to leave, also jumped in to join. Ha ha ha, brother-in-law. We have recognized you. Indeed, the ancestor witches did not fall behind, all popping up. It was unclear whether the two were too absorbed in each other or had noticed their arrival, but only cared for one another. Ho-Tu's face flushed red, and she threw down a remark, don't forget, before turning and disappearing. Chen Chen rubbed the back of his head, chuckling wryly as he muttered, well, as long as the plan succeeds. Once the threat is gone, I can marry Ho-Tu. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Dijun and Shi had 10 little golden crows. Dong Huang, Tai Fu Shi, and the 12 demon saints all wore smiles. On one hand, they were happy for Dijun to have descendants. On the other hand, the heavenly court finally had successors. Even if something unexpected happened to Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, the heavenly court would not fall into chaos. Those 10 little golden crows, spoiled by everyone, rampaged through the heavenly court, it being utterly arrogant. The 12 demon saints Fu Shi and Dong Huang Tai all adored them, unwilling to discipline them. Dijun wanted to reprimand them, but Shi immediately jumped out to defend her cubs. Little did they know, the more they spoiled them, now the more these little golden crows would pay for it later. During this millennium, Chen Chen did not idle away. He promoted martial arts while calculating potential future changes, maximizing the operability of his plans. On this day, he finally emerged from seclusion. No one had notified him during this long retreat. System, conceal my presence, or do not let anyone deduce my movements. Chen Chen spoke calmly, giving instructions to the system that had been silent for a long time. Ding. The host can do whatever he wants. The system will fully cooperate. The system's tone carried a sense of amusement. Chen Chen's lips twitched, not having time to ponder, and turned to fly north. Deep in the North Sea, the Xiangui was dozing. Chen Chen landed and quietly explained a few things. Xiangui raised its eyelids and nodded. Chen Chen did not linger and turned to leave. The leader of the Xianwu tribe came forward, bowing low. Friend, it's an honor to have you here. What guidance do you have? Chen Chen heard the polite, yet distant tone, and felt a bit helpless, saying, don't be so formal. I am here to offer you a benefit. The Xianwu leader did not respond immediately, remaining silent for 2 seconds before saying, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Our Xianwu tribe has lived here for generations. We will help in any way we can. If it's about moving, then forget it. This remark was watertight, clearly indicating disbelief in free hand. Chen Chen's expression was strange as he laid his cards on the table. I have a method that can allow your tribe to gain immense merit and even produce your own Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian. The Xianwu leader did not rush to refute. He believed Chen Chen was not the kind of person who would come to tease others for no reason. After pondering for a moment, he looked up and asked Master Wuzu, does the Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian you mentioned have any conditions? Chen Chen understood. This old fellow was already tempted, just weighing the risks. I can arrange for your tribe to obtain a sacred beast fruit position, but only a Daiyuo Jingxian can withstand it. Whoever takes on this power will be bound in chaos. No, not bound, but rather a responsibility, to guard the primordial wilderness. He paused, lowering his voice. Your tribe will continuously gain merit from the primordial wilderness once you take on this task. I will also try to secure more freedom for you. The Xianwu leader remained silent for a long time, finally nodding. Our Xianwu tribe will always be friends of the human race, and we will always follow Master Wuzu. Even if we end up at odds with that one, it doesn't matter. Chen Chen was satisfied, instructed a few things, and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon King looked up and saw Chen Chen shivering, glancing around, and quickly invited him into his secret chamber. Master Wuzu, your visit to my East Sea is for some instruction. Ao Guang's demeanor was extremely deferential. Chen Chen was taken aback. This old Dragon King, evidently a Daiyuo Jingxian, how could he be bullied into such a state by that monkey in later times? He had previously thought Ao Guang was unworthy of being a Dragon King. However, reflecting on later circumstances, Chen Chen understood the survival of small characters after all. While calling a Daiyuo Jingxian a small character seems absurd, the reality is indeed harsh. The Dragon Clan must guard against the two saints of the West conscripting their kind, while also bearing the karma left by the calamity. If they don't bow their heads, what can they do? Chen Chen realized this point, and concluded that the Dragon Clan was likely the easiest to persuade. He got straight to the point. Are you willing to ally with the human race, and pledge loyalty to me? Ao Guang was stunned, his mouth moved, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. He neither agreed nor refused. Chen Chen added, I can secure a sacred beast fruit position for your tribe along with a significant amount of merit. After saying this, he closed his eyes waiting for the Dragon Clan to weigh their options. Ao Guang remained silent for quite a while, then used the Dragon Clan's unique secret technique to contact his elders. After a while he bowed slightly to Chen Chen. Master Wuzu, may I invite you to our ancestral land? Chen Chen said nothing more, nodded, and set off with Ao Guang. Ahead a small 1,000 worlds opened up. Ao Guang gestured for Chen Chen to enter first, unafraid of any ambush. Chen Chen boldly followed. In the small 1,000 worlds besides Ao Guang there were two others, Zhu Long and Qing Long. Zhu Long scrutinized Chen Chen and asked, what conditions do you have, friend? You Dragon Clan must pledge loyalty to me. Zhu Long remained silent. Even though the Dragon Clan was now in such a state that bit of pride within them hadn't been worn away. Chen Chen could see what he was thinking and added, think it over carefully. In the future your Dragon Clan will still have to rely on others, don't deny it. You know well that the only high-end battle power your clan can muster is you, a Hunyuan realm. Given this situation, do you really think a Dalyo Jingxian will emerge from the younger generation? After saying this, Chen Chen fell silent. Zhu Long understood that Chen Chen was speaking the truth. He wanted to haggle further, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Chen saw through his intentions and cut him off. You Dragon Clan is my best option, but not my only option. There are plenty of races that can replace you. The expression of Qing Long changed, and he opened his mouth to argue. East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang held him tightly, preventing him from speaking. Zhu Long sighed, we agree. Whatever needs to be done, just instruct us. Chen Chen was not surprised by this response. You better train Qing Long well before I go to war with the human race. You won't need to show yourselves in battle. When the time comes to act, you'll know what to do. After giving a few more instructions, Chen Chen turned and left. Qing Long and Ao Guang simultaneously looked at Zhu Long, anxiously asking, are we really going to betray the human race? What if? Zhu Long shook his head, let's see the outcome of that battle. If we win, then it's fine to ally with them. If we lose. After saying this, he grabbed Qing Long and dragged him off for training. After leaving the Dragon Clan, Chen Chen headed south, making straight for the Immortal Fire Mountain. Upon arriving at the area of the Immortal Fire Mountain, he actively triggered the barrier. Soon members of the Phoenix tribe rushed over upon hearing the news. The leading Phoenix bowed slightly and asked, are you the human race's Wuzu? What guidance do you have for us in our ancestral land? I am here to find Yuan Feng and discuss a matter that can change the fate of your entire tribe. Please go. Chen Chen was quite polite towards these phoenixes. Shortly after, these phoenixes led Chen Chen deep into the Immortal Fire Mountain. As soon as Chen Chen stepped through the door, his body felt as if it had plunged into boiling water. The temperature soared. Yuan Feng's aura was extremely weak. It seemed that if no one helped her, she would not survive this calamity. Standing beside her were the Grand Elder of the Phoenix tribe, Zhu Ke, and two children, one on each side, guarding Yuan Feng. Greetings, friend. Do you have any methods to help our tribe improve our current situation? Yuan Feng spoke very politely, showing no lack of courtesy. Chen Chen reiterated what he had said countless times. I can secure a sacred beast fruit position for your tribe along with a large amount of merit. The conditions are simple. You must pledge loyalty to me and assist the human race in return. After that, he fell silent, waiting for Yuan Feng to make a decision. Zhu Ke, after hearing this, turned his eyes, asking, Master Wuzu, could you first help the tribe leader resolve this predicament? Chen Chen pondered and said, once the merit is obtained, the karma on your Phoenix tribe will naturally dissipate. How about this? Let me give this 3 light divine water to Yuan Feng first, so she can recover. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his hand and produced a large bucket of 3 light divine water. The water shimmered, dazzling the eyes of several people. However, Chen Chen did not directly hand it over, but turned to look at Yuan Feng, waiting for her response. Yuan Feng sighed, lightly, thank you for your kindness. I have a request. If Master Wuzu is willing to accept these 2 children as disciples, our Phoenix tribe will fully cooperate and become your subordinates without hesitation. When Chen Chen first met the 2 children, he had an inkling. He did not expect them to truly be Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Pong. These 2 little ones had exceptional talent. Accepting them as disciples would be undoubtedly rewarding. He walked forward, reaching out to touch the heads of the 2 children. Do you both wish to take me as your master? The 2 looked at each other and knelt down. Master, we bow to you. Chen Chen followed the mark and arrived, only to find the location nestled within a minor 1,000-world realm. No wonder it had remained undiscovered, or it had been hiding here all along. With a single step, he crossed the threshold. The surrounding barrier shimmered faintly, and Baihu lunged forward like a streak of white lightning. Who is this cultivator trespassing uninvited into my private realm? Baihu's voice struck first, before his figure even materialized. A thick, oppressive aura of demonic cultivation washed over him. Opening his eyes, Chen Chen asked calmly, left behind by the demon patriarch himself. No wonder you've eluded detection all this time. Who is this cultivator trespassing uninvited into my private realm? Baihu's voice struck first, before his figure even materialized. Sect or lineage do you hail from? Since the last celestial demonic war he had been sealed within this bounded realm, utterly ignorant of events unfolding beyond its borders. Chen Chen waved his hand dismissively, voice soft yet assured. No need for alarm. We are not adversaries. In fact, we may well become the staunchest of allies. Would you not agree, Demon Patriarch? As he spoke, Chen Chen turned his head slightly. A ripple spread across the air, and gradually a figure coalesced from emptiness. Luo Ho, the Demon Patriarch himself. Impressive. You, the martial patriarch who forged your own Tao in mere 10,000 years. Yet even I concealed here could not escape your perception. Chen Chen bowed his head respectfully and clasped his hands in salute. Please spare me such praise. Your grace flatters me far too greatly. I merely wish to ask, would you consider an alliance? Luo Ho arched an eyebrow. Oh, there's more beneath those words, martial patriarch. Let me speak plainly. Would the Demon Patriarch care to assume the seat of Heaven's spokesperson? Luo Ho's pupils contracted sharply, then relaxed into a wry smile. So, you've already mapped out a path. Is Hongjuan's throne upon the celestial Tao truly so precarious? Chen Chen burst into hearty laughter, neither confirming nor denying, then added lightly, forgive the intrusion. I've just reinforced your domain with a subtle veil of concealment. Hope you don't mind. He paused, then continued, can anyone truly claim absolute certainty in matters such as these? What I seek to know is whether the Demon Patriarch still possesses that same audacity he wielded in ancient times. As for Hongjun, surely the Demon Patriarch has kept watch over our human clan all along. His deeds, you understand them well enough. Luo Ho nodded slowly. What puzzles me is why Hongjun expended such effort on trivialities. What purpose did those actions serve? Does he truly fear us so deeply? And having already brought ruin upon humanity, do you truly believe redemption remains possible? I am the exception. Chen Chen gestured casually. There must always be that singular one to begin with. Beyond that, I'll say no more. Demon Patriarch, have you reached your decision? Shall this pact be forged, or shall it remain unsealed? Our sole aim is to elevate the primordial world of Hongluan. Luo Ho lifted a hand to stroke his chin. One final question. Why dare you seek me out? This answer requires no secrecy, he replied. So long as it satisfies you, I shall have your unconditional cooperation. Chen Chen met his gaze with utter candor. I've studied the Tao of demonic cultivation, analyzed its principles, observed its patterns. Through repeated interaction with figures like yourself, I've discerned its underlying logic. At the very least, I know the demonic path is not inherently malevolent. That suffices. As for the immortal path, tell me, does any true cultivator genuinely aspire to become an emotionless, desireless wooden statue? That would be sheer absurdity. I hold no judgment against the immortal path itself, but Hongjuan's interpretation, that without doubt is a corrupt and perverted Tao. Luo Ho froze, then erupted into thunderous, unrestrained laughter. The martial patriarch is truly fascinating. I've never heard such a perspective before. Ha ha ha. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Very well, I accept this alliance. Speak your will. I shall act accordingly. Chen Chen offered a faint knowing smile. Nothing urgent. For now I merely request Baihu's temporary service. Further instructions will follow in due course. Luo Ho made no objection to the tone, merely tossed a token into the air before dissolving into mist. To summon me, simply activate this token. His voice echoed from every direction. Chen Chen smiled faintly and turned toward Baihu. Baihu, you heard everything, didn't you? You stand in the presence of the Demon Patriarch Luo Ho. Do you submit? Baihu blinked, his expression twisted with reluctant resignation, before lowering his head with a muffled grunt. Fine. Whatever you say. Don't wear that face. It's truly no misfortune for you. Chen Chen clapped him on the shoulder. Baihu's skeptical glance said everything. Without another word, Chen Chen raised his fist and delivered a relentless barrage until Baihu roared surrender. After issuing brief instructions, Chen Chen turned and departed. Leaving the western territories behind, Chen Chen bypassed Juanti and Jane entirely, heading straight for the human clan's domain. Upon entering their lands, he slowed his pace, wandering leisurely through the ancestral heartlands. Along the way, he paused to guide promising young human cultivators. He also noticed numerous shrines and stone tablets erected in his honor, testaments to reverence long since rooted in the people's hearts. He remained silent, but subtly advanced one branch of the martial Tao, the path of faith. Only through this path could the future celestial court hope to grasp its true potential. By now he had solidified faith energy into tangible essence, precisely channeling it into the stone statues erected in his name. In times of crisis, these idols would serve as conduits, mobilizing devotion at a moment's notice. When Chen Chen returned to the ancestral homeland, another millennium had passed. You claim to have revered me for 2,000 years, and traveled this vast distance solely to beg discipleship under me. He stared blankly at the small monkey before him. Master, I seek only sincere initiation into your lineage. The Tao Patriarch himself declared, the Tao shall not be transmitted to 6 ears. No great cultivator dares accept me. The 6-eared macaque sighed softly. Deep down Chen Chen felt genuine delight. He knew full well the macaque's extraordinary talent. First Kong Xian, now this. Both had sought him out as master. Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple. Before you there is. Chen Chen hesitated, still mentally untangling the tangled affairs of Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Pong. After reflection, weighing their unconfirmed status against the macaque's youth, he added, you shall be the youngest of my lineage. The 6-eared macaque's face lit up instantly. He dropped to his knees, disciple Lumi who prostrates before Master. Chen Chen gave a gentle nod, then infused the core principles of the martial Tao directly into the macaque's consciousness, simultaneously imposing layered restrictions that would gradually lift as his cultivation ascended. Our lineage observes but 2 precepts. First, never strike treacherously against fellow disciples or elders. Second, never abandon your original heart in action. Have you understood? The 6-eared macaque nodded vigorously. Chen Chen led him toward Jitian Bai Ri, the hidden abode. Chen Chen, you've returned. And who is this young one beside you? Swearin was the first to sense their arrival. My newest disciple, the 6-eared macaque. Come, 6-eared macaque, this is, call him senior disciple brother. Young disciple 6-eared macaque pays respects to senior disciple brother. Ha ha ha, excellent. I possess nothing grand to offer, but here, a talisman for survival. Swearin drew forth a thread of primordial fire law from the flame itself and embedded it deep within the macaque's being. Then summoned Zi and Yu Chao to introduce them to their new junior nephew. Each bestowed upon him a unique strand of their personal law essence, powerful evolving forces that would grow stronger in tandem with their own cultivation advancement. The 6-eared macaque showed profound respect toward the 3 ancestral sages. Meanwhile, atop the celestial court's throne hall, Emperor Jun's countenance darkened ominously. Petitions piled high before him, all accusing the 10 young sons. For years he had indulged them excessively, refusing to discipline even the slightest transgression. Worse still, the young sons possessed woefully poor control over their innate solar flames, burning everything they touched, scorching fields, searing mountains, blistering bystanders. Subordinates dared not protest, enduring burns in silence, until desperation drove them to petition Emperor Jun directly. This time he gritted his teeth and rejected all appeals, from both Shiha and Dongwang Tai. He banished all 10 sons into Tonggu Valley, imposing absolute seclusion. To ease their confinement, he uprooted the Fusang tree from the Sun Star itself and transplanted it whole, then sealed the valley with layers of prohibitive edicts. Before departing, Emperor Jun glared at the 10 youths. Remain here and cultivate, until you master perfect command over your solar fire. Not a single ember shall escape your control, not until I return personally to release you. Understood? The young sons trembled and nodded frantically, one more obedient than the next. Only then did Emperor Jun depart, devoting himself wholly to the Hichu Loashu, determined to refine it to absolute perfection. For years he collaborated with Fushi and Kuanping, now nearing the culmination of their work. Daily the celestial court channeled stellar energy downward, fueling the cultivation of the entire demon race. Yet Emperor Jun sensed the Zhou Tianxing Do formation still possessed untapped potential, so the trio labored without rest, refusing to pause. The demon race surged forward. The tribe of giants pressed onward. Humanity advanced unrelentingly. Each faction believed itself destined to triumph in the end. Even the ostensibly detached sages pursued their own quiet agendas. Hongjun occasionally glanced toward the demon race, but dismissed them as insignificant. Confident he would survive the next cosmic calamity unscathed, he remained silent, yet his body relentlessly absorbed heavenly Dao energy to ascend ever higher. Nuwa, ever anxious for her brother Fushi, secretly anchored a sliver of divine awareness to him, ready to extract him at the decisive moment. Laozi, having interacted frequently with Chen Chen, found even his famed doctrine of effortless non-action subtly unsettled. Yuanshi observed all factions silently from the shadows. Tong Tian alone remained utterly unconcerned, spending his days recruiting disciples and propagating his unique philosophical system. Zhuanti and Jane worked alongside Zenyuanzi in the western lands, restoring fractured earth veins. Watching life gradually return to desolate landforms, the two brothers grinned from ear to ear. Mingi secluded himself within the Azura realm, intensifying cultivation and amassing resources. Whether he feared Zenyuanzi might one day come seeking retribution remained unknown. Hutu slumbered deep within the netherworld, where the nether Dao responded generously, bathing her ceaselessly in purifying essence, propelling her cultivation upward at astonishing speed. Even in sleep her lips curved upward, as if cradled by some blissful dream. Incorrect. Lure that strike was far too obvious. Any opponent with half a mind could evade it, and counter-strike mercilessly the instant you expose your opening. You must master illusion and reality. Do you comprehend? Again, Chen Chen cursed fiercely, yet the satisfaction in his eyes was impossible to conceal. In the blink of a millennium, the six-eared macaque, once a wild monkey with no martial foundation, was on the verge of touching the threshold of the Tai Golden Immortal. Chen Chen had taught him a great deal, but it was the monkey's own hard work that truly mattered. Coupled with his upright demeanor, respect for his master, and courtesy towards his senior brothers, there was not a single person who did not praise him as Chen Chen's best disciple. Sueren Yochao and Zi called people forward to listen to Chen Chen's teachings, pondering their own paths. Now these three had reached the status of great Luo Golden Immortals, ready to step into the primordial realm at any moment. However, none of them were in a hurry to ascend. They insisted on solidifying their foundation. Once these three stepped into the primordial realm, they would be irrevocably bound to humanity, sailing on the same boat. They were willing to do this, but they had to think thoroughly about how to maximize the benefits for humanity. A millennium passed, and another millennium. No new great Luo Golden Immortals had emerged from humanity. The martial way truly did not treat people poorly, but the time humanity had spent in the world was simply too short. Apart from Chen Chen, they could hardly produce capable experts. On the side of the witch clan, there were only a few paths for cultivation, and it was unrealistic to make rapid progress in a short time. Some witches simply ran to humanity to learn martial arts, while others formed alliances with humanity. The ancestral witches were thrilled. It was quite rare for the witch clan to bear offspring, but the chances of a human and a witch living together and having children were significantly higher. Thus the ancestral witches urged their clansmen to get closer to humanity. For example, Ho-E, while observing humans imparting teachings in the human realm, accidentally encountered a girl named Change. Upon seeing Change for the first time, Ho-E's heart thudded. Then, taking advantage of the witch clan's boldness, he shamelessly followed her and moved next door to Change. As time passed, the two grew closer, and Change gradually became fond of this boorish man. Eventually, they swore their vows before friends and family. According to tradition, Kwafu should have cultivated alongside Ho-E. However, as the couple was in the midst of their romance, Kwafu, not wanting to be a nuisance, found a nearby place to safely pursue his own path. As for changes, the most obvious were in the demon clan. The Zhoutian Star Do formation had been nearly perfected by Di Jun and his group. The modified formation not only captured more celestial power than before, but also was far purer. Additionally, Hong Jun had secretly provided the demon clan with special assistance, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy with much more ease. As a result, their cultivation speed from the lower ranks to great Luo Golden Immortal increased significantly. The strength of the demon clan was far greater than thousands of years ago as they desperately surged upwards. It seemed as if someone had pressed the pause button on the wilderness. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, avoiding conflicts while focusing on rigorous training. Yuan Shi looked at the peace before him, but felt increasingly troubled. The path of the Chan sect was to align with the heavenly order. Hong Jun's expression of intent on behalf of the way of heaven was clear. He wanted the demon clan, witch clan, and humanity to clash, relieving the pressure of the calamity. He scanned the witch and human clans, thinking of Hutu, and sighed inwardly before turning his gaze towards the demon clan. After much deliberation, his focus landed on Tengu. This place is suffocating. Brothers, does anyone have a good idea to let me go out for a stroll? The eldest of the little golden crows had already mastered his cultivation and abilities and had reverted to his original lazy self. As soon as the eldest finished speaking, the youngest golden crow chimed in. That's right, big brother, it's so boring that our bones are rusting. Let's think of some fun. Suddenly, the surrounding space shimmered like rippling water, and an old man emerged, bowing to them. 10 young princes, I am here on the emperor's orders to let you breathe some fresh air. Look, the restrictions in Tengu have been lifted. Feel free to wander outside. The eldest's eyes brightened, and he lifted his leg to rush out. The 10th one was quick-witted, grabbing his sleeve and frowning at the old man. Father said he would come to fetch us personally. What's your business here? Who are you? The old man smiled broadly. Young prince, you worry too much. I am an elder from the military, having been in seclusion for many years. It is normal for you not to have seen me before. The emperor has been busy with matters recently and could not come. Furthermore, Di Jun sensed that your internal powers have stabilized, which is why he sent me to release you. The 10th one wanted to speak again, but the eldest pulled his arm and headed outside. Why ask so much? With our father's capabilities, who could cause trouble under his watch? Upon hearing this, the 10th one's doubts dissipated. A group of golden crows followed the eldest, flapping their wings as they rushed out of Tengu. Once they flew far away, the wrinkles on the old man's face slowly smoothed out, revealing the visage of Yuan Shitianzun. He dispersed like a wisp of mist, vanishing completely. The eldest shouted, "Let's go, brothers, and have some fun." The 10th one poured cold water on him. "What if we run into trouble?" "Enough already." The eldest glared at him. "Our demon clan is about to trample the wilderness. What are you worrying about?" Growing up listening to the boastful tales of the demon saints, he inherently believed that the world was vast and that he was the greatest. No one among the other brothers spoke up. Having been confined in the heavenly court since childhood, they were immensely curious about the outside world, but Dijun forbade them from stepping out of the palace. As for what the wilderness was really like, they had no concept at all. The 10 little golden crows rushed down to the lower realms all at once. Even if one or two were reluctant, they were swept along by their brothers and flew away. With 10 suns in the sky, the 10 golden crows flew, while frolicking, scorching the ground below until it smoked. They could not control the power inside them, and the true fire of the sun leaked out, incinerating numerous low-level beings. The truly powerful beings recognized that the cultivation of these 10 golden crows was not high and chose to ignore them. Thus they played even more recklessly. While flying, they collided with the place where Kwafu was in seclusion. Kwafu was in meditation when he suddenly felt unbearably hot. Upon looking up, he saw 10 golden crows flying chaotically in the sky, their power wildly unleashed. Behind him, the vegetation was scorched and the ground was littered with charred corpses. The higher-level beings recognized the identities of the 10 golden crows and slinked away. Those of lower cultivation did not have time to escape and were burned by the true fire of the sun, their souls scattering in despair. Resentment surged into the heavens. Hongjun lifted his eyelids and nodded. "That's enough." The calamity's energy had accumulated enough. It was time to dissipate it. Kwafu instantly recognized those little golden crows. He took a deep breath, grabbed his peachwood staff, which seemed to respond to his call, and flew into his hand. He donned his boots and took off in pursuit. The 10 golden crows were enjoying themselves when they suddenly saw a man as sturdy as an iron tower charging at them with a large wooden club. A few of the younger ones were so frightened that their feathers ruffled, and they turned to flee. The 10 golden crows flew together, and surprisingly, they provided each other with a boost, making it impossible for Kwafu to catch up despite his long chase. As they ran, their throats suddenly burned. Yuan Shi quietly set down a gourd. Inside were the pills refined by Taishang Laozi. He had already ground the pills into powder, taking advantage of Kwafu's inattention to inject it into his body, while the remaining toxic powder dissolved into the surrounding river water. Just as Kwafu was about to scoop up water from the yellow river, he felt a violent jolt in his waist. The jade pendant Chen Chen had given him ring. Worrying that Kwafu might be tricked, he had secretly placed a protective talisman with him. At that moment, the jade pendant vibrated, breaking through the layer of barriers set by the saint. Ho-E immediately sensed the auras of Kwafu and the golden crows. He strode over and firmly grasped Kwafu's arm. "There's definitely something wrong here." Ho-E scanned Kwafu's body, his expression darkening. Kwafu was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" "Don't ask. Hold on, and don't drink water." Ho-E waved his hand, uninterested in explaining. "I'll deal with those 10 little rascals first." He took the sun-shooting bow from his back, bent down, and strung the bow. A faint light arrow formed on the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot straight at the little golden crows. Bang! One golden crow crashed to the ground. Ho-E did not stop. He drew his bow and shot again, arrow after arrow. The golden crows fell one by one. "Brother, I should have listened to you back then." One of the golden crows shouted, "Brother, take cover for me. Don't look back, just fly forward with all your might." It turned to charge towards the incoming arrow, using its body to carve a path for its brothers. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai immediately set off, rushing towards the direction where the golden crows fell. Whoosh! Another arrow. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai immediately set off, rushing towards the direction where the golden crows fell. Whoosh! Another arrow was released. Another golden crow plummeted. In the blink of an eye, only the little 10th remained. Ho-E's gaze was icy as he drew his bow to its fullest. The last little golden crow was enveloped in overwhelming pressure, coughing up blood as it desperately flapped its wings. The arrow was released. The little golden crow trembled, the arrow poised to pierce through it. "How dare you!" A furious shout erupted out of nowhere. The chaos clock fell from the void, enveloping the little golden crow entirely. Boom! Ho-E's arrow collided with the clock, dissipating inch by inch. Dong Huang Tai emerged from the void, his face filled with murderous intent. "Which clan's great? Which Ho-E? You have quite the audacity." He swung the chaos clock, aiming to smash it down on Ho-E. Ho-E's muscles bulged as the ethereal forms of the Witch clan's true body and martial arts manifested simultaneously. He took it heeding. Dijun's figure appeared behind Dong Huang Tai, the river diagram and Luo book swirling around him, the rage visible from afar. Emperor Jiang and the others sensed the commotion and rushed over, blocking Ho Yi's path. A quick glance at the scene made them immediately understand the situation. Are you two about to break the 10th Sandier agreement set by the saints? Emperor Jiang raised an eyebrow. Dong Huang Tai Yi swung the chaos clock, preparing to smash it towards the group of ancestral witches. Di Jun reached out to stop him, pulling his brother behind him and suppressing his anger. With a cold snort, Di Jun picked up the last little one who hadn't encountered trouble along with the remaining fragments of the other little golden crows and turned to fly back to the heavenly court. Emperor Jiang watched as the two restrained themselves and after a moment's thought turned to Ho Yi and said, "You go send a message, the battle is near, and have the clan prepare." In the heavenly court, Lingxiao Hall, Emperor Jun's face was ashen as he returned with his young son, and she, having received the news long ago, rushed into the main hall, her voice cracking. "The child has died. We must take revenge. We must act now." Emperor Jun looked at his nearly deranged wife, shaking his head in pain. "Don't rush, the time is not yet right." Dong Huang Tai Yi, unable to bear it any longer, said, "Brother, are we not going to strike? You need to hold your wife back. I'm afraid she might act rashly in her fury." Emperor Jun closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, we must wait. In another 100 years our demon clan's strength will reach its peak, and then will be the best time to act. As for your sister-in-law, don't worry, she knows what she is doing." After a long silence, he continued, "Let's go visit Lady Nuwa." Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded, collecting the bodies of the 9 little golden crows into the chaos bell, cradling the still shocked little Shur, and gently ruffling his hair. He followed behind Emperor Jun, his steps heavy. At the entrance of the Nuwa Palace, Emperor Jun shouted, "Lady, do you still remember the bond with the demon clan?" After a long while, a faint voice came from within, "Leave the little Shur here." Emperor Jun exchanged a glance with Dong Huang Tai Yi. Dong Huang Tai Yi stepped forward, placing the last little golden crow at the entrance and setting the bodies of the other 9 nearby. Emperor Jun stared at these 10 children for a long time. He knew very well what fate awaited the 9. It was something he had tacitly approved. After a final glance, he turned and walked away with Dong Huang Tai Yi. Not long after they left, the little golden crows at the Nuwa Palace entrance vanished as if they had never existed. On the Tyne Star, Shihi returned filled with resentment. Changshi was in seclusion, but upon sensing her sister's aura, she was startled and quickly stopped her training to rush out. "Sister, weren't you enjoying the fortune of the demon clan and being an empress? Why did you come back?" Shihi looked at her sister, suppressing her inner resentment, sighed, and recounted the events from beginning to end. Changshi sighed. "What do you mean? You only have 1 child left out of those 10. You've been caught up in the calamity of the witch and demon conflict." Shihi forced a bitter smile and nodded. "Sister, when we sat down to discuss these matters, we both understood. Since we chose the position of Demon Clan Empress and enjoyed that kind of prestige, we must bear this cost." Changshi paused, looking into Shihi's eyes. "But I understand your intention. You want revenge for your child." Shihi clenched her teeth, her gaze nearly ablaze. "Sister, will you help me?" Changshi was silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Shihi knew that with her current strength, stepping into the witch-demon battle would make no difference. If she intervened recklessly, not only would she fail to avenge her child, but she would also lose her own life. The backlash of the Heavenly Dao was no trivial matter. So she focused on one person, Ho Yi. He had taken her child's life, so she would take away the person he cared about most. Changshi assisted her in drawing out a source of law from within her body. The two sat under the laurel tree, enduring the backlash of that force. Sweat soaked their clothes, blood seeped from the corner of their mouths, and after an unknown amount of time, Shi finally refined that strand of law into a pill. The cost was that her law would be forever incomplete, and she would never advance in cultivation again. Shihi's face turned as white as paper, yet she clutched the pill and laughed heartily. "Children, mother will avenge you." A few days later, an old woman with white hair appeared near the village where Ho Yi and Change lived. The old woman told everyone she met that she had a precious pill in her possession, a peerless treasure that could greatly enhance cultivation. The news spread like wildfire. Finally, one day, Change passed by that area and heard everyone talking about the precious pill. Curious, she followed the conversation to the old woman's residence. "Old lady, I heard you have a precious pill that can enhance cultivation." Change tilted her head, assessing her. "Such a good thing, why don't you eat it yourself?" Shihi nearly choked on her words at that question. Her mind raced, and she finally managed to squeeze out, "Little girl, you don't understand, this medicine is too potent. If this old bone of mine were to consume it, it would be poison, not nourishment. I just want to find a fated person to pass this on to form a good relationship." Change nodded thoughtfully after hearing. Then she smiled. "All right, please continue waiting. I'll take my leave first." Shihi became anxious. "Hey, little..." She quickly caught up, grabbing Change's wrist. "Looking at your foundation, you are naturally suited for cultivation. This pill is for you, but might allow you to undergo a transformation." Before Change could react, the pill was already stuffed into her hand. The old woman turned and left, moving so quickly that she hardly looked like an old person. Change looked down at the pill in her palm and when she raised her head again, the old woman's figure had vanished. When she returned home, Change mentioned this incident to Hou-Yi. Hou-Yi took the pill in his hand, examined it carefully, and confirmed that it only had benefits for the body with no downsides. He shared the outcome with Change, and did not pay much attention to the pill afterward. After all, if the pill truly had issues, why would Change voluntarily put it in her mouth? At most, it was just a bit too potent. Even if 9 out of 10 people outside claimed the pill was good, Change had never once considered eating it. She watched anxiously. One day she could no longer hold back. While Hou-Yi was out, she manipulated a neighbor next door to quietly sneak into Hou-Yi's house. Change was alone when she suddenly sensed an unfriendly presence nearby, startling her into a panic as she turned to flee. Seeing her run away like this and still refusing to take the pill could not help but call out, "Change, even if you swallow that precious pill, you cannot escape my grasp." Change was taken aback, turning her head to see the approaching figure, and finally took out the pill, gritting her teeth and swallowing it. As the pill went down her throat, a surge of power erupted from within her body, of force she could not control. Immediately after, a powerful suction force from the heavens violently pulled her body upward. Change ascended higher and higher. In the shadows, she revealed a satisfied expression, no longer watching and turning back to the tiny star. Meanwhile, Change was flying higher and higher. Hou-Yi finally returned home. As soon as he arrived, he sensed an unfamiliar force swirling nearby, rushing back frantically, only to discover that the power was emanating from his wife. As Hou-Yi approached Change, her body suddenly swelled, and the power within her began to run rampant. Change let out a cry of agony. Hou-Yi immediately realized he had come too close. He halted midair, not daring to move. When Change finally calmed down, he followed at a safe distance. Before long, Change was pulled to the tiny star by the unique forces of its laws. Hou-Yi followed closely behind, traversing through chaos and arriving at the tiny star. Who had returned long ago, saw the two, a dark smile on her face. Using the strength of Chang-Shi and the laurel tree, she led Change into a palace and activated the tiny star's formation, trapping Hou-Yi inside. Hou-Yi found himself unable to advance or retreat. If he forcibly broke the formation, it would disrupt the laws, and Change would suffer the consequences. He dared not act recklessly. He could only gather all his strength and quietly sit cross-legged in the center of the formation. She watched the two in their predicament, bursting into laughter. After her laughter subsided, she remained silent for a long time before turning and following Chang-Shi into seclusion. Far away, Chen Chen, who was in seclusion training among the human race, already knew that Kwafu, Hou-Yi, and Change each had their own calamities to face. He did not interfere, only guaranteeing Kwafu's life. Hou-Yi and Change also had their own opportunities, and Chen Chen had confidence in them. "Master, why won't you let me fight?" spoke the six-eared macaque. Chen Chen found his golden immortal cultivation still lacking. Moreover, since this was a battle between humans and foreign races, he did not want him to get involved. The six-eared macaque stared at Chen Chen's face, and his expression changed. He realized that the other party's attitude was as hard as stone, so he bent his knee and directly slammed it onto the ground, his head thudding loudly. "Master, this life of mine was given by you. The human race has never rejected me. I remember that. I must fight in this battle and defend my people." Chen Chen had initially planned to confine him, but hearing the last words, "defend my people," he opened his mouth, but said nothing. After a long silence, he finally took out a jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it over. "The war between races is no child's play. If we take one wrong step, we will all perish. Take this. It is a manifestation created from the faith of the human race possessing Dao-level cultivation. Each human settlement has one. If your cultivation is insufficient and you cannot intervene on the front lines, protect the ordinary clansmen for me." The six-eared macaque's fingers turned white as he grasped the jade pendant. He hated himself for being too weak and despised those who would not let them live in peace. In the end, he said nothing more and merely nodded vigorously. The day finally arrived. Chen Chen looked up at the sky, fully aware that success or failure lay in this shudder. Hong Jun was wary of Hutu intervening to help the two clans of Wu and Shang, keeping a close watch on her. Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzuan stood at the entrance of Nuwa Palace, preventing Nuwa from leaving to assist the monster clan. The saints all kept a mental tally. No one wished to see a heavenly emperor who possessed the entire fortune of the primordial world. A mutual destruction between both sides would be most agreeable to them. Nuwa stood at the door, seeing her two senior brothers blocking the way. Her foot that had just lifted was drawn back again. She was clear-minded and spoke in a heavy tone. "Senior brothers, I only ask for the life of my brother." Laozi shook his head. "The battle isn't over. You can't go out." Nuwa trembled with anger, but said nothing further. The surrounding laws surged violently, making it evident to all how repressed she felt. "Attack!" Dong Wang Tai shouted, and the monster clan surged forward like a tide against the human and Wu alliance. "Kill!" The ancestral witches roared as the two clans clashed heat. As soon as they collided, some began to fall. Those whose cultivation was weak, whether human, Wu, or monster, were wiped out in the first wave. Chen Chen watched as his clansmen fell one by one, his heart twisted, as if gripped tightly. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. This battle had to be fought for the future of the human race. The 6 paths of the underworld turned swiftly. The Oxhead and Horseface, leveraging the laws of the underworld, were untouchable. They merely focused on gathering the souls and bringing them back to the underworld to meet their quotas. The human clan and that group of Wu were granted an ethereal spark of spirit within them thanks to Lady Hutu awakening the underworld path. Now they were all brought to the territory of Emperor Fengdu, waiting for the battle to conclude so that Chen Chen could take charge personally. On the monster clan side, despite their numerical advantage and significant increase in cultivation, they were not on par with the properly trained human and Wu warriors. On the human side, the top-tier experts were few, but the mid and lower tiers were overwhelming, directly suppressed. Dongwang Tai, who had remained still, could no longer sit idle and roared form ranks. As soon as he spoke, 356 Deluo Jinxian charged out, each stepping into peculiar positions, with countless monsters following their lead. Dijuan pondered for a long time before throwing the He Tu and Luo Shu to Kunping, entrusting him with the grand array of the Zhoutian Stardo, while he and Dongwang Tai served as the 2 main focal points. The ancestral witches scoffed disdainfully. Daijing shouted, "Brothers, set up the 12 capital celestial." The 11 ancestral witches took their positions, and Daijing produced a drop of blood, Hutus holy blood, and pressed it squarely onto the heart position of the Panga Phantom as the power source. Countless Wu clansmen continued to drill into the Panga Phantom. As soon as these 2 great arrays appeared, the powerful beings and saints peering at the battlefield were all stunned. These 2 arrays already possessed the power of a saint. The implication was clear: saints were no longer exalted beings. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Both understood that such a formidable array could not be left in the primordial world. The Panga Phantom on the Wu clan side swung its fist and struck down at the Zhoutian Stardo array. The Monster Clan's array was no pushover either. It swayed twice before stabilizing its ground. Inside the Zhoutian Stardo array, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai launched an attack together, crashing into the Panga Phantom. The Phantom wobbled but steadied itself. The onlooking powerful beings stared at the Tao rhythms emanating from the 2 arrays, many entering a state of enlightenment on the spot. The ancestral witches Dijuan and Dongwang Tai all understood that merely exhausting each other wouldn't determine a victor. Hence, everyone exerted their utmost strength, the power erupting from the arrays causing even the saints to widen their eyes. Both sides clashed with all their might, countless monsters and Wu clansmen spitting blood. The 2 great arrays looked as if they might collapse at any moment, barely able to hold for another strike. At that moment, the Zhoutian Stardo array suddenly darkened. Daijin's eyes widened like copper bells as he roared, "Kunping, how dare you!" Kunping spread his wings and turned to flee, laughing heartily. "I was forced into the heavenly court by you and Dongwang. After all these years of doing so much for you, consider the He Tu and Luo Shu as compensation." Dongwang Tai was furious, the chaos bell ringing as he prepared to chase Kunping and reclaim the He Tu and Luo Shu. Chen Chen intervened, saying, "Dongwang Tai, why don't you look at the person beside you? As for Kunping, considering you didn't join Dijuan in slaughtering my human clan back in the day, let the He Tu and Luo Shu serve as your toll for leaving the heavenly court." Chen Chen held Dongwang Tai back with one hand while directly grabbing Kunping with the other. The great figures of the primordial world were all stunned. Who would have thought that the usually low-key human martial ancestor had such formidable strength? Kunping was crushed by the force, his bones creaking as he shouted, "Martial ancestor, I'm willing. Please let me leave the heavenly court." After saying this, he threw the He Tu and Luo Shu over. Chen Chen caught it and sensed it carefully. Real goods. He released his grip. Kunping's wings spread wide, not looking back as he frantically flew towards the northern underworld, disappearing in an instant. Dijuan watched helplessly as his companion's spirit treasure fell into Chen Chen's hands, who was still examining it with great interest, as if he had thoroughly understood it. His throat felt sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen Chen turned his head to him and said, "Dijuan, you are indeed a figure of note. If it weren't for your insistence on opposing my human clan back in the day, we might have been able to sit down and talk. What a pity, since you are an enemy, complete extermination is the greatest respect." Upon hearing this, the monsters who had been preparing to fight desperately couldn't help but feel a wave of unrest. Meanwhile, Hongjun was clashing with Hutu, who was struggling to continue supplying blood to the ancestral witch's array. She withdrew her holy blood, and the array instantly collapsed. Daijang and the others revealed their pale faces, but compared to the monsters, they still managed to hold on. Daijang stared at Dijuan. "After so many years of conflict between our clans, we have yet to determine a victor. Today let's settle this score." Dijuan coldly snorted, "A loss is a loss. There's nothing more to say." The monsters received the order and charged. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged toward the Wu clan, followed closely by Donghuang Tai and the 12 monster saints. "Brothers, charge!" Daijang commanded, and the ancestral witches directly confronted the opposing high-tier experts. Chen Chen had already informed the ancestral witches about the matter with the Wuslang sword. Thus, from beginning to end, these ancestral witches had been on guard. Several ancestral witches exchanged glances. Just defending wasn't enough. Gonggong intentionally exposed a flaw. Daijin's eyes lit up as he finally drew the Wuslang sword and swung it at Gonggong. Chen Chen, who had been standing by to maintain order, suddenly activated the martial Dao laws. The current human clan was no longer the group that could be slaughtered at will. The martial Dao they had forged step by step was the root of the human race. The true spirits of the human race within the Wuslang sword were almost completely ground down by Dijuan. However, as Chen Chen exerted his strength, they immediately awakened, realizing the situation before them. In an instant, the Wuslang sword erupted with terrifying power, breaking free from Daijin's grip. Subsequently, sword energies exploded from the blade, slashing toward Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, Fushi, and the 12 monster saints. Who would have thought that the treasure they had painstakingly refined would eventually turn against their own? Donghuang Tai was protected by the Chaos Bell and suffered minimal injury. But the 12 monster saints and Dijuan were not so fortunate, caught off guard, and each receiving a severe blow. The worst was Fushi. The Wuslang sword specifically attended to him. Fushi, caught by surprise, was struck in a vital area and fell directly. Niwa in the Niwa Palace was extremely anxious, but Laozi and Yuanshi remained steadfast and refused to relent. Seizing this opportunity, the ancestral witches swiftly took down several monster saints. The monster clan's strength was instantly reduced significantly. A few ancestral witches who had freed up their hands turned back to assist, and in no time only Baizhe was left among the 12 monster saints. Baizhe retreated alongside Dijuan, backing up against Donghuang Tai. The three of them stood back to back, barely holding off the onslaught of the ancestral witches. The Chaos Bell was subjected to a fierce assault, ringing loudly. The Wuslang sword fell into Chen Chen's hands. He gripped the hilt, his fingertips gliding gently over the blade, clearly sensing the pain of the souls trapped within. It was all human compatriots refined into the sword, unable to find peace even in death. A surge of power welled up within Chen Chen, the aura of Emperor Fengdus' divine position. The power flowed like water, repeatedly washing over the Wuslang sword, gradually peeling away the trapped souls and guiding them toward the underworld. On the other side, they could choose to become ghost cultivators or reincarnate to become humans again. Thank you, martial ancestor, for your guidance. Voices of gratitude, faint and intermittent, came from the sword, the souls of the human race expressing their thanks. As Chen Chen repaired the broken souls, he felt the torment they had endured in life. His chest grew heavier, his fingers tightened around the sword hilt, his knuckles turning white. Soon all the souls were sent away. The Wuslang sword, having lost the support of the human power, cracked and shattered into several pieces. Chen Chen looked down at the broken shards in his hands, his mind filled with the images he had just sensed. His clansmen being painfully refined into the sword, their souls torn apart, cries and wails blending together. He raised his head, fixing his gaze on the Chaos Bell that protected Dijuan and the others. With a surge of power, Chen Chen charged forward, his fist wrapped in a gust of wind, striking fiercely at the Chaos Bell. Bang! The bell was struck away, tumbling and crashing into the distance. The ancestral witches were stunned, and Donghuang Tai was equally shocked. They looked at the flying Chaos Bell, their faces filled with disbelief. Daijin's face turned pale, staring at Chen Chen. For the first time, he felt regret. He shouldn't have provoked the human race. But the deed was already done. What use was regret? Chen Chen didn't give him a chance to ponder. A straight punch struck Donghuang Tai, the force sweeping Baizhe along as the two crashed toward the ancestral witches. Then came another punch. Half of Daijin's body exploded. Golden blood spurted out, splattering everywhere. Dijuan knew he could not survive. Gritting his teeth, he burned the last remnants of his life force to unleash his strongest attack towards Chen Chen. Boom! The blood mist exploded, enveloping the sky. The ancestors of the witches ceased their attacks, and Donghuang Tai and Baizhe also halted. Everyone stared at the blood mist. The mist dispersed. A figure emerged. Donghuang Tai's pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? His brother's move would have killed anyone. But Chen Chen bore not a single wound. The ancestors of the witches were all overjoyed. They knew the war was assured. Donghuang Tai shook his head, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Suddenly he raised his head, sharply glaring at the ancestors of the witches and Chen Chen. We have lost. But you shall not win either. He grabbed the Chaos Bell and turned to charge towards Buzhou Mountain. His entire body exploded with power. Boom! Donghuang Tai self-destructed. Buzhou Mountain was shattered, splitting in half. The sky tore open and heavenly water poured down through the crack, crashing into the primordial chaos like a waterfall. The heavens shook and the earth trembled as if they were about to come together again. A single thought sprouted in the minds of all the watching powerhouses. It's over. Chen Chen was the first to react. He revealed his dharma, form a gigantic figure spreading out his arms to block the torrential heavenly water. At the same time he shouted, "Human race, listen to my orders. Go save the beings on the ground. No destruction, no establishment. If we don't break now, when will we?" Many people were still trying to grasp the meaning of his words. Suddenly a voice rang out from the horizon. "The Tao is above, the black tortoise of the North Sea is willing to offer its 4 limbs to support heaven and earth." Immediately 4 voices echoed simultaneously. "The Tao is above, the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger are willing to be the guardian beasts supporting the pillars of heaven guarding the 4 directions." For massive pillars suddenly rose from between heaven and earth, stabilizing the sky and ground, finally calming the shaking world. Next to each pillar squatted a divine beast of heaven and earth. An endless stream of willpower surged from the void, pouring into their bodies, rapidly increasing their cultivation, suddenly elevating them to the level of Hunyuan Daoyojingxian. Soon after, the 4 massive pillars of heaven gradually faded into the void, and the 4 sacred beasts followed suit, disappearing together. The saints rushing over in this direction wore different expressions. Hong Jun, entangled with Ho Tu, suddenly felt a shiver. His carefully plotted scheme had gone awry. Hong Jun attempted to withdraw to take a look, but Ho Tu entangled him again, leaving him unable to escape. Laozi, with the highest cultivation, was the first to arrive, placing the Taiji chart against the crack in the sky, sealing it tightly. Then Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also arrived in succession, but without suitable artifacts to mend the sky. They could only help Chen Chen redirect the heavenly water towards the eastern sea. Chen Chen finally took a breath. With the saints joining in, the pressure was significantly alleviated. He slowly ceased his efforts, turning to glance at the battlefield that had just concluded. The remaining demon clan had been mostly cleaned up by the human and witch clans, and the fate of the demon clan had unknowingly been drawn over to the human clan. At that moment, Sui Renzi, Yi, and Yu Chao flew into the sky, raising their voices. "The Tao is above. We 3 are the ancestors of the human race, and we are now willing to give everything to pave a path for the human race." Their figures slowly dispersed, but before long they solidified again. At this moment their cultivation had steadily stepped into the Hunyuan realm. The first fire they created, the first garment, and the first house, all transformed into sacred objects of the human race, firmly safeguarding the fortune of the human race. Seeing that everything was unfolding according to his expectations, Chen Chen sighed in relief and soared into the air, shouting loudly, "The Tao is above. Today, I, human race martial ancestor Chen Chen, bring the fortunes of the human race, demon race, and witch race to awaken the human Tao. The human Tao is the bridge between the 2 paths of heaven and earth, the root of all transformations. Human Tao, come forth." Hong Jun's heart sank. "What? How dare you? I clearly laid so many traps for the human race. No, it's impossible. The human race, the human Tao, cannot awaken." Unfortunately, no matter how much Hong Jun disbelieved, it was of no use. Under his panicked gaze, the eye of the Tao emerged from the void. A voice unknown in origin fell. Immediately after, the eye of the Tao swept towards the human race, its gaze revealing a hint of anger. Who had the audacity to imprison all the key true spirits of the human race that could awaken the human Tao? Following that, the eye of the Tao fixed its gaze directly on the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, as all the human race true spirits he had imprisoned were released and returned to the human race. Most of the human race immediately sat cross-legged to restore their true spirits. Plus, with the fortune of the demon race intentionally or unintentionally being absorbed, countless individuals from the human race began to break through. The position of the master of human Tao naturally fell to Chen Chen, and the fruit position of the master of human Tao drilled into his body. With the pressure lifted from him for so long, Chen Chen's realm began to soar. His martial path surged upwards as well, breaking through to the 2nd, 4th, and finally crashing into the threshold of the 8th heaven. Even as merely an 8th level Hunyuan Daoyojingxian, Chen Chen felt no fear, having not used the powers of the heavenly Tao and earth Tao against Hong Jun and Ho Tu. The human Tao is inherently a constantly changing concept. The human race is not equivalent to the human Tao. All living beings in heaven and earth belong under. As the master of human Tao, Chen Chen's greatest benefit is, whenever he wishes, he can mobilize the totality of the cultivation of all beings within the human Tao for his own use. However, this method carries a great cost. Unless the primordial world is truly on the verge of destruction, he would never resort to it. Seeing that Chen Chen's Tao fruit had been established, Ho Tu no longer obstructed Hong Jun and stepped over to his side. Hong Jun's figure emerged from the void, his eyes filled with caution, Since you have awakened the human Tao, let the matters of heaven and earth be handled by you fellow Taoist. Saying this, he turned with the saints of the Heavenly Dao and left. Without the saints to direct and block, the flood surged down. Chen Chen gazed in the direction where Hong Jun had disappeared, a look of disdain on his face, as if he were throwing a tantrum like a child. He turned his head, staring at the crack in the sky. The human Tao laws stirred slightly. Chen Chen retrieved the rewards from the system that he had accumulated for who knows how many years, the multicolored stone and 9 heavens Shirong. The human Tao laws swirled, merging the 2 items together, and he refined a primordial 5-colored stone. Raising his hand, he tossed it towards the sky. The human Tao laws surged, and the crack in the sky slowly began to close. As if arranged by heavens will, an extra stone fell from the sky. Chen Chen reached out to catch it. Glancing at this special stone, recalling a heroic figure he once admired, he chuckled and casually tossed it into the primordial land, no longer caring. Chen Chen completed the final step, exhaling deeply. The trajectory of fate had changed. The lives of the human race, which race and countless others, had all transformed. He looked at Ho Tu and nodded. If we have the time, let's hold the earth marriage and human marriage together. Ho Tu's face turned crimson, her voice subdued. I'm fine with that, just arrange it as you see fit. Chen Chen turned to face the witch and human races, raising his voice. Everyone, we have won. In this battle we triumphed. We won. Huh. The cheers erupted. The ancestors of the witches and the 3 ancestors of the human race surrounded Chen Chen and Ho Tu, teasing. Let's make the laws of heaven and earth more complete, such as arranging the earth marriage and human marriage to complete the earth Tao and human Tao. Ho Tu's face was burning. She threw out a sentence, you all discuss it, and turned back to the underworld. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Chen could only nod in agreement. Then let's calculate a good day. Saying this, the laws of human Tao and martial Tao surged within him, and his expression turned a bit strange. Within 100 years, I must marry Ho Tu. The ancestors of the witches were all ecstatic, shouting, brother-in-law, haha, it finally happened. Sui Rin Yu Chao and Zi Yi nodded, immediately giving orders. Martial ancestor Chen Chen's wedding must be a grand affair. The entirety of the human race held deep respect for this martial ancestor who had tirelessly labored since the birth of the human race. Upon hearing that the martial ancestor was to hold a wedding, a wave of joy spread through the entire human race. The brothers of the witch race busily helped with the preparations alongside the brothers of the human race, arranging the wedding of the ancestor of the earth and the grand elder. Meanwhile, at Hong Jun's side inside the Zhixiao Palace, he could not suppress his chaotic aura, partly due to the immense pressure from the mark of the Tao, and partly because he could not understand how the human race's human Tao, which he had suppressed so thoroughly, had suddenly turned over. After a long while, Hong Jun's breath gradually calmed down. However, the awakening of the human Tao had completely disrupted his original plans. Thinking that the human race would still follow the path of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, growing increasingly stronger, Hong Jun's aura began to stir once more. 100 years flew by. The ancestors of the witches protected Ho Tu, hurrying from the underworld to the ancestral home of the human race. The already allied dragon clan was quite understanding, directly bringing out 9 elder dragons at the level of Daojingxian to serve as Ho Tu's drivers. At the ancestral home of the human race, Chen Chen was welcoming the various saints. Nuwa and Hong Jun had not made an appearance. The Mingi opened his mouth first. Martial, at the ancestral home of the human race, Chen Chen was welcoming the various saints. Nuwa and Hong Jun had not made an appearance. The Mingi opened his mouth first. Martial ancestor, congratulations on your wedding. My humble abode cannot offer much. These 9 Azuras, all at the Daojingxian level, are to guard the human race for you. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Mingi. In the past, he had asked Mingi for Azuras several times, wanting to see their unique Tao, but Mingi had always refused, as if guarding against thieves. Unexpectedly this time, he was so generous. Haha, Tao Master Mingi, I finally got these Azuras. Thank you, thank you. Chen Chen bowed respectfully. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin exchanged glances, their faces contorted. Fellow Taoist, you know we in the West have been poor for a long time. Only recently has Taoist Jin Yuan helped us, allowing us to recover a bit. Here these are 9 12th grade merit golden lotuses cultivated from some source, capable of greatly improving understanding. Chen Chen's face was full of surprise. 2 fellow Taoists, this is truly a great gift. Thank you, thank you. After speaking, he raised his hand to bow again. Laozi sighed lightly. Congratulations, martial ancestor, on your wedding. These 9 transformation golden pills are my small token of goodwill. Chen Chen slightly inclined his body. Thank you, Sage Tai Ching. Yuan Shi took out a large seal. Wuzu, this is made from the broken section of the Buzhou mountain. Consider it a congratulatory gift. Chen Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had gotten the heaven-overturning seal. Thank you, Sage of Yuqing. He bowed again. Tong Tian laughed heartily. I've admired you for a long time, and today, I finally get to speak to you properly. Congratulations on your marriage. This is an array I'm modified capable of drawing down the power of the stars, greatly increasing the cultivation speed of those below the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chen Chen had also formed a deep bond with Tantian over time. Coupled with his understanding of this person from his past life, he knew Tantian was a generous soul. I have admired your efforts to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings for a long time. Soon a scene of dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness unfolded. The ancestral witches surrounded Hutu, slowly walking forward. Three figures stood in midair, their power of laws erupting, affecting the entire human realm's energy. The human cultivators shouted in unison. The heavens were filled with splendor, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. The laws of humanity manifested in the void, shaking the underworld as well. Hutu and Chen Chen exchanged glances. Great Tao above Pangus. Hutu, I wish to establish a marriage on the ground completing the earthly path. Great Tao above Pangus. Chen Chen, I wish to establish a human marriage completing the human path. The eye of the great Tao opened in the void, staring intently at the two. A voice echoed from the void. Approved. The two shuddered, clearly feeling the earthly and human paths becoming more complete than before. Chen Chen took a step forward, grasping Hutu's hand. The surrounding crowd erupted into cheers, the clamor rising wave after wave. He pulled Hutu into the heavenly covering shade. Hutu blushed, lowering her head, her red robes trailing behind her. After quite a while, the two finally emerged from the small world, beginning to entertain their guests. This time Chen Chen truly spared no expense. The wine was brewed from the three light divine water, and the tea was the enlightenment tea. The food consisted entirely of spiritual fruits. Even a sage would gain significant benefits from it. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Guests gradually took their leave, and no one disturbed the newlyweds anymore. Chen Chen watched the crowd disperse before picking up Hutu. He turned and entered the heavenly covering shade, shutting off all access for outsiders. The wedding night was upon them. In the Zixiao Palace, Han Jun did not join in the festivities, but kept watch. He saw the two enter that little world he could never deduce, and suddenly seemed to understand something. No wonder humanity could rise right under his nose. Unfortunately, Han Jun would never know what a system was. Hutu and Chen Chen's intimacy would last for hundreds of years. When they finally emerged, Hutu saw the teasing gazes of the crowd. Her face flushed as she vanished from sight. Chen Chen looked helplessly at Swearin and the others. All right, Hutu is shy, don't tease her anymore. The three exchanged glances and laughed. Oh, is this where you start to protect your wife? Suddenly a voice from the human realm interrupted. Sage of Heaven, come to Zixiao Palace. Upon hearing Han Jun's words, Chen Chen pondered for a moment and smirked. He'll go for a visit just to annoy Han Jun. With that he vanished. In Zixiao Palace, the 6 sages sat on meditation cushions. Han Jun glanced at them and nodded slightly. The heavenly court has been neglected for a long time. Do you have any suitable candidates? Zhuanti and Jane had not paid much attention, but upon hearing this they exchanged quick glances. Zhuanti spoke up. My disciple Mithriya could serve as the ruler of the heavenly court. Yuan Shi moved his eyelids. My disciple Guang Chengzi has deep fortune and can hold this position. Han Jun closed his eyes and remained silent. Tong Tian interjected. My disciple Duo Bao could serve as the ruler of the heavenly court. Han Jun still kept his eyes shut. Laozi understood. The implication from the teacher was that the candidate had likely been decided long ago, and this was not a discussion with them. He spoke lightly. Everything will follow the teacher's arrangement. Han Jun opened his eyes just as a voice from outside the hall arrived. Hao Ian sat on the Lingxiao treasure hall, his voice shaking the primordial earth. From this day forth, I am the supreme natural mystic and the true emperor of the 3 realms. As soon as these words were uttered, all 6 sages broke into laughter, their mouths twisted in disbelief. You, a mere servant who pours tea and water, really thinks of yourself as a big deal. Whether to pay attention to him depended on their mood. How could he be so arrogant? Hao Ian was unaware of how the sages mocked him in their hearts, happily pondering how to expand the heavenly court with their assistance. Whether to pay attention to him depended on their mood. How could he be so arrogant? Hao Ian was unaware of how the sages mocked him in their hearts, happily. Next came the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As the ruler of humanity, he needed to find a way to resurrect the demon race. Most of the previous demon populace had been annihilated by the joint efforts of the witch race and the human race. While pondering, Chen Chen suddenly changed expression. A strand of primordial purple chi was being secretly divided into 3 portions, quietly sneaking into the human realm. Chen Chen's face darkened instantly. He could guess with his toes. Han Jun was playing tricks. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must have been tampered with. The hard bones of humanity's human determination overcomes heaven, could not be so easily manipulated. Chen Chen stretched out his hand, 3 strands of primordial purple chi landing in his palm. Initially, he planned to charge directly into Zixiao Palace and reason with Hongjuan, but after a moment's thought he realized that the old fox had a hidden agenda, and it wouldn't be so easy to reveal. He activated the laws of humanity, and the laws of martial arts followed suit, thoroughly sweeping through the human race. Suerenzi and Yu Chao received the transmission and also activated their law powers to assist in the investigation. One investigation led to another, revealing 3 portions of primordial purple qi hidden in the dark. Chen Chen pulled them all out. Upon further investigation, he discovered another 3 portions. When they finally stopped after searching for the 4th batch, without success, Chen Chen stared at the 9 portions of primordial purple qi in his hand. They had originally been 3 portions, but now split into 9, and he sneered. He turned and headed to the underworld. Hutu was waiting for him. The two joined forces, invoking the laws of humanity and the underworld to begin refining this primordial purple qi. They ground away the hidden toxic nature, transforming it into something truly beneficial for cultivation and enlightenment. In Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ashen. The laws of heaven dictated that only 9 portions of primordial purple qi could emerge. Moreover, these purple qi had been refined based on his laws. Every portion refined felt like a stab to his heart. By the time Chen Chen and Hutu had refined all 9 portions of primordial purple qi, he flashed to the entrance of Zixiao Palace. The calm demeanor on Hongjuan's face was starting to waver. "Fellow Taoist, why have you come to my Zixiao Palace?" Chen Chen heard this, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Are you still trying to plot against humanity?" he said leisurely. "It seems the lesson from the eye of the great Tao wasn't enough. Just now we refined your primordial purple qi, and you still haven't learned your lesson. Without further ado, shall we have a spar?" As his voice fell, the martial arts laws and the laws of humanity erupted simultaneously, completely surrounding Zixiao Palace. Hutu was not hesitant either, as the laws of the underworld quickly followed suit. Hongjuan observed this situation, a hint of bitterness on his face. However, he was still on his own territory, raising his hand to invoke the laws of heaven, clashing with the two. Chen Chen punched forward, unleashing martial force as if it were free against Hongjuan. Hongjuan raised his hand to block the punch, but before he could catch his breath, Hutu's attack arrived. Hutu had not been idle in recent years, studying the unique evolution path of the class Brontosaurus, and after years of pondering, she had finally grasped some essence, pushing the ancestral witch's true form toward a half-step evolution. The level of the ancestral witch's true form was too high. It was unrealistic to leap to the next level in one go, but this step forward was already sufficient. Hutu raised her hand to send out a beam of light. Hongjuan had just managed to block the continuous attacks from Chen Chen and Hutu, barely regaining his footing when he saw the two charging straight at him. Bang bang bang. A brutal beating ensued. As the ancestor of the immortal path, Hongjuan had few peers in terms of realm and spells throughout the primordial world. Yet when faced with this kind of melee battle at the same level, he had no strength to retaliate, only able to desperately guard himself. After a long time of fighting, Chen Chen and Hutu finally stopped. Hongjuan was covered in injuries, his head swollen significantly. Under the dual suppression of the laws of the underworld and humanity, he could not even quickly heal his wounds. Chen Chen exhaled, his tone laced with mockery. "Fellow Taoist, are you harboring some resentment? After all, this was initiated by you, so if there's anything you're unhappy about, feel free to say it." Hongjuan's expression changed, repeatedly forcing out a smile. "Haha, not at all. Thanks to you, I realized where I went wrong." Chen Chen's gaze turned cold as he stared at his old fox demeanor. "I'm fine. If I catch you plotting against humanity or the underworld again, I won't hesitate to remove you, even at the risk of disturbing the laws of heaven." With that, he pulled Hutu and turned to leave, leaving only Hongjuan roaring in Zixiao Palace. Upon reaching the ancestral home of humanity, Hutu looked puzzled. "Are we really helpless against Hongjuan?" Chen Chen shook his head. "I have a plan. Once the next calamity ends, the representative of the Tao of heaven will need to be replaced." Hutu did not pursue the matter further and nodded. Chen Chen suddenly grinned. "Since we're here, why not take advantage of the good times and find some fun?" Before Hutu could react, he dragged her into the tent of heavenly covering shade. A night of spring romance passed, and the sun was already high in the sky when they finally rose. Outside, the six-eared macaque and Kong Xian exchanged glances, their faces full of helplessness. Without their master emerging, they could only practice their innate divine abilities while waiting. Suddenly, Nuwa stepped into the ancestral home of humanity, her holy might unabashed. Suerenzi and Yu Chao immediately appeared, looking at the once holy mother of humanity with complex expressions. "Saint Nuwa, what brings you to our ancestral home?" Sueren spoke first. Nuwa lifted her chin. "I want to reincarnate my brother into your human race. Please make a position available." Anger flashed in the eyes of the three. Sueren sneered. "What the sage said, we cannot make that decision. Everything is up to the martial ancestor. You should discuss it with him." "Why bother the martial ancestor? You three can decide among yourselves. Sui Ren, known for his explosive temper, usually agreeable, exploded at this moment. Do you deserve it? Do you even know what you've done to the human race? How many people did Fushi kill back in the day? How dare you speak like that? Nuwa's expression instantly hardened. Bold. A wave of sanctity pressed down, and three forces collided with the three of them. Sui Ren, Zi and Yu Chao joined forces, leveraging the power of humanity. The three of them withstood the assault. Nuwa's expression turned fierce, and she swung a punch. The three summoned their treasures, and stood firm against the blow. Just as she was about to strike again, the river Styx sensed something was amiss in the human ancestral hall, and hurried over. Yuan Tu and ABI's swords slashed directly towards Nuwa. Focused on the three ancestors, she failed to notice, and was hit twice in the back. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The river Styx stood before the three ancestors. Nuwa stared at the two swords in his hands, her expression shifting repeatedly, before she ultimately turned to flee. The river Styx sighed in relief as he saw her escape. He was confident he could defeat Nuwa, but feared she might play dirty and suddenly attack Sui Ren and the others. Only after Nuwa's figure completely vanished into the horizon did he approach Sui Ren and the others. He activated his own laws, gradually cleansing the residual power of the primordial creator. The six-eared macaque Kong Xian and the golden-winged Dapeng, due to the injuries suffered by the three ancestors, found their seals weakening. The three suddenly broke free from their restraints, witnessing the devastation before them, and exchanged a glance. This grudge must be remembered. They had to become stronger, absolutely. On the side of the human ancestral hall, a large number of experts surged over. They stared at the ruins left by the Holy Mother, their expressions changing. No one spoke, and they turned to find a place to enter seclusion. Nuwa probably never imagined that her turmoil would instead force out the inherent fierceness within the human race. Within a century, strong individuals would emerge like bamboo shoots after a rain. After 100 years, Chen Chen and Ho Tu finally emerged from their seclusion. The moment Chen Chen sensed the residual fluctuations of laws in the space, his expression darkened. He hurriedly found Sui Ren and the others. The river Styx squatted in a corner of the ancestral hall, fearing that someone might take advantage of Chen Chen's absence to cause trouble. If something went wrong, he couldn't bear that responsibility. Seeing Chen Chen come out, Sui Ren sighed and recounted the events from beginning to end. The more Chen Chen listened, the tighter his fists clenched. I didn't seek trouble with you, and now you're daring to bully my people. Before Sui Ren finished speaking, Chen Chen threw down a single phrase, wait. He had already rushed deep into the chaos. In the palace of Nuwa sensed the unrestrained violent aura and felt a jolt in her heart. Just as she contemplated escaping, Chen Chen had already blocked the palace entrance. Nuwa, why aren't you opening the door to receive guests? Chen Chen's tone was calm, but anyone could hear the underlying anger. After a long pause, Nuwa's voice finally drifted out. Why would the martial ancestor say such a thing? I am in seclusion and cannot meet guests at this time. Chen Chen coldly laughed. Not convenient. He raised his hand, and the great door of the palace of Nuwa exploded into dust. He stepped inside, and with each step the floor beneath him, the formation above, and the runes on the walls, all shattered into fragments. Nuwa watched helplessly as her palace was dismantled, her heart aching. Those materials were already extinct in the present world. Before she could speak, Chen Chen had already stepped in front of her. With one punch, he aimed directly at her face. Nuwa had no time to evade. The force sent her flying, and her body crashed through several walls. Chen Chen was even faster. Before she landed, he had already appeared where she would fall, kicking her back to her original position. With just one punch and one kick, Nuwa's head swelled, her body covered in injuries, and she looked utterly disheveled. Just as she opened her mouth to say something, Chen Chen raised his hand and made a vague grip. Nuwa's body suddenly twisted and contorted, and she screamed, no. Wait. I was wrong. Ah. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Chen clenched his fist. Nuwa's body exploded. Indeed, it was literally crushed to pieces. But a sage does not die. A trace of her true spirit was still locked within the Heavenly Dao. As long as the Heavenly Dao exists, she could not perish. Soon Nuwa's figure reformed. Chen Chen, expressionless, raised his hand for another punch. Nuwa exploded again. Chen Chen crushed her form 9 times. Heaven above poured down a rain of blood. Even the Heavenly Dao spent a considerable amount of its resources to piece Nuwa back together. However, in her last resurrection, Nuwa's cultivation had already begun to destabilize her body, riddled with injuries, and the Heavenly Dao could not repair her. Unless something unexpected happened, this sage would have to live with a pig's face. Nuwa, I apologize for the offense, don't take it to heart. Chen Chen's tone was very indifferent. By the way, concerning the affairs of the human race, you have no say. If you act too smart, I won't hesitate to reduce the number of sages in the Heavenly Dao. Also, did Hongjun tell you about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Not even realizing they were being used as a tool, TSK. Nuwa felt a mixture of regret and indignation inside. Yet with her head lowered, she dared not speak again, fearing that she might truly provoke Chen Chen and get wiped out. Chen Chen glanced at her, shook his head, and turned to leave. In the shadows, Laozi and Yuan Shi watched everything clearly. The two of them were extremely wary of Chen Chen in their hearts. Tong Tian didn't think much of it. After all, he had no conflict of interest with Chen Chen. But Zhuan Ti and Jiayin became increasingly reassured. With their own combat strength soaring like this, what was there to worry about? Chen Chen returned to the ancestral hall. Ho Tu and the River Styx had also witnessed the crushing defeat and looked at him with admiration. Chen Chen knew that if Ho Tu truly decided to act, she could achieve that level as well. Yet being gazed at this way by his own wife made him feel quite pleased. He lightly cleared his throat. Swearing, you three. Gather all the members of our clan who are above the Tai Golden Immortal. It's time to initiate the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. We old fellows shouldn't get in the way. Ho Tu, has the matter of the Xian Gui's reincarnation been handled? River Styx, continue to contemplate your Azura path. The few nodded in agreement and dispersed. Ho Tu added, I sent him into the 6 paths of reincarnation to nurture his soul that day. He can reincarnate when the time is right. Chen Chen felt relieved. As for the affairs of the human race, the rulers should decide for themselves. Whatever was destined was irrelevant. Only then did he remember that he had 3 disciples, almost forgetting about them. Calling the 3 over, he immediately saw through their cultivation levels. The 6-eared macaque had somehow reached the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Kong Xian was only a Golden Immortal, but his foundation was solid. It was evident that the Phoenix clan had taught him diligently. However, the Golden Winged Dapeng, born with the dual energies of Yin and Yang, was only at the Celestial Immortal level. It was clear that he had been slacking off. Chen Chen felt anger rise and directly hung the Golden Winged Dapeng up for a beating. After the beating, he finally took on the demeanor of a teacher. Pointing out the flaws in each of their cultivation, he then pulled out a large number of precious materials from the system space. Fragments of the laws of battle, fragments of the laws of the 5 elements, fragments of the laws of Yin and Yang, all were presented. With a wave of his hand, 3 weapon prototypes condensed in front of him. The laws of battle were infused into a long staff, which he tossed to the 6-eared macaque. The laws of the 5 elements were infused into a fan handed to Kong Xian. The laws of Yin and Yang were infused into a pot thrown to the Golden Winged Dapeng. Chen Chen watched as the 3 disciples examined their new weapons and directly spoke up. What I've given you can only be considered a prototype. Once your cultivation rises and you inscribe your understanding of the Tao into it, that is when it will truly be your life's treasure. The 3 exchanged glances, bent their knees, and knelt down. Thank you, Master, for bestowing treasures. Chen Chen raised his hand, and 3 forces lifted them back to their feet. That's enough. I've said everything I needed to say and given you the weapons. How you proceed on your path will become clear when your realms rise naturally. Hurry up and cultivate. By the way, when the Tai de Luo arrives, practice with them when you have the chance. You can all go now. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 3 disciples were directly sent into the training room. Life in the primordial world was unpredictable. Time passed, and before long the human race expanded greatly and troubles began to emerge. The leader of the Fengyang tribe had a daughter named Huasu. The little girl was very curious about the things outside, and one day she sneaked out to play and ended up running far away to a place called Luais. Huasu didn't think much of it, as she was having a great time playing. Suddenly she noticed a huge footprint on the ground. Feeling curious, she stood in it, wanting to compare how small her feet were. Little did she know that as soon as she stepped in, her head felt heavy and she fainted. After a long while, Huasu finally woke up. Shaking her head and looking around, she didn't think much of it and bounced back to the tribe. The leader of the Fengyang tribe saw his daughter had spent the night outside and didn't think much of it. He casually mentioned a few words and turned back to his tribal affairs. However, not long after, Huazu's belly began to grow day by day. The people in the tribe looked at her with increasingly strange eyes. But because her father was the chief, no one dared to speak out. As time went on, 9 months passed, a year passed, and 2 years passed. Gossip began to spread in the tribe, claiming that Huasu was pregnant with a demon. Huazu's father, the chief of the Fengyang tribe, was forced to take action and had no choice but to expel his daughter from the tribe. Over these years, Huasu had experienced the coldness of human relationships. She walked away, her belly protruding under her father's worried gaze. He couldn't bear to return immediately and followed her from behind. He accompanied her to the banks of the Wei River, built her a wooden house, and then turned to leave. From then on, Huasu searched for wild fruits outside every day to fill her stomach, often experiencing bouts of hunger. One day she could no longer bear it and fainted from hunger at the door of the wooden house. When Huasu opened her eyes again, a Qilin stood before her carrying divine fruits and spiritual water on its back. Huasu looked at the auspicious beast without any fear. Pointing at the items on the Qilin's back, she asked, "Are these for me?" The Qilin nodded and moved. Only then did Hua Su feel relieved. Joyfully, she reached out to stroke the back of the Qilin and stuffed the fruit into her mouth. From that day on, Hua Su never had to worry about food again. The Qilin delivered food punctually every meal. One day Chen Chen raised his eyes and pushed up his finger, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was time. He turned and arrived at the banks of the Weishui River, just in time to see the Qilin delivering food to Hua Su. Chen Chen flickered his body and was already in front of Hua Su, raising his hand to press down on the Qilin's horn. He turned and arrived at the banks of the Weishui River, just in time to see the Qilin delivering food to Hua Su. Chen Chen flickered his body and was already in front of Hua. When have our human race ever feared these things? Regardless, the child in your womb is of our kind. We fight desperately for our lives not to have our own people drive out their kin. Hua Su was stunned. You are the great martial ancestor. Chen Chen nodded, sighed. The child in your womb is the reincarnation of my disciple. It was the mysterious turtle that sacrificed its limbs to support the North Sea. In this life, I want to raise him while hoping he will become a great sage of our human race in the future. After hearing this, Hua Zu's tears fell at once. So, I am not carrying a monster. All the grievances, the disdain, and misunderstanding from her kin suddenly had answers at that moment. Chen Chen raised his hand and gently patted Hua Zu's head. Girl, you have suffered. I will accompany you back to the tribe. This little Qilin is quite intelligent. I'll let it wait here. After saying that, Chen Chen led Hua Su back to the Fengyan tribe. The tribe leader saw his daughter returning from afar, accompanied by a figure whose face was indistinct. As they approached the tribe, more and more people saw Hua Su. Whispers grew louder and some pointed fingers. Chen Chen's expression became colder. Once inside the tribe, the leader of the Fengyan tribe finally recognized Chen Chen. He had removed the layer of legal concealment from his face. I have met the great martial ancestor. May I ask if my daughter has offended you? The leader's voice trembled. Chen Chen stared at him, speaking each word clearly. Are you the leader of the Fengyan tribe? Monsters! When has our human race ever feared such things since ancient times? This is your daughter, a child of our kin. We have fought hard for so many years not to have our own people drive out their kind. Furthermore, our human race has powerful support behind us. If anything happens, the great beings of our ancestral home can intervene, the Firebringer can intervene, and I can also intervene. You all need not fear. The leader of the Fengyan tribe felt his eyes redden, and the people around him lowered their heads, choking back their emotions. Yes, great martial ancestor. Chen Chen glanced around and continued. Hua Su will be sent back to the tribe. When her child turns 15, let him come to find me to be my disciple at the place where Hua Su used to live. After finishing his words, he vanished. The leader of the Fengyan tribe and the clansmen looked at Hua Su with guilt, quickly bringing her back into the tribe. In the following days, under the care of the clansmen, Hua Su gradually regained her health. One day she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and cried out for help. The clansmen hurriedly took her into the delivery room where the midwives were already prepared. Just then the spiritual energy of the entire wilderness surged violently. The reincarnation of the mysterious turtle was born. The heavens and earth rejoiced for this child. As soon as the child landed, its body began to grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it appeared as a 3-year-old. Chen Chen watched this scene, laughing a bit mischievously. He raised his hand to suppress the child, causing its form to shrink back to that of a newborn. Children should enjoy their childhood. Oh, what a pity. Chen Chen stayed with Hua Su for many years, and with a casual lift of his hand, a small mountain rose from the ground beside the house. The Qilin was so frightened that it shrank back, not daring to move. Chen Chen looked down at it. Little thing, for now stick with me. I see you care for Hua Su. Once my disciple learns his skills, you can go accompany her. Upon hearing this, the Qilin's eyes brightened. It certainly knew who this powerful human being was, the great martial ancestor. Being around such a person, just listening to a few pointers would be enough for a lifetime of contemplation. Days passed by. Chen Chen filled his temporary dojo with bamboo, and the mysterious turtle began to grow little by little. This little guy did not disappoint. At 1-year-old, he spoke his first words. By 3, he could articulate clearly, and by 7, he was already helping his grandfather manage chores in the tribe. Finally, the mysterious turtle turned 15. His mother and grandfather told him that at the Weishui River a teacher was waiting for him, someone who was a true powerhouse of the human race. The mysterious turtle packed his things and set off. As he approached the Weishui River, he first saw a vast bamboo forest. After pondering for a moment, he thought his master should be in such a place, and stepped inside. Not far in, he saw a Qilin lying at the door. The mysterious turtle bent down to salute. Mr. Qilin, may I ask if my master is inside? The Qilin quickly moved to the side, receiving only half a bow. Over the years, it had already understood the identity of the mysterious turtle. This half bow was still due to the time the mysterious turtle delivered food to Hua Su. The Qilin nodded and instantly vanished. The mysterious turtle smacked his lips, curious about that door's technique. He walked to the door and slowly pushed it open. Chen Chen was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and upon seeing the mysterious turtle enter he smiled. "Little guy, you have arrived." The usually experienced mysterious turtle in the tribe felt a bit shy at this moment. Blushing, he bent his knees and knelt down. "Master, your disciple pays his respects." Chen Chen laughed heartily. "Good, remember you have 3 senior brothers above you." After a pause he continued, "Little mysterious turtle, our human race has a rule ingrained in our bones. Do not believe in fate. Man can conquer nature, no one is predetermined to be a certain way." The mysterious turtle listened, nodding thoughtfully. Chen Chen saw that he was absorbing it, and felt secretly satisfied. Thus everyone has infinite possibilities. Growing while learning, striving towards the person you want to become. Little mysterious turtle, have you thought about what kind of person you want to be in the future? The mysterious turtle thought for a long time, suddenly raising his head. "Master, I want everyone in the tribe to have enough to eat. I want the entire human race to have food to eat. I also want everyone to be able to distinguish right from wrong." Chen Chen nodded with a smile. "Good, it's settled then. From now on, work in the tribe every morning, and come to me in the afternoon to learn cultivation and other skills." After the mysterious turtle officially took over the tribe, Chen Chen also handed over the old turtle to him. The former leader of the Fengyan tribe saw that this kid handled affairs much more efficiently than himself, so he decisively gave up his position. The mysterious turtle did not disappoint, arranging his time, meticulously managing the tribe in an orderly manner. One day the hunting team returned empty-handed, and the entire tribe ran out of food. The mysterious turtle squatted by the side, frowning in thought. As he pondered and walked, he unknowingly found himself at the banks of the Weishui River. Looking down, he saw a school of fish swimming in the water. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this ready-made food? But the question was how to catch them. How much would be enough for the entire tribe to eat? While his mind was spinning, his gaze swept to a nearby tree. A spider web hung from the tree, the threads interwoven and neatly arranged. The mysterious turtle's mind buzzed, and a flash of inspiration hit. He pulled out a piece of cloth, tore it into thin strips, and sewed them together to form a net. The first fishing net was completed. He tossed the net into the water, and when he pulled it up, it was full of fish, enough for the tribe to eat for an entire week. Just as he was feeling happy, a voice came from behind him. "If you catch them like this and teach everyone to do the same, won't the sea tribes come knocking?" The mysterious turtle jolted, turning around to see his master Chen Chen. He sighed in relief. As he thought more about it, he increasingly felt that his master was right. He turned around respectfully, asking, "Master, what do you think we should do?" Chen Chen laughed heartily. "Are you stupid? Can't you raise them? Catch a portion to raise in the tribe, make the holes in the net bigger, and let the small ones go. During the months when the fish spawn each year, don't touch them, let them grow slowly. If you catch a little, they will reproduce a lot. Won't that balance out?" After listening, the mysterious turtle was stunned for 2 seconds, suddenly slapping his forehead. "I understand. Can't hunting be done the same way? No wonder it's getting harder to hunt in the mountains now." Chen Chen nodded with a smile. Good mind. All right, let's go back. If you have any questions, come back again." The mysterious turtle bowed. "Yes, master." After speaking, he turned and left. Upon returning to the Fengyan tribe, the mysterious turtle gathered everyone together and taught them how to weave nets hand in hand. Once the nets were ready, he sent people to the river. When the fishermen returned, they brought back so many fish it looked like a small mountain. The entire tribe went wild, excitedly lifting the mysterious turtle and tossing him into the air. After landing, the mysterious turtle instructed, "Keep what you need to eat and put the rest in the water to raise. From now on, handle all captured live creatures this way." The clansmen exchanged glances, not quite understanding. But no one questioned it. They all followed suit. The mysterious turtle settled by the water pool, keeping a watchful eye on the fish day by day. As the years went by, he learned exactly when the fish spawned and when they grew. One day he could no longer contain himself, bouncing into the tribe shouting, "I figured it out. I figured it all out." The people in the tribe heard the commotion and all ran out to see what their leader was excited about. Once he calmed down, he seized the moment to pass down the orders. Now that the tribe was raising fish and livestock, there was no need to worry about food, so when he mentioned limiting catches, no one opposed it. After all, when the mysterious turtle made decisions they could never comprehend, but it was always right. With the food issue resolved, the mysterious turtle began to observe his own people. Previously focused solely on finding food, he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he looked, he noticed that many of the newborns had disabilities. The mysterious turtle was greatly alarmed and began to investigate the causes. First, he ruled out food and drink. Everyone ate the same, so that wasn't the issue. Where could the problem lie? He couldn't comprehend it no matter how hard he tried. Just then a couple walked by, and the woman said to the man, "Brother, let's." The voice faded at the end, and Xian Gui couldn't hear clearly. Suddenly a light flickered in his mind. Looking at the children with physical issues, he confirmed that their parents were all related by blood. When he looked at the normal children, most of their parents came from different tribes. Xian Gui repeatedly observed in his own tribe, then went to surrounding tribes to inquire, ultimately solidifying his thoughts. Thus he issued another decree in the tribe: those with blood relations were not allowed to marry. If one wanted to marry, they should find relatives without blood ties or people from other tribes. This decree was enforced for several years, and all newborns were now healthy and whole. Moreover, this round of marriages made the surrounding tribes aware of the Fengyan tribe's rules, and one by one they began to follow suit. The momentum grew larger, the reputation of the Fengyan tribe and the chief, Xian Gui, spread far and wide. The entire human race referred to him as the Great Sage, and were willing to recognize him as their leader. With the support of various tribes, Xian Gui ascended to the position of leader. He did not become arrogant. Instead, he became even more attentive to human affairs. Chen Chen observed this situation and nodded with a smile. That's right. The leader should be chosen by the human race themselves, not by others deciding for us. Xian Gui began to promote the rules established in the Fengyan tribe to the entire human race. Under his governance, the human race gradually walked onto the right track. Chen Chen, seeing the human race flourishing, nodded in satisfaction and called Xian Gui over with a transmission. Upon hearing the transmission, Xian Gui ran over. In no time he arrived at the Weishui River and saw Chen Chen standing in the bamboo forest from a distance. Xian Gui stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Master, you summoned me so urgently. What are your instructions?" Chen Chen helped him up and patted his shoulder. "Xian Gui, you've been managing the human race quite well. I am very... But there is one thing, if our human race still lacks something. Think about it. Can you figure out what it is?" Xian Gui furrowed his brows and thought for a long time, his mind blank, unable to grasp anything. He lowered his head obediently and said, "Disciple is dull-witted. Why ask Master to clarify?" Chen Chen did not point it out directly, but instead spoke of past events. "You should know the human race once had a sworn enemy, the demon race's heavenly court. Within it was a formidable character, the demon master Kunpeng. How significant was this figure? Back then the two demon emperors coerced and seduced him, forcing him into the heavenly court. Even if Kunpeng did not enter the heavenly court based on his status in the demon race, no one would dare lay a finger on him." He paused, waiting for Xian Gui to digest this, then continued, "Why? Because he created the demon script. Whether a race can continue depends entirely on whether they have their own writing." After finishing, Chen Chen looked meaningfully at Xian Gui. Xian Gui, after digesting these words, suddenly came to his senses, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Master, you can't be asking me to create a writing system for the human race, right?" Chen Chen nodded with a smile. This kid wasn't slow to catch on. Yet Xian Gui felt anxious inside. "But can I really do it? That's the foundation of a civilization for an entire race. Enough, shut up." Chen Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. "You must believe in yourself. Besides, the human writing system doesn't necessarily have to be created by you. What you need to do is contemplate and deduce thoroughly. If you encounter promising young ones in the human race, protect them and let them grow steadily. As for the rest, let it be." Hearing this, Xian Gui finally calmed down. Chen Chen waved his hand, indicating he could leave. Xian Gui bowed deeply and quietly withdrew. Just then Chen Chen suddenly looked up at the sky. A voice resonated throughout the primordial land. "Heavenly Dao above. I, Tong Tian, have severed all ties with Yuan Shi. From now on I shall no longer be worthy to be called Sanqing. As for this Kunlun mountain, I leave it to you too." Yuan Shi and Laozi simultaneously felt the severance of their relationship with Sanqing, and the connection of fortune between the three also shattered, falling down like a waterfall. Laozi now regretted. Why hadn't he spoken up for Tong Tian just a moment ago? He could only sigh in the end. After Tong Tian finished speaking, he led his disciples away, heading straight for the East Sea to seek another place of cultivation. Laozi glanced at Tongshin's departing figure, turned to Yuan Shi, and said, "Second brother, since the third brother has left, I shall take my leave as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he rolled up Xuandu and an entire palace, flying away directly. "Elder brother." Yuan Shi's words were left unfinished as Laozi had already vanished. Standing atop Kunlun mountain, he murmured, "Fine, since you all don't want this mountain, then it is my place of cultivation." The other powerful beings and saints were stunned to see the Sanqing disbanded, unable to believe it. Who in the primordial land didn't know how deep the bond between these three was? However, on the saint level, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Who would want to face three tightly knit rivals of equal rank every day? Chen Chen sensed that Laozi had gone to Shouyang Mountain, which he had once visited, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth before his figure dissipated from the spot. Laozi, following his instincts, slipped all the way to Shouyang Mountain. As soon as he caught sight of the peak, he felt joyful. This place was just right, allowing him to spread his presence abundantly. Originally, there was a protective array on the mountain, but the aura of that formation was quite familiar, and its power was insufficient to reach the threshold of Hunyuan. Laozi didn't pay it any mind. The phantom of the Eight Scenes Palace rose to the mountaintop, about to press down. "Laozi, what are you doing in my place of cultivation?" Chen Chen shouted, shaking the mountain rocks. Laozi was taken aback realizing that the formation and the rules on Chen Chen were intertwined. The words almost left his mouth, but he swallowed them back. Dao friend this. I took this place to be a land without a master I didn't expect. Nonsense. Did you not see the formation I laid down? Or do you think your saintly status is too lofty to look down on Hunyuan level matters? Are you implying that if I take a liking to something you will just reach out and grab it? Laozi did not expect Chen Chen to speak so decisively. Although in the primordial land strength was paramount, some words were pointless to bring up. He sighed and cupped his hands toward Chen Chen. Dao friend, just say how I can settle this matter. Chen Chen had not anticipated Laozi to concede so quickly. The powerful beings watching the spectacle wore expressions of longing. Chen Chen stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. You sent a congratulatory gift when I married. Your attitude of recognizing your mistake is acceptable. Let's let this matter pass. Laozi breathed a sigh of relief, took out a gourd. Thank you. This gourd contains 36 pills capable of neutralizing any poison below the Deluo level. Just one is enough. Consider it an apology. Chen Chen looked up seriously at Laozi. Even though he had intercepted a hand and missed out on human fortune, this saint was still the toughest iron among the saints. All right, that shows sincerity. As for your disciple, my human race youth, well, it's all fate. This is my own understanding of martial arts. Little one, take it and practice diligently. Chen Chen glanced at Xuandu, and a realization struck directly into his mind. Xuandu was stunned and quickly bowed. Thank you, martial ancestor. Chen Chen waved his hand. Laozi led Xuandu away, but after making a round found no mountain more convenient than Shouyang Mountain. Laozi simply pulled Xuandu into the chaos. The Taiji diagram protected Xuandu, and Laozi grasped a shoulder pole, creating a gap in the void. Then he raised his hand to summon the Taiji diagram, subduing the earth, water, wind, and fire. The storm raged wildly, but eventually calmed. He infused various rules into it, causing that space to slowly emanate vitality. Laozi nodded in satisfaction and placed the 8 Scenes Palace inside. Chen Chen reinforced the formation at Shouyang Mountain, maintaining the strength at the threshold of Hunyuan. Before others could ponder his intentions, he swayed and vanished. Dao friend Tongtian, the commotion you caused is quite significant. The speaker was none other than Chen Chen. Tongtian had just found Janeo Island, settled his place of cultivation, and looked up to see Chen Chen with San Xiao and Zhao Gongming, whom he had encountered during his travels in the primordial land, standing nearby. Yun Xiao gazed at Chen Chen's back, feeling that figure exuded an indescribable loneliness. Chen Chen had been chatting warmly with Tongtian, but once they finished, he did not delay Tongshan's arrangements for his new abode. In a flash, he appeared before San Xiao and Zhao Gongming. Friends, it seems we haven't seen each other for quite some time. It's good that you all joined the sect under Tongtian. I have a bit of insight into martial arts. Here you go. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen raised his hand, and several rays of light directly entered their minds. Zhao Gongming contemplated the uniqueness of those rules, adjusted his robe, and respectfully bowed to Chen Chen. Thank you, martial ancestor, for your teachings. Chen Chen's face turned stern. What are you saying? We've been through 100 years together in the primordial land. Do we need to treat it this way? Zhao Gongming nodded in agreement. Chen Chen knew in his heart that the chasm in cultivation could not be bridged by mere friendship. Yin Xiao looked at Chen Chen with a strange expression. However, others did not point it out, and Chen Chen noticed, but chose not to take it to heart. After chatting a bit more, he took his leave. Yin Xiao stared at the direction Chen Chen disappeared, her gaze steady. She made up her mind to follow in Chen Chen's footsteps. After helping Tongtian tidy up his place of cultivation, she dove into seclusion. Chen Chen returned to Weishui. Xian Gui squatted on the ground, drawing with a twig and muttering to himself. The surrounding human race watched him in confusion, wondering about his madness. Suddenly Xian Gui threw down the twig, hugged his head, and cried out, so close. Just a little bit. Where did it go wrong? Chen Chen observed Xian Gui's disheveled appearance. He was almost worn out from trying to create the writing system for the human race. Sighing, he took out Xian Gui's former shell from his bosom. It was something he had specially retrieved and refined properly. With a flick of his hand, the shell flew to Xian Gui's feet. Xian Gui felt an inexplicable stir in his heart and turned to look. Just a glance, and his blood felt like it was boiling. He instinctively reached out to grab it. As soon as the shell was in hand, the feeling of bloodline connection surged up. He shook his head to suppress that feeling. The shell was covered in peculiar patterns. Xian Gui gently traced the symbols and patterns with his fingers, and suddenly his mind lit up. He turned to relay a few words to his clansmen, then burrowed into a room, locking himself away to create the characters for the human race. Chen Chen was pleased to see that the mystic tortoise had finally gained insight. The mystic tortoise efficiently managed the affairs of the clan, and Chen Chen felt satisfied. Years passed in a flash. The human race did not stir up much commotion. Everyone lived their lives according to the mystic tortoise's instructions before leaving, and the door to the mystic tortoise's chamber remained firmly shut. One day the voices of Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin echoed from afar. Fellow Taoist, come quickly. Chen Chen turned his head and glanced in the direction of the sound. Oh, it was Zhun Yuanzi who had nearly completed the Western Earth vein. Chen Chen called for Ho Tu and Ming He, and the three of them hurried westward. Before reaching their destination, they heard Zhuan Ti and Jiayin laughing heartily. Ha! Chen Chen teased them. Fellow Taoist, are you so happy? He no wonder. Zhun Yuanzi, upon hearing Chen Chen's voice, turned and bowed. Turning his face, he noticed Ming He was also present. He snorted coldly, turned his head away, and ignored him. Ming He's face bore a wry smile. Chen Chen glanced at him and secretly transmitted a message. Apologize and admit your fault. After all, you were in the wrong in this matter. Ming He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Brother Zhun Yuanzi, the matter from years ago was entirely my fault. If Hong Yun Taoist can return, I am willing to stay by his side as his protector. Do you wish to let go of old grievances? Zhun Yuanzi still felt a knot in his heart, but with everyone around him watching, he reluctantly nodded. When Hong Yun Taoist returns, let's see if he forgives you. If he doesn't, you might have to take some action. After saying this, Zhun Yuanzi turned around and continued repairing the Western Earth vein. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin stood by, their eyes fixed, not daring to blink. At the moment the last Earth vein connected, there was a crack and the entire Western land seemed to come alive. Spiritual energy surged forth and all things revived. From deep within the earth came a low, jubilant melody, as if this world was thanking Zhun Yuanzi and Zhuan Ti. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin embraced, tears streaming down their faces. A massive golden light of merit surged from the heavens. 70% flowed towards Zhun Yuanzi, 20% fell into the Western land, and the last 10% landed in Zhuan Ti and Jiayin's hands. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, losing interest in watching. Niuhua and Yuan Shi, however, focused on the commotion in the west, their hearts tightening as they kept a close watch. At the moment the merit entered his body, Zhun Yuanzi's whole being shook. The earth pathway rumbled, and Ho Tu no longer suppressed that force. The earth book flew from his arms, hovering beside him. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended upon the entire wilderness. The Tao is supreme, the earth, human, and heavenly paths are supreme. Today Zhun Yuanzi, guided by the martial ancestor, restores the Western Earth vein and wishes to attain the status of a saint of the earth path. Ho Tu nodded, her voice soft, yet carrying an unyielding power, agreed. The laws of the earth surged into Zhun Yuanzi's body like a tide, and combined with the boundless merit his cultivation soared, directly breaking through to the fourth layer of the Hunyuan Daiyojin Immortal. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin clasped their hands in congratulations. Congratulations, brother Taoist, your wish has been fulfilled, and today you have become a saint of the earth path. Just as Ming He was about to express his congratulations, Zhun Yuanzi's gaze swept over. Brother Taoist, my foundation is still shallow. Would you be willing to help me stabilize it? Ming He's face fell. Before he could speak, the earth book had already rolled over, wrapping around him and charging into the depths of chaos. Zhun Yuanzi unleashed the laws from his palm like raindrops upon Ming He. Ming He could have dodged, but hesitated for a moment, still gritting his teeth and enduring. The power of the laws and fists struck down upon Ming He one after another. Ming He had the laws protecting his body and did not retaliate at all. The onlookers found the scene captivating. When Ming He returned, dragging his wounded body, Zhun Yuanzi let out a long breath, finally releasing the pent-up frustration he had harbored for years. Zhun Yuanzi followed Ming He and Ho Tu to the underworld. Once he arrived, the laws of the earth seemed to come alive, wrapping around him and merging seamlessly with the Tao within him. Cultivating as a saint of the earth path here was significantly faster than outside. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin walked step by step upon the newly reborn land. The west was no longer desolate. Spiritual energy was on the rise, and groups of spirits emerged from the mountains and fields. Perhaps by the next calamity, the spiritual energies of the east and west would truly balance out. Chen Chen glanced a few times and nodded. He didn't linger, greeted Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, then turned back to the Weishui River. He stared at the place where the mystic tortoise was in closed-door cultivation for a while, but the old tortoise showed no signs of movement. He was not in a hurry, leisurely resting in his small forest garden, while also playing with the small qilin that frequently came visiting. This little creature had recently become close with Hua Su and loved to run over that way. Suddenly Chen Chen's eyelids twitched. The mystic tortoise had emerged from seclusion. Without alarming anyone, the old tortoise grasped a wooden stick and silently stepped onto the territory of the human race. Chen Chen was worried that this disciple might cause some trouble, so he followed from a distance. He saw the mystic tortoise walking and stopping, sometimes squatting under someone else's eaves staring blankly at the house, sometimes lying on the ground smelling the earth, and sometimes lifting a pool of water, watching it flow through his fingers. To outsiders it seemed that the old tortoise had lost his mind. But Chen Chen could feel that the aura surrounding the mystic tortoise was rapidly surging, growing denser and heavier. He recalled the things he had taught the mystic tortoise, his fingers unconsciously stroking the patterns on its shell. In that instant, the tortoise's aura erupted like a barrel of gunpowder reaching its peak. The mystic tortoise raised a hand and traced a line in the air. Human, martial, earth, heaven. Instantly, countless characters surged from the void, densely filling the heaven and earth. The mystic tortoise's body slowly floated up. The words it spoke were soft, yet they shook the entire space. The Tao is supreme. The three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity are supreme. Today, the human race's mystic tortoise wishes to create a written language for the human race to record history and teach truth. Words emerge. The Heavenly Dao did not comply. Thick, dark clouds descended as black as the bottom of a pot. Waves of purple lightning rolled within the clouds, crackling and roaring. The earth and human paths remained silent. Whether the words could come to life depended on skill. The first bolt of divine lightning struck down, crashing fiercely upon the mystic tortoise. The words surrounding the mystic tortoise emitted a faint glow enduring this strike. The purple lightning in the clouds seemed enraged, a dense mass, all striking towards the mystic tortoise. The character for humans stood at the forefront, the purple light exploding. The remaining characters swirled around it, forming layers of barriers. Endless brightness surged forth, and the 3,000 characters led by human gradually dimmed. The mystic tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling weak and exhausted. The lightning continued to strike down, and the 3,000 characters grew dimmer. The mystic tortoise was covered in wounds, blood flowing down its shell. It seemed that both the tortoise and the character were on the brink of collapse. Suiren suddenly stood up and shouted, "Human, martial!" Zi followed suit. "Human, martial!" Yu Chao also cried out, "Human, martial!" Huasu stepped out of the tribe, looking up and shouting, "Human, martial!" The people of the Fengyan tribe looked up to see their bloodied leader and the fading characters, their martial spirit surging within, and they shouted together, "Human, martial!" The surrounding tribes also noticed. Above the heavens, the leader of the human race was swaying precariously. Those eating put down their bowls, hunters abandoned their prey, and cultivators forcibly halted their practices. Countless people stopped in their tracks, looking up at that light and shadow. The laws of martial arts roared, resonating with the vital energy of the human race. Everyone was shouting the same word, "Human, martial." In the vast wilderness, only these two syllables echoed back and forth. The thoughts, breaths, and powers of the beings all converged upon the mystic tortoise and those words. The mystic tortoise's battered appearance vanished in the blink of an eye, its wounds healing completely, and those characters expanded wildly, glowing vibrantly, and coming to life. The more violent the purple lightning struck, the brighter they became. Chen Chen finally relaxed, the laws of humanity and martial arts within him also calming down. He grinned and said to Ho-Tu beside him, "How did you see? My disciple is capable." Ho-Tu rolled her eyes. Who couldn't see that this person was suppressing his energy to challenge the Heavenly Dao? As the purple celestial lightning struck with less force, the mystic tortoise's expression eased. But at that moment, all the lightning suddenly twisted into a bundle and struck down with great force. The mystic tortoise had not had time to defend itself and spat out a mouthful of blood. The fate of the human race was linked to it, and countless people simultaneously coughed up blood. Chen Chen summoned all his human and martial energy, shouting thunderously, "Hong Jun, how dare you!" The expressions of the saints were quite complex as Chen Chen, wrapped in the laws, plunged into the chaos, with Ho-Tu closely following behind. No one knew what happened inside. All that was known was that later, when Chen Chen emerged from the chaos, his face was shining with radiance. There were no more disruptions from the mystic tortoise, and the characters were finally fully formed. The mystic tortoise protected the entire human race and forcefully created it. The mystic tortoise floated in midair, stunned for quite a while, then suddenly laughed heartily. "Brothers and sisters of the human race, from now on we have our own written language. We have a legacy." As long as there was territory of the human race, the celebrations erupted everywhere. "Leader, leader, words, words." The people of the human race shouted at the top of their lungs, cheering for the leader they had chosen, praising the great achievements he had accomplished. The mystic tortoise returned to the Fengyan tribe and quickly spread the words throughout the human race. The human race felt an innate affinity for these characters, and without much effort they all learned them. Seeing that everyone had grasped the written language, the mystic tortoise finally sighed in relief, unloading the heavy burden it had carried. Chen Chen returned to the banks of the Weishui River, watching the heavy responsibility on his disciple's shoulders, nodded aside, and turned to continue strolling in his bamboo forest. He could clearly see through the laws of humanity. The three emperors of heaven, earth, and humanity were supposed to reign for 28,000 years, and the mystic tortoise was still young, far from achieving greatness. However, the mystic tortoise had performed its duties beautifully, allowing Chen Chen to rest easy, no longer keeping a watchful eye, content to cultivate bamboo and meditate by the Weishui River. As days passed, the mystic tortoise managed the human race more and more adeptly. Not a single person in the human race failed to give a thumbs up when mentioning the mystic tortoise, their leader. One day the mystic tortoise came to the banks of the Weishui River again. Since you finished creating the characters, you have been coming to this little place of mine less and less. Xian Gui slightly leaned forward saying, Master, don't tease me. Dealing with the matters of the human race is too exhausting, and whenever I have free time I come to see you, don't I? Chen Chen laughed heartily. Alright, I was just joking. So tell me, what trouble have you encountered this time? Xian Gui grinned. Nothing can be hidden from you. I just want to ask, is there any way for the ordinary people of our human race to come into contact with the Tao? Those high-level clansmen who practice martial arts and cultivation can easily avoid disasters with their abilities, but those with lower cultivation levels. Chen Chen stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Not bad, even with a high position you haven't forgotten your roots. He paused for a moment and waved his hand, causing the He Tu and Luo Shu to appear in his palm. This item is a companion treasure of the Heavenly Emperor from the Demon Clan. I came across it by chance and today I am passing it on to you. Remember, don't just stare at it, take some time to contemplate your own shell. Xian Gui received the He Tu and Luo Shu, his face filled with surprise. As the aura of the laws just touched his fingertips, the turtle shell in his embrace began to hum in resonance. He immediately understood. The opportunity for enlightenment was right in front of him. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Xian Gui respectfully bowed. Chen Chen helped him up with a wave of his sleeve. Xian Gui felt a blur before his eyes, and he found himself outside the bamboo forest. He turned back with a helpless expression. His master's habit of casually embarrassing him would probably never change. Shaking his head, he bowed again towards the bamboo forest, holding the He Tu and Luo Shu and the turtle shell as he walked away. In the days that followed, Xian Gui led the human race forward while studying the He Tu and Luo Shu, pondering the flaws in his personal rules. As time passed, day by day the pressure grew tighter, and the day for Xian Gui to return to his rightful place was approaching. Finally a voice echoed through heaven and earth. The Tao of humanity is above. Today I, Xian Gui, established the Bagua for the human race. From now on, even ordinary people, without cultivation, can seek good fortune and avoid calamity and glimpse the secrets of the heavens. Bagua complete. A thunderous sound erupted from the sky, and the eye of the Tao suddenly opened, glaring fiercely at Xian Gui. The laws of humanity instantly shielded him as a cold snort crashed down. The eye of the Tao hesitated slightly, a flicker of wariness passing through its depths before slowly fading away. Xian Gui ignored this interruption, turned back to his clan, and quickly spread the Tao of the Bagua throughout the entire human race. Both those with cultivation and those without were curious about this method of touching the Tao. After several attempts, they found it truly effective, and one by one they immersed themselves in research, exploring the heavens and the earth, delving deeper. By the time the Bagua was fully disseminated throughout the human race, the laws of humanity buzzed with excitement. The laws of imperial authority surged from Xian Gui, instantly spreading across the vast wilderness. Chen Chen also appeared. His body radiated a blend of martial and human laws, exuding a sense of righteousness. Ming Hezhen, Yuanzi Tong, Tian Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa arrived one after another. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin arrived late, due to the long journey. Xian Gui looked up at the group of saints above him, feeling immense pressure. Chen Chen gently nodded. Xian Gui steadied himself. Chen Chen raised his hand, and the Kongtong seal floated in his palm. Xian Gui has been in position for 28,000 years. He built fishing nets, established rules, created writing, and completed the Bagua. His merits are fulfilled. Today, in the name of the martial ancestor of the human race, I declare Xian Gui as the Saint Emperor of the human race. The luck of humanity exploded violently, and the merits surged forth like a tide, wrapping Xian Gui tightly. These merits are all the foundation that Xian Gui accumulated for the human race, combined with the old capital he had from his previous life. During his time in office, he worked diligently, without cultivating, and now his cultivation surged upwards like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of Hunyuan. He experienced a slight blockage during the breakthrough, but it was only momentary, quickly passing through. The merits continued to push him upwards, forcefully driving him to the third level of Hunyuan Dao Jingxian, where Xian Gui finally managed to reclaim his body and hurriedly stored away the remaining merits. The memories of his previous life surged back with the return of his cultivation. Xian Gui knelt down with a thud, his head bowing deeply. Disciple, thanks Master for the guidance. Chen Chen smiled and nodded, helping Xian Gui back up. Other saints gathered around to congratulate him, and Xian Gui paid his respects one by one before turning to Chen Chen. Master, I wish to enter the ancestral cord of the human race to stabilize its fortune. Chen Chen nodded in approval. Thus the first saint of humanity returned to his rightful place. The six-eared macaque watched as his youngest junior brother became the most powerful among them. Without a second thought, he turned and dashed towards the retreat chamber. Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng bird noticed the young junior brother surrounded by the laws of imperial authority, greeted him, and also plunged into the retreat chamber to put in hard work. Sui Rinzi and Yu Chao came out to welcome him. Xian Gui respectfully bowed to the three elders, found a spot in the ancestral court, and laid down on his turtle shell, feeling incredibly comfortable. Sui Rinzi and Yu Chao came out to welcome him. Xian Gui respectfully bowed to the three elders, found a spot in the ancestral court, and laid down on his turtle. Chen Chen was well aware of what the next Earth Sovereign would face. He knew better than anyone what dangers Shinon would encounter. But this step was necessary for humanity. Chen Chen sighed, knowing he couldn't avoid it. He called the six-eared macaque over, looking at this little monkey who had already reached the peak of Daiyou Jingxian, and patted his head. 6 ears, go take a trip among the human race. The next human emperor might need your help. The six-eared macaque scratched his head, unable to comprehend how he could be of assistance, his face filled with confusion. Master, what can I do to help the Earth Sovereign? And where in the vast sea of people am I supposed to find him? Chen Chen waved his hand. You don't need to actively search, just go with the flow. Consider it a training experience. As for the Earth Sovereign, he took out a gourd and handed it over. It contains detoxification pills that can save his life in critical moments. The six-eared macaque, upon hearing this, stopped worrying, accepted the gourd, bowed to Chen Chen, and turned to leave. As for how long the six-eared macaque would travel, and when the Earth Sovereign would emerge, no one knew. Chen Chen watched him leave, and then instructed for Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng to be called over. During this time, Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng had also been busy. While Chen Chen was teaching Xian Gui, the two had been diligently cultivating. At present, Kong Xian had reached the mid-stage of Tai Jingxian, and the great Peng had also broken through to the early stage of Tai Jingxian. Chen Chen raised his eyelids, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he scanned the conditions within the two of them. The foundation developed through battling with the human race is decent, he nodded. The laws are solid, and the cultivation is stable, without any superficiality. With a stable foundation, they can go far in the future. The two exchanged glances, unable to suppress their joy. Chen Chen added, don't get too complacent. You have only just laid a solid foundation. Do you think you can rely on this little bit of skill to defeat opponents at a higher level? That's far from enough. Huh? Both exclaimed in unison. Fight at a higher level. Whose master set such expectations? Seeing their faces fall, Chen Chen found it amusing, but didn't relent. Alright, stop looking like that. The direction is correct. Continue training against the human race's masters. However, this time find someone one realm higher than you. I will speak to them, no holding back. Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng's faces grew even more bitter. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the two had to retreat to find opponents. Once they left, Chen Chen focused on the backs of his two disciples, beginning to contemplate the issues of the demon clan. After pondering for a long time, he sighed. The time had not yet come. Those plans would likely have to be postponed until the next tribulation. The wilderness was temporarily peaceful. Zhen Yuanzi rushed to the ancestral court of the human race to seek out Chen Chen. Fellow Taoist, he spoke somewhat urgently. Ever since I became a saint of the earth, I have not stopped for a moment. With the help of my old friend's treasure and my understanding of his laws, I finally managed to piece together his remnants of consciousness. He spread his hand, and the remnant soul of Hong Yun floated out. Due to various chaotic reasons, Hong Yun's consciousness had not yet recovered. Chen Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jin Yuanzi to have such a deep attachment to Hong Yun, gathering his remnants of soul in such a short time. He opened his heavenly eye of martial arts and inspected Hong Yun thoroughly, then nodded at Jin Yuanzi. No problem. As long as Hong Yun enters reincarnation, he will return on the day of proving the Tao. Zhen Yuanzi's face flushed, somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Fellow Taoist, do you have any way to give my friend some opportunities? Chen Chen smiled, stroked his chin, and pondered for a while. To be honest, I don't have any special methods. However, leaving a chance for Hong Yun to awaken shouldn't be difficult. Zhen Yuanzi's face brightened instantly. For him, just having Hong Yun come back was already the best result. Chen Chen continued. As for how Hong Yun awakens after reincarnation, I can't be certain. Here in the human race, we don't look at backgrounds, but rather at abilities and contributions. If after reincarnation he has the ability and contributes to the human race, it wouldn't be impossible for him to sit in the position of Earth Sovereign. If he lacks that ability, then he should humbly enjoy the merits of the Earth Sovereign and slowly nurture himself back to awakening. Jin Yuanzi was completely relieved. He stood up and deeply bowed to Chen Chen. Chen Chen reached out to steady him, then left a mark on the remnant soul of Hong Yun, turning to explain to Zhen Yuanzi. This mark will ensure that he can be found by us after reincarnation. It poses no harm to him. Even if he encounters a highly accomplished figure, seeing this mark will compel them to give me face. Zhen Yuanzi understood and did not ask further, respectfully bowing and saying he would take his leave. He planned to take Hong Yun's remnant soul to the underworld, waiting for the right moment to send him for reincarnation. After Zhen Yuanzi left, Chen Chen remained quiet for a while, not uttering a word. Finally, he closed his eyes, slowly calming his mind, and awaited the sage destined to be born according to the Tao of humanity. At this moment, the six-eared macaque was still wandering around the wilderness, unable to find the person his master mentioned. Finding no one, the six-eared macaque decided to relax. He recalled his master saying there was no need to search actively, and that it was fine to go with the flow, so he took his time wandering leisurely across the vast wilderness. Slowing down instead allowed him to contemplate some new insights. The six-eared macaque no longer chased after its goal, wandering freely and observing every blade of grass and tree in the wilderness. Days in the wilderness cannot be counted. After an unknown period of time, the six-eared macaque came upon the banks of Jiang water. There was a Jiang tribe here, and the leader was called Lai Shan Shi. Essentially, whoever became the leader of the Jiang tribe was referred to as Lai Shan Shi. A child sat on a stone by Jiang water, frowning and pondering something with his head lowered. The six-eared macaque found it intriguing. Why was this young child, who should be playing with companions, wearing such a deep frown? He transformed into the appearance of a young man and approached to ask, "Little one, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulty? Share it with me to lighten your burden." The child did not take note of the teasing in the six-eared macaque's words, looked up at the transformed young man, and replied, "I am worried about the food in the tribe. Currently there is enough food to survive, but when disasters or beast calamities strike, the supply will surely decrease. Even if powerful beings establish rules against overhunting, it merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque felt a jolt in his heart. He never expected that a small human child could possess such insight, regardless of right or wrong. Just this thought was enough to astonish him. The more he looked at the child, the more he liked him and thought of taking him as a disciple, but upon realizing he had yet to formally begin his own training and had not consulted his master, he dismissed the idea. However, he decided not to leave. With a wave of his hand, a wooden hut rose up. "Little one, come find me when you have time, and I will tell you stories." The six-eared macaque intended to teach the child through storytelling. The child immediately recognized that this young man was no ordinary person and nodded eagerly. From that day on, the child frequently visited Jiang water to listen to the six-eared macaque's teachings. The macaque taught with diligence, and the child was remarkably precocious. Years passed in the blink of an eye, and the leader of the Jiang water tribe finally took notice of the child, bringing him close and occasionally offering guidance while handling tribal matters. When the child turned 15, the leader willingly relinquished his position in front of the entire tribe. Thus the child became the new Lai Shan Shi. The tribe accepted this new leader wholeheartedly, and Lai Shan Shi did not disappoint them. The notion he had planted in childhood grew stronger through practice. One day he walked to the banks of Jiang water and found the six-eared macaque asking, "Master, is there a kind of food that can sustain the human race for generations?" The six-eared macaque was momentarily stunned. The child's idea from years ago had evidently never been regarding the title of master. Though the six-eared macaque had not taken any disciples since Lai Shan Shi referred to him as such, he had tried to decline a few times, but eventually accepted it. He pondered seriously for a moment and replied, "Such things certainly exist, but you must seek them yourself. I can only tell you that they do exist." Lai Shan Shi trembled with excitement. That was precisely the answer he sought. What he feared most was spending his life pursuing something that did not exist. "Master, where can I find that thing?" The six-eared macaque had just begun to calculate when a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Startled, he shut his mouth. "This will depend on you. Oh, I can only point you in the right direction." "All right, off you go." With a wave of his hand, Lai Shan Shi disappeared from the spot. His gaze steadied. The words of the six-eared macaque had given him confidence. He returned to the tribe and efficiently arranged the tasks that the leader needed to address. Then he informed the tribesfolk that he was going out to seek food. A group of people stood up to oppose him, but Lai Shan Shi's gaze was so resolute that the voices of dissent gradually weakened. In the end, the tribesfolk silently nodded, allowing their leader to undertake what seemed like a ridiculous task. With everyone's hopes resting on him, Lai Shan Shi set out. Meanwhile, Chen Chen sensed the stir of the human path's laws and opened his eyes. Looking back to the source, he realized that the laws of humanity were pressing down upon his disciple. He hurriedly controlled the laws and flashed to the side of the six-eared macaque. Upon seeing his master, the six-eared macaque respectfully bowed, saying, "Master." Chen Chen waved his hand, saying, "Cut the formalities. Tell me what happened." The six-eared macaque's face scrunched up. "I'm not sure. The laws suddenly pressed down, and I thought I had done something wrong and upset you." Chen Chen stroked his chin, his tone calm. "Recite everything you've done these past few days in detail." The six-eared macaque honestly recounted. Hearing about Lai Shan Shi's matters, Chen Chen's expression became somewhat peculiar. Could it really be as he suspected? Chen Chen did not say more, patting the six-eared macaque's shoulder. Alright, you decide for yourself. You this monkey if it really is, as I guess your fortune should not be lacking. By the way, don't skimp on the pills in the gourd. If something happens, don't hold back. After saying this, he vanished without a trace. The six-eared macaque bowed in the direction Chen Chen had disappeared, saying, "Safe travels, master." Once Chen Chen left, he was preoccupied with thoughts of lineage and had no time to ponder the deeper meaning behind Chen Chen's words. With a sudden opening of his martial eye, innate divine abilities unfolded, instantly locking onto lineage's location in the blink of an eye. At this moment, lineage had long exited the tribe, wandering alone in the wilderness, searching everywhere. The six-eared macaque watched the boy from a distance, increasingly satisfied. Yet he felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he mentioned taking a disciple when his master was present just now? lineage's clothes were no longer the same as when he set out. They had been torn in several places, and he ended up using a wooden stick for support. As time went on, his clothing became tattered like rags, and he had no idea how many sticks he had replaced. The six-eared macaque had essentially watched this boy grow up. Seeing him willingly endure hardships in pursuit of results, the feelings in his heart were indescribable, both joy and heartache. However, it seemed lineage himself was not concerned about these things at all. His gaze remained unwavering, and that thought never wavered. He was desperately searching for a way out for his tribe. One day, lineage arrived at a plain and noticed a patch of green plants growing on the ground. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but after walking for a long time, his mouth was dry and bitter, and he simply collapsed onto the ground. As the wind blew, one of the plants swayed gently and brushed against his mouth. lineage moved his lips and suddenly sat up. This thing can be eaten. He carefully plucked a seed, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. His eyes gradually brightened. It really can be eaten. lineage quickly grasped the plant and rummaged around nearby for half the day. In the end, he gathered 5 kinds of edible items. Tears streamed down his face, and it took him a long time to calm down. He looked down at the tightly clenched seeds in his palm, grinning foolishly. The six-eared macaque hiding nearby watched this boy stumble through hardships and finally persevere. He sighed with relief, glanced at lineage again, and turned to return to Jiang water. Once lineage's emotions settled, he tucked the seeds away and hurried back. After an unknown number of years, a ragged lineage stood by the banks of Jiang water, directly barging into the temporary abode of the six-eared macaque. As soon as he entered, he raised his voice and shouted, "Master! Master! I found it! Edible grain! I found it!" The six-eared macaque walked out from inside, and seeing his disheveled appearance, wore a face of disdain. With a raised hand, he used the laws to clean up lineage completely. With another wave, he changed his clothes to a new outfit. "Found it!" The six-eared macaque looked him up and down. "Couldn't you pay a bit of attention to your appearance?" lineage scratched the back of his head, took out the seeds, and held them out toward the six-eared macaque. "Master, look quickly, this is what I found. These can all be eaten, and from now on our human race won't have to worry about food anymore." The six-eared macaque smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, I understand. Haven't you returned to the tribe? There are still many matters waiting for you to handle. Hurry back and take care of the mess you've left for so long." Only then did lineage realize he had been away from the tribe for several years. Upon returning to Jiang water, the first thing he did was rush to see his master. The six-eared macaque, seeing him still lost in thought, added, "All right, stop thinking. Go back. The matters in the tribe need your decisions." lineage began to think about the situation in the tribe as well. He bowed to the six-eared macaque and turned to. At first he walked slowly, but as he continued, his pace quickened until he was almost running back to the tribe. When the tribe's people saw that their long-lost leader had finally returned, they erupted in excitement, shouting and surrounding him. Looking at all the warm faces, lineage couldn't help but smile loudly, declaring, "Everyone, I found it. From now on we will never worry about not having food again." The people of the Jiang water tribe were momentarily stunned, all of them dumbfounded, not saying a word. lineage took out the seeds. Over the years, he had learned precisely how to plant these things. In front of everyone, he personally buried the seeds in the soil, teaching them step by step how to do it. Days passed, and the tribe's people watched the seeds daily, seeing them sprout, grow, and bear fruit. Finally, the day of harvest arrived, and everyone watched eagerly. lineage picked the produce, cleaned it in front of everyone, cooked it, and ate it directly. The people of the Jiang water tribe formed a large circle, smelling the delicious aroma wafting over, watching their leader eat bite by bite, and the commotion erupted. Cheers erupted one after another, everyone shouting, "Great sage!" lineage had already stepped back from the crowd, unable to suppress the smile on his face as he listened to his tribesmen call out to him. The six-eared macaque accepted an invitation to the Jiang water tribe. Looking at lineage before him, the six-eared macaque also smiled and spoke calmly. "These things were brought back by you. You should name them. From now on, this credit belongs to you." Although lineage maintained a serious expression, he felt a bit proud inside. He thought for a moment and said, "The 5 kinds of things shall be called the 5 grains." They will be referred to as rice, millet, broomcorn, wheat, and beans. He had already thought of this name long ago. The six-eared macaque nodded and casually said, "If you have anything, come find me," before turning and leaving. Liaishan bowed respectfully in the direction he departed. Then he spread the grains throughout the tribe, firmly insisting that everyone must plant them. The clansmen, having witnessed the value of those seeds, wasted no time and followed the chieftain to work. Year after year passed, and the grains were gradually improved by the people of the Jiangshui tribe, growing more stable, with each planting eliminating any concerns about food issues. The people of the Jiangshui tribe held great respect for Liaishan. Everyone felt that the title Liaishan no longer carried enough weight upon the current chieftain. Now he was a unique figure. Unable to withstand the insistence of the crowd, the contemporary Liaishan, under the watchful eyes of all the clan elders and the six-eared macaque, officially changed his title to Chen Chen. With the name changed, the laws of humanity shifted slightly. Chen Chen opened his eyes, glancing in the direction of the six-eared macaque. Initially intending to stand up, he reconsidered and sat back down, a smirk forming on his lips. This little monkey has hit the jackpot. The title of Chen Chen spread farther with the proliferation of the grain seeds. Within a few years, the deeds of Chen Chen became well known among the human race. Tribes across the land acknowledged him as their common leader, following his every word. Even Chen Chen himself could not have anticipated reaching this point. Faced with the demands of the masses, he pondered seriously and eventually nodded in agreement. The six-eared macaque was stunned. He had never imagined that the person his master instructed him to find was someone he had long given up on and ceased to manage, someone he had personally taught for so many years. After a moment of shock, the six-eared macaque collected himself. Regardless of the title of common leader, this person was ultimately the child he had watched grow up. It was the gourd that Chen Chen had advised him about that he focused on more intently. Remembering his master's words made the six-eared macaque feel a bit uneasy. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Once Chen Chen ascended to the position of common leader, his first task was to promote the grains with all his might. He was eager to ensure that every human had access to this new staple. During his time in power, he never took a moment of rest, constantly thinking of ways to benefit the human race. All humanity praised him. On the day of Chen Cen's wedding, the entire human race celebrated. Not long after the wedding, a daughter was born. Chen Chen named her Jingwei. However, the moment Jingwei came into the world, the six-eared macaque suddenly felt a sense of unease. He couldn't quite explain it, but he felt restless. He opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and glanced into the human destiny. For a brief moment, his eyes went blind, revealing one message: this girl Jingwei would encounter trouble in the future. The six-eared macaque had deep feelings for his master, who had never formally accepted him as a disciple, and he cherished little Jingwei dearly. After a session of calculations, he found no way to resolve the issue. Lacking options, he returned to the ancestral land of humanity. Upon meeting Chen Chen, the six-eared macaque suddenly kneeled down and remained there for a long time. Chen Chen opened his eyes and looked at his silent disciple kneeling on the ground, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He extended a hand to help him up and sighed, "Liu Air, what are you doing? Isn't the master supposed to care for you? All right, stand up and speak. What is it you want to tell your master?" The six-eared macaque stood up, sat cross-legged, and earnestly explained the situation. After finishing, he bowed his head again. "I asked the master to protect my daughter's life." Chen Chen burst into laughter. "All right, get up. Haven't I said it? Your master will take care of you. Rest assured, he'll keep an eye on this little girl. Now go back." With a wave of his hand, the six-eared macaque was sent back to the banks of the Jiangshui River. Back at the banks of the Jiangshui River, he pondered seriously for a while. Plucking a single hair from his body, he blew on it, and the hair vanished. An indescribable force quietly wrapped around little Jingwei. Chen Chen fixated on Jingwei and sent a message to Zheng Yuanzi: "Have Hong Yun stay by the side of the human leader's child. Oh, Jingwei has a calamity coming and must be protected." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yuanzi's expression faltered. He had been guarding Hong Yun's reincarnation for hundreds of years, both protecting the path and imparting teachings, yet had never encountered a decent opportunity. At last it had come. The two called Hong Yun's reincarnation over and spoke. "You've made substantial progress in your cultivation over the years. We've calculated and found that the human leader's daughter is inherently burdened with a calamity. Are you willing to protect her for a while?" Hong Yun's reincarnation had always respected these two, who had been with him since birth, and nodded without much thought. Zheng Yuanzi added, "If the human leader asks who sent you, just say it was Liu Er." Hong Yun's reincarnation had always respected these two, who had been with him since birth, and nodded without much thought. Zheng Yuanzi added, "If the human leader asks who sent you, just say it was Liu Er." Hong Yun's reincarnation thus remained by Jingwei's side. The six-eared macaque, using his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, saw that there was a force left by Chen Chen within the child, which relieved his worries. In the blink of an eye, several years passed, and little Jingwei grew to 4 years old. Yuan Shi was currently in seclusion when a strand of primal purple energy in his mind suddenly stirred. Using the Heavenly Dao to calculate, he discovered that the human leader's daughter faced a major calamity. Yuan Shi felt a thought arise. Humans were flourishing and their fortune was abundant. If he could insert himself into the situation and share some benefits, it would be a sure win. With this in mind, Yuan Shi directly left Kunlun Mountain. After calculating, he realized Jing Wei's calamity was related to water, so he headed toward the Eastern Sea. He knew that the Dragon Clan had already been swayed by Chen Chen and was fully on the side of humanity. Fearing that the Dragon Clan might notice the commotion and inform Chen Chen, Yuan Shi did not dare to create a scene and casually control the carp. This fish had evolved into a lowly dragon due to having come into contact with dragon blood. With the power of a sage infused, the fish's cultivation skyrocketed to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Yuan Shi provided a brief explanation and then departed. Along the way, he concealed his form, hurrying towards the Jiangshui tribe, where Shinnong resided, while contemplating how to take advantage of the flourishing human race. Meanwhile, Hong Yun's reincarnation was watching Jing Wei play outside. He did not take it too seriously. As long as Jing Wei did not encounter any trouble, he sat cross-legged nearby to cultivate. From a distance, Yuan Shi observed this scene with a smirk. He enveloped the entire area with the laws of a sage, transforming himself into an old man, and slowly approached Jing Wei. "Little girl, what are you playing at? It's so boring here. How about we go see the sea?" Jing Wei looked at the suddenly appearing old man unafraid, and replied, "No, my father said I shouldn't run too far." It's fine. He'll just tell your father. We'll go play for a while. The sea is very close." Ultimately, her curiosity won out. Hearing the old man say the sea was not far, and that he would help her speak to her father, she happily agreed, and obediently followed Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi held Jing Wei's hand, taking very slow steps. If anyone were watching closely, they would surely be astounded. Each step he took caused the earth beneath him to shrink to mere inches, and in the blink of an eye he had taken the little girl thousands of miles away. Before long, the two arrived at the Eastern Sea. It was Jing Wei's first time seeing the ocean, and she was so excited that she squealed, not knowing when she had let go of Yuan Shi's hand and dashed toward the waves. Yuan Shi, disguised as an old man, subtly curved his lips, and then he vanished. Meanwhile, Hong Yun's reincarnation began to feel uneasy. Having lived alongside two beings of saint-level power for hundreds of years, and with Chen Chen's mark still lingering in his consciousness, that mark typically lay dormant, but would automatically protect its master at the slightest disturbance. At that moment, the mark radiated a slight warmth and the scene before him suddenly shattered. Jing Wei had been standing there just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye she was gone. Hong Yun's reincarnation felt a jolt in his heart, and the laws within him erupted, frantically sweeping around. Chen Chen's power surged as he focused, catching a trace of Jing Wei's aura. Without time to ponder how Jing Wei had gotten to such a place, he gathered all his strength and shot towards the east. Jing Wei was still squatting by the seaside, playing in the water. Just as she turned to call for the old man, the surface of the sea suddenly surged upward. Yuan Shi stood on the clouds, his finger beckoning, and the dragon lurking beneath the sea turned over. That dragon, with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, had no trouble controlling the sea. The waves rolled violently, crashing towards Jing Wei without warning. Before Jing Wei could even open her mouth, she was swept into the ocean by the wave, choking on a few mouthfuls of water before losing consciousness. At that very moment, the power of the laws left on her by the six-eared macaque buzzed and unfolded, wrapping around the little girl and fiercely protecting her in the center. Far away on the banks of the Jiangshui River, the six-eared macaque suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that the power he had left on Jing Wei had been activated. With his martial Dao heavenly eye opened, he clearly saw Jing Wei's current predicament. Audacious! He roared in fury, and his figure flickered as he dashed towards the Eastern Sea. Hong Yun's reincarnation, pushed by Chen Chen's hidden influence, had already arrived at the Eastern Sea first. Watching Jing Wei being swept into the waves, his heart tightened, but he soon noticed that the protective layer of laws around her was still intact, allowing him to steady himself. He soared forward and pulled Jing Wei out of the water, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, the malevolent dragon emerged, lowering its head to stare at Hong Yun's reincarnation, its eyes filled with disdain. "A mere golden immortal dares to meddle in my affairs. You seek death." Hong Yun's reincarnation's pupils contracted. The dragon before him was a great Luo golden immortal. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on Jing Wei and made a quick leap to narrowly evade the dragon's descending claw. It must be said that Hong Yun's foundation was quite solid, having been taught hand-in-hand by two saints plus the residual instinctual reactions from his past life. His foundation was relatively stable. As for that dragon, it had originally just been a newly transformed carp spirit, barely reaching the threshold of an immortal. Yuan Shi had forcibly elevated it to the realm of a great Luo golden immortal by burning its lifespan. However, since this was not its own power, it could not wield it properly, and for a long while it could not catch Hong Yun's reincarnation at all. Holding Jing Wei, he turned and fled, dodging left and right, and managed to avoid being touched by the dragon. The dragon chased closely behind, furious and roaring, its tail sweeping through the air, raising towering waves as countless torrents of water surged towards Hong Yun's reincarnation. Hong Yun stood firmly in front of Jing Wei, while the evil dragon swirled the waves tightly, enclosing. Naturally, he was beaten to a state resembling that of a beggar, his body ragged and injured, as if he would pass out any moment, yet Jing Wei remained untouched. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the horizon beast. Do you dare to wreak havoc? A steel rod came crashing down, growing larger with each swing, landing squarely on the evil dragon's forehead. The six-eared macaque slammed the evil dragon into the sea. This commotion was so great that even the Dragon King of the East Sea was startled, looking up in confusion. Why was there another dragon fighting his disciple? Chen Chen felt the remnants of the laws that Yuanshi had secretly retracted and smirked coldly. Well, you dare to show your face again. Very good, don't blame me for being ruthless later. The entire dragon clan had previously relied on Chen Chen's help, reducing their karma significantly, and later the Qinglong had obtained the fruits of the four sacred beasts, continuously bringing merit to the dragon clan. The Dragon King Ao Guang's cultivation was thoroughly stabilized, and he could now unleash the foundation of his great Luo golden immortal powers. He fixed his gaze on the evil dragon that had been smashed into the sea, his expression darkening as he approached. Upon sensing, he confirmed that this creature indeed possessed dragon blood, but the level was pitifully low. Ao Guang frowned. When did such a formidable low-level dragon emerge? Further probing revealed that this dragon's life source was severely burned, and only then did he understand. Ao Guang tightly bound the evil dragon and brought it before the six-eared macaque. Bowing slightly, he said with a pained expression, I have met the esteemed six-eared. This. If I were to say that I know nothing about this evil dragon, would you believe me? The six-eared macaque nodded casually. Enough, throw it here, and you can leave. Ao Guang confined the evil dragon in place and dove back into the sea. The six-eared macaque approached the evil dragon and threw a punch, directly shattering the laws within it, rendering its bloodline useless. The evil dragon let out a tragic cry, its breath suddenly deflating, its body shrinking smaller and smaller until it transformed into a carp. A soft whimper came from behind, and Jing Wei awakened. The little girl opened her eyes, trembling all over. Upon seeing the seawater, her eyes filled with terror. The six-eared macaque turned around, tossed a pill to the reincarnation of Hong Yun, then gently picked up Jing Wei, soothing her softly. The aura of humanity from Chen Chen softly brushed over, visibly healing the wounds on the reincarnation of Hong Yun. Not only did they heal, but even the comprehension of the laws deepened, and his cultivation advanced a notch. The aura of humanity also enveloped Jing Wei, and the little girl trembled like a frightened monkey cub, gradually calming down. Chen Chen's voice echoed in the six-eared macaque's mind, take them back, I will handle the rest. The six-eared macaque nodded, manipulating the laws wrapping the two, and directly returning to the Jiangshui tribe. Chen Chen stood there watching the three walk away before revealing himself. His voice was not heavy, but it was clear, still hiding. Do you want me to drag you out? Yuanshi felt a pang of regret in his heart. Had he known this person could detect him, he would not have made that extra move. As his figure slowly emerged, Yuanshi's complexion had already returned to normal. I have met my friend. This matter. How can it be resolved? Chen Chen chuckled coldly. Resolved? How do you propose to cover up the fact that you plotted against the common master of humanity? Yuanshi's voice trembled slightly. You should know that the common master's daughter was destined to encounter a calamity. I was merely following the will of heaven. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Following the will of heaven. You plotted against that little girl, and yet you claim it was for her own good. I truly admire your eloquence. Yuanshi's expression changed several times. He wanted to retaliate, but if it came to blows, the one definitely getting knocked down would not be Chen Chen. His expression darkened. Yuanshi decided to go all out. Speak, how do you intend to deal with me? Chen Chen was taken aback, sizing him up. You think I'm unable to eliminate you? You are quite confident, aren't you? The levels of humanity and heaven are the same. It will just require me more effort. As soon as the words were spoken, a pressure came crashing down. Yuanshi felt a surge of panic and hadn't even had time to speak when that force pressed down on him. His face changed dramatically as cracks opened up all over his body. Yuanshi indeed had a firm control over the sacred blood. Despite being covered in wounds, not a single drop of blood leaked out. Chen Chen watched him grit his teeth and endure, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes, but he increased his strength. Yuanshi could no longer hold on. He was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Chen eased off, glanced at him. I respect your spirit, friend. I will spare you this time, but if you plot against the humanity again, I will make you understand what true regret is. The calamity of Jing Wei, both humanity and heaven were watching closely. Humanity wanted the common master to overcome this calamity for a more perfect fate. Heaven wanted to create a gap in the fate of the humanity common master to seize the luck of humanity. Yuanshi represented the teaching of the expounding, which was precisely about elucidating the will of heaven. Knowing that heaven had such calculations, he naturally couldn't help but try to gain some benefits for himself. Yuanshi's expression was complicated as he nodded, bowed, and turned to leave. Chen Chen spoke again. Why resort to such underhanded tactics, my friend? Humanity values transformation. If you openly recruit a disciple, as long as they are doing things beneficial to humanity, humanity will not treat you unfairly. Yuanshi nodded again, his figure slowly fading. Chen Chen stared in the direction where Yuanshi had disappeared, his mind flashing with the image of Tong Tian. These two brothers were increasingly obstinate. As for the matters he had heard about from his past life, perhaps he had drawn the source from the two. Chen Chen now felt increasingly that it was not without reason. He shook his head, too lazy to think any further. He turned and left. Recently, while wandering in humanity, he had seen some not-so-pleasant things. Jiangshui tribe. The Shinnong clan had been anxious for several days. Ever since Jing Wei had encountered trouble, he had been restless, unable to settle down, even while handling human affairs. He put down the bamboo slip in his hand, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. The more he sensed, the more chaotic it became. This was humanity signaling him. Suddenly, that wave of fluctuation calmed down. Shinnong opened his eyes, his expression returning to normal. He reviewed his thoughts. Based on the attitude of the six-eared macaque, it was likely that something had gone wrong with Jing Wei. But since humanity no longer warned him, it meant that the teacher had probably settled it right. He told himself this, pressing down the anxiety in his heart. Not long after, the six-eared macaque returned with Jing Wei and the reincarnation of Hong Yun. Seeing his daughter standing there unharmed, the anxiety he had felt for days finally settled in his heart. He stepped forward, accepting Jing Wei from the six-eared macaque, and looked up to ask, "Teacher, did something happen with the girl?" The six-eared macaque nodded and recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, cold sweat broke out on Shinnong's back. He turned around and deeply bowed to the reincarnation of Hong Yun. "Thank you for protecting my offspring. This gratitude Shinnong will remember." The reincarnation of Hong Yun stepped aside slightly, receiving only half a bow. The identity of the humanity common master was evident. Receiving only half a bow was already the limit. In the distance, Xinyuanzi and Mingyi simultaneously sensed something. The luck surrounding the reincarnation of Hong Yun was surging. The merit gained from desperately protecting Jing Wei was enough for humanity to help him restore his original form. Xinyuanzi's expression finally relaxed. Next, he just needed to have this guy closely follow the humanity common master guarding nearby. Once Jing Wei transcended her calamity, the stone in Shinnong's heart would finally be lifted. He arranged for the reincarnation of Hong Yun to stay in Jiangshui tribe, specifically responsible for the safety of the tribe. Speaking of which, no one dared to act against the humanity common master. The backlash from that was something no one could withstand. The six-eared macaque comforted him a few times, and Shinnong collected his thoughts, fully concentrating on matters of humanity. The daily affairs to handle piled up like a mountain. That day he finished all his work and stepped out of his room. Suddenly he heard a wailing cry. Following the sound, he saw a person squatting on the ground, crying and shouting, "My poor child." Fell ill, unable to recognize medicinal herbs, and was dragged to death. Whoa. Shinnong stood there listening, and his expression darkened. Yes, humanity still had countless sufferings. These sufferings were waiting for those who led them to tread the path, weren't they? The more he thought about it, the more restless he became, turning back to his room, tossing and turning all night. At dawn, he made up his mind. He called in those beside him to give a few instructions, then left Jiangshui tribe. He walked the path out of the tribe, very familiar. Directly turning to the place where the six-eared macaque was in seclusion, he entered without greeting. Immediately a voice came from inside Shinnong. "Why are you here at this time? Has something happened? Is humanity in trouble?" Shinnong looked up and saw the six-eared macaque sitting cross-legged on the ground. He approached and bowed. "Teacher, I feel that humanity's medical skills are too poor. Even minor illnesses can take lives. I plan to go to the wilderness for a trip and test the medicine myself." The six-eared macaque was taken aback, his brows knitting together. "Are you sure? This matter is far more dangerous than you think. You could lose your life." Shinnong smiled. "As long as it benefits humanity, what is my life worth? Teacher, I trouble you to watch over the clan during this time. If I don't come back, please relay the things I discovered." The six-eared macaque stared into the light, and his eyes opened his mouth to stop him, but did not know what to say. Finally, he sighed and nodded. "All right, I will guard the rear for you. Go with peace of mind." Shinnong felt relieved and deeply bowed, then turned to leave. He usually busied himself with tribal affairs, neglecting his cultivation. However, relying on the support of humanity's luck, his cultivation was not low. As he took his first step, his cultivation dropped a bit. He was fortunate. The herbs he tried at the beginning were all non-toxic. As he chewed, he carefully felt the medicinal properties reacting within his body, jotting down notes with a pen for the clan to review later. The six-eared macaque watched him intently, relieved to see that the herbs he consumed were all harmless. He summoned the reincarnation of Hongyun, handing over several pills. Follow him, and make sure he doesn't notice you. Go ahead. The reincarnated Hongyun accepted the pills, nodded earnestly, and flew in the sky, closely observing the Shenong. Shenong encountered a herb he had never seen before. He stepped forward, plucked it, and chewed it. This herb was harmless by itself, but combined with the other herbs he had previously consumed, it reacted. The effects of multiple herbs crashed within him, and intense pain instantly engulfed him. The reincarnated Hongyun, watching Shenong suffer so much that he couldn't even stand up straight, was about to descend to detoxify him, but saw him force himself to stand upright. Gritting his teeth, he recorded the medicinal properties of the herb and clarified his speculations about the interactions of the various herbs. Only then could he no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground with a thud, closing his eyes. A glimmer of admiration flashed in the reincarnated Hongyun's eyes as he quickly descended to his side. Channeling his spiritual power, he took out a pill and placed it in Shenong's mouth. Before long, Shenong opened his eyes. Spotting Hongyun right beside him, he immediately understood. The six-eared macaque still did not fully trust him. He thanked Hongyun and lowered his head, pondering the thought that had just emerged. He tried it several times. Once again, he was seized by excruciating pain, wishing he could simply die cleanly. Watching him, Hongyun felt admiration, yet was more helpless. Just as he was about to reach out to pull Shenong out, Shenong stood up by himself. His body had already adapted to these poisonous herbs, and he had built up a tolerance. Shenong, however, was alarmed. He feared that if he developed a resistance, he would no longer be able to discern the true properties of the herbs. Hongyun listened to him and was convinced. Without further ado, he followed Shenong's instructions and went to seek help from the six-eared macaque, who had been keeping an eye on the situation here. After hearing the purpose of his visit, the macaque sighed helplessly. He transmitted a message to Hongyun saying he understood, then turned and headed towards the human clan's ancestral home, directly barging into Chen Chen's seclusion. Come in. Before the door was even pushed open, Chen Chen's voice was already heard. The six-eared macaque pushed the door and entered, seeing his master sitting cross-legged on the ground. He bowed and explained the situation. Chen Chen had long known what was going on, but still patiently listened to his disciple finish. So what do you want me to do? His tone was very relaxed, even teasing his disciple. The six-eared macaque looked at his master's unserious demeanor, his forehead filled with black lines. Master, you just make the decision. Chen Chen laughed heartily and explained. Alright, I have already figured out what Shenong is thinking through the fluctuations of human energy. He is indeed a man of determination, wholly focused on understanding the properties of the herbs. I have communicated with him, leaving a safeguard on his heart vein to ensure he survives for a short while. As per his request, I suppressed all the drug resistance in his constitution and raised the sensitivity to the herbs. The six-eared macaque's expression suddenly changed. Then, Master, wouldn't that increase the chance of Shenong dying? Chen Chen did not respond. He raised his hand and directly sent the six-eared macaque back. The six-eared macaque glared in the direction of Chen Chen. He truly felt helpless towards this unpredictable master. However, he knew that since his master had taken action, everything must have been arranged. Chen Chen watched the direction in which the six-eared macaque disappeared, shaking his head with a smile. He murmured to himself, from here on it's all up to you. You can come to me for help anytime, but I won't solve everything for you. Meanwhile, Shenong had already realized that the issues with his body had been addressed. He ignored the minor side effects. He even felt that the side effects had actually helped him. Seeing that his troubles were resolved, Hongyun bowed and turned to leave. He flew back up into the sky, protecting Shenong from above. Shenong gradually felt the reactions of the herbs within his body, disregarding the pain throughout. He recorded his observations on animal skin and kept moving forward. The reincarnated Hongyun repeatedly provided detoxification pills. The Shenong's body had an absurdly strong perception of the herbs, and he crazily tested them, fearing that one day he might truly falter. While he still had breath, he wanted to leave more for the human clan. His animal skin was already in tatters, his skin as rough as tree bark, and his waist was bending more and more. He leaned on a wooden stick, inching forward step by step. The reincarnated Hongyun had followed him for countless years, watching the human clan leader transform from a tall man into his current state. With not a single piece of good cloth on him, who would believe this was the leader of the human clan under the protection of fortune? The six-eared macaque clutched the gourd that Chen Chen had given him, the pills inside, nearly depleted. He activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, fixated on Shenong's condition without a moment's relaxation. He had observed every slight change in Shenong over the years. He even secretly stuffed his own weapon into Shenong's hands for self-defense. Shenong's animal skin was densely covered with the properties and interactions of various herbs. Having consumed too many poisons, he had become half a doctor himself. Eventually, after consuming a potent drug and getting poisoned, he was surprisingly able to concoct an antidote to pull himself back from the brink of death. He was well aware that his body was deteriorating day by day. He was afraid. He feared he might not reach the end, worried about missing a single herb that could leave a disaster for the human clan. He was also concerned that if he fell, chaos would ensue and his family would worry for him. The more he occupied his mind, the faster he moved. He scanned the roadside herbs, missing not a single one. Though his body grew weaker, his efficiency in his work only increased. Finally, he could no longer hold on. Pain engulfed him like being scraped by knives, his vision darkened, and he fell straight down unconscious. The reincarnated Han Yun descended, watching the curled-up figure on the ground with admiration mixed with help. He activated his own laws, flooding Shenong's body with a gentle power, and crushed a pill, allowing the medicinal power to seep into his flesh. This unconsciousness lasted a full 3 days. The reincarnated Han Yun did not leave his side for a moment, guarding him. On the third day, Shenong finally opened his eyes and slowly pushed himself up from the ground. The reincarnated Han Yun sighed and spoke. "Shenong, your body really can't hold on any longer. If this continues, I'm afraid." Before he could finish, Shenong already understood. He shook his head, turning his back to the reincarnated Han Yun, his voice calm and unhurried. "You understand. Some things must be done. If this can save lives, save many lives, I cannot stop. If I truly fall in the middle of this, just gather those things I've recorded with my master and organize them to pass on to the human clan." The reincarnated Han Yun stared at his bent back, opening his mouth, but unable to say a single word. Shenong waved his hand, smiling broadly. "Don't be sad. I am not truly dead. As long as I walk alongside the human clan, the spirit of the human clan continues. I will not disappear." The reincarnated Han Yun remained silent for a long time. He finally understood why this person could become the leader of the human clan. He bent down and sincerely bowed to Shenong. Then he flew back up into the sky, silently protecting this elderly man who was panting with every step. Shenong took a breath, leaning on his wooden stick to continue exploring the path ahead. Along the way, he encountered countless herbs, some capable of healing, others deadly. Relying on his prior understanding of their properties, he resolved each one, clearly noting the use of every plant. With more and more recorded information in his hands, he felt increasingly at ease. Even if he were to fall now, there would be nothing to regret. These herbs would be enough to save quite a few people. But he did not stop. He had walked for countless more years, his body deteriorating day by day, yet the number of herbs he found continued to increase. With each new discovery, his eyes brightened a little more. One day, he spotted a herb he had never seen before. As usual, he plucked it, and without a second thought stuffed it into his mouth. Just as he swallowed, a wave of excruciating pain exploded within him. The pain rendered him unable to muster the strength to search for an antidote. Worse still, Chen Chen had previously amplified his senses tremendously. He could now distinctly feel. His intestines were torn, his liver ruptured, and his entire body was disintegrating. He bore this life-threatening pain while desperately trying to sense the medicinal properties of the herb. However, his body was simply too weak to endure, his vision darkened, and he fainted. The reincarnated Han Yun was taken aback. He did not expect Shenong to collapse so quickly. He hurriedly descended, catching him. Upon checking his breath, it was frighteningly weak and life force was leaking away bit by bit. He panicked, pouring his laws into Shenong as if they were free. Perhaps it was a moment of clarity as Shenong forced his eyes open, gasping. "Remember that herb from earlier. Its properties are..." With his last breath, he conveyed the information, even naming the herb, broken intestine herb. The reincarnated Han Yun had traveled alongside Shenong for many years and had developed deep feelings. His eyes turned red as he nodded vigorously. "I've remembered it all. I've noted every detail. Don't talk, rest now." At this moment, the six-eared macaque arrived. Seeing Shenong lying in the reincarnated Han Yun's arms, utterly limp, his breath faint, he looked as if he could break at any moment. The six-eared macaque's eyes also turned red. He leaned closer, his voice trembling, suppressing his sobs as he cried out, "Shenong, get up for me. Didn't you say you would take me as your disciple?" "I agreed. Get up and I will accept you." Shenong forced a smile, focusing his gaze on the six-eared macaque. "Master, disciple, pays respects to the master." His voice was as faint as a mosquito, but the six-eared macaque heard it clearly. He responded loudly, "Hey, but you need to get up." Shenong was already completely drained. His heartbeat slowed down little by little. The red cloud reincarnated body and the six-eared macaque both called out to him simultaneously, trying to bring him back. The six-eared macaque suddenly remembered his master, kneeling down and bowing his head towards his master's direction. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he shouted, "Master, I implore you, lend a hand to save my disciple. Save your grand disciple." Chen Chen sighed softly, his voice bleak and heavy. "Foolish boy, since matters have come to this, going against the heavenly rules is nothing to be concerned about." As soon as the words fell, the entire Dao laws shook violently. From 5 unseen directions, 5 phantoms surged forth, causing every human to feel a tightening in their hearts as they cried out in unison, "Great Sage." The 5 shadows entered the body of Shen Nong. They were the 5 grains that Shen Nong had originally discovered, now transforming into his internal organs. The uncontrollable power within him erupted, completely intertwining and merging, ultimately cleansing his entire being. From this moment on, he would be immune to all poisons. A low murmur escaped. What exactly just happened? Shen Nong's body slowly floated into the air. Both the Red Cloud reincarnated body and the 6-eared macaque expressed joy as they watched his breath gradually restore. His bodily functions also returned to youthfulness. Shen Nong asked again, "What happened?" The 6-eared macaque chuckled, "You have returned and you are alive. Your ancestor intervened to assist you." Shen Nong was taken aback, immediately understanding, and knelt down before the 6-eared macaque, saying, "Disciple greets master." The 6-eared macaque laughed heartily. All right, it's good that you are back. Now remain calm and thoroughly experience the changes within you. And as for the knowledge of the herbs you have always pondered, it is time to pass it on, right? Shen Nong paused for a moment, then realized he felt completely different from before. As for the herbs, he had already comprehended everything the moment he consumed the heartbreak herb. He flashed a smile at the 6-eared macaque, saying, "This is enough, master. I will organize this and teach it to the human race later." The 6-eared macaque nodded, leaving behind a remark. "All right, as long as you are aware, I will take my leave now," and turned to leave. Shen Nong bent down towards the 6-eared macaque's departing figure, saying, "Disciple sends off master." At this moment, the Red Cloud reincarnated body chimed in. "You have finally made it through. Do you want to return to the Jiang Shui tribe with me?" Shen Nong laughed. "You have worked hard all these years. Now I will trouble you to lead the way." On that side was a harmonious scene, but on Chen Chen's side a storm was brewing. This time, no matter what he did, he could not escape the rules of heaven and earth. On the earth side, with Ho Tu suppressing it, they naturally would not trouble him. However, Hong Jun had waited so long for this opportunity and immediately urged the heavenly rules to incite discord among the human race. Chen Chen was forced back into the chaos. This karma weighed heavily upon him. This fight was unavoidable. He sighed deeply, his muscles tensing as he stepped into the depths of the chaos. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Ho Tu: "Do not interfere." Hong Jun had long been waiting in the chaos. As soon as Chen Chen appeared, he struck out with a powerful blow that hit Chen Chen hard. Caught off guard, Chen Chen was knocked back a step. Hong Jun laughed heartily. "Martial ancestor, today you have angered the heavenly rules. The entire karma is placed upon you." "Ha, how ridiculous. This battle is in the interest of the heavenly rules. A fellow Taoist, you must show some restraint." Chen Chen sneered, his true martial form fully unfurling, his heavenly eye opened wide, with martial divine abilities swirling around him. He charged directly at Hong Jun. Hong Jun appeared indifferent, yet his eyes subtly tightened as the heavenly rules tightly wrapped around him. Chen Chen's fist struck down the force, crashing violently against the heavenly barrier, sending a shockwave past Hong Jun's face. The heavenly rules shattered from his punch. Although the heavenly rules were cautious of him as the master of the human path, and did not dare to strike with full force, the result was still shocking. How long had it been since Chen Chen emerged? In such a short time, he had become so powerful. Hong Jun's face bore a deep dent from the blow. After a few exchanges, Hong Jun suffered considerable losses, while Chen Chen remained firmly standing. The two halted simultaneously. Chen Chen's expression darkened. He had the upper hand, but Hong Jun had not sustained any substantial damage. No, Hong Jun was hiding his strength. "Speak, how will we settle the account of the heavenly rules? Do not speak of war, no one will believe you." Chen Chen's tone was very flat. A flicker of anger passed over Hong Jun's face, but he quickly smiled and said, "The position of the master of the human emperor will cancel the karma." Chen Chen's eyes flickered. Hey, there was even a gift coming to him. The position of the human emperor was inherently laden with karma of slaughter. He was contemplating how to pass this burden on to Yuan Shi with justification, and here Hong Jun was conveniently offering it to him. However, he could not let him see through his thoughts. Chen Chen remained silent for a moment, as if carefully calculating, then solemnly said, "The position of the human emperor's teacher cannot simply be decided by me. In our human race, only those who truly contribute and genuinely care for the human race deserve to be co-sovereigns." Hong Jun choked, clearly unconvinced, and then said, "Then I ask you not to interfere with our cultivation of the human race's co-sovereign." Chen Chen ceased to respond, appearing somewhat cautious. After a long silence, he finally spoke, "All right. But remember, the human race will not recognize a person who does not sincerely care for them as their co-sovereign." Hong Jun laughed heartily, leaving behind the words, "Fellow Taoist, rest assured," before disappearing. Chen Chen snorted coldly, leaving the chaos and returning to the Hong Huang. Under Hong Jun's watch, he directly entered the underworld. Hong Jun sneered, Do you want to ally with the Wu clan? The karma has already been sown, it won't be so easy to discard. Ho2 had been keeping a close watch. Seeing Chen Chen arrive, she quickly approached him asking, Chen Chen, how do you plan to handle this? Chen Chen's expression had already returned to normal as he laughed heartily. It's nothing. I did not expect such good fortune. The third human emperor of the human race is destined to be a figure of slaughter, and a calamity will surely descend. Since Hong Jun desired the position of the human emperor's teacher, the human emperor could not possibly turn towards them. As for the calamity, let them bear it. After hearing this, Ho2 covered her mouth laughing. So that's how it is. Then shall we not interfere? Chen Chen waved his hand and added, no, that would be too conspicuous. The ancestors and the Wu clan are frolicking freely now. Some are cultivating while others are wandering about. We need to find them some tasks to do. Coincidentally, I have a tribe of human-Wu hybrids that can go and cause some trouble for Hong Jun, preventing that old fellow from becoming suspicious. Ho2 nodded, pulling Chen Chen into the depths of the underworld. This place was inaccessible to all, though after not seeing each other for many years, the unspoken thoughts between the two ignited, leaving no room for conversation. Hong Jun tidied himself back to his original appearance and sat in the Zishao Palace contemplating for a long time. Finally, he decided on Yuan Shi. This fellow's doctrine was to speak for the heavenly rules, and he had always treated him with utmost respect. He stirred the power of the heavenly rules and directly transmitted, Yuan Shi, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Hong Jun's voice, Yuan Shi was momentarily stunned, then quickly set off, passing through the chaos and entering the Zishao Palace. The palace doors swung wide and Yuan Shi walked directly inside. Hong Jun sat cross-legged in the center, and Yuan Shi bowed to him before sitting on a lotus seat, and Hong Jun slowly lifted his eyelids, fixing his gaze on Yuan Shi. I had a confrontation with the martial ancestor, and he fell short, relinquishing the position of the human emperor's teacher among the three sovereigns. I calculated a bit, and believe this task suits you best. Will you accept it? Yuan Shi's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly replied, Disciple, thanks the master, rest assured I will handle this matter properly. Hong Jun lightly nodded and added, However, remember, although the fruit position has been set, the martial ancestor may still stir up some small movements. Yuan Shi acknowledged, stepping out of the chaos, waiting for Shen Nong to return to his position so he could arrange his. With the protection of the Red Cloud reincarnated body, Shen Nong hurried back to the tribe. At this moment, the Jiangshui tribe was bustling with people, with many from other tribes gathering as well. Previously, everyone had been worried about Shen Nong's safety, each one anxious, fearing anything would go wrong with the human sovereign. Now that Shen Nong had returned safely, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. A crowd surrounded him, asking about the situation in a flurry of voices. Shen Nong waved his hand to calm the tribe, assuring them he was fine. Then he quickly glanced over the affairs of the human race, noticing that the overall direction had not gone astray. He nodded in assurance, turned, and entered the house to begin organizing the things he had acquired. Not long after Shen Nong emerged from seclusion, he compiled what he had created into a book titled Shen Nong's Classic of Herbal Medicine. He then used the fastest speed to spread this book throughout the entire human race. The common people of the human race, upon seeing this book, many wept loudly, calling out to Shen Nong as the great sage. Once they understood how this book came to be, there was not a single person among the human race who did not admire Shen Nong, and some even erected a longevity tablet for him. As Shen Nong watched the human race flourish more and more, he finally felt completely at ease. Medical practices improved, the number of those revived increased, and with newborns arriving one after another, the population of the human race surged. The matters Shen Nong had to handle increased, as well, keeping him busy all day long. Yet each time he saw the satisfied smiles on his kin's faces, all the hardships he had endured seemed trivial. Days passed one after another, and Shen Nong's royal aura grew stronger and stronger. Chen Chen calculated the time, knowing it was time. Shen Nong's reign was complete, and it was time for the deification. As the crowd gathered, Chen Chen wasted no time and raised his hand to bring out the Kongtong seal. The laws of humanity entwined around him like water as he spoke. Shen Nong, having reigned for 28,000 years, found the 5 grains for the human race, tasted countless herbs, and authored the Shen Nong Binxiao Jing to save countless lives. Today, as the martial ancestor of the human race, I respond to the call of humanity and bestow you the title of Earth Sovereign of the human race. As his words fell, the Kongtong seal erupted with a blinding light. The laws of humanity cascaded down like a waterfall towards Shen Nong, and merits surged from all directions, rushing into his body. Shen Nong's physique was invigorated by the merits, causing him to soar upwards, becoming truly immune to all poisons. Even the fundamental laws could do nothing against him. His cultivation soared rapidly. Golden Immortal, Great Luo, Golden Immortal. In one breath, he ascended to the first layer of Hunyuan, Great Luo, Golden Immortal, then to the second layer and the third layer. The surrounding sages watched with envy. Shennong's cultivation finally stabilized at the third layer of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. His contributions could have been even greater, but part of the merits had been used to upgrade his physique, thus his cultivation was stuck at this point. The six-eared macaque also received some merits directly boosting his cultivation to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Climbing higher would be difficult. He would need to acquire the blood essence of the other 3 chaos primates. A layer of merits also flew over to the reincarnation of Hongyun. This was a reward for helping him through the calamity of Jingwei and countless assists to Shennong. As the merits surged, the reincarnation of Hongyun was momentarily stunned, but soon regained clarity. Then he soared into the sky, laughing heartily. Today, I finally know who I am. From now on, I am the Hongyun of the human race. As his words finished, all the cultivation from his past life returned to him, directly restoring him to the mid-stage of Kwasa Saint. Hongyun landed in front of Jin Yuanzi and Mingi, cupping his hands. Brother Jin Yuanzi, thank you. It is thanks to you that I can return this time, as you never gave up on me. Mingi, the grievances and karma between us from our past lives are hereby resolved. However, I may frequently challenge you in the future, so I hope you won't mind. After saying this, he raised his hand in salute. Jin Yuanzi laughed heartily. No worries as long as you return safely. As for Mingi, I can help you challenge a few battles anytime. Ming's face darkened, but thinking back he realized he was indeed in the wrong back then, so he said nothing more. Shennong approached Chen Chen, bowing slightly with a respectful demeanor. I pay my respects to my ancestor. Thank you for saving my life. Chen Chen raised his hand, signaling that there was no need to mention it. Shennong then turned to the monkey behind Chen Chen, changing his address. Master. The six-eared macaque felt a bit emotional. To be honest, with Shennong's current status, no one would dare to question his title of master. He grinned and nodded. Well done, my face is shining. The Xian turtle leaned in, speaking boldly. How about we just call each other what we like? You can call me Big Brother if you wish, or Uncle Master if you prefer, it's up to you. Shennong smiled, and cupped his hands to the Xian turtle. Big Brother. You can call me Big Brother if you wish, or Uncle Master if you prefer, it's up to you. Shennong smiled, and cupped his hands to the Xian turtle. Big Brother. It was just to guard their old net. The various saints returned to their respective homes. Hongyun followed Jin Yuanzi and Mingi to the underworld. Nuwa stood in place, her gaze wandering, lost in thought. After a while her figure flickered and vanished, returning to the Nuwa palace. Chen Chen looked around, seeing everyone had dispersed, and sighed. He called the six-eared macaque. Over, your cultivation has reached its limit. I will find a way for you on the path ahead. Just focus on solidifying your foundation, don't worry about anything else. The six-eared macaque nodded earnestly and left. He needed to introduce the ancestral home to his apprentice. Chen Chen pondered for a moment before calling for Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. He had neglected these two for some time, but upon seeing them, he was pleasantly surprised. Both had been diligently following Chen Chen's instructions, specifically challenging human opponents who were one major tier above them. As they fought back and forth, their combat powers surged. With a solid foundation, their cultivation also reached Great Luo. Chen Chen nodded, noticing that these two had not been slacking. He had always trusted Kong Xian, and to his surprise, the golden-winged Great Peng also did not falter this time. Chen Chen felt pleased. He spoke. You've all worked hard. Very good, you've reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, and your foundation is stable. Don't get complacent, feel free to ask whenever you have questions. Strive to enter Hunyuan, soon you might gain some benefits in the next tribulation. After repeating very good twice, he made Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng extremely happy. The two nodded vigorously, responding quickly. Chen Chen issued a few more instructions before sending them away. He sat there continuing to ponder the things he had found within humanity. Shennong had intended to discuss human affairs with the Xian turtle, but as soon as the Xian turtle returned to the ancestral home, he lay flat. Leaning on his shell, his belly rose and fell rhythmically in a very unique pattern. Shennong watched helplessly. However, after observing for a while, he discovered that the Xian turtle's breathing technique was unusual and evidently beneficial for cultivation. Shennong was instantly convinced. Truly, as the first human emperor, even in sleep, he could comprehend the path of cultivation. The six-eared macaque had just arrived, and Shennong already possessed the cultivation of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, yet he still cupped his hands in greeting. The six-eared macaque led Shennong around the ancestral home of humanity. As they reached deeper areas, Shennong noticed the large number of experts hidden inside, obviously stunned, turning to look at the six-eared macaque with shock in his eyes. The six-eared macaque shrugged his shoulders and said, the master instructed us that we must keep some hidden treasures in case of unexpected events, so that there are resources available. Moreover, I suspect that what we see now is not everything. Having been the human leader for over 20,000 years, Shennong's temperament was stable enough, but upon seeing the hidden foundation of humanity in the ancestral home, he could not suppress his excitement. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to have a tall person to hold up the sky when the heavens were falling. Nodding repeatedly, he decided to no longer worry about human affairs. In the remaining days, he planned to stay in the ancestral home to cultivate peacefully, becoming a foundational strength for humanity. Chen Chen abruptly opened his eyes. On the vast land of the primordial world, a large group of people appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a vast expanse of land. Among them, a small group had blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, fully equipped with weapons and armor, appearing quite formidable. The majority, however, had dark skin, dressed in tattered clothing, holding nothing but ordinary wooden sticks. They spoke in a language that sounded like gibberish to others. Chen Chen probed their mental fluctuations and understood. This group intended to completely occupy the primordial land, seizing territory for their master and their god. The leading fair-skinned individual cautiously scanned the surroundings before issuing commands. This group and the suddenly appearing land gradually faded from view. Of course, they never escaped the range of Chen Chen's divine sense. Chen Chen smirked slightly, muttering coldly to himself. As expected, the information left within humanity is true. Hongjuan, oh Hongjuan, for your own selfish desires you disregard the safety of the primordial world. Just wait, this debt will eventually be repaid. Originally, the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity each had their own legacies and memories, detailing the ascension of worlds, where each world competed and devoured one another. Hongjun initially aligned with the heavenly path and should have devoted all efforts to develop the primordial world, enabling it to defeat others. However, to attain his own transcendence, Hongjun sealed off the legacies of the earth and humanity, intending to suppress them, ultimately devouring all the fortunes of the primordial world to achieve his own transcendence. The primordial world was originally the strongest and most promising world for transcendence. If all had gone smoothly, the 6 heavenly saints would have revolved around the primordial world, and no one would have dared to touch it. Unfortunately, Hongjun's countless schemes did not account for the human race's ability to withstand his calculations, forcefully awakening humanity and allowing the earth path to fully revive. Chen Chen had been searching for so long, constantly exploring the legacies within humanity. Upon confirming the truth, his killing intent towards Hongjun intensified. In the future, those 6 saints were likely to be defeated. The fortunes of Huaxia civilization suffered significant losses, and during the most difficult times, it was the great powers of humanity that awakened humanity, allowing the Huaxia clan to revive and procreate. The more Chen Chen thought about it, the more he could not suppress his anger. He had made up his mind. Hongjun's plot must be disrupted, and it was time for a new person to take on the role of this heavenly path representative. Those outer realm clans pieced together the general location of the primordial world using the powers of the gods. Their ancestral memories recorded that the primordial world was the strongest. Thus, the other worlds formed a tacit alliance. The collision of worlds was still far off. The gods, despite being heavily wounded, sent over dozens of groups of people towards the primordial direction. This group was lucky enough to touch the boundaries of the primordial world. However, those nearly imperceptible fluctuations were still detected by Chen Chen, Hutu, and Hongjun. None of the 3 took action. They merely watched as these outsiders slowly took root. In the Jioli tribe, a place where humans and witches coexisted, the tribe leader had a son named Chiyu. When this child was born, a figure resembling a sword or spear stood, with its ears perked up, horns sprouting from its head, slowly merging into his body. The entire tribe went wild with joy. The newborn baby awakened a law manifestation of what greatness awaited them in the future. Indeed, they were right. By the age of 1, Chiyu could run around, and by 3, he was clear-headed enough to help his father manage tribal affairs. By the age of 7, his strength was astonishing, able to fight against wolves and leopards barehanded. When he turned 14, the leader of the Jiuli tribe directly abdicated, handing the position over to him. No one in the tribe dared to oppose him. Chiyu did not disappoint, managing the tribe smoothly, relying on his innate intuition to expand the army vigorously. He formed alliances with 81 individuals whose strength was only slightly inferior to his, providing them guidance daily. He even dug up metals from the ground, forging weapons and armor himself. The combat power of the Jiuli tribe soared. The bloodlust of the Jiuli tribe grew stronger, but Chiyu maintained discipline, refraining from provoking other tribes. The high shamans secretly guiding Chiyu were pleased to see that he had not been blinded by power, nodding in satisfaction. Chiyu stood in the tribe, gazing up at the sky. He let out a sigh. Trouble is coming. As Chiyu was developing his skills, Yuan Shi Tianzun summoned the members of the Chan sect. I have secured the position of the emperor's teacher. Who among you will teach the future emperor? Ran Deng felt a surge of joy in his heart. As the deputy leader, he was responsible for most matters in the sect, often guiding the cultivation of the 12 golden immortals. Having been trapped in the Daluo golden immortal realm for so long, perhaps this position will help me break through my bottleneck. Yuan Shi Tianzun scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi, this task is entrusted to you. Do not disappoint your master. Deng had already concluded in his heart that Yuan Shi Tianzun would give him the opportunity. When the master spoke, he had already taken half a step forward. However, Yuan Shi Tianzun handed the task directly to Guang Qingzi. Yuan Shi Tianzun turned to look at Deng. Deng, do you have something to say? Deng cursed inwardly, yet he kept his head lowered respectfully. Rest assured, master. We will assist Guang Qingzi in this matter. Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded, gave it little thought, and casually said, all right, I am reassured. You all handle this matter. The 12 golden immortals bowed together, saying, we will obey the master's orders. Yuan Shi waved his hand, and everyone exited the great hall. Guang Qingzi noticed that Deng's expression was off and leaned closer, lowering his voice to say, Uncle Master, don't be anxious. Next time it will surely be your turn. After saying that, he turned and headed down the mountain to find the emperor. Deng stared at his back, his face dark enough to drip ink. After leaving Kunlun Mountain, Guang Qingzi wandered through the vast wilderness, completely lost. He roamed the earth, specifically looking for those praised as great sages by the human race. But after wandering for several years, he had no gains at all. Chen Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer and transmitted a message. Guang Qingzi, remember, you are going to be a teacher for the emperor, not to find someone destined to become the emperor and push him up. Guang Qingzi finally came to his senses. He slowed his pace and strolled slowly on the territory of the human race. On this day, he arrived at the Yoxiong tribe. It happened that the tribe leader of the Yoxiong clan had just welcomed his son today. Guang Qingzi felt a connection and went to visit. As he approached, he felt a growing bond, and his expression became increasingly inscrutable. Upon seeing the son of the Yoxiong clan, he immediately decided to take the child as his disciple. Guang Qingzi's expression became serious as he looked at the Yoxiong clan leader and said, Leader Yoxiong, I am Guang Qingzi, the eldest disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun of the Chan sect. Today I am passing by your tribe and feel that your son is fated to be my disciple. What do you think? The Yoxiong clan leader was taken aback. For most people, a being of sage level is something they wouldn't even dare to think about. He nodded immediately, but still politely said, Immortal, you jest. In that case, I have no objections, but we will have to wait until the child grows up to see his own thoughts. Guang Qingzi was stunned, not expecting that as a disciple of a sage, he would actually be rejected. Though the reason was unassailable, his interest in the child only grew stronger. He nodded and agreed. Then I will temporarily reside on the small hill nearby. When this child comes of age and wishes to become my disciple, he can come find me. Leader Yoxiong saw that this sage disciple was quite determined and nodded, saying he would inform the child of. Guang Qingzi nodded in satisfaction, his figure flashing to a small hill, where he casually opened a temporary cave dwelling, sitting down to meditate, waiting for his disciple to arrive. Leader Yoxiong named the child Xianyuan. From a young age, Xianyuan knew he had caught the attention of an immortal, and the expectations of those around him were high. He did not disappoint everyone. Growing up listening to the teachings of those around him, he developed his own ideas about governing the tribe at a young age. When he turned 14, Leader Yoxiong felt it was time for Xianyuan to meet that sage disciple and see if he was willing to become a disciple. After hearing his father's words, Xianyuan pondered for a moment and nodded. He already had a plan in mind. He had to choose his own master. If this sage could indeed teach something practical, then it would not be a loss to become his disciple. Determined, he headed to the nearby hill to find the sage named Guang Qingzi. It didn't take much effort for Xianyuan to locate the cave where Guang Qingzi was temporarily staying. Inside sat a person, and Xianyuan immediately asked, Are you the one who wanted to take me as a disciple when I was little? Guang Qingzi smiled and nodded. Yes, I have been waiting for you for 14 years here. Xuanyuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Although Xianyuan was young, he was quite astute. Not only did he want to become a disciple, but he also wanted to choose his master. Immortal, what will I learn by following you? Guang Qingzi was taken aback for a moment before laughing heartily. Good. I will teach you the skills of cultivation and strengthening your body. How about that? Xianyuan thought for a while and shook his head no. Guang Qingzi continued, Then I will teach you the methods of governing the human race. Surely that will suffice. Xianyuan shook his head again. Not enough. Guang Qingzi grew increasingly satisfied with him. I can help you resolve troublesome matters. Is that satisfactory? Xianyuan thought for a moment longer, but still shook his head. Not satisfactory. Guang Qingzi then said, I can teach you to become a leader of the human race. How about that? Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback, but still shook his head no. Guang Qingzi finally stated, I can teach you how to handle various affairs within the tribe. Surely that will satisfy you. Xianyuan smiled at this, nodded, and paid his respects, saying, Teacher, I bow to you. Guang Qingzi was not bothered by Xuanyuan's formality, as this was their first proper meeting as master and disciple. He nodded, raised his hand, and took out a mat, gesturing for Xianyuan to sit down. Xianyuan obediently sat down. Guang Qingzi began to teach. Although there were no spectacular phenomena like those during a sage's teachings, it was already sufficient for Xianyuan. After finishing, Xianyuan stood up and formally bowed. After a brief chat, he returned to the tribe. In the following years, Xianyuan visited Guang Chengzi daily to attend lessons. Guang Chengzi's words were always laced with fondness for the Chan sect, and Xianyuan gradually absorbed it. The results were indeed evident. Under Guang Chengzi's guidance, Xianyuan became increasingly adept at handling tribal affairs, quickly surpassing his father Yoxiong. On Xuanyuan's 18th birthday, leader Yoxiong directly passed the chieftain's position to him. After Xianyuan took over, the Yoxiong tribe prospered day by day, and the people within the tribe all respected him. Guang Chengzi truly devoted himself to teaching Xianyuan. However, there was one matter. Due to the rivalry between the Chan sect and the GS sect, Guang Chengzi did not teach him any formations that the GS sect excelled at. This issue might lead to trouble in the future. Guang Chengzi earnestly taught Xianyuan the art of weapon crafting. Xianyuan crafted a sword mold himself and named it Xianyuan's sword. The craftsmanship was so exquisite that even Guang Chengzi couldn't help but nod in approval. At this time, various foreign tribes that had long been lurking in the wilderness had developed to a considerable extent. Leading them was a golden-haired, blue-eyed fellow who sneered and shouted to the crowd below, "Brothers, let's kill. This territory is ours now, and victory is destined to belong to us." A new continent emerged out of nowhere, and countless foreign tribes surged forth, charging in one direction. Wherever they went, they killed and plundered. Upon encountering the first human tribe, these foreign tribes laughed maniacally and pounced. The people of that tribe, who were originally open-hearted, saw this group of beings that looked somewhat like themselves and warmly waved in greeting. Unfortunately, Chen Chen had protected them too well, and they had no sense of crisis at all. A tragedy occurred just like that. Before everyone could react, the foreign tribes had already raised their knives. Fortunately, the tribespeople were merely caught off guard. Once they realized the situation, they grabbed their weapons and fought back fiercely. But the number disparity was too great. These foreign tribes had long been prepared, and the human side, having exhausted all their people, managed to inflict heavy losses on the other side. In truth, they could have fled, but in the face of the foreign invasion, not a single person escaped. Beneath the ruins, the eyes of a clay statue flickered slightly. The souls of these tribespeople were swiftly guided to the underworld. Chen Chen personally intervened and reshaped their bodies. He felt both gratified and somewhat helpless. The brothers and sisters of the human race were overjoyed to see Chen Chen bowing and greeting. "We meet the martial ancestor." Chen Chen waved his hand, saying, "Tell me, what are your thoughts? Will you return to the wilderness or stay in the underworld?" The tribe leader stepped forward and said, "Martial ancestor, can we cultivate in the underworld for a while? When we are strong enough, we will return to the wilderness to seek revenge." Chen Chen nodded and opened up a small world for them. Leaving a clone behind to guide the later arrivals, he gave a few instructions before leaving. The tribespeople lined up to enter that world, their eyes filled with hatred for the foreign tribes. Their determination to cultivate was quite strong. After the foreign tribes slaughtered 3 human tribes, the news finally spread. The entire domain of the human race in the wilderness erupted. Tribes large and small began to arm themselves. After receiving news of the foreign invasion, Xianyuan also took action, quickly equipping his clansmen with weapons using his weapon crafting skills. As the foreign tribes advanced, the human race also realized that waiting to be slaughtered was not a solution. After some inquiries, they discovered that the 2 strongest tribes were Jiuli and Yoxiong, and countless tribes began to flock to these 2. On the Jiuli tribe side, Qiyu had not anticipated that such reckless riffraff would emerge. However, the preparations he had made over the years were just right for practicing against these foreign tribes and paving the way for the human race. The army was quickly organized, and Qiyu chose a path, waiting in ambush on the route that the foreign tribes would inevitably take. Upon hearing that the foreign tribes had invaded, Guang Chengzi was momentarily stunned but quickly realized this was a heavenly opportunity. As long as things were handled well, Xianyuan could firmly secure the position of emperor. Not delaying any further, he hurried to the Yoxiong tribe to meet Xianyuan. On Xuanyuan's side, he was also busy, his mind filled with concerns for the safety of the human race. He had already begun to mobilize troops and prepare for battle. Upon seeing Guang Chengzi approach, Xianyuan asked, "Is there something urgent for you to come at this time?" Guang Chengzi glanced at Xuanyuan's arrangements and smiled, saying, "Nothing major, just a reminder to keep an eye out on the road." Xianyuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that the troops were already assembled, he bid farewell to Guang Chengzi, leading the army to seek trouble with the foreign tribes. As 2 groups of people walked along, they unexpectedly collided. Once they clarified each other's intentions, Xianyuan and Qiyu exchanged no words and directly reached a tacit understanding. Join forces to strike. After a few days, the 2 found themselves increasingly in sync. Their ideals and thoughts perfectly complemented each other's shortcomings, and as time went on, their relationship grew closer and their strengths increased. When they arrived at the location they had previously agreed upon, the troops quickly took their positions, lying in wait quietly. After a few days the foreign tribes finally showed up. Xianyuan and Shiyu watched them step by step into the encirclement, seizing the moment to issue a command: attack. Those foreign tribes who had been rampaging through the wilderness were experiencing being trapped and attacked for the first time today. After a desperate struggle, they were ultimately annihilated. While Xianyuan and Kai's armies were busy celebrating their victory, no one noticed that one of the foreign corpses suddenly opened its eyes. Immediately afterward, all the bodies, including the land that had emerged from nowhere, began to ignite spontaneously. In no time, these entities, which should not have appeared in the wilderness, were completely burned away. However, the saints who had been watching the movements over here felt it. All of a sudden, more than a dozen threads of causality had connected to the wilderness. Hongju and Hutu and Chen Chen particularly noticed that several threads of causality that were supposed to land in the wilderness were inexplicably fading, even slowly disappearing. Chen Chen deduced with a casual push of thought those threads of causality were left by the invading forces from other worlds. As for the increasingly faint threads, they represented the connections between those worlds and the wilderness. Because of this, burning those worlds would have to delay their access to the wilderness. Chen Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of those worlds attacking. After all, the strength of the wilderness was established. No matter who came, they would find it difficult. What he feared was that these guys would mess things up and ruin the plans he had yet to complete. Xianyuan and Shiyu stood on the ground, looking around at their surroundings, which were now filled with their own people. Their faces darkened. After some discussion, they concluded those foreign tribes were likely used as coordinates for other worlds. Their own people should not have died in such numbers. It was all the fault of these miscreants. Having finished their conversation, the two felt increasingly convinced that their guess was correct. They nodded at each other and returned to their clans. Chen Chen had heard their dialogue clearly and nodded slightly. He mobilized the power of humanity, broadcasting his voice throughout the entire human race. I am Chen Chen. A major event is about to occur in the wilderness, and the enemy has set their sights on our human race. We can no longer remain peaceful. An attack could come at any moment. Remember this. Humans can conquer heaven. Before you exhaust your last breath, I will always protect you. He intentionally made the situation sound more severe to spur the human race into action. Initially, the human race was silent for a moment. Then chaos erupted. The entire clan was in turmoil, like a disturbed beehive. Xianyuan and Shiyu exchanged glances, their suspicions solidified. No one doubted that this voice was a fake. Who would dare impersonate the martial ancestor of the human race? Yet with the crisis looming, the originally scattered human tribes began to slowly converge. Moreover, news of Xianyuan and Shiyu having just annihilated a foreign tribe spread, prompting tribes across the land to migrate and settle near the Xiong and Juli. Xianyuan and Shiyu welcomed all the tribes that came to join them. Leaders from various tribes took turns visiting, expressing their willingness to follow the commands of the two. This was already treatment befitting a coroller. After a brief contemplation, the two agreed. Next, they would prepare for war with all their might. They reorganized their respective tribes, integrating them into the army. Both understood clearly. This generation of the human race's coroller would most likely be chosen between the two of them. Chen Chen and Hutu summoned Laozi Tongtian and the 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao to the underworld. Hongjun sensed that his 6 saints had gone to the underworld and paid it no mind. He was entirely focused on his own plans. Laozi sat cross-legged on a mat looking at Chen Chen, Hutu, and the gathered saints, and asked, "Martial ancestor summoned us for an urgent matter." Chen Chen smiled slightly and gazed toward the direction of the previous battle. You all should have sensed those foreign tribes right. The world they belong to will inevitably attack us. I see. What does the martial ancestor intend to do? Laozi responded with surprise, but quickly understood. Chen Chen continued, for such large worlds, there is a simple way to ascend: mutual devouring. Those worlds have set their sights on us. Besides Hutu, all the saints present changed their expressions. No one had anticipated that Chen Chen would drop such a bombshell. Chen Chen added, but there's no need to be too anxious. Compared to others, our wilderness is the strongest. Even relying solely on you 6 saints of the Heavenly Dao in a prepared state, you could take on any single world. In that case, what is there to be wary of? Tongtian laughed heartily. Chen Chen looked at Tongtian and slowly shook his head. Do not let your guard down. Most other worlds have likely formed alliances, and besides, he trailed off, turning his gaze toward Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi was taken aback, not quite understanding why Chen Chen was looking at him. Laozi understood and said, it's fine. Yuan Shi cultivates the explication of the Heavenly Dao and does not serve the Heavenly Dao. Chen Chen nodded and then turned his gaze to Nuwa. Your Majesty, to be honest, we should not be enemies. Nuwa's expression stiffened slightly, her lips moved, but she ultimately remained silent. Chen Chen continued, once you return to the Nuwa Palace, you can ponder this further. Humanity was born because of you, and if we can avoid conflict, we certainly do not wish to fight. Yuan nodded gently. She accepted the respect Chen Chen showed her. In any case, before the enemy attacks, I hope everyone will not hold back. I am here to remind everyone to be. Chen Chen spoke earnestly. Laozi, Yuan, Shi, and Nuwa all nodded, their expressions grave. No one knew what they were thinking. Chen Chen observed the reactions of these three saints and secretly sighed. Winning them over completely was still a long road ahead. Tontian had no such thoughts. He simply listened quietly. Chen Chen withdrew his thoughts and slightly bowed to the four saints. The message has been delivered. You may return now. Yuan, Shi, and Laozi's expressions stiffened slightly, but they nodded. The four saints turned to leave. After Nuwa returned to the Nuwa palace, she sat alone pondering. Was it time for her attitude towards humanity to change? Once these saints who had little to do with him departed, Chen Chen's expression darkened as he turned to his people. You need not involve yourselves in the matters of those outside worlds. When the time comes, I will have my arrangements. Focus on your cultivation. If you have spare time, you may take on a disciple and pass on your teachings. A life will still go on. Chen Chen made a rare joke. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin exchanged glances and then looked at Chen Chen. Friend, don't tease us. Share your plans early. Chen Chen laughed heartily. There's no need to rush. When I say the wilderness world is stronger than the others, it's not just boasting. In the end, it may not even be determined who devours whom. If all goes well, your Shumi Mountain will likely undergo a significant transformation. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin, accustomed to hardship, brightened with excitement and asked, really? When will they come? Chen Chen waved his hand. It's still early. Our priority is to enhance the strength of the wilderness. Friends, do not be anxious. At this point, Jin Yuanzi couldn't hold back and said to the two, all right, hasn't the West already begun to improve? You two saints worry so much, are you not satisfied? Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin grinned. If we can make the West more prosperous, we will certainly do our best. Chen Chen shook his head, genuinely impressed by the two saints of the West. They were already saints, yet they could set aside their pride for the sake of the West. At this moment, the group of ancestor witches led by Di Jiang arrived. They nodded to the surrounding saints and turned to Chen Chen. What tasks need to be done? On Kai's side, having a great witch was enough. They didn't need us. Chen Chen glanced at them and felt a jolt. These ancestor witches had nearly reached the level of the Hunyuan Daiyojin Xian. His mind raced, and he smiled, nodding. Since you all are free, I just happen to have a task for you. Over in the chaos, could you please go and set up a large formation to redirect the chaotic energy? Di Jiang was taken aback for a moment, but asked no further questions and directly agreed. He called to his brothers and sisters, tore through space with his hand, and they all directly entered. His mind raced, and he smiled, nodding. Since you all are free, I just happen to have a task for you. Over in the chaos, could you please go and set up a large formation to redirect the chaotic energy? The figure stood in the chaos with boundless chaotic energy being transformed frantically. Chen Chen raised a hand to point, and the power of humanity directly seized the refined spiritual energy, pulling it back and infused it all back into the wilderness world. The spiritual energy of the wilderness surprisingly began to rise little by little. Since the time of Pangu opening up the heavens, the spiritual energy of the wilderness had always been a one-way flow, decreasing steadily. Only during each calamity, when living beings perished, did a small amount of spiritual energy return. Yet, even then, the overall spiritual energy of the wilderness continued to decline. However, this time, after Di Jiang and the others established the Great Formation for a short, while a trickle of merit began to gather slowly. When the ancestor witches returned from the chaos, this merit directly entered their bodies. Huta sensed the changes in the wilderness and noticed the benefits her brothers and sisters had gained. She looked up at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. Chen Chen's lips moved, but he did not speak. Hutu understood his meaning. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. The surrounding saints pretended not to see. However, Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin were different. They stared at the merit the ancestor witches had obtained, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen pondered and asked, what do you think of the underworld? How about sending a bodhisattva over to assist in the operations of the underworld? Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin were momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Thank you for your guidance, friend. Chen Chen then turned to Ming. Friend, have you encountered a primordial ferocious beast by the blood sea? Ming, he was taken aback and nodded. Indeed, you possess great divine powers, my friend. I have already taken her as my disciple. Her true form is that of a blood-winged black mosquito, and she has chosen the name Mosquito Taoist for herself. Chen Chen was a bit surprised and replied, that's perfect. Mosquito Taoist is quite suitable for the hungry ghost path. If her character and cultivation are up to standard, she might even become the master of the hungry ghost path. Ming, he felt a surge of joy and quickly thanked him. Thank you, my friend. I will do my utmost to nurture her. Chen Chen nodded and said no more. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi turned to Ho Tu and spoke. My friend, I wish to wander the vast wilderness. Although the underground paths of the netherworld are beneficial to me, the environment here He smiled wryly, not finishing his sentence. Ho-Tu was taken aback for a moment and smiled in agreement. Feel free, my friend. I have never restricted your freedom, have I? Jin Yuanzi was clearly puzzled by her words and turned to look at Ming He. Ming He laughed heartily. My dojo is in the Blood Sea, where else could I go? It was obvious that Ming He was avenging the grudge he held against Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun for their past actions. Jin Yuanzi returned to Mount Wanshou and henceforth referred to himself as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, saying no more. Xian Gui slumped there, dozing off, too lazy to listen to anything Chen Chen said. After all, if the sky were to fall, his master would catch it. Shin Nong Sui Ren Zi and Yu Chao all stared at Chen Chen and asked, what about the matters concerning the human emperor? Chen Chen waved his hand, interrupting them. The human race must walk its own path. If you are truly worried, just keep an eye on things secretly. Remember, do not interfere with their affairs. After saying what needed to be said, Chen Chen nodded. All right, you all go about your own business. I will call for you if I need anything. The others responded and dispersed. Chen Chen turned to Ho-Tu with a mischievous grin. You just agreed to that. With that, he pulled Ho-Tu into an embrace and directly dove into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. The threads of causality became increasingly clear under the watchful eyes of the saints, and several phantoms gradually solidified into human forms. They huddled together, whispering for a long time, as if they had come to a conclusion. In the end, one team vanished while the rest gathered together, directly descending into the vast wilderness. The human path trembled, and Xianyuan and Shiyu both sprang up from their seats. Is it here? It's time for us to take action. Both of them simultaneously sent messengers to the respect. The messenger returned with the other side's message, and upon reading it, both of them burst into laughter, fully aware in their hearts. The position of the human race's Commaster has long been decided. Oh, we might as well compare the number of enemies we kill this time. They nodded and waved off the messenger. As soon as the messenger left, they immediately rallied their troops, sending out scouts to search for the hideouts of the alien races. This batch of aliens had no intention of hiding at all. The scouts from both sides quickly figured out their location, and Xianyuan and Shiyu left behind some troops to guard their homes before leading their forces straight towards the alien stronghold. Xianyuan approached from the east, while Shiyu came from the west, surrounding the aliens tightly. However, the aliens were not fools. They grasped the information left by the previous batch of their kind, roughly gauging the strength of their opponents, and deemed this army to be nothing to worry about, sneering dismissively. As Xianyuan and Shiyu drew closer, they sensed several formidable auras emanating from within the alien camp, causing their expressions to darken. They calculated in their hearts that while the lower-level soldiers were easy to deal with, the few tough opponents would be troublesome. On that side, do you think our master can handle the experts among the aliens? Guang Qingzi gazed towards the direction of the aliens, his expression growing serious. He turned to Xuanyu, his tone laced with undeniable gravity. In the blink of an eye, one appeared beside Xianyuan, while the other landed in front of Shiyu. Xianyuan bowed slightly to Guang Qingzi, saying, Disciple pays respects to the master. On that side, do you think our master can handle the experts among the aliens? Guang Qingzi gazed towards the direction of the aliens, his expression growing serious. He turned to Xuanyu, his tone laced with undeniable gravity. It's not easy. To be safe, I will go to Yusu Palace to summon your uncles down the mountain. You stay put and wait here. Xianyuan nodded. After seeing Guang Qingzi leave, he directly ordered the entire army to be safe. I will go to Yusu Palace to summon your uncles down the mountain. You stay put and wait here. Xianyuan nodded. After seeing Guang Qingzi leave, he directly ordered the entire army to halt and set up camp, waiting for news. On Chiyu's side, the scene was entirely different. Kuafu stepped forward and appeared right in front of Chiyu. Chiyu hurriedly greeted him. Disciple pays respects to the master. You must have sensed it too, right? Can we confront those alien powerhouses? Kuafu paused for a moment, his gaze directed towards the aliens. The bloodline of the Wu clan within him seemed to ignite, surging powerfully. From that aura, he caught a whiff of potent ferocity. The more he sensed, the harder it was for Kuafu to contain his excitement. Chiyu, seeing his master so eager, understood that something was amiss. Indeed, Kuafu had already raised his foot, looking ready to charge into battle against the opponents. Chiyu, with a dark expression, grabbed Kuafu's arm and yelled, Master! Master! Don't rush. Leave these small fries to us younger ones. You take a break. Or, would you like to call a few more Wu or humans to help? We can't have you doing the fighting yourself, can we? After much persuasion, he finally managed to suppress Kuafu's eagerness to fight. Kuafu regretfully glanced back at the aliens, clicked his tongue, and took a step forward, disappearing entirely. Chiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glared speechlessly at the direction where Kuafu had disappeared and turned to the army, waving, Set up camp and rest. The patrolling soldiers stay alert. Don't let anyone sneak in and stab you in the back. On the other side, the aliens, sensing that both groups of humans had stopped moving collectively, let out a sigh of relief. Having just entered the vast wilderness a few days ago, they were still not accustomed to the rules of this world. If they were to engage in battle with the local forces now, they would definitely suffer losses. They needed time. Once they adapted to the laws of the vast wilderness, their strength could be fully unleashed. The three parties remained in a stalemate, each not moving. An eerie silence hung in the air. In Kunlun Mountain at Yusu Palace, Guang Qingzi landed in front of the hall and quickly walked into the main hall. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat cross-legged at the top, his eyes slightly closed. Guang Qingzi bowed and said, "Disciple pays respects to the master. Today, while guiding the human emperor, I encountered a powerful enemy. I fear I cannot handle it alone and would like to request the assistance of my junior brothers. What do you think, master?" Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly opened his eyes and scanned Guang Qingzi and the others behind him. After a moment of silence, he said, "In that case, you 12 golden immortals may descend together." Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his gaze to another side. "Randang, your cultivation is higher than theirs. You should also go and protect them. You will all benefit from the fruits of the human emperor's endeavors." Randang stepped forward, and all 12 golden immortals clasped their hands in respect. "We will strictly follow the master's orders." In an instant, several figures soared into the air and quickly vanished into the clouds. Meanwhile, Kwa Fu returned to the territory of the Wu clan and summoned several great shaman leaders. Upon hearing that there were aliens with beast clan bloodlines to hunt, their eyes lit up, eager to rush into battle. Kwa Fu was frozen in place, his palms clammy with sweat. He grabbed the nearest Xingtian and ran, catching a glimpse of two juniors beside him, Fengbo and Yushi. His mind raced, recalling that these two had contributed considerably on the battlefield during the War of the Witches and the Demons. Without further thought, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed them both. Before Fengbo and Yushi could react, Kwa Fu had already torn through space, slipping away at lightning speed. The group of great shamans behind him wanted to follow suit and tear through space as well. Suddenly, the spatial fluctuations shook violently, the force increasing dramatically, and several great shamans found themselves stuck halfway, unable to advance or retreat. A voice echoed down from the void. "Enough, go back and cultivate properly. There will be plenty of battles to fight in the future." The great shamans who had been clamoring immediately fell silent upon hearing this voice. They all lowered their heads in unison, mouths opening. "We pay our respects to the great ancestor." Emperor Jiang emerged from the space, raised a hand, and freed those who were stuck. He waved his hand. "Stop with these empty gestures. Everyone return now." The great shamans were filled with reluctance, their necks stiff as they opened their mouths to speak. Emperor Jiang glared, and those individuals hurriedly scurried away faster than rabbits. Emperor Jiang shook his head and smiled. "These kids can't sit still for a moment. No, I have to follow along and see. It would be a waste not to witness such a lively event." With that, he concealed his figure deep within the space and quietly followed the path of Kwa Fu and the others. At this moment, Fengbo and Yushi finally realized that they had struck a stroke of luck. As they ran, they couldn't help but smile slyly. Over at Yusu Palace, the Wu clan and the others were all heading towards the aliens' lair. Xianyuan and Shiyu, on the other hand, felt that the aliens were gradually adapting to the environment of the vast wilderness, their strength rising steadily. Both felt a weight in their hearts as they gritted their teeth, working tirelessly to train their armies. In the Heavenly Court, although Hao Yin didn't manage to recruit any true experts, he had at least set up a framework. Having observed the succession of several human emperors, he had been keeping a close watch. This time, with two powerful figures vying against the alien race for the position of the human race's Master, Hao Yin narrowed his eyes in focus. His trusted aide, the planetary star, approached and spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, the martial ancestor has said that whoever truly does something for the human race will receive corresponding rewards regardless of who it is. Shall we intervene in this conflict for Master?" Hao Yin pondered over the words of the planetary star for a while before nodding. He summoned the 9 Heavens Goddess and wasted no words. 9 Heavens Goddess, you are the war goddess of our heavenly court. This time descend and help Xianyuan obtain the position of Master. How about it?" The 9 Heavens Goddess did not hesitate and accepted on the spot, turning to leave to assist Xianyuan in descending to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, Zhu Jiuyin, who was temporarily taking over the position of King Yinluo, sensed Taoshan's movements. With a disdainful smirk, he summoned Niu Tu and Ma Mian. "Aren't the chimeras and other spirits bored? Tell them to go journey through the vast wilderness and assist Chiyu. If they can attain the Master position, good. If not, no need to force it, just do your best." The bull-headed, horse-faced figure received the order and turned to leave. The spirits of chaos quickly set off. Xianyuan and Chiyu each attended to their own helpers. At this moment, the other races still had not fully recovered, their momentum significantly lacking. Both sides slightly adjusted their rhythm, their gazes locked simultaneously, waving their hands to signal their soldiers to charge forward. The foreign races had yet to grasp the fundamentals of the primordial world, but their eyes remained fixed on Xianyuan and Kai's forces. Kill them. Charge. Avenge our kin. The shouts echoed like thunder as several groups clashed. The black-haired, yellow-skinned man swung his blade at the invaders while the foreign races retaliated with their own weapons. Perhaps due to their relatively weaker strength, they adapted to the rules of the primordial world faster, unleashing their full power. Thus, with a similar number of fighters, Kai's side had already formed a battle array. The foreign races had never seen such a formation and were caught off guard. Kai's soldiers mowed down the foreign races like cutting grass, while Xuanyuan's side fought evenly, neither gaining an advantage. Chiyo with his swift hands tore through the foreign lines and fought his way to Xuanyuan's side, merging the two armies. Xianyuan looked at Chiyo, his expression complex. Given the current situation, he was bound to lose. It was no use. He sighed, coming to terms with it, and steeled himself to push forward alongside Chiyo, swinging his Xianyuan sword to claim lives. The two groups twisted together as the foreign soldiers were swept away like a rolling snowball. However, neither of the two noticed that the more powerful figures had disappeared without a trace. Xianyuan looked at Chiyu, seriously preparing to admit defeat. At this moment, Guangchengzi flew over with a group of immortals from Yushu Palace, looking grim. He called out to Xuanyuan, "Something's wrong. The powerful figures of the foreign races are missing. My divine sense is dizzy, and I can't lock onto them at all." Chiyu and Xianyuan then realized the situation and quickly ordered their troops to be on alert. They saw the bodies of the foreign races on the ground suddenly ignite, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The corpses seemed to want to burn as well. Ruan Deng reacted the fastest, fully unleashing the power of the laws to suppress the blood of the foreign race's corpses. That mysterious force sensed Ruan Deng's strength and immediately withdrew, severing the causal link. It seemed as if they feared being traced back, but little did they know nearly 10 saints had already seen through them from the shadows. The term nearly applied because a few of the big shots were too lazy to care about this trivial matter. The group of foreign races hidden in the shadows were all profoundly skilled, and those experts who originally mixed in with the army had been quietly taken away by them. The blood of the dead foreign races was also refined by this group, gradually enhancing their compatibility with the primordial world, enabling them to unleash their powers step by step. However, having suffered losses previously, this group of foreign races had become much more cautious. They could sense that Ruan Deng's strength was not far behind theirs. Though this meant their adaptation to the primordial world would slow down, it was still better than being ambushed and slaughtered. Moreover, having absorbed the blood of their kin, their connection with the primordial world had deepened significantly, and it wouldn't take long for them to completely adapt. Once Xianyuan and Chiyu confirmed that the surroundings were completely safe, they exchanged glances and nodded. They both knew that they would first unite to defeat the foreign races before contending for the position of the leader. Each returned to their respective tribes. Huafu watched Chiyu deep in thought, grinning as he patted his shoulder. "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. The Grand Ancestor once said, as long as you hold the human race in your heart, people will not forget you. The title of leader is not that heavy after all." Chiyu rolled his eyes, feeling a bit speechless. "Master, I really don't take that position seriously. I'm just thinking about those foreign races. They're so damn annoying, like they can't be killed, making it a headache." Huafu scratched his head and said cheerfully, "Then just relax. With us old fellows supporting, you just charge forward and kill. If you really encounter something you can't handle, well, step in." Chiyu nodded, but said no more. Inside, however, he felt warmth shaking off those chaotic thoughts, and continuing to work with his subordinates to refine the battle array, pondering how to further enhance their combat power. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi looked at Xianyuan and began, "Xuanyuan, don't rush. There are more foreign races to fight. Your master and those uncles are all working hard for you. The position of leader is yours to take." Xianyuan was deep in thought when he heard Guangchengzi's words. Looking up, for a moment, he felt something strange in his master's tone, an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. Shaking his head to cast aside the thought, he asked, "Master, do you have any formations you can teach me?" Guangchengzi was taken aback, his face darkening as impatience crept into his tone. "Don't mention such things in the future. We have no need for that stuff." Xianyuan stared at Guangchengzi for a couple of moments, his mind turning over several thoughts, but ultimately, he merely nodded lightly. Seeing Xianyuan comply, Guangchengzi remained silent and turned to leave. The Nine Heavens mystic maiden observed this scene, and her eyes shifted. She had come to Xianyuan under the banner of the Heavenly Court, hoping to gain some benefits for herself. Now she had a clearer understanding of what to do. Taking advantage of the fact that the immortals from Yushu Palace were all too proud to deal with these mortals and were rushing back to their realms, the Nine Heavens mystic maiden approached. Xianyuan looked at the self-proclaimed Valkyrie sent by the Heavenly Court with surprise, slightly bowing. "If the goddess has any inconveniences, please let me know, and I will arrange it for you right away." The Nine Heavens mystic maiden smiled gently and returned a gesture, "Greetings, leader." I wonder if the leader would like to hear me speak about the intricacies of military formations. Xuanyuan's face lit up, glancing around before deeply bowing. Please, goddess, teach me. The Nine Heavens mystic maiden nodded, returning the courtesy. You are too polite, leader. As soon as the immortals from Yushu Palace had left, the Nine Heavens mystic maiden approached Xianyuan and began discussing military formations within the tribe. Unexpectedly, Xianyuan was quite perceptive in this matter. The moment the Nine Heavens mystic maiden hinted at something, he could follow it down several layers of meaning. Days passed, and the Nine Heavens mystic maiden looked at Xianyuan in astonishment. This leader of the human race, who was vying for the position of leader, surprisingly had such skills. In just a few days, judging by the little he revealed, the Nine Heavens mystic maiden began to worry. If things were truly let loose, she might not be able to suppress him. Xianyuan stared at the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, confirming that she could no longer extract any advantages from him. He wore a smile, bowing slightly. Thank you, fairy, for your guidance. I shall remember the methods of military formations. The Nine Heavens mystic maiden's expression changed several times. Looking back at him, she turned away, her voice somewhat heavy. No need for politeness. You are the most perceptive person I've ever met. Even without my guidance, you would eventually figure it out on your own. Since you have learned, I shall retreat for now. On the day of battle, just send someone to call for me. With that, she flickered. Xianyuan stood in place, chuckling bitterly. If Guangchengzi found out he learned military formations, there would surely be a storm. Taking advantage of the recent inactivity of the foreign races and the absence of the immortals from Yushu Palace in the tribe, he hurriedly had the clansmen practice the military formations. The scenes from the last great battle flashed through his mind. Caius men slaughtered enemies as if they were chopping vegetables. Xianyuan quickened his pace, urging his troops to expedite their training. In a corner where the foreign races were hiding, a few individuals sensed their internal powers gradually recovering. They calculated that in about a year, they would be able to unleash their full strength. They wore cold smiles on their faces. Recently, they had deliberately made moves twice, both resulting in victories. The opposing forces had become cautious and dared not advance any further. They had figured out the general details of the two tribes they were fighting against. Coupled with the strong figures they sensed during the previous great battle, they had begun to anticipate being able to unleash their full strength in a year. However, they had never considered that their opponents were also growing stronger. They even forgot, or perhaps deliberately chose not to think about it, why the supreme deity sent them over here. On Xuanyuan's side, they were practicing with all their might, while Caius Juli tribe was also not idle. Huafu and Xingtian were feeling bored and took a trip around Juli tribe. They saw that although the soldiers were not very strong, they were quite spirited in battle, their eyes shining brightly. Chiyu could not stop them, as these two deities directly dragged him and 81 generals over. Although they did not know military formations, at least they could contribute to the improvement of Jili tribe, so they wouldn't be called idle eaters. However, at this moment, Chiyu and the 81 war gods wished that these two elders would just behave. Huafu and Xingtian gave them a good beating under the pretext of improving their resilience. To put it bluntly, they were just bored and were using people as punching bags. Though Chiyu and his group were beaten badly, they also gained much from the punishment. The pain was real, but the gains were also real. Chiyu and his group, who were thoroughly trained, couldn't match Huafu and Xingtian, so they vented their frustration on the soldiers below. The soldiers dared not express their anger and passed the pressure down. Layer upon layer, it ignited the entire training atmosphere of Juli tribe. No one wanted to be beaten. Huafu and Xingtian stood within Juli tribe, observing the bustling atmosphere around them, both of them. Huafu was the first to come back to his senses, turning to Xingtian with a grin. Did you see? I told you this method works. A look at the current atmosphere, it's so invigorating. Xingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes at Huafu's boastfulness. Aren't you afraid that once Kai's strength increases, he'll come looking for you? You need to be aware that for us, improving is basically hopeless. Oh, Chiyu and his group are different. Before he could finish, Huafu understood, his tone suddenly deflating. Chiyu. He won't beat his master, right? After saying this, Huafu pulled Xingtian and ran towards the training area. They absolutely could not let those disciples catch up. Although being surpassed by disciples would bring glory to the master, being beaten by them would be utterly humiliating. Neither of the two tribes could predict when the foreign race would strike, so they could only strive to become stronger. Time in the primeval world passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye a year had gone by. The remaining foreign race had completely regained their strength. On the hidden continent deep within the void, countless foreign beings wielded their weapons, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The leader at the forefront surveyed his tribe with satisfaction, nodding his head before raising his hand to bring the continent crashing down onto the primeval land, letting out a strange cry, kill. This group of foreign beings surged into the primeval world like a horde of locusts, hacking down any living thing in sight. Hong Jun stood expressionless in the distance, and no one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Chen Chen sensed the movements of the foreign race, his expression darkening as he coldly chuckled. These bastards will eventually be exterminated from their lair. With a wave of her hand, Ho Tu swept the laws of the earth across the trampled land, drawing countless souls into the underworld. Xian Yuan of the Bear tribe and Qi Yu of the Jiu Li tribe simultaneously looked up the information relayed from humanity, allowing them to instantly pinpoint the movements of the foreign race. A flash of killing intent sparkled in their eyes, and military orders were quickly dispatched. All forces advance. Leave no one behind. The two armies charged forward in the same direction, moving with incredible speed and precision. Days passed, and the foreign race slaughtered their way through countless lives. Qi Yu's army was the first to collide with the enemy, and the battle began without hesitation. Qi Yu's eyes turned icy as he glared at the group of foreign beings, roaring, "Clean them out. Not a single one gets away." Understood. The 81 generals led their teams out of formation, charging at the foreign race. Two torrents of force collided, blood splattering into the sky amidst the cacophony of screams. Yet no one retreated. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fierce as they hacked fiercely at the foreign beings before them. This batch of foreign beings was indeed the elite, unlike the previous ones that scattered at the slightest touch. Qi Yu's army barely managed to hold their ground against the enemy, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Fortunately, the 81 generals and Qi Yu charged at the forefront, gradually tilting the battle in favor of the foreign race. Seeing their own forces on the brink of collapse, several high-ranking foreign beings exchanged fierce glances and let out a wild howl as they charged from the rear, heading straight for Qi Yu's army. Qi Yu didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to command his troops forward. With a booming laughter, he exclaimed, "Have your eyes gone blind? Do you want to spar with me?" Before he finished speaking, two burly men blocked the path of the foreign beings. Hua Fu pushed off the ground, causing the earth to crack, and the foreign beings were stomped into the soil, completely halted. He even shot a glance at Qi Yu, making it clear, "See, your master is formidable." Qi Yu's expression twitched, and he turned back to continue directing the fight. Power 739, speed 299, intelligence 216. The moment they encountered Hua Fu, the expressions of the foreign beings changed. Just one of Hua Fu's strikes could crush them, and there was still another person standing motionless. They didn't dare to underestimate him. With a long howl, dozens of figures charged out from behind, surrounding Hua Fu and Xing Tian tightly. Hua Fu glanced around, sensing the wildness in these creatures, smiled, and charged directly into the fray. Although the foreign race was puzzled by the audacity of these two, they did not hold back and immediately retaliated. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. The battlefield fell into a stalemate. Qi Yu was also bogged down by the reckless charge of the enemy, unable to extricate himself. At that moment, Xian Yuan arrived with the army. Qi Yu's face lit up as he shouted, "Brother Xian Yuan, hurry up, let's take them down together." Xian Yuan nodded and ordered his troops to engage in battle, then turned to bow to the immortals of the Yusu Palace, saying, "Please lend your aid." Guan Shengzi, looking impatient, waved his hand, saying, "All right, you go help Qi Yu, we will handle things here." Xian Yuan felt that the tone of his master was somewhat off, but over the years Guan Shengzi had generally met his requests except for not allowing him to touch formations, so he thought nothing of it, and turned back to direct his troops to support Qi Yu. Guan Shengzi watched Xian Yuan move further away, not making a move himself, but focusing intently on Hua Fu's side. Once Xian Yuan rushed in, he was immediately entangled by the foreign beings, unable to check on the Yusu Palace anymore. Hua Fu and Xing Tian, no matter how fierce they were, could not withstand dozens of opponents of similar or even equal strength. As the battle raged on, the enemy's formation and coordination began to gain the upper hand. When Qi Yu and Xian Yuan's armies merged, Qi Yu's formation and Xian Yuan's own devised tactics delivered a heavy blow to the foreign race. Suddenly, Hua Fu let out a tragic scream. "What?" Xing Tian. "Oh." Qi Yu and Xian Yuan turned their heads simultaneously. In the shadows, a figure was fading away. The foreign beings saw Xing Tian becoming increasingly frenzied, grinding his teeth until they shattered, pouring all his life force into the strongest strike of his life. Xing Tian's head flew off. Hua Fu roared with a thunderous voice, flipping over a nearby foreign being and scrambling to Xing Tian's side, tears splattering on the ground as he shouted until his voice cracked. "Xing Tian, I want you to pay with your lives. Not a single one gets away." Xian Yuan looked up at the sky. Only the two great shamans of the Wu clan remained in the air. His expression darkened as he turned his head, noticing that the immortals of Yusu Palace were still standing by, watching the show without making a move. Xian Yuan closed his eyes. His fingers trembled. When he opened his eyes again, he bellowed, "All troops. Formation now. Attack as if it were on me. Jiutian Xuanu will take over the command." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire army's vitality surged into the heavens, all of it pouring into Xian Yuan's body. His imposing aura shot up like a rocket, quickly approaching the level of Hua Fu. Several foreign beings saw Hua Fu in despair and tried to take advantage of the moment to strike. Suddenly Xing Tian's headless body moved, shoving Kua Fu aside. With his weapon raised, he swept away all the foreign beings attempting to ambush them. Then that headless body began to transform as Xing Tian's undissipated spirit returned. Two eyes sprouted from his chest, and his navel turned into a mouth holding the weapon in hand and swinging it with a fierce wind. Xing Tian roared, "Ambush! What use is that? Come, let's keep fighting." With that he charged into the fray, growing more ferocious with each blow. Kua Fu watched as his brother stood up again, wiped the tears from his face, and rushed forth to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xing Tian. Both of them were burning with rage as they pounded the opponents before them. On Xian Yuan's side, preparations were complete, and he soared into the sky, joining Kua Fu and Xing Tian's battle. The Immortals of Yusu Palace, led by Guan Chengzi, wore expressions of shock. Someone cursed this Xian Yuan after we devised so much for him. He goes off to help Qiyu. Qiyu smiled as he saw Xian Yuan take to the skies. A glance at the battlefield revealed that after Jiutian Xuannu took charge, she had firmly controlled the entire scene. Qiyu no longer held back. He unleashed all his strength, and his equipment had mysteriously transformed into top-tier gear. He too ascended into the sky, joining the fight. Ran Deng looked coldly at the greedy 12 golden immortals of Yusu Palace, sneering inwardly. If Yuan sure didn't properly teach them, they would never amount to anything. He finally spoke up. "All right, it's time for us to take action. Let's not let others look down on us." Although the others looked down on Ran Deng, his seniority remained, and his words provided a way out. Feeling awkward yet compelled to respond, he snorted and charged forward. The two teams joined forces, and a chaotic battle ensued. The foreign beings were quickly wiped out. After the battle, the few highest-ranked elders did not dare to relax, carefully investigating for a long time. It wasn't until Qiyu and Xian Yuan confirmed the complete annihilation of the foreign race from the human realm that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone settled, Kua Fu, Xing Tian, and Qiyu glared at the immortals of Yusu Palace with eyes cold enough to freeze. Xian Yuan's expression was also grim as he eyed Guan Chengzi's group, feeling a strange discomfort in his heart. After a long silence, Qiyu was the first to speak. "I ask you, immortals, why did you just stand by and watch? Were you hoping for fewer powerful warriors on our side? Or have you already turned against us?" Everyone knew that the Yusu Palace group lacked the courage or opportunity to betray. However, their actions were truly disheartening. Even Xian Yuan remained silent, too lazy to cover for them. Among the 12 golden immortals, those with less experience were dumbfounded, unable to muster a single explanation, and no one dared to speak up. At the back, Ran Deng's side stepped forward and clasped his hand, saying, "Everyone, we indeed owe you a consideration. I apologize. From now on, we will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Xian Yuan tribe." Upon hearing this, Guan Chengzi abruptly lifted his head, opening his mouth to object. Yet after glancing at the current situation, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Kua Fu, Xing Tian, and Jiutian Xuannu exchanged glances and nodded. Fine, getting this guarantee was sufficient. As for the other unresolved issues, they would be discussed later. Qiyu exchanged glances with Xian Yuan, noticing Xian Yuan's slightly nod, and Qiyu's expression darkened. "How, what a joke. When did my brother Xian Yuan's tribe become subject to your orders? Do you wish to taste the wrath of the martial ancestor?" He wanted to say more, but Xian Yuan gently shook his head, prompting Qiyu to close his mouth. Xian Yuan took the opportunity to speak. "Immortals, don't you think your actions have gone too far? Trying to outsmart us in a racial war. Enough. When you return to your tribes, just leave. My bear tribe cannot afford to host you great Buddhas." Guan Chengzi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe such words came from Xian Yuan. He moved his lips, wanting to speak, but was stopped by Ran Deng. Ran Deng sighed, nodding. "All right, we concede. We accept the conditions you've proposed. Let's go back to Kunlun Mountain." Ran Deng waved his hand. Guan Chengzi wanted to say something, but a cold glance from Ran Deng made him swallow his words. As Ran Deng stepped out, his figure disappeared. Guan Chengzi was at a loss, and the remaining 12 golden immortals vanished one by one. Qiyu turned to Xian Yuan, a hint of regret on his face. After pondering for a long time, he spoke up. "Brother Xian Yuan, how about we have a match? The winner will become the colored, and the loser will enter the ancestral hall. What do you say?" Xian Yuan was taken aback, looking up at Qiyu. According to their previous agreement, he had actually lost. There was nothing to regret, so he accepted it. But the interference from his master's group midway left him feeling a bit uncomfortable. Xian Yuan fell silent for a moment, and clarified, "Brother Qiyu, you know that according to our previous rules, you have already won. There's really no need for this." Qiyu grinned, his laughter booming. "You underestimate yourself. If you ask me, neither of us can escape. You've contributed no less than I have in dealing with those foreign tribes. Stop overthinking these useless matters. Come, let's have a match. Let's settle this with this one round. Are you up for it?" Xian Yuan fixed his gaze on Qiyu, feeling a bit dazed by the imposing figure before him. After a moment's pause, he smirked and nodded. "All right. Let's not hold back. Let's have a good fight." Shi Yu agreed, and turned to have someone bring his mount. Before long a black and white beast charged in from afar and stopped at his feet. Someone in the crowd recognized it, and exclaimed what the— "A steel eater. Brother Shi Yu actually rides this thing." Shi Yu laughed heartily, reaching out to stroke the fur on the beast's head, then mounted it, raising his chin at Xian Yuan, ready to fight. Xian Yuan replied, "Fight." Before the words left his mouth, the two of them shot up into the sky. The onlookers below craned their necks, unable to see anything clearly. Thus 7 days passed. On the 7th day, the two descended slowly back to the ground, their clothes pristine, completely unlike those who had just fought. Shi Yu slapped the steel eater on the forehead, glancing down at the black and white beast with a hint of helplessness, then commanded the Jiuli tribe, "And all the tribes under me will henceforth obey Xian Yuan. I'm going to the human ancestral grounds. Oh, anyone willing to follow, let's go together." As soon as he finished speaking, his 81 sworn brothers stepped forward. Then 108 of the highest-ranking warriors followed suit. Shi Yu nodded at them, turning to Xian Yuan. "Brother Xian Yuan, I'm entering the ancestral grounds like this. You carry the burden of the human race. Remember, everything must prioritize the human race." Xian Yuan solemnly nodded. He watched as Shi Yu and his men took to the sky, flying towards the human ancestral grounds. The human crowd below was stunned for a few seconds before erupting in cheers. "Leader! Leader! Leader!" Xian Yuan waved his hand at them, ordering, "Listen up. Everyone return home. Brothers from the Jiuli tribe who want to move, come directly to the Yuxiong tribe." The human soldiers erupted like a pot boiling over, packing their belongings to go home. Xian Yuan looked at the orderly retreating troops below, his lips twitching in a bitter smile as memories of that great battle replayed in his mind. Shi Yu had originally raised 2 steel eaters. One had been trained as a mount while the other had no such requirement, spending each day just being cute and rolling around. Unfortunately, the two looked exactly alike. When they didn't act up, even Shi Yu himself couldn't tell who was who. As a result of the fight, the one that loved to show off was mistaken for the mount and taken up. Shi Yu noticed this as soon as he engaged Xian Yuan, but since they had already begun, he could only make do. Fortunately, this steel eater was quite capable. During its idle time, it often watched the other one train and secretly practiced a few moves, managing to carry Shi Yu for several days. After a few days of hard fighting, the beast finally grew weary and started slacking off. Xian Yuan seized the opportunity and transmitted a message: "Cooperate with me to leak a few moves. Once I become the leader of the human race, I will immediately decree that from now on the Steel Eater tribe will be the treasure beasts of the human race, and no one is allowed to harm them." The Steel Eater's eyes flickered. Trouble, this guy really was a bit irritating. Seeing that it seemed to be interested, Xian Yuan quickly added, "How about this? I will cover all your food for the next 100 years. Eat your fill." The Steel Eater was completely unable to resist. In the subsequent rounds, it clearly slowed down a step, causing Chi Yu's rhythm to be thrown off, with his movements stalling for a moment. Xian Yuan seized this gap, thrusting the Xian Yuan sword forward, its tip pressing against Chi Yu's neck. Chi Yu wore a bitter smile, grinding the Steel Eater underfoot, and nodded at Xian Yuan. "All right, let's do as we agreed." Speaking of which, the Steel Eater dared to act this way also because it understood that Chi Yu had never taken that leader position to heart. If it came down to a life-and-death struggle, it wouldn't dare to hold back. Xian Yuan chuckled, clasping his fists. "Brother Chi, you please don't take offense. It's just that you are too strong, and I had to resort to some less honorable tactics." Chi Yu waved his hand dismissively, also laughing. "No worries, let's go." Xian Yuan's mind was still turning over the events of just moments ago as he shook his head to clear away the distractions. Looking up at the Yuxiong tribe before him, he grinned and shouted, "Brothers, the battle is over. The enemy has been completely eliminated, and the brothers from Jiuli have helped tremendously." The Nine Heavens goddess assessed Xian Yuan for a moment. This person was already the leader of the human race. She slightly bowed. "Leader, the foreign tribes have been eliminated. I see you are firmly seated in the leader position. I won't be needed anymore, so I will return to the heavenly court." Xian Yuan responded, bowing slightly. "Thank you, goddess, for traveling a great distance to assist." Xian Yuan remembers. The goddess gave him a nod, her toes touching the ground, and she soared into the sky, ascending straight to the Nine Heavens. Meanwhile, at the human ancestral grounds, Chi Yu and about 200 people arrived at the entrance. A person came out to greet them, clasping his hands. "Chi Yu, follow me. I will take you to meet a few sages and show." Chi Yu replied, and led his companions, each paying respects to Sui Rinzi, Yu Chao Xin Gui. After paying their respects, they found a spot in the ancestral grounds to settle down. At this time, Chen Chen had already arrived in the underworld, with Ho Tu standing beside him, as they both observed the imposing figure of Xing Tian. Chen Chen took a few glances, unable to help but click his tongue. This Xing Tian really has some skills. That indomitable will is impressive. A good thing. A good thing. Ho Tu rolled her eyes. "All right, enough flattery. He's in big trouble. Now think of a way." Chen Chen's expression turned serious, and as he activated the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he scanned Xing Tian inside and out. Indeed trouble. His head is gone, and theoretically it should be able to be reattached. But he has forced his will to modify his entire body, so now the trouble lies in. Without a head his body has a gap, and that will eventually dissipate. The underworld is special, for now it has locked his consciousness, and will inside his body, but he can't stay here forever. Ho-Tu nodded, and when Kwa Fu heard this his face immediately changed, anxiously rubbing his hands. Great Elder, do you have any solutions? Chen Chen waved his hand, his tone very relaxed. Don't worry, Xing Tian will be fine. Since his current form is malfunctioning, let's just designate this current appearance as his exclusive Dao body. Chen Chen activated the power of humanity, his voice deepening. As the master of humanity, I acknowledge that Xing Tian's current form is his exclusive Dao body. The power of humanity swirled for a moment, as if scanning Xing Tian from top to bottom. Realizing that this was an injury sustained from fighting with the foreign tribes, and given Chen Chen's standing, the power of humanity accepted this unique Dao body. Xing Tian's awkwardness suddenly dissipated. The head of Xing Tian that Kwa Fu had been holding onto slowly vanished. Immediately after, Xing Tian's aura began to soar, directly surpassing the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal and stepping into the Hunyuan realm. Kwa Fu watched him gain fortune from disaster, and just as a smile appeared on his face it quickly faded. His mood was quite complex, worried that his brother wouldn't have enough to eat, yet afraid that his brother would drive a luxury vehicle. Chen Chen and Ho-Tu carefully inspected Xing Tian from head to toe, confirming there were no hidden dangers before exchanging a glance and nodding gently. Chen Chen smiled at Xing Tian, saying, all right, everything is fine now. However, from now on you might not be able to change this appearance, you'll have to maintain it like this. Xing Tian could feel the changes in his body as well, and upon hearing Chen Chen's confirmation, he finally felt relieved. He clasped his hands toward the two. Thank you, Great Elder and Ancestor Wu. Ho-Tu waved her hand. No problem. Is there anything else we can help with? Xing Tian chuckled foolishly. No, we're leaving now with Kwa Fu. Ho-Tu nodded, and Xing Tian, pulling the still upset Kwa Fu, turned to leave the underworld. Ho-Tu turned to Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude. Thanks to you this time. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have handled it as well. Chen Chen laughed heartily, picking up Ho-Tu and hugging her. Who are we to each other? There's no need for thanks. Oh, let's do something practical instead. With that he hugged Ho-Tu and stepped directly into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Meanwhile, Xing Tian and Kwa Fu had already returned to the territory of the Wu clan. A group of great shamans sensed Kwa Fu's aura and swarmed around. Noticing the odd expressions on these people's faces, Kwa Fu's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, don't rush, don't rush. Brothers, take a look at what realm Xing Tian is in now. The surrounding great shamans were taken aback for a moment, then noticed that Xing Tian had already broken through to Hunyuan. Initially they were quite happy for him, but their faces quickly darkened. Good heavens, brothers, let's beat him up. Sneaking around and becoming a Hunyuan, we can't let him off the hook for this. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kwa Fu and Xing Tian were surrounded and given a good thrashing. Meanwhile, on the Yuxiong tribe side, Xian Yuan gathered all the leaders of the human tribes together. He scanned the crowd of representatives before him and slowly spoke. Everyone, the foreign enemies have been dealt with. Those who were previously clustered around Yuxiong and Jiuli can now return to their own territories. A tribal leader asked, leader, what if someone doesn't want to continue on? Xian Yuan smiled, having already considered this matter. For those who don't want to leave, the Yuxiong tribe welcomes you to stay and settle nearby. Isn't that similar for Jiuli? The current leader of the Jiuli tribe stepped forward, having previously communicated with Xian Yuan, nodding in agreement. Those who sought refuge with us at Jiuli and don't want to leave can also stay nearby, no problem. Upon hearing the words of the Lord, coupled with the assurance of the leader of the Jiuli, the representatives sent by each tribe nodded in agreement, ready to relay the message back to their own leaders. Some made decisions on the spot. In the days that followed, whether they chose to ally with the Yuxiong or the Jiuli, most came to bid farewell. There were also a small number of people who found it impossible to leave and simply took root here, so that if any trouble arose they could easily seek help nearby. This led to the entire human race spreading the news of Xuanyuan's wisdom and the contributions made when facing external threats. With Xuanyuan's encouragement, Qi Yu's reputation also flourished. However, Qi Yu was unwilling to see the human race engage in internecine conflict and voluntarily relinquished his position as the Lord. For a time, the human race became lively. Previously, with the invasion of foreign tribes, interactions between the tribes increased, and they gradually began to establish connections. It seemed that the human race had unknowingly entered a new stage, bartering. Xian Yuan observed this and felt quite pleased. Hearing that the tribes had started trading goods, he nodded, deeming it a good thing. But then he furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss. Yet if asked to pinpoint what exactly was wrong, he couldn't articulate it right away. Furrowing his brow, he etched the matter of bartering into the table. If he couldn't figure it out, he decided to set it aside for now and ponder it later, then moved on to handle other affairs. Going through the trivial matters reported by the tribes, Xianyuan shook his head, helplessly contemplating how to resolve these issues while figuring out how to make things easier for himself. After a long period of deliberation, he found that most disputes arose from uneven land distribution. Xianyuan massaged his temples, leaned back against his chair, and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a long time, he chuckled bitterly, stood up, and walked outside. He felt it would be more reliable to check the fields than to sit indoors and overthink. Standing at the edge of the fields, he saw that the crops were thriving, planted by the Yuxiong tribe in neat rows. He focused on that piece of land, his eyes growing brighter. Right, the issue with land distribution could be solved by giving everyone an equal share. But no, something was still missing. How to ensure the division is fair. Xianyuan supported his chin with one hand, pondering as he walked. His gaze swept over the nearly equal spacing between two crops. He gestured and then burst into laughter. I've got it. He hurried back to his office, and after some deliberation, Xianyuan directly came up with numbers and measurements. Each piece of land would be calculated by Mu. Xianyuan issued a command that all human beings must learn numbers and measurements. Though a few were reluctant, Xianyuan was the Lord, and no one dared to openly oppose him. They could only learn with reluctance. Once everyone learned to use numbers for measurements, disputes over land truly diminished. The entire human race admired Xuanyuan, calling him the great sage whenever they saw him. During Xuanyuan's time in power, he managed everything and pushed for all matters. In the realm of musical instruments, most of the qin, sed, and shao were created by him. Recalling the days when he struggled to find his way in battle, he invented the compass. He designated 12 types of wild beasts to guard each year, establishing the 12 zodiac signs. Gazing at the stars in the sky, he created a calendar and established a system of years. Rules concerning writing, art, music, instruments, marriage, and funerals were all introduced to the human race by him. In a short time, human civilization surged forward significantly. However, the troubles of bartering had yet to be resolved. Xianyuan stared at the characters he had engraved on the table, deeply troubled. He had a vague sense that something was off with this matter, and after ruminating on it repeatedly, he still couldn't find a solution. Furthermore, there seemed to be no apparent issue with bartering, leaving Xianyuan at a loss. At this moment, Qiyu suddenly appeared in Xuanyuan's room, laughing heartily. Xuanyuan, brother, are you facing difficulties? I'm here to help you. The Grand Ancestor had anticipated this step long ago and has sent me with a treasure. Catch it. Although Qiyu had stayed in the ancestral court for many years, he had never met Chen Chen. This errand had been a command that Chen Chen had arranged long ago. Xianyuan smiled as he approached Qiyu and embraced him. How have you been in the ancestral court, brother Qiyu? I have a feeling that I will soon head to the ancestral court as well. You must look out for me. Qiyu smiled and nodded, handing the item in his hand to Xuanyuan, saying, all right, the item has been delivered. I'm leaving now. You have done exceptionally well these years. With that, he laughed heartily and vanished. Xianyuan looked at the spot where Qiyu had disappeared, unable to conceal the smile on his face. He then looked down at the item sent by the Grand Ancestor. What Xianyuan held was the Luobao money. Originally, the Luobao money was not yet ready to be born at this time, but Chen Chen had sacrificed countless treasures to forcibly ripen it, and temporarily handed it over to Xuanyuan to be returned once he achieved his merit. Xianyuan gazed at the treasure before him, feeling the unique aura within it. Rules balance. He was instantly captivated. After a long while, Xianyuan finally came to his senses, looking at the treasure in his hand and laughing. Right? So that's how it is. He released the Luobao money. The treasure possessing sentience understood that its task was complete and floated away, leaving the Yuxiong tribe to return to Wui Mountain. Xianyuan watched the treasure fly away, but did not stop it. Nodding, he immediately called for people to come and conveyed his arrangements. After a few days, Xianyuan held the Tianyuan Difang coin in his hand and nodded slightly. He considered how much each item should be worth, contemplated for a long time, and then looked again at the characters engraved on the table, finally nodding. Feeling that the plan had no significant flaws, Xianyuan ordered people to convey the message quickly. Using his identity as the lord of the human race, he spread this new set of rules throughout the entire tribe. Before long, the effects began to manifest. The common people of the human race all praised it, and the old method of bartering items had also been elevated to a higher level, flowing more smoothly. Only then did Xianyuan finally breathe a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. Turning back to his office where he handled mundane affairs, he buried himself in paperwork once more. One day, Xianyuan suddenly felt a surge of lightness in his body, realizing in his heart the time had come. He stepped out of the room. Between heaven and earth, a myriad of rays of light suddenly erupted. The brilliance of humanity was blinding, illuminating the entire space. Chen Chen was already hovering above Xuanyuan's head without him realizing it. Behind him, Qiyu watched below, grinning widely, revealing his teeth. Chen Chen glanced back at the amused Qiyu and waved his hand, moving him to Xuanyuan's side. He then relayed a message, stay here obediently. Qiyu, still catching up, took in Chen Chen's words and silently stood still. Xian Yuan saw Qiyu beside him and smiled, gently clasping his fists in greeting. Before long, all the great powers gathered together. Xian Gui and the Shinnon clan stood at the top, looking down at the two below and nodded slightly. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chen Chen raised his hand, and the Kongtong seal flew out. The aura of humanity instantly filled this corner of the world. Chen Chen then spoke Xuanyu and Qiyu. The primordial chaos has faced great calamity, and you two dared to step forward, leading the human race to fight back, ultimately defeating the invaders. Xuanyu and you established the 12 zodiac signs, set the calendar, organized music, created numbers and measurements, paving a significant path for humanity's civilization. Today, in my capacity as the grand ancestor of the human race, I hear the voice of humanity and the wishes of all beings. I acknowledge your merits. Now I confer Xian Yuan as the emperor of the human race, and Qiyu as the commander of the human race, his position equal to that of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. From now on, the 3 sovereigns of the human race shall return to their positions. With the last word, a vast amount of merit surged from the heavens and the earth. This time, having repelled the external invaders along with Xian Yuan, pushing the human race forward significantly, the merit descending was even greater than that accumulated by Xian Gui and the Shinnon clan combined back in the day. Xian Yuan and Qiyu's realm skyrocketed as if they were on a rocket. Great Luo Golden Immortal Peak. Crossing the threshold of Hunyuan. Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Second Heaven. Third Heaven. The two hurriedly suppressed their cultivation, no longer rushing upwards. The remaining merit was all absorbed into their bodies. Meanwhile, the immortals in the Yushu Palace also experienced a boost in their cultivation. However, aside from Guang Qingzi, who steadily crossed a small realm, others did not gain much. Just then a ray of red light suddenly darted into the minds of the 12 golden immortals, flickering once before disappearing. On the Wu clan side, the realms of Fengbo and Yushur also rose slightly. Hua Fu and Xing Tian jolted suddenly. Hua Fu directly broke into the Hunyuan realm. Although Xing Tian had just crossed that threshold a few days ago, he too advanced half a step forward this time. A nearby great witch immediately noticed and shouted, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Hua Fu and Xing Tian wore bitter smiles as they were once again surrounded by everyone. In this world, a clamor of activity erupted. In the heavenly court, the realm of the 9 heavens, Xian Nu also rose a level. Along with that, the fortune of the heavenly court increased by half. Hao Yin displayed a cheerful expression, but his emotions remained inscrutable as he glanced at the direction of the human race on the primordial land. Chen Chen's voice, bolstered by the power of humanity, was heard clearly by the entire tribe. Emperor of humanity, Commander, we will escort you to the ancestral court. Thank you for protecting us. The people below shouted thunderously, their voices filled with genuine respect. Xian Yuan and Qiyu smiled upon hearing this. The two flew forward, bowing to each of the saints, finally stopping in front of Chen Chen and bowing together. We greet the grand ancestor. Chen Chen's expression suddenly changed, but then a smile appeared on his face. The laws of martial arts instantly enveloped the ancestral hall of the human race tightly. A few people noticed Chen Chen's actions and were puzzled, but soon sensed news from the human side. Their expressions brightened, and they immediately unleashed their respective Dao methods, circling around the ancestral hall. Sueren Zi and Yu Chao rushed out almost simultaneously from their secluded places. With the return of the 3 emperors of the human race, the might and fortune of the human path surged several times, lifting the cultivation levels of the 3 ancestors who embodied the guardians of the human race. The 3 ancestors were completely enveloped by the fortune of the human race, their cultivation visibly climbing from the peak of the primordial chaos towards the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chen Chen and the others held their breath watching. The 3 ancestors finally broke through that barrier and stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, stopping at the peak of the first heaven. Chen Chen looked at the 3 slowly landing and burst into a big smile. You 3 have finally made it. Having entered the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, our human race can finally stand tall. The 3 emperors and Qiyu slightly bowed to the 3 ancestors, their eyes filled with respect. Congratulations to the 3 ancestors for stepping into the great Luo Golden Immortal. Sueren Zi and Yu Chao laughed together. Thank you, everyone. Indeed, our human race has finally made it. These individuals regarded the rise and fall of their clan as more important than their own lives. Just as they were speaking, the space was suddenly torn apart, and Di Jiang along with Zhu Jiuyin rushed directly to Chen Chen. Both of them were beaming with joy, shouting at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, hurry! A tremendous opportunity has arisen. Rush to the underworld. Chen Chen was taken aback, wanting to ask for clarification, but the two were unwilling to say more. With no other choice, Chen Chen turned to Sueren and instructed him a few things, asking him to keep an eye on the clan, and then dragged Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin along, teleporting to the underworld. As soon as Chen Chen arrived, before he could ask Ho Tu anything, he sensed his own bloodline within Ho. He was momentarily stunned, his mind racing as he recalled events from the time of the 5 emperors. He then raised his hand and pulled out the Kong Tong seal, tossing it directly to Swearin. The matters of the human race could be handled by them. Chen Chen opened his eyes, his face unable to hide his joy. He looked at Ho Tu, who gently nodded. Chen Chen's figure flickered, and he was by Ho Tu's side, lifting her up with a loud laugh that shook the air around them. Good. Very good. I also have a child now. Huh. The other 11 ancestral witches also hurried over, each of them beaming with joy. Chen Chen activated the laws of martial arts, gently enveloping Ho Tu, afraid she might make even the slightest mistake. To put it plainly, he was overly worried. With his wife's cultivation level, who in the entire Hong Huang could harm her besides that old fellow Hong Jun? Chen Chen anxiously paced in circles, realizing he needed to properly nourish Ho Tu. He suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that he had almost forgotten about the system. Under the bewildered gazes of the ancestral witches, Chen Chen directly sat down cross-legged. Ha ha ha, system, your father has finally remembered you. It's been so long since I've paid you any attention, my apologies. Hurry up and let me see how many good things I've accumulated over the years. Ding. Oh, the host still remembers me. Also, the system has no parents, please refrain from making any relatives. Ding. The host can check for themselves. Ding. Also, one more thing. Since the host hasn't checked the system for too long, the items accumulated over 100,000 years have automatically entered storage. This is the sapling of the tree of creation. Ding. Just to add, rewards of millions or tens of millions of years will no longer be issued. Daily check-ins will suffice for the host. Chen Chen stared at the sapling of the tree of creation for a moment, realizing it wasn't something he could use at the moment. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system laced with evident resentment, Chen Chen smiled and quickly soothed its system. I haven't been busy. I'm here looking for you now. As he spoke, he began pulling out items from the system space. The flesh of fierce beasts at the level of the great Luo, golden, immortal, innate level fruits, and piles of 3 light, divine water were retrieved one after another, albeit they were a bit low in grade. Piles of innate enlightenment tea were also laid out. The ancestral witches beside him were all dumbfounded, watching as those treasures almost buried Chen Chen. What is this? Oh, the essence of the 4 great spiritual monkeys. Not bad, not bad. Lu Air won't have to worry anymore. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. His face was increasingly filled with surprise. The items provided by the system indeed exceeded expectations. All right, little system, you can step back. Thank you. Ding. Understood. Please don't make any more relatives. Hearing that tone alone made Chen Chen feel the system rolling its eyes, and he smiled while shaking his head. All right, you little system are really narrow-minded. He slowly emerged from the pile of treasures. Looking up, he saw the ancestral witches led by Di Jiang, each of them nearly having their eyes pop out, almost drooling onto the ground. A group of people stared blankly at the pile of treasures. Since Chen Chen didn't say anything, no one dared to reach out. Chen Chen laughed heartily. Quickly, Di Jiang, sort these items properly. Consider it as prenatal supplements for Ho Tu. Di Jiang had just nodded in agreement when he heard the latter part of the sentence and nearly spat it out. Di Jiang glanced at the ancestral witches, whose eyes were almost glued to the treasures, waved his hand, and each of them received a crisp slap on the back of their heads. Gong Gong covered his head, exclaiming, "Big brother, your hand is too heavy." Di Jiang rolled his eyes. "Stop talking nonsense quickly, help Ho Tu tidy up. If you want something in the future, just ask Chen Chen directly." This statement was like a cold bucket of water, waking everyone up. The ancestral witches immediately sprang into action, moving swiftly. Chen Chen watched Di Jiang and the others carefully pack up the items, supporting Ho Tu, leading her deeper into the underworld. Ho Tu glanced at her siblings with a helpless expression following Chen Chen. She actually had nothing going on, but Chen Chen was so happy that he was afraid she would bump into something. In the following years, there was no sign of movement from Ho Tu's belly. It seemed like this child intended to stay inside her for a long time. The one suffering was Chen Chen. Every time Ho Tu ate the nutritional meals Chen Chen provided, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong would stare eagerly. Chen Chen really couldn't bear it, pulling out a pile of treasures from the system space, enough for a small 1,000 worlds. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong wore awkward yet excited smiles, watching as Chen Chen tossed the items to Di Jiang. The ancestral witches quickly surrounded Di Jiang, waiting for him to distribute the items. Di Jiang's eyes turned, and he burst into laughter, raising his hand to tear open the space, stepping out in one stride, and he vanished without a trace. Zhu Jiuyin was the first to react, urging the laws of time to tightly grasp Di Jiang. The other ancestral witches displayed their powers, chasing after him. Chen Chen looked at Ho Tu, laughing uncontrollably. That old rascal Di Jiang is indeed cunning, but it's good it gives us some time alone. Ho Tu shot him a glance. Big brother is just being idle. Don't get any crooked ideas, be careful. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Chen already understood her meaning. His face fell, smiling bitterly as he nodded, then leaned against her affectionately. Meanwhile, at the ancestral hall of the human race, Swearin was staring at the Kongtong seal in his hand, utterly speechless. Martial Ancestor, oh Martial Ancestor, you entrusted such a critical matter to me. Never mind. Swearin was too lazy to ponder it further. Besides the sleeping crossed out practicing the turtle breathing technique of the Xin Gui, others were quietly watching the development of the human race. Hao Yin, who had tasted sweetness in the past during the fight for the Emperor of Humanity, was also secretly observing the human race. He intended to support another one of the 5 emperors, someone closer to himself, to rise to power. Days passed, and the descendants of Xianyuan branched out. There was a particularly clever grandson named Zhuangsu. Zhuangsu showed signs of royal charisma from a young age. He was born by the river but grew up in a poor area, and at a young age he already had his own ideas. The tribal chief, noticing his displayed abilities, began to pay attention to him early on, occasionally teaching him lessons and offering guidance. Zhuangsu often had surprising insights, opening the eyes of the chief. The few individuals secretly observing quickly locked onto a young man. This lad exuded an air of wisdom. Qiyu glanced at Xuanyu and grinned, and teased, your grandson is indeed impressive. So young, yet so insightful. With proper training, he will surely achieve great things. Xianyuan felt something was off about this comment, but didn't think too deeply. His grandson's success brought him pride. On the side of the heavenly court, Hao Yin was also keeping an eye on Zhuangsu. After all, he was of Xuanyuan's bloodline, and he stroked his chin, contemplating how to interfere. Before long, he summoned the Tai Bai Star. This fellow, clearly a god of slaughter, insisted on dressing like Hao Yin found it awkward to look at, but was too lazy to care. A subordinate's little quirks were best overlooked. Hao Yin spoke, old by run a trip to Hong Huang and teach that grandson of Xianyuan. Perhaps he can become the leader of the human race, even sit at the top of the 5 emperors. Tai Bai Star was taken aback, quickly bowing and replying, your majesty, I will not disappoint your trust. All right, hurry up and go. Tai Bai Star bowed again and flew towards Hong Huang. As Zhuangsu aged, the tribal chief's fondness for him deepened. By the time he turned 20, the old chief directly handed over his position. The things Zhuangsu had accomplished over the years earned him the respect of the tribe. He consistently handled the tribe's issues impressively, always leaving people in awe. Those unconventional ideas left everyone stunned, and one by one they obediently called him chief. That day Zhuangsu was busy as usual dealing with the tribe's mess and maintaining relationships with nearby tribes. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. He perked up his ears and realized someone was shouting about an old immortal. Zhuangsu frowned and pushed the door open. In the courtyard stood an unfamiliar old man chatting animatedly with the tribespeople. The old man wore a friendly expression, making the tribespeople beam with smiles, nodding and thanking him profusely. As soon as the old man saw Zhuangsu, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, saying, greetings, chief. I am Tai Bai Jinxing. The ruler of the heavenly court sent me to assist you specifically. Zhuangsu paused for a moment, stroking his chin as he pondered, staring at Tai Bai Jinxing, and said, heavenly court. Those 9 heavens mystical maidens were from the heavenly court, and they have helped the human race quite a bit. All right, you may stay. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled benevolently, saying, thank you for taking me in, chief. For the next few years, Zhuangsu kept a close watch on Tai Bai Jinxing. He observed that he was living in the tribe without causing any trouble. This old man was quite well behaved and never overstepped his boundaries. Zhuangsu's guard gradually lessened, but the tension in his heart never completely faded. Over the years, Zhuangsu's reputation spread further among the human race, and the favorable situation established by Emperor Xianyuan led tribal leaders from all around to seek him out. After a brief conversation, each of them was astonished and immediately bowed to Zhuangsu, determined to follow him. On that day, Zhuangsu was engrossed in his tribal duties when suddenly there was a commotion outside. A large group of representatives from the human tribes came together with one message. They wanted Zhuangsu to become the common leader of the human race and lead the entire clan. Zhuangsu looked troubled, planning to decline. Seeing the situation was not right, Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly approached and whispered, Chief, don't rush to refuse. Think about it, you have always wanted to do something practical for the human race. If you take this position of common leader, wouldn't you have ample opportunities to bring fortune to your people? After listening, Zhuangsu was taken aback, pondered for a while, nodded, and went forward to agree to the request of these people. From that day onward, Zhuangsu became even busier. Every day he had piles of tribal affairs to review, with endless matters both big and small. Once Zhuangsu stepped out of his room, holding his forehead, his face filled with worry. Tai Bai Jinxing noticed his strange expression and approached to ask what was wrong. Zhuangsu expressed his pent-up frustrations. Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, in that case, why doesn't the common leader redraw the territories of the human race? With a clear goal and direction, managing everything would be much easier, wouldn't it? Zhuangsu turned around, his eyes brightening as this suggestion struck a chord with him. He earnestly bowed to Tai Bai Jinxing, saying, thank you for your guidance, sir. After saying this, he turned and returned to his room, pulling out the map of the human territories and studying the customs and temperaments of different tribes, finally dividing the entire territory of the human race into 9 regions. Xuanqiu gazed at the map before him, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, let's call it the 9 regions of the human race. After becoming the common leader, he immediately spread the news throughout the human race. Upon hearing this, everyone praised him, giving Xuanqiu a thumbs up for his brilliant move. However, soon after, new troubles arose. Xuanqiu shook his head at a pile of cases involving theft and fighting on the desk. Such incidents were everywhere, and if he were to personally intervene in each one, it would surely delay more urgent matters and might even lead to chaos. Tai Bai Jinxing saw Xuanqiu wandering in the courtyard, sighing alone, and cheerfully approached, asking, "Has the common leader encountered difficulties? Why not share it with the old man?" Xuanqiu glanced at him, his tense shoulders relaxing a bit. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about stepping down one day. If the human race encounters trouble, what will we do?" Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled, inwardly waiting for this very sentence. He hurriedly flattered, "The common leader thinks too much. The human race's talents have never been lacking. You are merely concerned for the people, which is admirable." Xuanqiu waved his hand, saying, "No need for flattery. Speak plainly." Tai Bai Jinxing beamed. "The common leader has sharp insight. Nothing escapes your eyes." The 9 heavens mystical maiden personally approached the heavenly court, asking the heavenly emperor to leave a way out for the human race. After pondering for a while, the heavenly emperor agreed to her request. "Oh, the 9 heavens mystical maiden." Xuanxi's tone changed slightly. "Let me think it over." Tai Bai Jinxing clearly caught this change, feeling relieved, and continued, "The common leader is free to decide." The heavenly emperor, out of respect for the 9 heavens mystical maiden, stated that regardless of whether the human race accepts this protection, this item is considered a gift to the human race. Once he finished speaking, Tai Bai Jinxing took out an object and handed it over. Xuanqiu received it, sensing it briefly. A small array, specifically the celestial banner, though slightly adjusted by Haoyan. Xuanqiu nodded. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Tai Bai Jinxing said, "The common leader can consider it slowly. I shall take my leave." Xuanqiu watched him walk away, his expression unreadable, not knowing what he was contemplating. After Tai Bai Jinxing left, he immediately contacted Haoyan, saying, "Your Majesty, I spoke with Xuanqiu. Based on his reaction, this move of yours holds great promise. I congratulate your Majesty in advance. Great achievements await." Haoyan smiled. "You flatter me, my minister. I will need you to exert more effort. I must take my leave now. Contact me anytime if needed." Tai Bai Jinxing bowed, saying, "I bid you farewell, your Majesty." In the territories protected by the laws of humanity, Sui Rin observed Haoshan's scheme with clarity. He scoffed disdainfully, making no move. He had great confidence in Xuanqiu, knowing that this leader of the human race carried the protection of the entire human Dao and human fate, and would not run into trouble. However, Sui Rin still focused a bit more on Xuanqiu. Xuanqiu sat alone in his room, closing his eyes, his fingers fiddling with the celestial banner given by Haoyan. Using his perception of humanity, he scanned it, finding no signs of Haoyan tampering with it. He stood up and activated the array. The power of the stars gradually fell, enveloping not only his tribe, but also several surrounding tribes, bestowing them with numerous benefits. Xuanqiu slightly nodded. At this moment, Tai Bai Jinxing strolled over and bowed to Xuanqiu, saying, "Greetings, common leader. May I ask what you have decided?" Xuanqiu gazed towards the horizon and leisurely asked, "What does the heavenly emperor wish to exchange?" Tai Bai Jinxing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly responded, "As long as the human race creates a statue for the heavenly emperor and pledges allegiance, that would suffice." Xuanxi's lips curved into a cold smile, but Tai Bai was standing at an angle that prevented him from seeing it. He nodded lightly and turned to walk inside the house. Seeing Xuanxi's attitude, Tai Bai guessed he was about to relent, so he did not stop him. Once inside, Xuanqiu stroked his chin and chuckled softly, worried about the human race. "I am indeed concerned, but I am not a fool. Besides, all the ancestors of the human race are still around. Do we really need your protection?" He paused, his gaze darkening. "So I see now. You're eyeing the fate of the human race. All right, very well. The star banner is it. Perfect timing, as I was just troubled about how to ponder this matter." For the next few years, Xuanqiu became thoroughly busy. Tai Bai Jinxing noticed that Xuanqiu was wandering among various tribes every day and did not feel that anything was unusual. Far away at the ancestral grounds of the human race, Xianyuan received a song sent by Xuanqiu, which made him burst into laughter. He waved the song in front of Chiyo, his face full of pride. Kai's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he grumbled, "What? A junior sends you a gift, and you're not even preparing a return gift? What if he is using this to convey some message to you?" Xianyuan was about to retort, but upon reflection found Kai's words reasonable. "But I originally planned to refine something for his self-defense." Only then did the two of them seriously contemplate Xuanxi's intentions. Chiyu was astonished. "Xuanyuan, you are quite bold. If he succeeds, wouldn't that heavenly lord be furious to the point of spitting blood? Ha! Upon hearing Caius' words, Xianyuan recognized he was taking advantage of him and casually swatted at him. Qiyu laughed heartily and raised his hand to receive the strike, but in the end he had spoken too rashly and suffered a concealed loss. Xianyuan sensed that Qiyu was holding back and snorted coldly, turning to leave in search of materials for refining treasures. That day Zhuanshu received a large bell. The bell was enveloped in a layer of human laws emanating Xuanyuan's unique aura. Zhuang's lips curled slightly, feeling a sense of reassurance. Taibai Jinxing observed the bell for a long time, but could not see through that layer of human laws, thinking it was just an ordinary bell, and paid it no mind. Zhuang's behavior over the years had indeed been somewhat unusual. Taibai secretly investigated several times, but found nothing unusual. He pondered, this leader of the human race seems to have been neglecting the affairs of the human race since being with the emperor, instead wandering around aimlessly. Zhuanshu shook his head and returned to the house. The bell in his hand had been personally refined by Xuanyuan, its laws flowing. Zhuanshu quickly refined it, and the bell cooperated well, soon coming under his complete control. Taibai Jinxing sent messages back and forth several times. After a moment of deep contemplation, Zhuanshu finally nodded and agreed to meet with Haoyan. Outside the tribe, there was a small mountain where Zhuanshu waited. Taibai Jinxing crushed a piece of jade pendant, and in an instant the world turned upside down. Amidst the brilliance, Haoshan's avatar emerged. Zhuanshu raised his eyes to assess the figure before him. With a golden crown binding his hair, a rich complexion, and a dignified appearance, Haoyan stood there exuding an imposing aura. Zhuanshu gently nodded. Although I have had a divine connection with the Heavenly Emperor for a long time, today is the first time I truly see your esteemed presence. It is truly magnificent. Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not expect Zhuanshu to start with flattery. He then burst into laughter. Zhuanshu, you are too polite. Your tireless efforts for the entire human race are well noted by the Heavenly Court. I am also very happy to meet you today. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuanshu changed the subject and directly got to the point. I would like to know, is the Heavenly Emperor willing to protect the human race? Haoyan was taken aback again. Who approaches negotiations so directly? He chuckled inwardly and nodded in response. Naturally, I am willing. My subordinates, the 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden and Taibai Jinxing, have spoken well of the human race before. After repeated requests, I have agreed. Zhuang's lips curled with a hint of coldness. May I ask what conditions the Heavenly Emperor has? Haoshan's heart was full of doubts. Why was this person so blunt in every word? Although he was quick-witted, he said in a deep voice, there are indeed conditions. The human race must erect a statue for me formally coming under my command. This matter will be settled. Zhuanshu nodded, but was secretly sneering, still eyeing the fate of the human race. Fine, if you want it, I will give it to you. It is better to obey than to resist. A fleeting joy flashed across Zhuang's face, quickly suppressed. Haoyan exchanged glances with Taibai Jinxing, and the meaning in their eyes was clear. It's settled. Zhuanshu asked again, when do you think it would be appropriate for the human race to come under your command and receive your protection? Haoshan's heart was delighted, and his speech quickened. Zhuanshu, the leader, is truly devoted to the people. I am deeply moved. If you don't mind the trouble, choose a good day to establish a connection between the Heavenly Court and the human race. He turned to Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing bowed. I accept the decree. Would the leader be willing to set up an altar and conduct a grand ceremony to worship the heavens, announcing it to the world? Zhuang's heart was filled with cold laughter. On the surface, he nodded in agreement. Taibai Jinxing's idea is indeed good. The ceremony to worship the heavens must be held. Haoyan, seeing his cooperation, smiled with satisfaction. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. Thank you for your efforts, leader. Zhuanshu nodded with a smile. Haoshan's avatar slowly dissipated in the air. Taibai Jinxing adhered to local customs and calculated a date using the human race's 8 trigrams calendar and years. 9 years later. Zhuanshu glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, in his capacity as leader, Zhuanshu began to grandly repair the altar. The heads of various tribes rushed over to dissuade him, but were all scolded back. For a moment, the human race was filled with grievances. Zhuanshu used strong measures to suppress all visible dissent. However, the murmurs of discontent behind the scenes grew louder. Taibai Jinxing stood in the shadows, smiling as if watching a show. Zhuang's attitude was quite resolute. Once the human race was trapped in the Heavenly Court's cage, any minor dissent would become insignificant. Years flew by, and the date set by Taibai Jinxing drew nearer. The human race was secretly in turmoil. The tribal leaders realized what Zhuanshu was trying to do, and none were willing to yield. The ancestral grounds of the human race had been visited countless times. During the last visit, the Sea clan sighed and came out to appease the others. By this time, the leaders finally managed to suppress their anger. They thought to themselves that the ancestors of the human race were still around. No matter how much Zhuanshu stirred things up, he could not overturn the situation. The day finally arrived. Xuanxu and Taibai Jinxing arrived at the altar before dawn. The tribal leaders of the human race also hurried over, hoping to persuade Xuanxu one last time. Seeing them arrive, Xuanxu smiled and beckoned a leader over to convey a few words. After hearing them, the leader's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. Xuanxu signaled to him. The leader returned to the crowd and explained to the other leaders one by one. Soon the leaders fell silent for a moment, then all stared wide-eyed at Xuanxu, their faces filled with shock. They exchanged glances and began to buzz with discussions. Taibai Jinxing could not understand what the commotion was about, but seeing Xuanx's calm demeanor, he did not dwell on it. As long as Xuanxu did not make a mistake and smoothly completed the ceremony, that was all that mattered. Time passed slowly, and the hour selected by Taibai Jinxing arrived. Xuanxu took a step forward, urging the power of laws within his body. The altar suddenly emitted blinding light. Hao Yan also descended with an avatar. In an instant, the sky erupted with radiant light, revealing the shadow of the heavenly court below, where the human race could even see the gates of the southern heaven. Hao Yan looked at Xuanxu and nodded slightly, feeling a surge of excitement. However, when he scanned the altar, which was completely empty, he felt a bit dazed. Xuanxu gently shook his head, conveying through thought, "Heavenly Emperor, do not rush. Wait until I bring out something that will be the best offering." The significant commotion between the human race and the heavenly court had drawn the attention of all mighty beings. Countless gazes converged, focusing on the heavenly ceremony. They all found it strange. Did the human race still need Haoshan's protection? Was this current leader of the human race perhaps problematic? Feeling the gazes of those mighty beings, Haoshan's avatar felt like it had finally made a proper appearance and was beginning to revel in it. Xuanx's odd behaviors and unreasonable actions did not trouble him at all. When the timing was right and the human race's fate was substantial enough, along with the accumulated fortunes drawn by the heavenly court, Xuanxu stepped forward and pulled out an item from his bosom. A bell. Hao Yan and those mighty beings were all taken aback. Was this thing going to be a sacrificial offering? Xuanxu laughed loudly. "Heavenly Emperor, Hao Yan, I present you with this item. Will you accept it? Are you satisfied with this gift?" Hao Yan stood there in a daze, confused about what this meant. Wait. A bell is a gift. Before he could respond, Xuanxu abruptly urged that bell. With the support of the human race's fortune, the bell directly crushed Haoshan's avatar and effortlessly absorbed a strand of his Tao rhythm. Immediately after, the spiritual energy and fortune drawn from the heavenly court were all completely absorbed by that bell. Xuanxu also pulled out a star banner from his bosom and tossed it into the bell. Having been re-refined by Xuanxu, the star banner's power was significantly enhanced, and with the fortune from the heavenly court absorbed into the bell, that large bell, nourished by the human race's fortune, was completely refined in an instant. With the fortune of the heavenly court and the coordinates left by Haoshan's avatar, along with the starlight guided by the star banner, the bell became a transit point. The spiritual power and fortune of the heavenly court continuously flowed towards the human race, strengthening its veins and bloodlines. Suddenly, a furious roar exploded from the horizon. Haoshan's true form charged down from the heavenly court, his face showing the embarrassment of having been scammed. "Xuanxu, you have some nerve." Xuanxu laughed, his face filled with disdain as he replied, "What? You, Hao Yan, can covet the fortune of our human race, but we can't think of ways to exploit the heavenly court." Haoshan's face turned pale with anger, and he raised his hand to strike Xuanxu. However, the fortune protecting Xuanxu was robust, and Haoshan's strike did not harm him. Instead, he was rebounded and felt his insides churning. "Pooh!" Hao Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth grinding ominously. His eyes shifted, locking onto the bell that was pouring the heavenly court's spiritual power and fortune into the territory of the human race. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he charged straight at it, raising his hand to deliver a full-force strike against the bell. With a crack, the outer shell of the bell shattered. Yet the laws left behind by Xin Yuan remained utterly undisturbed, firmly locking all the surrounding spiritual energy and law power inside. Zhuangsu laughed again, soaring into the air, his voice shaking the surroundings. "I, Zhuangsu, the common master of the human race, invoke the name of humanity, asking the heavens and earth to protect this bell sheltered by the path of humanity." A drop of fresh blood was forced out from his fingertip, flying towards the already cracked bell. Seeing this, the leaders of the human tribes rose one after another, each forcing out a drop of their own blood. "We, the leaders of the human tribes, ask for the protection of this bell by the path of humanity." Next, the common people of the human race across the 9 provinces understood. No one hesitated or retreated. Everyone uniformly forced out a drop of blood. Countless drops of human blood flew in from all directions, gathering together layer upon layer, imprinting on the cracked bell. Seeing this situation, Hao Tian felt something was wrong. Swallowing the bloody taste that surged in his throat, he struck again, fully aiming at the already battered bell. The bell shattered completely before him. But before he could even laugh, his face froze. What shattered was merely the exterior. The inner layer of laws remained completely intact, still rotating steadily. Far away in the underworld, Chen Chen sensed the fluctuations of the path of humanity, glancing over with amusement. Hey, this kid Zhuang Su has some skills, huh? Desperate to break the heavenly connection. Good job. Now Hao Tian has a headache. He casually adjusted the path of humanity. The path of humanity directly enveloped the Xianyuan laws within itself. Hao Tian watched as everything before him vanished into thin air, plunging into utter despair. A physical object could be repaired, but how could he extinguish the path of humanity? The laws within the path of humanity continued to operate as the spiritual energy of the heavenly court slowly seeped into the 9 provinces, and the fortunes of the heavenly court began to flow gradually toward the human race. The pace was slow, but it couldn't be stopped. Only when the heavenly court had exhausted its available fortune would it finally come to a halt. Zhuang Su hovered in the air, looking at Hao Tian, the corners of his mouth curling up, his tone filled with gloating. Your Majesty, Hao Tian, are you satisfied with my heavenly sacrifice ceremony? Hao Tian's expression darkened. Zhuang Zu's words cut like a knife, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wanted to strike, yet the fortune of humanity surrounded that kid, preventing any action. His eyes darted, unable to defeat Zhuang Su. Surely the tribal leaders below could help, right? But just as the thought arose, a pressure descended directly, causing his bones to creak. Sui Ren, that old fellow was warning him. Hao Tian felt a pang of discomfort in his chest, shouted, and grasped Tai by Jin Xing, disappearing back to the heavenly court. The spiritual energy of the 9 provinces began to rise, with the common people of the human race shouting praises for their common master. But things were dire on the heavenly court side. The spiritual energy flowed out like a barrel with a hole in it. The immortals who had fled to the heavenly court were originally drawn here for rapid cultivation, but now that the spiritual energy was fleeing, many submitted their resignations and turned to leave. The rage on Hao Tian's face was evident to even a blind person. Tai Bai Jin Xing stood behind him, opened his mouth, then closed it again, sighing, truly unsure of what to say. Hao Tian gritted his teeth. Fine, since you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. He altered the rules of the heavenly court, and for the following years the way of heaven would not send a single drop of rain to the human race. After making the changes, he snorted, flicked his sleeve, and returned to the great hall, truly not wanting to see the human race anymore. Zhuang Su had no time to care about Hao Tian's feelings. His actions had caused Hao Tian a great setback, and all the powerful beings in the wilderness were watching him. Zhuang Su felt the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces rising higher and higher as the human race absorbed the fortunes of the heavenly court, and the newborn children became increasingly intelligent, stroking his beard and laughing, quite satisfied. But a year passed, and as Zhuang Su perused the reports from the various tribes, his expression gradually darkened. For an entire year, not a single drop of rain had fallen in the 9 provinces. If no one was conspiring behind the scenes, Zhuang Su would write his name backward. Surely it was Hao Tian's doing. While pondering what to do, a subordinate reported that someone claiming to be the Dragon King of the East Sea had come to visit. Zhuang Su was taken aback for a moment, quickly rising to greet him. The visitor had 2 dragon horns atop his head, and before Zhuang Su could speak, the fellow had already bowed in greeting. I am the Dragon King of the East Sea, pleased to meet the common master. Rest assured, my dragon clan has received the favor of the martial ancestor. Upon seeing the human race in trouble today, I have come specifically to help. Zhuang Su felt warmth in his heart. The martial ancestor may not be in charge, but he still had influence and could still assist the human race. However, Zhuang Su did not fully believe him. He trusted the martial ancestor, but that did not mean he would simply trust anyone claiming to be a subordinate of the martial ancestor. Zhuang Su clasped his hands towards the Dragon King of the East Sea. The Dragon Clan's mastery over water is indeed renowned. Now that the Dragon King has arrived, what are your thoughts? The Dragon Clan will heed the common master's commands in all matters. Please do not stand on ceremony with us. Zhuang Su felt a bit relieved in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he bowed. Then may I ask the Dragon King to send elite dragons to the 9 provinces to bring forth clouds and rain? How does that sound? The Dragon King nodded, soared into the air, transforming into a true dragon, his voice resonating from the clouds. Rest assured, common master, I will arrange it right away. Zhuang Su breathed a long sigh of relief. However, after being tricked by Tai Bai Jin Xing last time, he remained cautious toward the Dragon Clan. Just then the voice of Sui Ren reached his ears through the path of humanity. The Dragon Clan can be trusted, no need for concern. With this reassurance from Sui Ren, Zhuang Su finally relaxed his anxious heart. Before long, leading the way, the Dragon King of the East Sea and the dragons from all 4 seas soared into the sky, spreading out massively over the human race's 9 provinces. After a year of drought, the land finally awaited rain. Zhuang Su spread the news of the Dragon Clan's deeds throughout the human tribes, and everyone praised the Dragon Clan. During the remainder of his term, he worked tirelessly to strengthen the relationship between the human race and the Dragon Clan, discussing when it would reign and how much. On the day his term ended, the power of the laws of humanity enveloped Zhuang Su. Xianyuan and Sui Ren arrived first at Zhuang Zu's tribe, with other sages arriving one after another. They looked at Zhuang Su with smiles. Everyone knew about the previous issues between Zhuang Su and Hao Tian. Sui Ren saw that everyone had gathered, took a step forward, and revealed the Kongtong seal. The laws of humanity shielded him completely. The other sages attempted to peer into his cultivation, but found it impossible. He spoke. Zhuang Su, during your reign you divided the human territory into 9 provinces, established rules, altered the calendar, severed the pathways of heaven and earth, and made agreements with the Dragon Clan. Today, in the name of the 3 ancestors of humanity, Sui Ren, I officially confer upon you the title of the foremost among the 5 emperors of the human race. As soon as the words fell, golden light of merit poured into Zhuang Su. His cultivation soared. Tai golden immortal, De Luo golden immortal, Hun Yuan golden immortal, finally stabilizing at the sub-saint level. On the heavenly court side, Tai Bai Jinxing also advanced a rank with the infusion of merit. The fortunes of the heavenly court that had been leaking came to a temporary halt, but once Tai Bai Jinxing finished settling the debts for the human race, the fortunes of the heavenly court would still continue to decline. On the Dragon Clan side, the Dragon King of the East Sea led the way with a group of dragons collectively receiving the merits and fortunes of the human race. The older Dragon Kings from the East Sea were so happy that tears streamed down their faces. Following the martial ancestor and his race truly did not lead to losses. It was decided that from now on they would all follow the martial ancestor, with the human race ranking first. Zhuang Su stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Sui Ren and the other sages. Junior Zhuang Su pays respects to the esteemed ancestors. Sui Ren and the others nodded with smiles. Zhuang Su then turned to bow to the other sages, who also nodded in return. Chen Chen watched from the shadows, letting out a gentle breath. Everything was intact, quite good. He turned and returned to the underworld, continuing to accompany Ho-Tu, rummaging through various nourishing items to help her recuperate. Though Ho-Tu did not need these, seeing Chen Chen busying about her heart felt both sweet and warm. In the following period, the human race grew stronger as Zhuang Su severed the pathways of heaven and earth, seizing all the spiritual energy from the heavenly court. With the help of the Dragon Clan, the human race flourished. However, those whose cultivation exceeded the Tai E level all consciously went to the ancestral grounds of the human race. Other sages could not grasp the true details of the human race. The ancestral shaman Di Jiang and his group frequently formed large formations to venture into the chaos to brush for merits, essentially trying to accumulate blessings for the child in Ho-Tu's womb. Days passed by. Chen Chen only split a sliver of his mind to monitor the affairs of the human race, caring little about anything else. The Huai River surged, waves crashing ashore one after another. Wu Zhiqi descended from the heavenly court, heading straight for this river. As soon as he landed, thunder erupted from the sky, wind swept up sand and stones crashing into the crowd, trees snapped in half, and stones clashed with loud bangs. The river water bubbled up as if boiling, the water level rising rapidly, flooding the land along the banks, spreading outward. The human race living in this area faced dire misfortune. Crops were ruined and livestock scattered all over the mountains. Fortunately, each tribe had a few capable guardians who managed to evacuate people before the flood surged in. Messages were sent one after another to Shan. He opened them, furious enough to slam the table. After reading that no tribesmen were harmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, easing his heart. Hearing of this incident, the human tribes from other regions promptly sent bags of grain to the disaster-stricken area, helping the affected tribes rebuild houses. Shun looked at the items sent from various places, finally showing a bit of a smile. But turning to look towards the Huai River, the smile faded. There was no sign of the water receding. At this rate, more and more people would suffer, and one tribe after another would be affected. Shun gritted his teeth and issued a summons to the entire human race. Whoever could control the water was to come forward. Guan appeared. He stood before Shun, saluted, and claimed to have a solution. Shun jumped up, staring at him and asking, "Really?" Guan nodded, saying, "Block it. Just contain the water and prevent it from running wild." Shun, hearing his certainty, also nodded. "This task is entrusted to you. As for the resources of the human race, use as much as you wish." Guan accepted the command. The order was passed down, and the entire human race became aware of it. On the day Guan set out, people along the way saw him and willingly made way, offering him convenience. Guan stood by the floodwaters, his face grim, as if he could wring out water from it. He began his work. 9 years passed. He filled the earth to build a dam blocking the water whenever he encountered it, and finally managed to suppress the floodwaters of the Huai River. Wu Zhiqi watched Guan repair the dam, laughing heartily. Go ahead and block it. I'm just afraid you want. In the following years the floods seemed to have truly calmed down. Shun rewarded Guan greatly, and the human villages began to thrive again. The surface of the Huai River was as calm as a mirror, but beneath it the undercurrents stirred violently, all orchestrated by Wu Zhiqi. The dam could collapse at any moment, and if it did it would lead to a catastrophic disaster. Decades passed in a flash. Wu Zhiqi probed the strength of the Huai River, and suddenly burst into laughter. The time has come. In an instant lightning flashed, and thunder roared, followed by a torrential downpour. The people along the shore felt a sense of familiarity with the storm, and the dam was violently breached by the flood. This time the flood was terrifyingly fierce, and the guardians of various tribes fought desperately, but could not withstand it. Everywhere was filled with corpses and cries. Urgent battle reports piled up on Shun's desk. He looked at the lost figures reported by the tribes, unable to hold back his tears. He sent word down, called Guan here to discuss how to control the flood. Before long someone replied, Sovereign, as soon as Guan heard the waters were rising again, he has already rushed towards the Huai River himself. Shun closed his eyes and sighed heavily. As Guan made his way, all he saw were refugees and the dead. He cried, tears streaming down his face. No one blamed him, but he knew in his heart that this disaster was of his making. He continued forward, witnessing more and more devastation. The tribesmen automatically made way for him, and Guan felt increasingly pained. He finally reached the floodwaters, staring at the beast that had claimed countless lives, his eyes reddening. The water continued to rise, seeking to swallow more lives. Guan turned to those beside him and said, The fault lies with me. I will buy some time for the human race. My son Yu is clever. He has his own methods for flood control. After I am gone, seek him to take on this task. No one could stop him. Guan turned back and plunged into the flood, flames igniting all over him. The laws he wielded surged to a terrifying degree. With another step, he charged directly into the floodwaters. The water immediately engulfed him. But the next moment the laws he burned with his life firmly suppressed the flood's force, changing Wu Zhiqi's expression. Those laws were as solid as iron, and he could not break through. The flood could no longer rise, relying only on Wu Zhiqi to grind it down bit by bit. Shun heard that Guan had willingly faced death, recommending his son Yu before he died, and had used himself to suppress the flood, buying breathing space for the human race. Shun's eyes moistened again, but he had no time to cry. He immediately dispatched someone to summon Yu. Yu had just finished his wedding feast not long ago, and upon hearing the news, he looked at the woman before him. He reached out and gently stroked her face. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she nodded. Go, the tribes need you. Yu cried, his face covered in tears, turning and heading towards the flood. On the way, he saw tribesmen submerged in mud and water, starving to the bone, and corpses floating on the waves. Yu clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. He must control this water. By the flood, Yu felt a familiar aura. That was the imprint of the laws left by his father Guan. Tears again fell uncontrollably. He raised a hand to wipe his face. The unfinished tasks left by Guan were now his to complete. In the following years, Yu explored the terrain around. He learned all about the mountain's heights, the water's flow where it was wide, and where it was narrow, all firmly in his mind. Ultimately, he made a decision: divert. To lead this fierce flood, as fierce as a beast, into the East Sea. Every day Yu carried a shovel and dug the waterway. Upon hearing the news, the tribesmen came over to help. Yu looked at their gaunt faces, said nothing but nodded heavily at them. Digging rivers, building dikes, irrigating fields, they worked tirelessly for 13 years. During these 13 years, Yu passed by his own home 3 times. The first time he heard that his wife was ill. Worry covered his face, his eyes red, yet he still turned away. The third time he passed by his doorstep, he heard the cries of a baby. The Tushan clan had just given birth. He stood outside the door listening for a while, his fists clenched, and then relaxed, then clenched again. In the end, he still turned around and left. The images of fields being flooded, houses collapsing, and people disappearing were etched in his mind. Yu led the way in digging and carrying soil, with the tribesmen following behind. Gradually, the laws Guan had used to suppress the floods were nearly worn down by Wu Zhiqi, while the waterway that Yu laid out began to take shape. On this day, Yu let out a long breath. He commanded, "Open the floodgates." The floods surged out like a fierce beast. Passing through the farmland, the diverted streams flowed along the dug channels to both sides. The water flow gradually diminished, slowed, and finally obediently converged into the East Sea. Wu Zhiqi stood in the water, staring blankly. Was everything he had plotted for so many years coming to an end just like this? He turned his head, fixing his gaze on Yu, who was cheering alongside the human race. His eyes were cold enough to freeze a person. The iron rod was gripped tightly in his hand. Wu Zhiqi's murderous intent arose. He charged out of the Huai River, and the iron rod in his hand suddenly elongated and grew larger, smashing down towards the crowd. You saw it looked like a monkey with a flat nose and a protruding forehead, white head and blue-bodied, its eyes blazing with fire. That creature lunged at the crowd. Yes' expression darkened, and with a push of his feet, he leaped up to block it. The people below watched in disbelief as you charged forward to take the hit. The iron rod struck you. Although he had gained some protection from the human path for controlling the floods, he had not yet become the sovereign. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the little luck that had been protecting him was shattered, causing his aura to weaken instantly. Wu Ziqi glanced down. The one called you among the humans was so injured, he couldn't even stand. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth, and the hand he used to support himself was trembling. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Wu Ziqi's eyes. He was about to deliver another blow when, above the East Sea, someone arrived. It was none other than the East Sea Dragon King, who was responsible for bringing rain to the four seas every day. He had originally been arranging the rain for the Dragon Clan today, but suddenly sensed an unfamiliar current in the East Sea. Feeling something was amiss, he followed the waterway to the Huai River. Upon arriving, he immediately saw a red-bottomed horse monkey about to attack the humans. Without a word, the Dragon King revealed his dragon form and dove down from the air, shouting, "Beast, where do you think you are going?" You saw reinforcements from the Dragon Clan arrive, and the tension in his heart finally eased, causing the blood in his throat to spew out completely. His whole body fell back and crashed to the ground, unable to move again. In the sky, the Dragon King and the red-bottomed horse monkey were locked in fierce combat. After dozens of exchanges, the Dragon King grew stronger with each strike, while the monkey gradually fell into a disadvantage. Realizing it was about to lose, it gritted its teeth and violently hurled the iron rod at the Dragon King, striking the Dragon King's scales and pushing him back. The commotion of the two combatants had unknowingly moved to the edge of the East Sea. Seizing the moment the Dragon King was pushed back, the monkey suddenly ignited in flames. It was using its life to urge its divine ability. Then it dove headfirst into the East Sea. With that leap, it never resurfaced. It burned itself completely, leaving only a wisp of residual soul, which was pulled away by the underworld's enforcers. Though it died, it left behind a colossal mess. The East Sea began to spiral out of control. The monkey's divine ability left in the water exploded like oil poured into a fire, creating towering waves. Walls of water surged towards the shore, shaking the ground beneath. Deep within the Dragon Clan, an old dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Zhulong sensed something was wrong and rushed out from the depths. He saw the East Sea Dragon King struggling to stabilize the water level, his dragon body trembling. Zhulong shouted at him, "Don't be foolish, go find help. I will hold this down here." As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of the East Sea seemed to calm down. But Zhulong's face turned a deep shade of red, and sweat rolled down his dragon whiskers like rain. The Dragon King dared not delay any longer, turning to fly towards the human race. This trouble in the East Sea had unknowingly stirred some even older forces. The law left by Guan hung in the air like a dying candle about to extinguish. At this moment, it suddenly brightened. That beam of light shot directly into Yes' body. The visible wounds on Yes' body began to heal. He rose from the ground, his expression changing. He sensed that something was happening in the East Sea. Without a word, he took off running towards the East Sea. On the way, the East Sea Dragon King rushed towards him. Seeing you running desperately, the Dragon King quickly blocked him, saying, "Human hero, you cannot go any further. Wait for me, I will go find reinforcements right away." You slowed his pace, but shook his head. He looked at the Dragon King, his tone firm yet calm. "Let the Dragon King find help. As for the situation in the East Sea, I will handle it myself." The Dragon King watched him grow smaller as he ran further away, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. He understood. You intended to use his life to fill the East Sea. The Dragon King said no more, turning to fly even faster towards the human ancestral ground. When you arrived at the East Sea, the surface appeared calm. But he could see that beneath the surface the waters churned like boiling oil. He gritted his teeth, preparing to follow his father's example, using himself to fill it. Zhulong, standing nearby, glanced at him and sighed inwardly. If he were a child of the Dragon Clan would not be in such a predicament today. Zhulong sent out a wisp of his consciousness to anchor you in place. "Hold on a moment. I am still here stabilizing the situation. It is not your turn to rush in yet. The elders of your human race haven't even had a chance to act." Before you could respond, a surge of primordial law erupted from within him, slowly coalescing into human form. Gun smiled at his son. The elder dragon's words hold truth. When, pray tell, did it become your turn to sacrifice yourself? Watch your father. Before the words had fully left his lips, Gun's residual law phantom plunged headlong into the raging floodwaters. Zhulong's pupils contracted sharply. He could distinctly feel the immense weight pressing upon him, rapidly diminishing. Yu's eyes burned crimson, gritting his teeth. He still strained to offer himself up. Yet the human Dao's law surged forth unexpectedly, wrapping him tightly in its luminous embrace. Countless voices exploded from every direction. You. Great you. Do you. You and your father. Pillars of the human race. From the depths of chaos, Tai Ching Laozi observed it all with perfect clarity. He remained silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed softly. If this is how it must be, investing in humanity is not unreasonable after all. This race, truly uncanny. Suddenly a beam of light shot forth from the nearby bagua furnace. Laozi raised his hand, and the object settled gently into his palm of staff. Carved upon it in bold characters were 5 words, Rui Jingu Bang. A faint smile curved Laozi's lips as he summoned Xiandu. Humanity faces calamity. Would you be willing to deliver this artifact on my behalf, to quell the disaster? Xiandu immediately bowed. Deeply respected master, this disciple gladly accepts the task. Laozi nodded, and the Rui Jingu Bang already rested securely in Xiandu's hands. With a sweep of his hand, Laozi cast Xiandu directly into the primordial wilderness. Guided by the human Dao's resonance, Xiandu felt its profound essence, and let out a low instinctive roar. Following the Dao's guidance, he sped unceasingly, arriving at the East Sea. The moment he set foot there, he saw you encased at the very heart of the human Dao's radiance. Xiandu nodded. This was the one. Without awaiting command, the Rui Jingu Bang soared forth of its own accord, hovering motionless before you. You blinked in astonishment, then reached out and grasped it. A torrent of ancient energy surged up his arm, flooding his mind with sudden crystalline clarity. You channeled the human Dao's law through his body, swiftly refining the staff, then swung it high and hurled it with thunderous force. Grow, grow, grow. The staff swelled instantly with the wind, thickening, lengthening, until with a deafening crash it struck deep into the East Sea. Far beneath the waves, Waziki's law force crumbled grain by grain beneath the staff's relentless pressure. Zhu Long felt the crushing weight lift from his frame. Meanwhile, unseen by you, Gun's soul was led away by the oxhead and horseface in voice. You stood rooted in place, finally exhaling slow and deep. At last it is resolved. Humanity is safe. Shun, receiving reports from every tribe confirming the flood's complete subjugation by you, finally allowed a smile to cross his face. He issued immediate orders. Yu's feat was to be proclaimed across all of humanity. Across the 9 provinces, voices roared in unison. You, great you. In the celestial court, Hao Tian shattered his desk with a single blow, splinters scattering across the floor. How does humanity keep drawing such fortune? One genius after another. And I've even lost a top general. He snarled through clenched teeth. Oh. Meanwhile on Earth, Yu's flood control triumph coincided precisely with the end of Shun's reign. Upon Shun's ascension among the 5 emperors, all human tribes unanimously acclaimed Yu as the new sovereign of humanity. Within the chaos, he sat with eyes closed, counting the surging tide of destiny. The brighter humanity flourished, the more radiant the golden aura above his brow became. No one could discern his expression, but that subtle, deliberate nod was unmistakable to all. Among the dragon clan, Zhu Long smiled. His people, sheltered by humanity, now thrived with ever-increasing reverence. Satisfied, undeniably, this benefactor would be clung to without hesitation. Yet the East Sea Dragon King currently crouched inside the human ancestral hall, being thoroughly trained by a group of venerable elders. Not true punishment, rigorous cultivation practice. The elders knew well what deeds he'd committed over the years. Since he'd voluntarily walked into their domain, refusing to loosen his bones would have been unforgivable. The East Sea Dragon King grumbled weakly. Zhuan Su, go easy. Huang Diren Huang, wait. His voice grew hoarse. By the time he crawled back to the East Sea, his cultivation had swelled so dramatically, even he stood stunned. His power had multiplied many-fold beyond its former strength. With the founding of the Xia dynasty, Yao Ji descended from heaven. Chen Chen had remained beside Ho Tu throughout, never leaving. Yet not a single word of humanity's unfolding drama escaped his notice. Yu's great work was complete. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had all taken their rightful places, retiring together into the ancestral hall for quietude. Humanity's fortune surged like an avalanche. The human Dao itself swelled in potency. Most visibly the 3 elders, Sui Ren Shizi, Yi Shi, and Yu Chao Shi, whose selfless vow had been to guard humanity's threshold, now saw their cultivation skyrocket, nearly rivaling the 3 sovereigns themselves. At this moment, all the human ancestors watched in silence, as Yu's son Qi stepped forward. As the current sovereign of humanity, he gathered all the tribes, lifted his gaze toward the ancestral hall, and spoke, guided by the breath of the Dao itself. Above us stands the human Dao. Above us stand the human ancestors. I shall establish a sovereign state, to anchor humanity's fortune forever. Its name is chosen Xia. I beg the ancestors' approval. The moment his words faded, the gazes of Huang Di and Qi Yu alike turned to you. His face flushed faintly, ears burning with quiet embarrassment. He knew his son acted partly from personal ambition, yet he chose not to intervene. Sui Rinshi did not answer immediately. First he consulted the human Dao, and confirmed this act truly served humanity's greater good. Then Chen Chen's voice drifted down from above. Granted. Sui Rinshi nodded once, and raised his hand. The Kong Tong seal flew forth, its voice amplified by the human Dao reverberating across the entire ancestral land. Approved. The Kong Tong seal descended, plunged into Qi's body, and saturated him with humanity's full fortune. Then with a graceful arc it returned to Sui Rinshi's outstretched palm. Qi bowed deeply to the seal, then planted his feet firmly upon the earth. The Xia dynasty stood, unshakable. Humanity's fortune now bound as one unbreakable cord would never again scatter. From that day onward the era of public sovereignty ended, replaced by hereditary rule. Within the shell of the Xia dynasty humanity burned ever brighter, fiercer, more vibrant. Chen Chen observed it all, and gave a slow solemn nod. He knew. Feng Shun was imminent, the grandest chessboard yet where the human Dao and Heavenly Dao would clash in ultimate contest. He dispatched a fragment of his being, directly into the human ancestral hall. Deliberately releasing his aura, he ensured Sui Rinshi and the others sensed his presence. When all had gathered, Chen Chen swept his gaze across them, and spoke. Esteemed ones, I sense it clearly, beginning with the Xia, the second dynasty will mark our reckoning with the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, do not slacken. Cultivation must advance without pause. Sui Rinshi and the others exchanged glances. No further words needed. When the martial patriarch himself spoke, thus who would doubt? Besides, cultivation had always been their unwavering path. Chen Chen surveyed the assembly, then moved toward Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng bird locked in fierce combat. After observing a while, a satisfied smile touched his lips. Well done. One has reached the apex of the great Luo immortal realm, the other stands at the threshold of latest-stage cultivation, foundation solid. Clearly no laziness here. Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng bird froze. Only then, noticing their master's arrival. Hastily ceasing battle, they bowed low. Disciples greet master. Chen Chen laughed heartily, and lifted them both upright. No need for such formality. Still your cultivation must rise further. The next cataclysm approaches. Every increment of strength secures another measure of opportunity. These meats are reserved for you. With a wave of his hand, the ground filled with flesh of primordial level ferocious beasts. Then Chen Chen vanished, leaving only silence. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chen appeared before Lu Ermiho. The latter sat cross-legged in meditation. Sensing the fluctuation, he opened his eyes, saw Chen Chen standing before him, and rose swiftly to bow. Disciple greets master. Chen Chen nodded, studying him carefully, then nodded again. Your physical vessel has been forged well. Now, you may proceed confidently toward breakthrough. Lu Ermiho offered a wry smile. Master, for reasons unknown, my cultivation halted at the initial stage of the primordial immortal realm. I've tried every method, yet nothing worked. Chen Chen shook his head. When Pangu cleaved the heavens and earth, the chaos macaque rushed to obstruct him, and was slain by a single axe stroke. Its blood split into 4 fragments. You carry one of those fragments within you, born lacking 3 essential elements. Thus your cultivation inevitably halts at the primordial immortal realm's threshold. Lu Ermiho paled, then urgently asked, Master, can you aid me? Chen Chen laughed aloud, and produced 3 glowing orbs naturally. The simplest path is to absorb the remaining 3 blood fragments. These orbs contain them. Take them, and remember, consume 1. Stabilize your cultivation fully, then proceed to the next. Lu Ermiho stared, astonished that Chen Chen truly held the solution. Overjoyed, he accepted the orbs with both hands. Many thanks, master. Chen Chen waved lightly, and departed. Meanwhile, in the celestial court, Hao Tian's repeated schemes against humanity had rebounded, depleting the court's spiritual energy to a fraction of its former strength. Many celestial soldiers and generals, drawn solely by reward, had already departed in droves. Deep within the court, Yao Ji watched her elder brother seethe with hatred toward humanity, and found it strange. Hao Tian, unwilling to burden his sister with such troubles, never spoke of the court's crises. Yao Ji, consumed by curiosity, slipped down to the mortal realm unnoticed, while Hao Tian remained buried in official affairs. Hao Tian, overwhelmed by paperwork, failed to notice her departure. Wandering the bustling streets of human tribes, Yao Ji, delighted in the clamor of merchants, purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn, took a bite, and her eyes sparkled irrepressibly bright. Munching contentedly, she wandered idly, until a young scholar clad in simple robes paused abruptly along a forest path. His gaze locked onto a white-robed figure ahead, his eyes wide breath caught. She was breathtaking, like a celestial painting brought to life. He swallowed hard, and his legs moved of their own accord. After a short distance, he saw her turn away from the market, heading toward another tribal settlement. The path between passed through dense woodland. Panic seized him. The chance might vanish forever. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement, pulled out the flute he carried with him, and began to play it. The flute sound was clear and crisp, carried far by the mountain breeze. Yao Ji heard it. She glanced back and walked towards the direction of the sound. In the woods, a scholar was immersed in his playing, eyes closed, completely absorbed in the melody. Yao Ji did not disturb him. She found a rock to sit on and quietly listened. The scholar caught a glimpse of her in his peripheral vision, his heart filled with joy as he secretly infused the flute's melody with the power of the laws. Yao Ji was captivated, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy. After the tune ended, she stood up, took 2 steps forward, and asked, "May I ask this gentleman's name? What are you doing here playing the flute alone?" The scholar hurriedly put away his flute, clasped his hands, and smiled. "I am Yang Tianyo, just a humble scholar. I saw the beautiful scenery of the mountains and woods today, and on a whim I played a few notes, not realizing I disturbed the young lady. I truly apologize." Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the forest. "Who the hell is making noise here?" The bamboo forest shook, and a robust figure stepped out with large strides. It was Xiangui. He had an impatient expression, his eyes glaring like copper bells. Having been assigned to guard the human race, he originally did not take it seriously, merely dividing a thread of his mind to keep watch while he found a place to fall asleep. However, just as he closed his eyes, he was awakened by the annoying sound of the flute. Xiangui fixed his gaze on Yang Tianyo, his voice booming. "Is it you making all this racket? If you hide the flavor of the teachings quite well?" Yang Tianyo's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and bowing. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." "Cut the nonsense." Xiangui snorted coldly, waving his hand. Yang Tianyo was sent flying, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. Xiangui couldn't even be bothered to look at him scram. This cold snort fell on Yao Ji like a bucket of cold water. She suddenly woke up, looking at Yang Tianyo, who was struggling to get up, her eyes filled with disgust. Yang Tianyo dared not say another word, quickly getting up and running away, disappearing in a flash. Yao Ji turned around, slightly bowing to Xiangui. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your help. Who cares about you?" Xiangui waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, leave. Don't disturb my sleep." With that, he turned and walked deeper into the forest without looking back. Xiangui had barely taken a few steps when he turned back and saw a scowl on his face. Yao Ji was still following closely behind. "I said, girl." Xiangui stopped frowning. "I want to sleep. You need to leave, okay?" Yao Ji shook her head, quite stubborn. "I won't leave. I will follow you." Xiangui was too lazy to talk anymore, closed his eyes, and lay down on the ground, indifferent to what happened next. Not knowing how long he slept, a fragrant aroma wafted over, invading his nose. Xiangui opened his eyes, stretched, and looked in the direction of the scent, stunned. Yao Ji was squatting not far away, holding a branch with a roasted rabbit sizzling and dripping with oil. Xiangui's mouth twitched. "Why are you still here?" Yao Ji shook her head, smiling at Xiangui. "No. I'm afraid something will happen, so I want to stay by your side." Xiangui was too lazy to respond, grabbing the skewer of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Yao Ji called out, "Hey, that's mine. It's not fully cooked yet." Xiangui nodded. "Right. But you are roasting it on my territory, so everything here is mine. If you don't leave, you'll swallow all of this." Yao Ji puffed her cheeks in anger, turning her head aside. Xiangui looked at her expression and slightly nodded. This girl would probably leave after a while. He ignored Yao Ji and lay back on his shell, closing his eyes to sleep again. He did not know how much time passed when Xiangui opened his eyes, hearing a burst of laughter. Following the sound, he saw Yao Ji still there, playing with butterflies that had flown in from who knows where. Xiangui's head ached. "What are you doing here, really?" Yao Ji smiled at him. "Nothing much. I feel safe being with you. Besides, how could someone as powerful as you harm?" Xiangui just wanted to lie quietly, but with someone constantly stirring beside him, he couldn't even sleep soundly. He couldn't really kill this girl, could he? He stared at Yao Ji. "What will it take for you to leave?" Yao Ji's lips curled up. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Yao Ji. How about you accompany me for a stroll outside?" Xiangui understood. This was a little girl who had snuck out, lacking experience, probably scared from almost being tricked last time. He nodded. "All right. I should also get out and stretch my legs. Just don't come bother me again afterward." Yao Ji's eyes curved into crescent shapes as she nodded happily without saying a word. Xiangui sighed internally. Originally, he just needed to keep an eye on the human race, but who would have thought he had to go out personally? He raised his hand, and the two of them flew up together, swaying toward the nearest human settlement. After merging several tribes, that place was now considered a small city. As soon as they landed, Yao Ji dashed toward the city gate, pulling Xiangui along without letting go. Xiangui looked disgusted, but had no choice but to follow. Once they reached the food street, Yao Ji went wild. Spotting the skewers of roasted meat nearby, the aroma pierced her nose, and she quickly grabbed 2, tossing money to the vendor and biting into one. Catching sight of Xiangui standing beside her, Yao Ji handed him the other skewer. "Come on, esteemed elder, eat up. Don't be polite with me." Xiangui's eyelids twitched as he took the skewer and took a bite, nodding. "All right. From now on, call me Turtle Immortal." Yao Ji wrinkled her nose. "Turtle Immortal? That name sounds terrible." Xiangui's expression twitched again. "Forget it, just get this girl sent off quickly." Yao Ji chuckled, dragging Xiangui along as they continued to wander. She sampled every snack on the street, and Xiangui was also fed a few bites. After Yao Ji toured around the city inside and out, she finally felt satisfied. She turned to Xiangui and exclaimed, "All right, let's head to the next stop." Xiangui remained silent, lightly nodding. The two of them soared into the air, leisurely heading toward the next human territory. In the following days, Xiangui was dragged around by Yao Ji, thoroughly covering the 9 provinces. Even Xiangui himself did not realize that his attitude towards Yao Ji had unconsciously changed. At the very least, he was no longer in a hurry to drive her away. Secretly, a group of old human folks led by Chen Chen had been keeping a close watch on Xiangui. They exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Sui Ren frowned and leaned closer to Chen Chen. "That's Heoshin's sister. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble?" Chen Chen waved his hand. "What is there to fear? Xiangui should leave some behind too. As for Hao Yin and Hong Jun, we'll settle the scores in this calamity." Hearing Chen Chen say this, Sui Ren fell silent. Since he was aware, that was fine. After touring the 9 provinces, Xiangui returned to the bamboo forest where he planned to have a good sleep. Yao Ji did not leave, but followed him back to the bamboo grove. Xiangui either truly did not notice or simply did not care, not saying a word to Yao Ji, who returned with him. Years passed, and on the heavenly court side, Hao Yin was troubled by various matters when he suddenly felt something was off. He calmed down to think for a moment and abruptly realized his sister hadn't come to find him in a long time. He immediately sent someone to check on Yao Ji's cave. Not long after the news came back, Yao Ji had left long ago. Heoshin's heart raced. He hurriedly took out the Hao Yin mirror given by the Dao ancestor and activated it. First, he swept through the heavenly court, no one there. Then he shone it across the Honghuang land, searching inch by inch for Yao Ji's shadow. However, the aura of the human emperor on Xiangui made it impossible for the Hao Yin mirror to reveal that place. Hao Yin, unwilling to give up, followed the traces of the laws left by Yao Ji, calculating layer by layer in the Honghuang, and surprisingly figured out her location. Hao Yin was overjoyed. In a hurry, he called for Tai by Jin Xing, ordering the gathering of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. He personally led the team to bring Yao Ji back. Chen Chen and the others watched the commotion on Heoshin's side. Sui Ren turned to Chen Chen. Chen Chen gently shook his head and said, "It's fine. After all, Yao Ji is Heoshin's sister. We shouldn't interfere. Let Xiangui handle it himself." Before long, dark clouds piled up over the bamboo forest, lightning flashing and rumbling. Xiangui, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, his eyes filled with anger. He leaped up, staring at Hao Yin. "Hao Yin, what's with this grand spectacle? Are you planning to start a fight with the human race?" Hao Yin was taken aback. He hadn't expected a human emperor to be here. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Xiangui, are you the one who took my sister away?" Xiangui looked utterly confused and shouted back, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who's your sister?" Yao Ji was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted, leaping into the air and shouting, "Brother, Senior Turtle, can you two stop arguing? You're Heoshin's sister. Yao Ji, they didn't cause you any trouble, did they?" The two voices came crashing together. Xiangui waved his hand and gestured to Hao Yin. All right, since she's your family, you take her back." Hao Yin shot a glance at Xiangui, snorted, and reached out to seal Yao Ji, directly pulling her back to the heavenly court. Once Yao Ji left, Xiangui felt relieved. Finally, no one was disturbing his sleep. That girl was finally gone. He closed his eyes and slept. Upon reaching the heavens, Yao Ji argued fiercely with Hao Yin, insisting on going to Honghuang to play. Hao Yin refused to relent. The more Yao Ji fussed, the more determined Hao Yin became, ordering people to keep a close watch on her to prevent her from sneaking away. Seeing Heoshin's unyielding attitude, Yao Ji's tears streamed down her face as she turned and returned to her own palace. Hao Yin watched her retreating figure, sighed. "Big brother would never harm you." Meanwhile, Xiangui closed his eyes, wanting to sleep, but the more he tried, the more alert he became. His mind was filled with Yao Ji's chatter and their adventures across the 9 provinces. The more Xiangui thought about it, the more annoyed he became, so he simply decided not to sleep. He shouted, "No more sleep. I'm going to take a stroll through the 9 provinces. Let's see who dares to provoke the human race." With that thought, he opened his eyes and set off, heading straight for the nearest human city, inspecting one after another, his eyes wide open, hoping someone would come looking for death so he could vent his anger. In the sky, Yao Ji sat on a chair with a puffed-up expression. Why can't I go to the primordial wilderness?" Suddenly her eyes brightened. "Yaopool." She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Right. If my brother doesn't allow it, my sister-in-law can surely speak for me." She took a deep breath and stood up, heading towards the Yaopool palace. As soon as she stepped out, a figure blocked her path. "Princess, the emperor has ordered that you cannot descend to the mortal realm." Yao Ji huffed. "I'm going to find Sister Yaopool. Is that not allowed by my brother too?" The figure swayed and vanished. Yao Ji made a beeline for the Yaopool sleeping quarters. Hao Yin did not deliberately stop her. She had a smooth journey and pushed open the door to the grand hall. Yao Pool was inside and upon seeing her smiled and asked, "Oh Yao Ji, are you looking for me for something?" Yao Ji stepped forward, wrapped her arms around her, and acted cute sister-in-law. "Look at my brother. He won't let me go to the mortal realm, and even sent someone to watch me." Yao Pool nodded, her voice softening. "If something happens to you in the primordial wilderness, how worried would your brother and I be? Don't be willful, behave." Yao Ji pouted, "Impossible. I met someone formidable down there, even my brother dares not oppose him. Oh, I surely won't get into trouble." Yao Pool's eyelids flickered. She had long received news. When Yao Ji was found, she was indeed on the human territory, getting quite close to that Xian Gui, the human emperor. Yao Ji did not notice her sister-in-law's change in expression and continued chattering about her experiences in the primordial wilderness. However, every time she mentioned Xian Gui, the corners of her eyes would involuntarily curve upward. Yao Pool observed her expression, feeling amused, and suppressed a laugh. Once Yao Ji finished speaking, she leisurely said, "I see, you don't just want to visit the primordial wilderness, you want to find that turtle immortal, don't you?" Yao Ji's face flushed, and she opened her mouth to deny it, but the words got stuck. She changed her tactic, grabbing Yao Pool's arm and shaking it back and forth. "Good sister-in-law, please help me, I beg you." Yao Pool's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and she nodded. "All right, since you want to go to the primordial wilderness so much, I'll think of a way for you." Yao Ji was so happy that her eyes sparkled vigorously, nodding. "I knew sister-in-law cares for me the most." Yao Pool smiled and shook her head, her mind starting to calculate perhaps sending her down this time could ease the emperor's relationship with the human race a bit. She made up her mind immediately and arranged for someone to send Yao Ji down to the mortal realm. She handed a token to her personal maid and whispered a few instructions. In no time, Yao Ji was quietly sent out through the southern heavenly gate. Yao Pool turned and walked into the Lingxiao Palace. Inside the grand hall, Hao Yin was troubled over the issues with the human race. Upon seeing her, he nodded. "Yao Pool, do you have business with me?" Yao Pool opened her mouth and startled him. "Your Majesty, I have already sent Yao Ji down to the primordial wilderness." Hao Yin stood up abruptly but quickly suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "I trust you to handle things, so tell me the reason." Yao Pool smiled slightly, unhurriedly. "Your Majesty, keeping Yao Ji confined in the heavenly palace will only make her want to escape even more. Just now she came to find me and expressed her longing for the primordial wilderness. She even mentioned her feelings for the human emperor." Hao Yin managed to maintain his composure through the first half of her statement, but his face turned dark at the latter half. "My little sister has been pursued by a pig." Yao Pool continued, "At this rate, she will sneak out on her own sooner or later. Instead, let's send her off ourselves, at least the journey will be safe." Hao Yin slowly nodded, but he still felt stifled. His sister was just allowed to be pursued by a pig. Yao Pool smiled and added, "Besides, what if they really become Dao companions? Wouldn't that create a connection between the heavenly palace and the human race? The relationship between both sides could also ease a bit." Upon hearing this, Hao Yin finally did not oppose. He sighed, "Fine, let her pursue on her own. As her brother, it's also not good for me to stop her. That Xian Gui, the human emperor, will protect her. So be it." The Xian Gui unconsciously retraced the path Yao Ji had walked with him. He claimed to be inspecting the 9 provinces, but encountered several individuals with bad intentions towards the human race, all of whom he beat to a pulp. He slowly sauntered into the bamboo forest, thinking that the troubles of the human race would temporarily settle down, and he could finally get a good night's sleep. Closing his eyes, his mind was filled with images of Yao Ji. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. What's going on? I want to sleep. Why can't I fall asleep? What are all these random thoughts swirling in my mind? With no trace of sleepiness left, he simply lay on his shell, wide awake and motionless, staring blankly at a certain spot ahead, as if recalling what Yao Ji had done while standing there. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Suddenly, a familiar aura wafted over. The Xian Gui froze for a moment, then abruptly turned his head. Yao Ji was flying towards him from the direction of the heavenly palace. The Xian Gui raised his hand, and the laws surged. Before Yao Ji could react, she found herself in front of the Xian Gui. She was startled, and upon looking up saw the Xian Gui sneaking a laugh. The Xian Gui feigned casualness and asked, "Didn't Hao Yin bring you back to the heavenly palace? Why are you back in the primordial wilderness?" Yao Ji smiled at him. "Isn't the great turtle usually asleep at this time? Why are you so energetic today?" The Xian Gui shook his head. "I just dealt with a few guys who wanted to take action against the human race." Yao Ji pursed her lips and nodded. "So has the great turtle been well these days? Can you still take in a young lady this time?" The Xian Gui nodded. "Of course I sleep well, without you bothering me. You can stay as long as you want, just don't disturb my rest." Yao Ji's eyes curved with a smile, and she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Mountain at the Yusu Palace, the primordial heavenly master furrowed his brows, his fingers continuously calculating. He discovered that the heavenly god of war he had long predicted through the Heavenly Dao was slowly disappearing. To bring this heavenly god of war under his wing, he had put in considerable effort. That Yang Tianyu was someone he had personally arranged. Perhaps it was due to an increase in cultivation, or perhaps the Heavenly Dao was in a good mood today, the primordial Heavenly Master calculated. This matter was related to the human race. The information coming from the Heavenly Dao grew increasingly alarming, causing the primordial Heavenly Master's expression to darken. So that's how it is. Heotian's sister is the key link. The future Heavenly God of War had almost vanished under the disturbance caused by the Xiangui, and could completely disappear at any time. The primordial Heavenly Master's face turned ashen, and he stood up abruptly, taking a step forward. The Xiangui, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, his expression now devoid of drowsiness and filled with seriousness. Seeing him awake, Yao Ji hurriedly ran over to pull his arm. The Xiangui reached out to pat her head, lowering his voice, "Stay here, and don't move." The Xiangui suddenly flipped over the old shell he had once used as a bed, directly covering Yao Ji underneath. The turtle-shaped legal entity burst forth, his gaze firmly fixed on the approaching primordial Heavenly Master. A muffled voice emanated from within the turtle shell, "Pressed low, what brings the esteemed Heavenly Master here?" The primordial Heavenly Master glanced at the Xiangui's unappealing face, thought for a moment, and guessed that he had disturbed him during his sleep, so his tone softened a bit. "May I ask if the human Emperor Heotian's sister, Yao Ji, is here?" The Xiangui paused. "Oh, wasn't this guy here for him?" He casually answered, "What if she is? Could you please hand her over to me?" The primordial Heavenly Master felt that this matter could be settled easily. The Xiangui's repressed anger erupted suddenly, and the laws around him surged out like a tide as he opened his mouth to shout, "Get lost." The primordial Heavenly Master's expression darkened. What was going on? He hadn't provoked this old turtle at all. He spoke again. "What do you mean by that, human emperor?" "The Heavenly Dao has decreed that Heotian's sister's son will be the Heavenly God of War. If you insist on blocking this, do you not take the Heavenly Dao seriously?" The Xiangui snorted. "Heavenly Dao, do you wish to declare war against me on behalf of the human path?" Before his words finished, the auras of Shinnong Xuanyuan and Shiyu locked onto him from all directions, wrapping the primordial Heavenly Master tightly. The primordial Heavenly Master had not expected the other party to turn against him so quickly. "You think too much, my friend. Never mind, I'll take my leave." He had no choice but to turn and leave. Once outside the human territory, the primordial Heavenly Master's face was as dark as a pot bottom. "This path with the human race won't work. I need to find Haoyan. Yes, I'll go directly to the Heavenly Palace." The aura of the saints pressed down upon the Heavenly Palace like a mountain. Haoyan was stunned by this pressure. Hadn't those saints always looked down on him as the Heavenly Emperor with the path of a mere boy? Why had they come today? The figure of the primordial Heavenly Master solidified before Haoyan. Haoyan slightly bent at the waist. "I have seen my senior brother. What brings you to my Heavenly Palace?" The primordial Heavenly Master felt disdain in his heart for this kid of mere boy status addressing him as senior brother, but he merely nodded, suppressing his displeasure, and speaking, "I have calculated a divination for you. Your future Heavenly God of War must be born from your sister's womb. But Yao Ji has been kidnapped by that old Xiangui. You weigh this matter for yourself." After finishing his words, the person directly vanished. He didn't even bother to pretend to be polite with Haoyan. Haoyan stared at the spot where the primordial Heavenly Master had disappeared, grinding his teeth in frustration. He was well aware that those saints looked down on him as a mere boy-born Heavenly Emperor, but they had not torn their faces due to his master's face. But now he couldn't care less. The news the primordial Heavenly Master left behind was the crucial matter. Haoyan pondered for a couple of seconds, his face darkening. The fact that the primordial Heavenly Master could come to the Heavenly Palace to complain indicated he must have suffered setbacks among the human race. Without thinking further, Haoyan pulled out the Haoyan mirror, pouring all the fortunes of the Heavenly Palace into it. The mirror surface erupted with a burst of light. Haoyan nodded and activated the mirror. Images of Yao Ji sneaking out from the Heavenly Palace surfaced one by one. When he saw Yang Tianyu, Heotian's pupils shrank. That kid harbored the aura of the Chan sect. Seeing Yang Tianyu quietly embedding the laws into Yao Ji's body with the sound of a flute, Haoyan's entire face twisted. The cold light in his eyes could kill. It wasn't until the Xiangui appeared in the image dispersing those laws that Haoyan finally let out a breath. He glanced towards Kunlun Mountain, a trace of chill not fading from his face. He was no longer so angry with the Xiangui. After all, he had saved Yao Ji's life. His expression relaxed a bit as he sat back on the dragon throne, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. "Yinhua is now my sworn sister, the princess of the Heavenly Court." Tai Bai spread the word. Receiving the order, "I take my leave." Yinhua returned to her palace, growing more anxious with each passing moment. Suddenly she remembered that Yao Ji was still in the Primordial Chaos, and with a tap of her toes, she flew down to the mortal realm. Haoyan stood at the palace door, watching Yinhua's figure disappear into the sea of clouds, nodding slightly. He then lifted his gaze, piercing through the heavenly court's dome, resting it in the depths of the chaos. He took off his dragon robe and changed into a boy's attire that had not been worn for countless yuan meetings. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the end of the chaos. After flying for an unknown duration, a palace finally materialized from the void. Heoshin's eyes turned red and he knelt at the door. Time flowed away drop by drop. Finally, a sigh came from within. "Foolish child, come in." As the words fell, the great door of Zhixiao Palace slowly opened. Hao Yin stood up and walked inside step by step. Each step he took was upon memories. This place was too familiar to him, having lived here for countless years. In the center of the great hall, a figure sat quietly in meditation. Hao Yin could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down his face and his knees buckled as he knelt on the ground, his throat feeling as if blocked by a lump of cotton. "Master, your disciple Hao Yin wishes to pay my respects. I beg you to bring back the ruler of the heavenly court. I have no soldiers or generals, and I am constantly schemed against. I truly miss those days of the past." Hongjun sighed. Foolish child. You lack personnel, right? Then it's settled. I will have various sects send some people to you. You've served me for so many years. The ruler of the heavenly court belongs to you, and no one else can take it away. Heoshin's cries gradually diminished. He bowed deeply. "Thank you for your grace, master. I dare to ask, what is the situation with the heavenly courts where God? Why is the Chan sect plotting against him?" Hongjun's face displayed a hint of helplessness, and he nodded. "All right, I will take care of that for you. Just secure your position. Go back, foolish child." Hao Yin bowed again. "Your disciple will adhere to master's decree." Hongjun nodded, and his figure gradually faded from the hall. Hao Yin turned to leave. The moment he stepped outside Zhixiao Palace, he looked back, only to find the palace had vanished without a trace. Yinhua had just arrived on the surface of the 9 provinces, mesmerized by the flourishing sights before her. People came and went on the streets, the sounds of vendors calling out filling the air, causing her to momentarily forget her affairs in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Yang Tianyu was watching her intently. This fellow with a persistent heart was employing the same old tricks. Seizing the opportunity while Yinhua was alone, he stepped closer. This time no Xiangui was around to disrupt things. Yinhua had grown up in the heavenly court and was unfamiliar with the twists and turns of the mortal world, quickly falling into Yang Tianyu's trap. Yang Tianyu looked at the heavenly court princess before him, a sly smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The method given by the Chan sect was indeed quite effective. This time Yang Tianyu was genuinely serious, settling down to live a life with Yinhua. Affected by the Dao, Yunhua's mind had not yet caught up, even tossing aside her initial thoughts of finding Yaoji. With the limited perspective of mortals, Yinhua and Yang Tianyu ended up living a rich and flavorful life together, lasting for several years. In Zhixiao Palace, after pondering for a moment, Hongjun's lips curled slightly as he casually pulled out 2 treasures, the heavenly book of the God-sealing list and the God-slaying whip, both regarded as top-tier treasures within the divine path. Hongjun urged the power of the laws and sent a message to the 6 heavenly Dao saints. "All of you come to Zhixiao Palace." Upon hearing the message, Laozi's expression darkened, and without a word he set off toward Zhixiao Palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan gave a slight nod, stepped out of Yushu Palace, and headed straight into the chaos. Tongtian Jiaozhu was in the midst of expounding the Dao when his voice suddenly got stuck. He briefly explained a few words to the Daoist Duobao sitting in the front, and then he vanished without a trace. Nuwa glanced at the primordial earth of the 9 provinces, then turned and stepped out of the Wahuang Palace. Zhuan Ti and Jia-in exchanged glances, their expressions neutral. After all, Hongjun could not force them, so they let it be. Chen Chen had been keeping a close eye on the heavenly court. Seeing Hao Yin head to Zhixiao Palace, he nodded. The God-sealing tribulation is imminent. Inside Zhixiao Palace, figures began to flash in one after another. Only when all 6 saints were seated, each cross-legged on their mats, did Hongjun's figure slowly manifest. Hongjun's voice followed. The calamity of the tribulation is approaching. During the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race, foreign races invaded the primordial chaos. At that time, the Chan sect did not care for its own faction, and even intentionally allowed foreign races to slaughter the primordial chaos. The heavenly Dao had already recorded this. Thus, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect effectively caused a killing calamity. This murderous intent triggered the calamity energy, which should fall upon the members of the Chan sect. Now I have a way to mitigate the disaster of this tribulation. Are you willing to hear me out? The 5 saints involuntarily glanced at Yuanshi. Yuanshi held back his anger, but did not speak. Laozi asked, "What is the method you mentioned, master?" Hongjun waved his hand and produced 2 items, saying, "This is a treasure born from the heavenly Dao itself, the God-sealing list and the God-slaying whip. With the God-sealing list, 365 righteous deities can be conferred, filling the vacancies of the heavenly court, and the calamity energy will naturally dissipate. Once the tribulation is over, both the God-sealing list and the God-slaying whip will be under Heotian's control. At this point Hongjun stopped speaking. The six saints had already understood the general situation from the heaven. Seeing that the six saints understood, Hongjun pushed the God-sealing list forward and said, in that case you six can discuss it among yourselves. When they looked again, Hongjun had already vanished. Laozi reached out to catch the God-sealing list, glanced at it, and then pushed it out again. I have only one disciple, so it's inconvenient for me to place him on this list. Nuwa took the God-sealing list and pushed it outward as well. I have no established Dao lineage, just a few disciples, so let it be. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin exchanged smiles, and then pushed the God-sealing list out. Our Western sect should not interfere in Eastern matters. Yuanqi's expression darkened as he took the God-sealing list, clenching it in his hand. 365 individuals. Even gathering all the members of the Chen sect would not be enough. He stared at the God-sealing list, his mind swirling with conflict, and finally gritted his teeth, writing down the names of Huanglong and Randang. The God-sealing list was pushed in front of Tongtian. Tongtian took a glance and saw only 2 names listed. His expression darkened and he asked, what does this mean? Are you asking me to shoulder this calamity for you? No other saint spoke up. This was indeed an undignified matter and no one dared to voice their thoughts. Yuanchi sighed, saying, third, junior brother, you have many disciples and a wide following. Why not take this opportunity to eliminate some with poor qualifications? Besides, once they enter the divine path, they might even go further. Tongtian sneered, turning to glare at Yuanshi. You speak so eloquently. Why don't you fill in the names from your Chen sect? Why should I bear the burden for the troubles your Chen sect has caused? I won't fill it in either. Besides, once they enter the divine path, they might even go further. Tongtian sneered, turning to glare at Yuanshi. You speak. Hongjun's figure quietly reappeared. A flash of light passed through his eyes as he reached out and absorbed the God-sealing list into his palm, then raised his hand to erase the names on it. His voice was not loud, but was clear. I see you have not yet come to a consensus. Then it shall be this way. Come back to Zhixiao Palace for a discussion in 1,000 years. You may all leave. The 6 saints rose, bowed slightly, and turned to depart. Zhixiao Palace faded back into the void. Hongjun's light laughter drifted away, but the 6 saints had already gone far. In the underworld, Chen Chen was guarding the side of Hutu. He transmitted a message to Lu Er, go visit Fairy Yinhua. Check on the condition of her child, and if you find it suitable, take the child as a disciple. Lu Er had just finished absorbing the last bit of bloodline, and had not yet stabilized his realm when he received Chen Chen's order. He nodded, received Yunhua's aura from Chen Chen, exited the ancestral home of the human race, gently nodded to the guards at the door, and then rushed toward Yunhua's location. Lu Er landed in a mountainous area, looking down at the scene below. Yinhua and Yang Tianyu were living a simple life, appearing quite harmonious. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Er's eyes. What was Yinhua thinking? He couldn't figure it out, but did not. Seeing that Yinhua had not yet given birth, Lu Er found a temporary place to settle nearby, stabilizing his cultivation while keeping an eye on the movements of Yinhua and her husband. Years later, Yinhua gave birth to a son for Yang Tianyu, naming him Yang Jiao. After a few more years, Yinhua gave birth to another son named Yang Jian. A few years later, the third child was a daughter named Yang Chan. Lu Er the macaque stared at these 3 children for quite a while, his eyes filled with astonishment. All 3 of these children had such striking qualifications. Let's not rush to conclusions, let's see how their character turns out. In the heavenly court, Hao Tian sat in the great hall, keeping a close watch on Yunhua's movements through the house. When the oldest Yang Jiao reached the age where he could run and jump, and Yang Jian and Yang Chan had also grown out of their childhood, Hao Tian immediately issued an order to send heavenly soldiers to capture Yinhua. In Yushu Palace, Yuanshi smiled slightly, turning to look at the real person. Yuding, saying, go, your disciple is due to return to her position. The real person, Yuding, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Disciple obeys. After speaking, he turned and exited Yushu Palace, moving quickly. Yinhua looked up at the sky. Dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning roiling within the clouds, flashing incessantly. Countless heavenly soldiers stood in the clouds, with the leading Taibai Jinxing shaking his head helplessly, calling out to Yinhua, Princess Yinhua, you have violated the rules of the heavenly court. Do not make it difficult for this old minister. Yinhua turned to look at the man beside her. Yang Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. How did the woman he casually flirted with become the princess of the heavenly court? Seeing his expression, Yinhua frowned. She said to Taibai Jinxing, I will go back with you. Let my man and Taibai Jinxing shook his head. The Jade Emperor's decree is unequivocal. All 4 members of this family must be taken. None may be spared. And no sooner had the words Fidenthin, a thunderous boom rent the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning exploded from the roiling ink-black clouds. Yinhua was struck by a violet thunderbolt and spat a mouthful of blood. The veil shrouding her divine sense shattered inwardly, and memory, long buried, flooded back in full, unbroken clarity. She whirled sharply, locking eyes with Yang Tianyu. And the man lay near death, scorched by celestial lightning. Yet the instant he saw the storm of recognition blazing in her gaze, his heart froze. She remembers. The three siblings were struck by lightning. Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan. Yet emerged unscathed, not a hair singed. And Yinhua gazed upon her children, eyes burning with unshed tears. With a single sweep of her hand, they vanished into thin air. She turned and charged alone toward the Celestial Legion. And behind her a heavenly soldier slipped, crushing Yang Tianyu beneath his boot, until only a crimson smear remained. Far away, thousands of li distant, the three siblings watched their mother's silhouette vanish into that blinding golden radiance. And tears streamed down Yang Jiao's cheeks. He clutched his younger brother's and sister's hands tight, biting his lip until blood welled, swallowing every sob deep into his gut before bolting forward. And he was still a child. Yet he knew with absolute certainty, now I am the eldest brother. I must protect them. And ahead, another detachment of heavenly soldiers emerged. And Yang Jiao glanced back at Yang Jian. Erling, take your sister and go. Hide well. And he released their hands. And then stood, alone, before the advancing legion. And from the shadows a pair of eyes watched him intently. And Luer Mi, who crouched on a branch, eyes gleaming with quiet fire. This pup holds unexpected promise. And his bone structure is exceptional, his heart untainted, truly fertile soil. And the heavenly soldiers dismissed Yang Jiao entirely, as if he were but smoke before wind. They reached out to seize him. And Yang Jiao panicked. Searing heat ignited within his veins, his very life force burning. And Luer Mi, who had already begun to move. But when he saw the torrent of raw energy erupting from Yang Jiao, he paused. And the boy's surging power, not refined, not cultivated, overwhelmed even those seasoned celestial warriors. Yet Luer Mi, who discerned the truth, he burns his own lifespan. And with brute strength alone, Yang Jiao sent the soldiers reeling, disoriented, off balance, flailing. But he wielded no divine art, knew no sacred technique. And the soldiers regrouped, coordinated, suffering no wounds. And time stretched. And Yang Jiao's strength waned, breath, ragged limbs trembling. The soldiers exchanged glances, preparing to strike. Nonly then did Luer Mi, who act. And he raised a hand, suppressing Yang Jiao's volatile aura, then froze the surrounding legion mid-motion. In one stride he stood before Yang Jiao, studied him head to toe, and grinned. Impressive. You've earned it. From this day forth you are my senior disciple, the first of the Luer sect. Luer Mi, who swept his gaze across the immobilized soldiers, made no move to harm them, and simply seized Yang Jiao, vanishing into the mist. At the sight of Luer Mi's face, Yang Jiao collapsed into unconsciousness. Within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess felt a sudden stirring in her heart, and her gaze fell upon the vast primordial land of Hongwang. Na girl born under heaven's own design was destined to walk her path. Nuwa could wait no longer. A spectral projection descended. And Yang Jian, dragging his sister through flight, suddenly found himself rooted, frozen before an ethereal figure. He thrust San Shengmu behind him, eyes sharp and wary as he faced Nuwa's phantom. And Nuwa smiled gently at Yang Jian, then turned her gaze upon Yang Chan. I am Nuwa, one of the 6 sages who uphold the Heavenly Dao. Yang Chan, will you enter my cultivation lineage? And Yang Jian's eyes lit up. He pushed his sister forward. Third sister, kneel and take vows. I shall walk my own path. You need not concern yourself with me. And Yang Chan, hearing her brother's plea, looked up at Nuwa. Lady, might you accept my elder brother as well? Nuwa shook her head, smiling faintly, her gaze flickering toward Yu Dingjinren concealed nearby. Fear not. He has his own destiny, whether or not he follows me. Enough. Come. And Nuwa raised her hand, and Yang Chan drifted softly toward her. In an instant both figures dissolved into shimmering light. And at that moment a fresh battalion of heavenly soldiers closed in. Jaw-clenched, muscles coiled for final resistance. Yang Jian braced for annihilation. And then Yu Dingjinren leapt from concealment, laughing aloud, as he stepped squarely before the youth. His long sword flashed once, and the soldiers ahead disintegrated into crimson mist. The very fiber of Yang Jian's body tensed, until Yu Dingjinren glanced back and smiled. Relax. I am Yu Dingjinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of Yusu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, disciple of the primordial Lord Yuanshi. Well, would you become my apprentice? And Yang Jian glanced toward the horizon, where more soldiers surged, then nodded. Yu Dingjinren roared with laughter, swept his sleeve, and both vanished without trace. In the celestial court, Hao Tian's face darkened like storm-choked dusk. And Yinhua had been recaptured, but all 3 children had escaped. Tai Bai Jin Xing stood below, enduring a torrent of scathing rebuke. And Hao Tian rubbed his temples upon the celestial throne, waiting for fury to subside, then fixed Yinhua with a gaze heavy with sorrow. Yinhua, what were you thinking? To commit such an act? Enough. Seize her. Yinhua has violated the celestial edicts. Bury her beneath Peach Mountain. Yinhua met Hao Tian's eyes once, spoke not a word, and walked quietly away. Watching her led away, Hao Tian's countenance turned black as charred iron. And had the ancient Xian Gui not intervened, it would have been Yao Ji imprisoned instead. His gaze swept toward Kunlun Mountain, cold edged with veiled menace. As for talk of heaven's ordained will, Hao Tian feigned ignorance, daring not openly defy the Heavenly Dao. Xian Gui stirred from drowsy slumber, jolted awake by Chen Chen's voice echoing in his mind. He probed the resonance, and his expression shifted instantly. Yao Ji watching him closely sensed the shift and leaned in, sovereign of humanity. What weighs so heavily upon your heart? Xian Gui transmitted the message directly into her consciousness. Yao Ji read it. Her face paled utterly. She lifted her eyes to Xian Gui, gratitude flooding her gaze. And before he could react, she stepped forward and embraced him tightly. Xian Gui's ancient visage flushed crimson. Yet Yao Ji's worry lingered, brow furrowed. But now Yinhua bears the suffering. Can you save her? Xian Gui pondered silently. Then Chen Chen's voice echoed again. Leave the celestial court for now. Yunhua's fate rests with her sons, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, when they come of age. Xian Gui's eyes brightened. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, then turned to Yao Ji, voice softening. Do not fear. Her sons will rescue her in time. We must bide our moment. Only then did Yao Ji exhale just slightly. Yang Jiao opened his eyes, every limb shattered, every joint screaming. Na voice drifted lazily from beside him. Oh, awake at last. Only then did Yao Ji exhale just slightly. Yang Jiao opened his eyes, every limb shattered, every joint screaming. Na voice drifted lazily from beside him. Oh, awake at last. You burned your vitality too recklessly. That you're breathing at all, let alone conscious, is testament to sheer stubborn luck. Yang Jiao assessed his own body, and knew with chilling clarity Lu spoke truth. Yet defiance flared, hot and unyielding. To surrender. Impossible. And he would avenge his mother, and tear her free from that prison. Yang Jiao twisted his head with great effort toward Luermiu, voice raw as torn silk. I owe you my life, Elder Master. May I ask, and why save you? Luermiu grinned. Your character shows promise. I wish to take you as my disciple. Will you accept? Yang Jiao faltered, then gave a bitter hollow laugh. Master, my body is broken. You mistake me for something greater than I am. Luermiu waved a dismissive hand. Broken or whole? That's for later. Answer me plainly, will you kneel and call me master? Yang Jiao fell silent. Then with agonizing slowness forced himself upright, bones grinding, sinews shrieking. He dropped to his knees and bowed his forehead to the earth. Disciple Yang Jiao, bows before master. Luermiu threw back his head and laughed. Excellent. A true son of heaven. Healing you is no trial. Many paths exist. But your celestial bloodline is nearly spent. To restore it you must forge anew, not through immortal arts, but through the unadorned strength of mortal humanity. Should you cling to the path of immortality, I can reforge that bridge for you. Luermiu's gaze lingered over Yang Jiao's face, measuring, assessing. Yang Jiao paused, then replied, voice low and resolute. Master, I beg permission to walk the path of human bloodline. Luermiu placed a firm hand upon his shoulder. Good. Courage runs deep in you. Luermiu inclined his head slightly. This choice was all he needed to confirm. Had the boy chosen immortality, he would still teach him, but never name him his innermost disciple. Yang Jiao reflected they were the celestial court's most wanted, children of both heaven and humanity. Then let them confront heaven, not as gods, but as mortals, unflinching and defiant. Luermiu produced a bucket of threefold radiant divine water, prepared long ago by Chen Chen. He tossed Yang Jiao inside, and activated the laws of humanity. The water surged, cleansing, purifying, scouring his flesh and spirit anew. After a long silence, thud, Yang Jiao burst from the water, radiant gold light blazing from his pores, landing before Luermiu with triumphant laughter. Yang Jiao, grateful beyond words for this second birth. Luermiu grinned, and stepped forward to steady him. His eyes flared with luminous insight as he scanned Yang Jiao from crown to sole, then nodded satisfied. Complete restoration. Body whole once more. Come, let us seek your uncle. Nat Jin Xia Cave on Yuquan Mountain. Yu Dingjinren observed Yang Jin mastering the ninefold mystical art, and felt genuine pride. And this youth would bring no shame to Yusu Palace. Yang Jin opened his eyes, and asked his master directly, Master, when may I rescue mother? Yu Dingjinren shook his head, a great Luo immortal. At minimum, you must reach the peak of Tai golden immortality before even attempting it. Nate intended to set the bar higher, then remembered his own rank, and softened his words. Yang Jin nodded, and returned to cultivation without pause. He would reach that threshold, swiftly. Nin, the palace of Niwa Yangchan had been brought home and left to her own devices, training living growing alone in the realm of Niwa. Xian Gui sat in quiet meditation when space rippled before him. Lu Mihu strode forth dragging Yang Jiao by the arm. Ha ha ha, brother Xian Gui. Long time no see. And this must be sister-in-law. Lu offers deepest greetings. With that he raised his hand in formal salute to Yao Ji. Yaoheim's face flushed with embarrassment, her words stumbled, yet she did not refute. However, he did not mention that Lu called Yaoheim's sister-in-law. Lu chuckled, I don't care. Anyway, the first one taught by the teacher was me. Look, my disciple, your nephew Yang Jiao. Come greet your uncle. Yang Jiao stepped forward and bowed. Yang Jiao, greetings to uncle and aunt. Yaoheim's eyes flashed with satisfaction. She took out a necklace and handed it over. For our first meeting, this necklace is a gift. It can withstand 3 full strikes from a great Luo golden immortal. After saying this, she turned her face towards Lu and slightly bowed. Yaoheim, greetings to elder brother. Xian Gui glanced at Lu the monkey, seeing him a head taller than himself. Although he felt a bit displeased, he did not show it. He reached into his pocket and took out a small turtle shell. Inside is my understanding of defense along with a supporting divine ability as a meeting gift for my nephew. Yang Jiao turned his head to look at Lu the monkey. Lu the monkey nodded slightly. Only then did Yang Jiao take a step forward to properly receive the items handed over by the two. Lu the monkey was so pleased that his eyebrows seemed to fly up, waving at Yang Jiao. You go and ponder your uncle's defensive skills. I have important matters to discuss with your uncle. Yang Jiao acknowledged and cupped his hands to the 3, then turned and retreated to a corner to sit down, starting to contemplate in silence. Lu the monkey's smile instantly vanished. The power of the laws erupted from him, sealing off the surrounding area. Xian Gui was not idle either, activating his own laws to wrap this area once more. Lu the monkey lowered his voice and spoke. Xian Gui, the calamity is approaching. Yunhua and the others are just the beginning. If it weren't for your intervention, Yaoheim would likely have perished by now. Xian Gui's face darkened as he nodded. Upon hearing this, Yaoheim shuddered and looked anxiously at Xian Gui. Xian Gui reached out to pat her head, signaling her not to be afraid. He would handle everything. He raised his head to look at the sky. The master must have already set up the scheme in his heart for you to take Yang Jiao as a disciple this time. Lu the monkey grinned. Whether it's a scheme or not, it doesn't matter at this moment. Since he has accepted him and passed our test, I will teach this disciple well. As for you, Xian Gui, as the uncle, won't you pass on your secret skills to your nephew? Xian Gui glanced at Yaoheim, helplessly sighed. All right. You brought Yang Jiao over, isn't it just to pry into my divine ability? Fine, look at your current state. Your cultivation is still unstable. Just stay here and adjust yourself. Yang Jiao should be entrusted to me first. Lu the monkey smiled and dove into the cave, closing the door to enter seclusion. Xian Gui helplessly glanced at Yaoheim and then focused his gaze on Yang Jiao, observing his cultivation. Chen Chen was in the underworld accompanying Hutu, but he was equally engaged in matters in the wild. His mind was still revolving around the matters of the sealing of the gods and the plans laid out long ago. Hutu's belly was increasingly showing. Chen Chen's care for her was also increasingly attentive. The ancestral witches would frequently team up to form formations in the chaos, converting spiritual energy for the wild and accumulating merit for the witch clan and the child in Hutu's belly. Huta looked at Chen Chen and her siblings, concern for her. A smile spread across her face. At this moment, the auras of Zhuan Ti and Jiayin approached. The two stopped outside the underworld, their voices not loud, but carried by the power of the laws to Chen Chen's ears. Chen Chen, can my brother and I enter the underworld to discuss some important matters with you? Chen Chen was momentarily stunned. Why not just come in directly? Why shout from outside first? He thought for a moment and understood. These two were afraid of disturbing Huda's current state. Chen Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He stepped out of the Wheel of Six Paths and arrived at the Great Hall of the Emperor of Fengdu. Raising his hand, he grasped them and brought Zhuan Ti and Jiayin inside. As soon as Zhuan Ti and Jiayin saw Chen Chen, they were first taken aback, then quickly bowed in respect. Congratulations, Dao friend, your cultivation has improved again. Chen Chen smiled and waved his hand. Speak, what matters? Zhuan Ti exchanged glances with Jia, in lowering his voice. Recently we have reorganized the West. Currently, could you help us generate some merit in the underworld? At this point, both of their faces showed a bit of embarrassment. Chen Chen chuckled, laughing aloud, nodding twice. We are all in the same boat, this is easy to handle. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, can you give us some guidance? Chen Chen looked at the two saints in front of him and gently nodded. Why is reincarnation considered great merit? Because it gives all living beings in the wild hope, allowing them to be reborn. Since that's the case, why not send someone over to help maintain order in the underworld? What do you think? Zhu Ti and Jiayin were not ignorant of these principles, they just hadn't thought outside the box before. Once Chen Chen brought it up, they suddenly awakened. The two looked back at Chen Chen and continued, "We have one more matter to discuss with you. A few days ago, Dao ancestors summoned us to the Purple Cloud Palace. The Great Calamity is approaching and the list of deities will soon come into existence. The Heavenly Court's strength will surely increase significantly. You need to prepare early." Chen Chen laughed heartily, nodding. "Rest assured, this calamity is a crucial clash between humanity and heaven. At that time, you two must not let me down." Zhu Ti and Jiayin's hearts tightened, not expecting the matter to be so grave. They stood up simultaneously and slightly bowed to Chen Chen. "Don't worry, Dao friend." Not long after Zhu Ti and Jiayin took their leave, Chen Chen stared at their departing figures, his gaze shifting. "Don't let me waste my efforts." On the other side, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had already arrived in the underworld. He looked around and understood how important this task was, ultimately deciding to proceed according to his own thoughts. "The hell is not empty, the Buddha cannot be achieved." This phrase exploded throughout the wilderness. The rules of the underworld suddenly weighed upon the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and with the support of the underworld, his cultivation gradually rose to the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. An ancestral witch approached and arranged a cave for him. Zhu Ti and Jiayin sensed the great vow made by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the underworld, and merits from Mount Sumeru quietly descended. But then they thought of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's vow, exchanged a glance, and could only smile wryly. After all, it was his own choice, and they would not hinder him. Chen Chen and Hotu also sensed the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's great vow. Chen Chen nodded slightly as Hotu was momentarily stunned. After all, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's actions meant he was completely tied to the underworld, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would likely never enter the realm of Hunyuan Duo Golden Immortal in this lifetime. After thinking it over, Hotu finally nodded, recognizing the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's position. The other saints also heard the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's voice, their gazes all directed towards the underworld. Their eyes shifted, but none made a move. What they were contemplating remained a mystery. Xian Gui heard the voice spreading throughout the wilderness, paused for a moment, glanced towards the underworld, and then turned back to guide Yang Jiao. Over the years, Lu Er the monkey had been in seclusion, stabilizing his cultivation, while Yang Jiao's training was closely monitored by Xian Gui. The results were evident. Yang Jiao's cultivation remained tightly bound at the celestial immortal level, yet his defensive skills grew deeper by the day. Now he dared to say that if that batch of heavenly soldiers came again, he could stand without taking a hit. Xian Gui suddenly raised his head. A phantom in the sky was slowly materializing. Golden eyes with yellow fur, gripping a golden staff, wearing deerskin boots, a face resembling that of a thunder god, sunken cheeks, ears flaring outward, a broad forehead, and fangs protruding, with 6 ears prominently visible. The phantom became more solid and gradually descended. Meanwhile, Lu Er the monkey was rising upwards, the phantom slowly merging into his body. "Ha ha, today I finally know I am me." Lu Er the monkey's laughter echoed thunderously. Xian Gui's lips curled upwards as he flew up with Yaoheim and Yang Jiao. "Congratulations, junior brother, you have finally reached the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal." The smile on Lu Er the monkey's face immediately faded. The golden staff appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and he swung it towards Xian Gui. Xian Gui chuckled, raising a turtle shell to shield himself, which grew larger and absorbed the blow. Lu Er the monkey's displeased voice came through. "I am the senior brother. Stop the nonsense, let's have a fight in the chaos." Xian Gui laughed heartily, a phantom of a turtle shell descending to protect Yaoheim and Yang Jiao below. Lu Er the monkey also unleashed a law wrapping around the shell. The two then charged into the chaos. Only then did Yang Jiao come to his senses, staring wide-eyed at Yaoheim. "At this, my master is at the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Uncle, could he be a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal?" Yaoheim nodded with a smile. She was equally astonished, as she had only known that Xian Gui's status as the human emperor, reaching Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, was not surprising, but Lu Er the monkey was surprisingly strong to this extent. Yang Jiao looked up at the sky, the fluctuations above transmitting down intermittently. He shook his head and steadied his Dao heart. If the sect was this formidable, he could not disgrace himself. Once he rescued his mother, he would delve deeply into cultivation. After a considerable time, the two finally returned to the ground, their breath steady, and without unleashing true fire. Xian Gui looked at Lu Er the monkey and sincerely praised. "Lu Er, your battle law is truly ruthless. Every move can withstand a full strike from a Kwasa saint, and can unleash saint-level power in a desperate moment. Impressive, truly impressive." Although Lu Er the monkey still wore a displeased expression, he did not refute. With a cold huff, he approached Yang Jiao. His eyes glimmered slightly as he assessed Yang Jiao's condition, nodding. "Xian Gui, I must thank you this time. My disciple has learned quite a bit from your foundation." Xian Gui smiled and waved his hand. "It's nothing, this child is bright. Lu Air the monkey cupped his hands. All right then, I won't delay you two from your little life together. His eyes glimmered slightly as he assessed Yang Jiao's condition, nodding. Xian Gui, I must thank you this time. My disciple has learned quite a bit from Xian Gui impatiently waved his hand. Hurry up and scram, your defensive skills have reached the threshold. Just give a little guidance in the future. The six-eared macaque tore open a rift in the air, pulling Yang Jiao through it as he laughed heartily. Junior brother, wait until the day I become a true immortal of Huanyin, then we shall have a match. The Xian turtle nodded, turning to look at Yao Ji and sighed inwardly. Yao Ji, let's go out for a stroll. It's been a while since we've roamed in this primordial wilderness. Yao Ji happily nodded in agreement. The two figures flickered and vanished at the edge of the bamboo grove. Yang Jiao looked at the six-eared macaque with eyes that sparkled like lights. The six-eared macaque, knowing what was on Yang Jiao's mind, smiled and asked, Disciple, is there something you wish to say? Yang Jiao pondered for a long time before speaking. Master, you are already at the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Can you help rescue my mother? The six-eared macaque was taken aback, shaking his head with a smile. You should dismiss that thought. It's not difficult to rescue your mother, but what about you? Can your own Dao heart withstand it? Do you want to see your Dao heart tainted? Furthermore, what you cultivate is your own ability. Can you just throw it away? Rest assured your mother will not die. Yang Jiao abruptly shook his head and knelt down with a thud. Thank you, Master, for enlightening me. I beg you to impart the great Dao to me. The six-eared macaque extended his hand to help him up, smiling and nodding. Chen Chen watched all that the six-eared macaque had done. He turned to Hutu, who nodded, her voice gentle. Go ahead, I understand. Rest assured this time of calamity and reincarnation will not interfere. Chen Chen nodded. This calamity in essence was a struggle between humanity and the Heavenly Dao, and the current situation of Hutu left him feeling uncertain. However, since she said so, he felt somewhat reassured. He raised his hand and released a pile of nourishing items, nodding at Hutu before stepping out of the underworld. Six-eared, quite capable, huh? Just stay where you are as a great Luo Golden Immortal. When you figure things out, then I'll lift your seal. Chen Chen appeared before the six-eared macaque and Yang Jiao out of thin air. The six-eared macaque realized that his cultivation had been sealed by humanity from the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, stuck at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Feeling flustered, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple greets Master. Yang Jiao was startled for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed. Disciple pays respects to Grandmaster. Chen Chen nodded, fixing his gaze on the six-eared macaque with a slight frown. Has this kid been getting too arrogant lately? He spoke. Six-eared, the Xian turtle is your senior brother. You must give him the respect he deserves. It's fine to be mischievous normally, but you must observe decorum with your senior brother. The Xian turtle is simply too lazy to argue with you. As a dignified Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, can he not see through your little tricks? The six-eared macaque suddenly came to his senses, bowing again and clasping his hands. I was arrogant. Do I accept the punishment, Master? Chen Chen waved his hand. All right, since you understand, keep your cultivation suppressed for the time being. With that, Chen Chen's figure flickered, and he appeared in the ancestral grounds of humanity. Yang Jiao turned to look at the six-eared macaque, concerned about his master's situation. The six-eared macaque flashed a smile at him. It's nothing, my master has been too carefree these years, and the achievements have been suppressed too tightly. Now, although I'm left with only the foundation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, I can still guide you well enough. Saying this, he grabbed Yang Jiao and began to practice. Deep within the ancestral grounds, Chen Chen's laws trembled gently. A wave of energy emanated from below, and he raised his gaze, quietly shaking his head as the wave gradually calmed down. Before long, the three ancestors of humanity, along with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, arrived. Chen Chen scanned the strength of those present, nodded, and spoke. The upcoming calamity is a direct clash between humanity and the Heavenly Dao. You all must not take it lightly. After saying this, he looked toward the 9 provinces, his brow furrowing. At this moment, the 9 provinces were in turmoil, with the current human king indulging in pleasure, completely ignoring the suffering of the common people. Chen Chen called over Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Pong, instructing them. I see that your Phoenix clan's karma has diminished significantly. Yuan Feng should be able to break free from the undying volcano now. You two go and invite her over to discuss important matters. Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Pong exchanged glances and replied in unison. We shall obey the master's command. With that, they leaped into the air, revealing their true forms, and with a flap of their wings flew southward. Chen Chen turned to the 3 ancestors of humanity and nodded slightly. You all must continue to keep your cultivation hidden. Sui Rinzi, Yi, and Yu Chao laughed heartily. It's fine, you just plan as you wish. The current state of humanity relies entirely on you. Chen Chen then looked at the Xian turtle, pondering for a moment before saying, You take Zhuang Su and the other 5, and ensure the 9 provinces are well protected for me. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to you and asked, "Do you, the Xia dynasty, needs to be abolished this time? What do you think?" You paused, shaking his head. "Everything will depend on the arrangements of the martial ancestor. Looking at the so-called human king now makes my liver ache with anger. Feel free to give any orders, martial ancestor." Chen Chen nodded, his gaze falling on Shun Nong, Xian Yuan, and Qi Yu as he instructed. "You three have been rather idle lately. You know about the three pure ones, right? It's just the right time to go and learn from them." Shin Nong's face showed a hint of helplessness. He truly didn't enjoy fighting and killing. Xian Yuan and Qi Yu exchanged glances, their eyes brightening. They had long been eager to engage with peers of their level, but feared it would disrupt the plans of the martial ancestor, thus holding back. Now that the martial ancestor had spoken, how could they not indulge in a good bout? The three of them stepped forward together. "Martial ancestor, rest assured we shall go seek the three pure ones for a proper exchange." Chen Chen glanced around at those present, a slight smirk on his lips. The strength of humanity had accumulated sufficiently. They no longer needed to fear being crushed by anyone. At that moment, a cry of a phoenix sounded from the south. Yuan Feng had arrived, followed by Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. She landed gracefully before Chen Chen, raising her hand in greeting. "Greetings, Dao friend. Did the martial ancestor summon me for something?" Chen Chen replied in a neutral tone. "Dao friend Yuan Feng, what are your thoughts on the Dragon Clan?" Yuan Feng was taken aback, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the East Sea. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "The Dragon Clan has grown close to humanity. Their karma has disappeared, and they have benefited from the fortunes of humanity. Now they are essentially tied to humanity." Chen Chen nodded and asked, "Would you like to walk this path as well?" Yuan Feng's lips moved as if she was processing the information. "Dao friend, are you suggesting?" Chen Chen pointed towards the direction of the 9 provinces. "The current human king only cares for his own pleasures, leaving the common people to suffer. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to chaos. Find someone who truly thinks for humanity, join forces with him, and turn the situation around. Once successful, your clan will also be bound to humanity. How to choose you must weigh carefully." Yuan Feng lowered her head, pondering for a while. Before she could respond, Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng behind her grew anxious. They stepped forward, their voices low. "Mother, we cannot miss this opportunity. It's not that we need humanity, it's that humanity does not lack us. We need to rely on humanity for support." Yuan Feng's mind cleared. She realized she had not understood as well as her 2 children. She immediately bowed deeply to Chen Chen. "Yuan Feng, thanks Dao friend for the guidance. From now on, the Phoenix clan will follow humanity's directives." Chen Chen frowned, snorting softly. "If you are unwilling, I will not force you." "Why does it sound like I'm holding a knife to your throat?" Yuan Feng quickly shook her head. "Martial ancestor, don't misunderstand. I truly appreciate you still remembering our Phoenix clan. I ask you to leave the opportunity for us." Chen Chen was about to speak when Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng had already knelt down. They lowered their heads. "My mother spoke inappropriately. I apologize on her behalf. I ask Master not to hold it against her." Chen Chen sighed. "All right, get up. Yuan Feng, do not let me down." Yuan Feng nodded vigorously. After bidding farewell, she personally traveled across the 9 provinces. Searching and observing all the way, she finally set her sights on a tribal leader. This person harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, holding a fire of resentment for his people's plight, and wished to fight for humanity. Without hesitation, Yuan Feng emitted a phoenix cry that resonated through the skies, revealing her true form above the tribes circling for a long time. Subsequently, the fortunes of the Phoenix clan were entirely placed upon this individual. She did not wander far, watching this tribe grow stronger day by day from the shadows. Tang was usually quite courteous to people, and many tribal leaders who initially doubted his ways were won over by his sincerity upon meeting him. One by one, these individuals actively packed their belongings and moved their clans to Tang's territory, willing to follow his commands. Meanwhile, King Gui was making life extremely difficult for his people, as if they were submerged in bitter waters. Many leaders of the human tribes came to find Tang, urging him to rise against the Xia dynasty and overthrow it. Tang initially did not take this small human tribe seriously. He thought to himself that he was after all the human king, supported by the entire human race. No matter how much these people stirred, they could not harm him in the slightest. However, unexpectedly, as Tang's reputation spread, more and more human tribes came to ally with him, and his power snowballed, growing larger by the day. Only then did Gui panic, quickly mobilizing troops to suppress him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Tang had already become a significant force. Moreover, Gui had long lost the people's hearts, and even his soldiers looked down on his orders. The army collapsed at the clash with Tang's forces, with many soldiers simply defecting and joining Tang. The outcome was evident. Gui was captured by Tang, and amidst the scorn of numerous tribal leaders, he earned the title of Xiajia. With the support of the entire human race, Tang established the Shang dynasty. Yuan Feng revealed her true form, soaring above the capital of the Shang dynasty. A saying spread among the human race: heaven's mandate, the Xian bird descends to give birth to Shang. At this point, the clansmen began to refer to Tang as Shang Tang. Guided by the human Dao Shang, Tang understood that Yuan Feng meant no harm to humanity. He had someone draw a portrait of Yuan Feng, treating it as the totem of the Shang dynasty. In the underworld, you brought along the 16 former human kings of the Xia dynasty, watching Xia Jie with ice-cold eyes. Xia Jie was imprisoned at the bottom of the 18th layer of hell. Due to his unique identity as a human king, you led the past human kings of the Xia dynasty to suppress him, occasionally giving him a few blows. Xia Jie originally had some cultivation, but it had long been destroyed by you. Now he was just an ordinary mortal enduring the torment of the 18 layers of hell. You cast a cold glance at Xia Jie, unleashing a law to make him suffer slowly. He then turned to the judge and said, "Friend, this person is in your hands. Make sure he thoroughly experiences his own mistakes. Then directly toss him into the beast path." The judge nodded. Upon looking again, you had already vanished. Each monarch of the Xia dynasty had enacted a law to torment Xia Jie, and then they too disappeared. The establishment of the Shang dynasty signified that humanity and the heavens were about to clash. Between heaven and earth, the calamity energy was quietly brewing. The six-eared macaque was diligently teaching this disciple. Yang Jiao did not disappoint him. He had already grasped the principles of battle laws and learned the defensive techniques of the Xian turtle quite well. The six-eared macaque asked Yang Jiao what weapon he desired. Yang Jiao smiled and said, "I have a fondness for spears. I wonder if master could grant me one." The six-eared macaque scratched his head, nodded, and instructed, "Stay here and don't wander off. He'll be back soon." After the six-eared macaque finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared completely. When he reappeared, he was back at the ancestral grounds of the human race, bowing deeply to Chen Chen, saying, "I request some materials from you, master." Chen Chen looked at the monkey who had changed so much and slightly nodded. Then he waved his hand, causing a large pile of treasures to fly out and crash down in front of the six-eared macaque. "Take them all. Refine them again. Don't let my lineage lose face." The six-eared macaque grinned, showing his teeth, and repeatedly bowed to Chen Chen. Once Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The macaque rolled up the items and turned to go. Chen Chen watched the retreating figure of the six-eared macaque, smiling and shaking his head. Still just a monkey, so exuberant. Well, as long as he knows to respect his elders, that's enough. This temperament needs to be refined slowly. The Xian turtle's temperament is more gentle, which is certainly less troublesome. The six-eared macaque landed in front of Yang Jiao and confirmed again, "Disciple, you really want a spear?" Yang Jiao did not hesitate and nodded vigorously. With the assurance given, the six-eared macaque stepped into the air and shook out all the treasures given by Chen Chen, merging them into a mass. The fragments of laws inside were pounded fiercely by him, crushed thoroughly. Following that, the mass slowed. Far away at the ancestral grounds of the human race, Chen Chen saw this, seeing the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He raised his hand to unleash a force, refining the embryonic form of the spear from the distance. The six-eared macaque held the newly formed spear in his hand, scratching the back of his head. With his current abilities, he truly couldn't create a weapon that could grow alongside its master as the one given by his teacher. Moreover, his cultivation was still suppressed by his teacher. He pondered for a moment, turned towards the ancestral grounds of the human race, and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, master." Yang Jiao, although not fully understanding this statement, still bowed respectfully to the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque straightened up and tossed the spear into Yang Jiao's arms, saying, "Jiaoer, first refine this thing. You, my boy, have good fortune." Yang Jiao didn't comprehend the meaning behind this, but still respectfully bowed to the six-eared macaque, then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to refine it. Before long, he suddenly opened his eyes, stood up excitedly, and looked at the six-eared macaque, saying, "Master's method of refining weapons is truly remarkable. Though this spear is still just an embryo, it can grow alongside me, becoming stronger under the influence of the laws, and will never be eliminated. Thank you for granting this treasure, master." The six-eared macaque smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's not my doing, it was your ancestor who made the final touch. The weapons of your other two masters were also passed down by your ancestor. They too will not become outdated." Ha, enough. Keep practicing, you still have tasks to accomplish." Yang Jiao nodded, thoughtfully turned, and continued his hard training. Meanwhile, Shinnong looked at the excited Xian Yuan, and Qiyu in front of him rubbed his forehead, and said helplessly, "Fine, let's go then. Have a good fight with the three pure ones. I'm going to find Taching Laozu." Xian Yuan nodded and turned to look at Qiyu, saying, "I have some entanglements with the Yushu Palace, so it's inconvenient for me to act. He'll go visit the Shanqing Saint." Without further ado, Qiyu tightened his armor and leaped directly flying towards Kunlun Mountain, preparing to have a good chat with Yuan Shitianzuan. Xinnong and Xianyuan exchanged glances, their laughter ringing through the air, and together, they stepped forward, twisting space, and vanished. Laozi glanced toward the chaos outside the Daoshui Palace, where Xinnong was already standing, laughing heartily, his voice echoing, "I've long heard of the Ta Ching Saint's reputation. Today, I specially came to seek your guidance. Is that all right?" Ta Ching Laozu furrowed his brows, slightly stepped out of the Daoshui Palace, and stopped before Xinnong, raising his hand in salutation. "Greetings, friend. I wonder how you wish to proceed." Xinnong returned the greeting, saying, "Greetings, friend. I've heard that you have a unique understanding of alchemy. I specifically came to seek your advice. Would you be willing to offer a few pointers?" Ta Ching Laozu nodded, inviting Xinnong into the Daoshui Palace. The two sat down, with Laozu sitting on a mat, beginning to explain his understanding of herbs and alchemy. Xinnong sat beside him, interjecting occasionally to share his thoughts. After a while, Ta Ching Laozu smiled and said, "This casual discussion isn't yielding results. Oh, why don't we each refine a furnace of pills and see each other's shortcomings, then help each other out?" Xinnong nodded. "All right." With that settled, Ta Ching Laozu raised his hand, lifting the lid of the Bagua furnace, tossing in countless rare herbs. His laws stirred, and with a wave he directly opened a Quasigriat 1000 world, carelessly tossing it into the furnace. Xinnong stared at Laozu's technique and timing, his eyes almost glued to him, secretly taking notes. Qiyu arrived at Kunlun Mountain, looking up at the imposing Yushu Palace, feeling a slight ripple of laws within him. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his head, glancing outside, frowning slightly, but soon relaxed, stepping out of the Yushu Palace and staring at Qiyu, asking, "What brings you here, friend?" Qiyu grinned widely, bowing to Yuanshi Tianzuan. "I've long heard of your name. Today, I specifically came to spar with you. Dare you?" Yuanshi Tianzuan thought for a moment, seeing Caius' eager expression, his face darkened, and with a cold snort, he flew towards the chaos, saying, "Let's fight in the chaos." Qiyu laughed loudly, chasing after him. In the chaos, the two stood face to face, their laws crashing around. Qiyu was the first to draw his weapon, launching countless attacks toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. With a cold snort, Yuanshi Tianzuan's space rippled like water, dispersing all of Caius' attacks. Yuanshi Tianzuan took out the Wuji Xinghuang banner, inserting it beside him to protect himself. He summoned the myriad heavenly celebration clouds, wrapping himself up tightly. Seeing that his defenses were impenetrable, Qiyu no longer held back. His sword surged with killing intent, directly cleaving down. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his hand. The Sanbao Yuli met the strike, blocking the sword, and with a casual wave the Yuli launched an attack. Qiyu parried with his sword, his body swaying, and his battle armor was already donned. The spear, halberd, trident, chieftain spear, and barbarian spear. These 5 weapons suddenly flew out. They were the first batch of weapons he forged during his fight against foreign races, carrying the blood of foreign powerhouses and imbued with the merits of the human race. Yuanshi Tianzuan observed Qiyu, now fully equipped, and with a cold snort the Sanbao Yuli hovered beside him. He then raised his hand to grab the Panga flag. Holding a treasure in each hand, he exerted force with both arms, flinging 2 attacks directly at Caius' face. Qiyu laughed maniacally, charging forward, and once again engaged Yuanshi Tianzuan in combat. Xianyuan landed on Golden Ao Island. The Tontian teacher, who was speaking while seated cross-legged, paused, and said to his disciples below, "A guest has arrived. I'll go chat with them. Today's lecture will be put on hold." After saying that he didn't care about the chaos among his disciples, stood up, and his figure gradually faded. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Xianyuan. Xianyuan cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Xianyuan greets you, friend." The Tontian teacher also returned the greeting. "Tontian greets you, friend. I wonder what brings you here." Xianyuan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and spoke, "I've long heard of your great name. I wonder if you could teach me a few moves." The Tontian teacher's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. He hadn't expected Xianyuan to come looking for it. However, he didn't think much of it, and after confirming that Xianyuan genuinely wanted to spar, he nodded, his figure flashing as he shot toward the chaos, simultaneously transmitting to Xuanyuan, "In that case, friend, let's go fight in the chaos." Xianyuan laughed aloud and soared into the sky, closely following behind Tontian. Before long, the two stood facing off in the chaos. Xianyuan was the first to make a move, drawing out the Xianyuan sword. The blade was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars on one side and mountains, rivers, and vegetation on the other. The sword handle depicted farming techniques on one side and the vision of a unified world on the other. Tontian also drew his Qingping sword. This sword was his proof of enlightenment, embodying the virtues of the saints. The two stood facing each other with their treasured swords. Under the enhancement of their powers, the might of the two swords was surprisingly similar. Xianyuan charged at Tongtian, swinging the Xianyuan sword down toward his head. Tongtian raised his Qingping sword to block it steadily. The two began a tacit competition in swordplay, exchanging moves. Chen Chen watched as the three found their opponents. Swearin and the others could not yet reveal themselves. He sighed softly, turning his gaze toward the Nuwa Palace, taking a step and vanishing from his spot. Saint Nuwa, may I have a moment to speak with you? Chen Chen's voice echoed in the Nuwa palace. The Nuwa who was meditating paused, looking up to see Chen Chen's figure standing outside. Nuwa furrowed her brows slightly, then relaxed. She stepped out of the Nuwa palace and looked at Chen Chen, asking, "What brings the martial ancestor to me?" Chen Chen cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "I would like to discuss something with the saint, if that's all right." Nuwa pondered for a moment, and then turned back to the palace of Nuwa, saying, "Come in." Chen Chen nodded with a smile, and followed Nuwa inside. Chen Chen understood that the matter between the human race and Nuwa was not so simple. Moreover, he had clashed with this saint before, due to issues concerning the human race. Chen Chen understood that the matter between the human race and Nuwa was not so simple. Moreover, he had clashed with this saint before, due to issues concerning the human race. He sighed, and said, "Saint, it should not have come to this between us. Years have passed, and you should have realized that Hong Jun has plotted against you. The human race would eventually emerge. Even if you had not acted back then, others would have taken on this task, possibly even the Tao itself. However, ultimately, it was you who created the human race. If you had been more resolute back then, and stood by the human race, the position of the Lord of Humanity would not necessarily have gone to someone else." Nuwa understood well what he meant. Chen Chen's words held no fault. The error lay in her previous misguided choice having been played by that old fool Hong Jun. She let out a gentle sigh. Chen Chen shook his head, and said, "Let's not dwell on those matters. Your Highness, you should not be so estranged from the human race. Now that the human race has emerged, you no longer pay us any heed. Fine, we will fend for ourselves. Yet you consented to that fellow Dijuan taking action against the human race. How do you expect us to swallow that? I can understand Hong Jun's underhanded schemes. But how do you explain your blatant bias, Your Highness?" Chen Chen seemed to recall the hardships he endured when he first arrived in the primordial world, and sighed again. Nuwa opened her mouth, but ultimately did not say a word. Chen Chen continued, "Must I lay out each of these matters one by one? When the human race truly awakens to its path, perhaps, then will you finally look upon us with respect. In the end, you created the human race. We can let go of past grievances. But please think carefully about which side you should stand on." After saying this, Chen Chen fell silent, and turned to look deep into the palace of Nuwa. Yang Jiao was there, and he could clearly sense that the lotus lantern was gradually testing her. It wouldn't be long before that lantern acknowledged her as its master. Nuwa remained silent for a long while. Her gaze towards Chen Chen began to carry an unexplainable meaning. She sighed again, and nodded, "I will think this through. Forget it, I chose the wrong path back, then I cannot blame anyone else." After she spoke, a trace of self-mockery flashed in her eyes. The Phoenix clan cleansed their karmic debts, and Yang Jiao encountered Yang Jian. No one could say how long the four of them spent with the saints. On the other side of the primordial world, the six-eared macaque was teaching Yang Jiao how to cultivate. While reflecting on his past actions, sighing softly. He truly realized his mistakes. Yang Jiao, following the six-eared macaque, displayed excellent talent, and his cultivation rapidly ascended. In no time, he reached the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. He integrated the battle techniques taught by his master with the defensive methods imparted by his uncle. Even though Yang Jiao was only a Tai Golden Immortal, he could compete with ordinary Deluo Golden Immortals. Yang Jian was studying under the true man of Yuding, who was genuinely attentive to him, unlike those in Yushu Palace, who took disciples merely to send them to their doom. The true man of Yuding provided Yang Jian with the finest spirit fruits to nourish him. Yang Jian's cultivation soared rapidly, and he was nearing the threshold of half-step Tai Golden Immortal. The Heavenly Emperor Haoyan kept a close watch on Taoshan, directly assigning 2 of the few Deluo Golden Immortals in the Heavenly Court to guard it. Moreover, with the laws of the Heavenly Court suppressing the entire Taoshan unless a powerful figure of the Honyuan Golden Immortal level came, nothing could go wrong with Taoshan. In truth, Haoyan appeared to be strictly monitoring Yunhua, but he was also protecting her. The heavenly laws were not for Haoyan to dictate. He merely held the title of Heavenly Emperor. If Haoyan did not act to punish or imprison her, and truly attracted the Tao, Yunhua would be left with nothing but bone dust. After Tang Jian established the Shang dynasty, various tribes supported him formally, taking over the Xia dynasty and becoming the ruling dynasty of the human race. After the establishment of the human Tao, every human king was capable of cultivation and possessed some level of power. When Dxin ascended to power, no one could predict when the battle of the investiture of the gods would begin. Yuan Feng sensed this. With the establishment of the Shang dynasty, the Phoenix clan was now tied to the human race. The overwhelming fortune of the human race, without harming themselves, was slowly nurturing the fortune of the Phoenix clan. In no time, the last remnants of the Phoenix clan's karmic debts were completely wiped away. Yuan Feng felt the suppression within her dissipate, and her cultivation no longer faced obstructions, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Unable to contain herself, she abruptly soared into the sky, unleashing the peak power of a Honyuan Golden Immortal, her laughter reverberating through the primordial world. The mighty beings of the primordial world who had been secretly observing the battles between Qiyu and Yuan Shitianzun, as well as Xian Yuan and Tongtian, were startled by Yuan Feng's sudden outburst. Of course, this was also because Qiyu and the others had not intentionally concealed their movements. The mighty beings of the primordial world glanced at the current situation of the human race, their hearts sinking slightly. Unbeknownst to them, the human race had grown so formidable. A few powerful beings exchanged glances, stirring some thoughts towards the human race. Yuan Feng scanned the territories of the 9 provinces and quickly darted to a chosen location. That was where the Xian Gui resided. Yuan Feng raised her hand in greeting, plucking a feather and handing it over, nodding at Xian Gui. If the human race ever needs assistance from our Phoenix clan in the future, burn this feather, and we will surely come. Xian Gui accepted the feather, carefully stowing it away, and nodded. If the Phoenix clan is resolutely on our side, the human race will not let you suffer any losses. Yuan Feng smiled and nodded, chatted with Xian Gui for a while before bidding farewell. She soared southward, her joy evident even to outsiders. On the side of the undying volcano, it was bustling with activity as countless members of the Phoenix clan flew about, celebrating simply. Their karmic debts were completely washed away, and from now on they could fly wherever they pleased. Chen Chen had already returned from the palace of Nuwa. He was too lazy to guess what Nuwa was thinking or what decision she had made. He could only hope that she would not betray the trust they had placed in her. Walking on the land of the 9 provinces, the laws of faith within him gradually radiated outward. The temples scattered across various locations, and the stone statues offered there were all reinforced by him one by one. In case something happened to the human race one day, and he couldn't make it in time, these stone statues could at least provide some protection and exert his power. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Jiao had already reached the level of Deluo Golden Immortal, and Yang Jian was not far behind at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, standing on the threshold. Yang Jiao knelt before the 6-eared macaque, his head bowed, voice hoarse, "Master, let me go save my mother." The 6-eared macaque remained silent for a long while. He understood the complexities between the Heavenly Dao and the human Dao better than anyone. After much contemplation, he finally sighed, "All right, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stop you in matters of filial piety. Go, and I will handle the rest." Yang Jiao's eyes turned red, and he bowed several times before rising and flying straight towards the primordial world. On the other side, Yang Jian was also pleading with the true man of Yuding. The true man did not fully grasp the intricacies between the Heavenly Dao and the heavenly laws, but his instincts warned him that if Yang Jian rushed to save his mother, the chances of survival were slim. Yet Yang Jian knelt before him, his knees never leaving the ground, and no amount of persuasion could raise him. Finally, the true man's heart softened, and he waved his hand. "Go, but be careful." Yang Jian was overjoyed, dashing out of Yuling Mountain and heading towards the primordial land. Yang Jiao left the 6-eared macaque and directly made his way to the vicinity of Taosan. He could sense that there were 2 Deluo Golden Immortal level beings guarding outside the mountain. Not only that, but a layer of the heavenly court's laws wrapped around Taosan like a net. He frowned. Suddenly a resonance from his bloodline surged into his perception. Yang Jiao turned to see a young man already grown standing not far away. It was Yang Jian. After not seeing each other for more than 100 years, though his appearance had changed, the connection of their bloodline was unmistakable. Yang Jiao remained silent, quietly following behind Yang Jian, concealing his own presence. Yang Jian also noticed the 2 Deluo Golden Immortals outside Taosan. However, his cultivation was a notch below, and his perspective had not reached that level, completely unaware of the heavenly court's laws surrounding Taosan. Whether it was protection or imprisonment was unclear. Furrowing his brows, Yang Jian knew full well that he could not defeat the 2 Deluo Golden Immortals. But what else could he do in this situation? He sighed, muttering, "If only my brother were here." But given the circumstances at that time, he dared not finish that. If it weren't for the 6-eared macaque intervening, Yang Jiao would have lost his life right then and there. Hearing this, Yang Jiao felt a pang of gratitude. His gratitude towards the 6-eared macaque was unexpressible. Yang Jiao placed his hand on Yang Jian's shoulder. Yang Jian trembled all over, nearly retaliating with all his power. At that moment, a voice came from behind, "Erlang, long time no see. Seeing your cultivation has reached this level, I am relieved." The voice was both strange and familiar, as if it had traveled through many years. Yang Jian turned around abruptly. The face before him was one he had seen countless times. In his childhood dreams, waking or sleeping, this face was always present. His lips trembled, and he could not control his tears which streamed down his cheeks. Yang Jiao smiled softly, and suddenly hugged Yang Jian, lowering his voice, "All right, at our age, don't cry. If San Mei sees this, she'll laugh at you for a lifetime." After a long while, Yang Jian caught his breath and stared at Yang Jiao, asking, "Brother, how did you get out? I thought you in that situation." Yang Jiao grinned and chuckled. "To be honest, I thought I was done for at that time. In a moment of crisis, my master arrived and saved me. At that time I felt like I was shattered all over, but he managed to heal me. Alright, let's find a place to talk slowly. Yang Jin nodded. Yang Jiao brought him to the Guanjing mouth. Upon returning to this place for the first time, Yang Jiao felt inexplicably pleased, and Yang Jin felt the same way. The two sat down and shared how they had been over the years. After listening, they both sighed in relief, each worried about how much hardship the other had endured. Fortunately, they both encountered their master just when they were about to reach their limits. When Yang Jin heard that Yang Jiao had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Brother, if we join forces, we can definitely deal with those two great Luo Golden Immortals and rescue our mother." Yang Jiao shook his head, deflating Yang Jin's excitement with a single sentence. "It's difficult. I can hold off both of them alone, but it won't be of any use. Mount Peach is tightly wrapped by the laws of the Heavenly Court. If Mother leaves Mount Peach, or if Mount Peach is destroyed once those laws dissipate, our mother will be in danger." Yang Jiao still had some words unspoken. He was uncertain whether that law of the Heavenly Court was imprisoning their mother or protecting her. The six-eared macaque had occasionally mentioned matters of the Tao and humanity to him, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Yang Jin learned from Master Yuding that his mother was the adopted sister of the Jade Emperor, which meant he had to address her as uncle. Yang Jin was furious. Since they were relatives, why treat their family this way? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't hold back. He slammed the table and stood up, turning to Yang Jiao saying, "Brother, let's just attack the Heavenly Court and ask that Jade Emperor face to face why he has a grudge against our family." Yang Jiao opened his mouth to stop him, but after a moment's thought he nodded. "All right, Erlang, then let's cause a commotion in the Heavenly Court." Seeing his brother so decisive, Yang Jin's heart warmed. He immediately drew out his trident blade, bursting with momentum, and charged into the sky. Yang Jiao watched his brother's impulsive nature and shook his head with a smile. He then took out the spear given to him by the six-eared macaque, his aura soaring as he followed Yang Jin. It seemed that Hao Qian had not noticed the commotion until the two brothers charged in front of the southern heavenly gate, at which point he seemingly snapped back to reality and sent someone to block them. The giant spirit god led 100,000 celestial soldiers to block the entrance. Yang Jiao and Yang Jin charged in as if they hadn't seen them. The giant spirit god felt his anger rise as he was completely ignored by the two. With a wave of his hand, the 100,000 celestial soldiers were completely encircled, and he charged toward them. Breaking through the 100,000 celestial soldiers proved to be of no use. Yang Jiao and Yang Jin fought their way through a bloody path from the crowd. Celestial soldiers surged like a tide trying to stop them, but they were utterly helpless. The two only knew to keep moving forward, losing track of how long they had been fighting or how many enemies they had repelled. Suddenly a grand hall appeared before them. Lingxiao Hall. Hao Qian sat in his chair, coldly watching Yang Jiao and Yang Jin fight their way in from the southern heavenly gate. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but his face betrayed no expression. Hao Qian glanced at the star of Tai Bai and slightly nodded. Tai Bai understood and pushed open the doors of Lingxiao Hall, shouting to the celestial soldiers, "All right, everyone retreat." The giant spirit god and the celestial soldiers all sighed in relief, fleeing faster than rabbits. Tai Bai then turned to Yang Jiao and Yang Jin, his eyes filled with approval, saying, "Come in, your majesty has been waiting for you." Yang Jin snorted and strode into the hall. Yang Jiao followed him and secretly channeling his power, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. The two were somewhat surprised to find only the Jade Emperor and Tai Bai in Lingxiao Hall. Yang Jin stood before Hao Qian and shouted, "Why is my mother imprisoned? Isn't she your adopted sister?" Hao Qian fell silent for a moment, a contemplative look on his face. "You know she is my adopted sister, so how dare she violate the laws of the Heavenly Court? What do you want me to do with her?" Yang Jin was taken aback and asked, "What will it take to release her?" Hao Qian shook his head. "Don't think about it. This, you two join the Heavenly Court and become my war gods. This will offset Yunhua's sins, and you will be able to see her again in the future." Yang Jin's anger erupted at these words. He could no longer contain himself. His entire power exploded, charging directly at Hao Qian, wielding his trident blade to strike down. Yang Jiao didn't react quickly enough to his brother's swift movement. Just as Tai Bai was about to intervene, Hao Qian waved his hand, effortlessly subduing Yang Jian. With a flip of his hand, a shadow of a palm pressed down hard on Yang Jian. Yang Jiao rushed up quickly, using all his strength to shatter that palm shadow, rescuing Yang Jian and pulling him behind himself, his eyes fixed on Hao Qian with all vigilance. Hao Qian looked at their wary expressions and sighed softly, closing his eyes and saying, "From now on, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian are to be classified as wanted criminals of the Heavenly Court." As soon as the words fell, the two were directly blasted out of Lingxiao Hall by Hao Qian. This declaration spread throughout the entire Heavenly Court, and Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were surrounded by countless people. This time it wasn't just the giant spirit god, or the 100,000 celestial soldiers, people from all directions rushed over, all wanting to capture the two. Yang Jiao snorted coldly, gripping his long spear tightly. Although he had consumed quite a bit of energy before, what remained was still enough to break through the heavenly court. He charged towards the southern heavenly gate. The two of them, covered in blood, could not tell whose blood it was, enemy or their own. As Yang Jiao carried Yang Jian and charged through the southern heavenly gate, the celestial soldiers behind them finally stopped a large portion. However, there was still a group that relentlessly pursued them like rabid dogs. Hao Yin stood atop the 9 heavens, watching the two retreating figures, sighing softly. All the mighty beings in the great wilderness witnessed this journey. From their entrance into Lingxiao Hall to the bloody path they carved out, not a single detail was missed. Those mighty beings laughed heartily. After all, the Dao ancestor's disciple was still a bit too inexperienced. The heavenly court had thoroughly lost face this time. Yang Jiao led Yang Jian east and west, both covered in wounds. When they finally shook off their pursuers, Yang Jian was nearly unable to move. Yang Jiao carried him back to Guanjing Mouth, found an empty patch of land, and quickly built a wooden hut. He laid Yang Jian on the bed and searched through his belongings for the spiritual fruits and pills left for him by the 6-eared macaque. When Yang Jian woke up, all his injuries had healed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Jiao lying on the ground unconscious. During that previous battle, Yang Jiao had sustained significant injuries himself, but had stubbornly helped Yang Jian fully absorb the medicinal power of the spiritual pills. Only after everything was settled did he swallow his own pills, resulting in him pushing himself to the limit and fainting. It was solely due to the toughness of his body that he didn't suffer any mishap. Yang Jian quickly got up and moved Yang Jiao to the bed. He checked Yang Jiao's condition and found a stream of pure energy slowly repairing his injuries. Yang Jian sighed in relief and assisted in channeling the medicinal energy to accelerate the recovery speed. Before long, Yang Jiao woke up. He assessed his condition, sat up cross-legged, and thoroughly absorbed the remaining medicinal energy. Once all his internal injuries were healed, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yang Jiao stood up, looking at Yang Jian, who was filled with concern, and spoke in a neutral tone. "Erlang, what do we do from here?" Yang Jian plopped down on the ground, his voice filled with despair. "Brother, can we still rescue Mother? The Jade Emperor on the heavenly court side will not change his mind at all. We might have the opportunity to break into Mount Peach, and we can deal with those 2 guards. But that layer of heavenly court's formation outside, we can't break it at all." Yang Jiao's expression darkened at his brother's demeanor. "What kind of disheartening words are you saying?" Yang Jiao's voice was as cold as a knife. "We can definitely succeed. After all our hard training over the years, are you telling me to give up now? Who are you showing that face to? What's the point of your tears? Can you save Mother by crying?" He yanked Yang Jian up, sweeping his palm across Yang Jian's face, drying up those tears completely. He patted his brother's shoulder and turned to look in the direction of Mount Peach. "If we lack strength, then we continue to train. If we lack manpower, then we find helpers. If we can't break the formation, then we look for treasures and seek powerful beings. Tell me, what reason do we have to give up?" Yang Jian looked up, his gaze landing on Yang Jiao, nodding twice. In the following days, with Yang Jiao assisting him, and after finishing the fierce battle, Yang Jian felt as if he had shed a shell, his internal energy surging up. Yang Jian directly stepped into the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. After stabilizing his realm, the brothers discussed and decided to part ways, first each going to inquire with their respective masters about the whereabouts of treasures. Yang Jiao returned to the place where he had lived with the 6-eared macaque for over 100 years, and upon looking up he found the courtyard empty, without even a shadow. He was taken aback, sighed, and turned to leave. He knew very well that his master was not suitable to get involved at this time. Of course, he had indeed underestimated the abilities of the 6-eared macaque. Before leaving, Yang Jiao bowed sincerely to the place where the 6-eared macaque usually meditated, then turned and walked away without looking back. He planned to wander through the great wilderness to see if he could stumble upon some opportunities. The Xiangui turned its head and smiled at the 6-eared macaque, saying, "How is that kid Yang Jiao doing? He is much stronger than you were back then." The 6-eared macaque laughed heartily, showing no concern. "That's natural. But what about you, master brother? Once they truly smash Mount Peach, can you handle the ensuing chaos?" The Xiangui was stunned. When did this monkey become so polite? He shook his head with a smile, his tone filled with disdain. "You underestimate your master brother, don't you? As long as the Taoist doesn't intervene, no one from the Tao lineage can break through my defenses." The 6-eared macaque then sighed in relief and sincerely bowed to the Xiangui, saying, "Then I will rely on you when that time comes." The mysterious tortoise turned around, eyeing the 6-eared macaque up and down with a curious expression. "You monkey, did you take the wrong medicine today? Besides, I have taught that brat Yang Jiao for a while, so you can rest assured." Yang Jian returned to Yushuan Mountain, entered the Golden Cloud Cave, and immediately saw the real person of Jade Cauldron sitting cross-legged in meditation. He bent down in salute, saying, "Disciple pays respects to master." The real person of Jade Cauldron opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and then noticed something was amiss. Yang Jian's aura had already reached the level of a great Luo golden immortal. The old man burst into hearty laughter on the spot. He stood up from the mat, walked forward, and supported Yang Jian, asking, "Disciple, have you made such great progress during your recent outing?" "Not bad, not bad. I saw the commotion you caused in the Heavenly Palace. Your abilities truly brought me honor. But don't get carried away. I remember there will always be someone stronger than you." Yang Jian nodded vigorously, staring at the real person of Jade Cauldron, and asked earnestly, "Master, do you know of any way to shatter the laws of the Heavenly Court or erase them directly?" The real person of Jade Cauldron was taken aback. A few days ago, a certain item had been sent from the Yushu Palace, which could weaken the laws of the Heavenly Court. He had been pondering the meaning behind the item sent by the Yushu Palace. After thinking for a long time, he smiled and shook his head. "Forget it. I happen to have a treasure here that can diminish the laws of the Heavenly Court. Since you asked, I will give it to you." Saying this, the real person of Jade Cauldron took out a pearl and handed it to Yang Jian, instructing, "When you need it, just smash it. The laws related to the Heavenly Court will become ineffective for a short time. At that moment, seize the opportunity to do whatever you wish." Yang Jian received the pearl, filled with excitement. He carefully stored it away and then sincerely bowed deeply to the real person of Jade Cauldron, saying, "Disciple, thanks, master. I will remember this kindness." The real person of Jade Cauldron waved his hand and smiled, saying, "You are my disciple. If I don't help you, who will? Now hurry and leave." He noticed Yang Jian's thoughts and waved his hand. Yang Jian bowed again, and seeing his master close his eyes, without saying more, did not linger, and turned to leave Yushuan Mountain, heading straight for Guanjinku. Yang Jiao wandered around the wilderness for days without finding a treasure that caught his eye. He couldn't shake off his doubts about the law outside Taosan, and inadvertently circled back to Guanjinku. The familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy made him pause. He looked up to see a familiar scene and felt a surge of joy as he quickly walked towards Yang Jian. The two brothers embraced tightly. Yang Jiao spoke first. "Second, did your master give you any good items?" "I returned home to find my master had vanished without a trace. I don't know where he went." Yang Jian nodded and pulled Yang Jiao inside. "Master gave me something that can counteract the influence of the Heavenly Court's laws. What do you think, big brother?" Yang Jiao felt happy upon hearing this, but then couldn't help but worry. What if something went wrong and harmed their mother? He opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. After enduring so much suffering, he finally saw hope for saving their mother. How could he bear to give up? If anything were to go wrong, he would be the first to rush in to buy Yang Jian time to escape with their mother. Yang Jian, unaware of his brother's thoughts, maintained a stern expression and discussed strategies with Yang Jiao on how to rescue her. "Big brother, can you really hold off those two great Luo golden immortals?" Yang Jian sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Yang Jiao and nodded, believing him. He calculated in his heart that as long as nothing went wrong, this plan would surely succeed. This time they would definitely be able to save their mother. Yang Jian clapped his hands, unable to contain the smile on his face. The brothers reached the foot of Taosan again. They exchanged glances and nodded. Yang Jiao rushed out first, drawing the attention of the two great Luo golden immortals. A golden immortal flew over to intercept him. Yang Jiao swung his spear to force the opponent back, glancing at the two of them sideways, and casually remarked, "Is that all you have? Surely you can't all be this useless. You should join in a Onion is no fun at all." The golden immortal below glanced at Taoshan, feeling quite secure about the laws left by the Jade Emperor. Although he didn't understand why the Jade Emperor sent these two great Luo golden immortals to guard this place after so many years of boredom, they finally had someone worth fighting. With a grim smile, he and another person charged toward Yang Jiao. The three of them became entangled in battle. Yang Jiao deliberately led the two further away, confident in the stability of the Jade Emperor's laws, and did not take Taosan seriously at all. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian saw that his brother had drawn the two away, exhaled softly, and rushed towards Taosan. He crushed the pearl given by the real person of Jade Cauldron, unleashing a mysterious wave that enveloped the entire Taosan. The laws of the Heavenly Court were gradually weakened, eventually dissipating completely. The laws of Taosan crumbled. Hao Yin felt a jolt, realizing something was amiss, and vanished on the spot. Yang Jian swung his three-edged dual-blade knife downwards, splitting Taosan in half, revealing the figure of Yunhua. She had been trapped inside for years, fully aware of what was happening outside, and knowing what her sons were about to do. She also understood that once the mountain broke, her life would likely be lost. Yet looking at Yang Jian, there was no trace of resentment in her eyes, only satisfaction. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the distant figure, and gently nodded. "Seeing that you both possess such skills as a mother, I can finally close my eyes." This statement fell into the ears of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, both of whom sensed something was off. The two immortals entangled with Yang Jiao were utterly flustered. Having botched the task assigned by the Jade Emperor, they were unsure of what punishment awaited them upon returning. The two hovered in midair, losing all desire to continue fighting. Yang Jiao charged towards Yunhua, and the two didn't even bother to block him. Yang Jian also wanted to rush forward, wanting to stand in front of their mother. A bolt of lightning struck right in front of his feet, forcing him to a halt. The sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds surged from all directions, pressing down upon Yunhua's head. Yang Jiao reached Yang Jian's side and looked up, his expression darkening. The entire space was filled with the oppressive weight of the Heavenly Dao, making it hard to breathe. Hao Yan appeared in front of the two, without them realizing. His tone of voice, usually calm, carried a hint of fluctuation this time. I bear the title of the sovereign of the Heavenly Court, but I have no say over the heavenly laws. To imprison her is the only way to save her life. Yang Jian stood frozen in place. As the divine thunder was about to strike down, he became frantic, summoning all his strength to rush forward to bear the brunt for his mother. Yang Jiao raised his spear to block him. The voice reached Yang Jian's ears. Erlang, step back. Let me test the weight of this thunder first. Yang Jiao swung the spear, sweeping Yang Jian back to Haoshan's side. He turned to glance at Hao Tian and said in a low voice, Jade Emperor, I leave Erlang to you. Hao Tian nodded and pressed down on Yang Jian. With no concerns left, Yang Jiao leaped forward to stand in front of Yunhua, positioning himself with his spear staring at the roiling thunderclouds above. The thunderclouds seemed to be angered by his gaze. Lightning burst forth, thunder roared, and bolts of thunder struck down relentlessly. Yang Jiao swung his spear to dispel one, but before he could catch his breath, another followed. One after another, there was no opportunity to breathe. At first he managed to hold on, but gradually became disordered. His breath grew weaker, and finally he spat out a mouthful of blood on the verge of collapse. Hao Yan watched this unfold, his eyes darkening. He knew that Yang Jiao was the offspring of the six-eared macaque, and those beings would definitely not stand idly by. But Yang Jian was unaware of this. All he knew was that his elder brother was about to be reduced to ashes beneath the lightning. He struggled frantically against Haoshan's grip, but could not break free. Just as Yang Jiao was about to give in, Yunhua stepped in front of him. She smiled and said, I am so pleased that my son possesses such abilities. But you have a much longer road ahead. You cannot fall here. Go on, I have had enough in this life. Yang Jiao's eyes grew warm, his teeth gritted as he burned all his strength, forcefully charging up to withstand the lightning strike. At this moment he had exhausted all means, collapsing in Yunhua's embrace, his voice barely a whisper, Master, I have shamed you. In my next life I will bow down to you and fulfill my filial duty. With that he closed his eyes, awaiting the lightning to consume him. Humph! A cold snort suddenly erupted. The six-eared macaque brandished the golden cudgel before the tribulation, his tone flat. How old are you both, still so impulsive? Can't you think about the consequences? Yang Jiao's eyes flew open. Yunhua supported him, barely helping him stand as he bowed deeply to pay respects to master. The thunder roared. Around them the lightning struck again and again, all being blocked by the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque glanced at the two of them, nodded, then turned to look up at the sky. Those screeching nuisances are truly bothersome. As his voice fell, the golden cudgel swung upwards, striking the heavens. At this moment his cultivation was merely that of a great Luo golden immortal, yet the momentum he carried was unmatchable. The tribulation clouds were forcefully dispersed by him. Before Yang Jiao and the others could break into smiles, the clouds regrouped above. This time, due to the repeated provocations from Yang Jiao and the six-eared macaque, the power surged to frightening levels. The six-eared macaque's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the cudgel and flew up to confront the incoming lightning. The thunder grew fiercer, and the six-eared macaque's movements became erratic, his rhythm gradually falling apart. Ultimately, he could not withstand the last bolt, which sent him crashing from the sky into the ground. Oh, you have truly angered me. Before Yang Jiao could worry, the roar of the six-eared macaque erupted from the pit. He propped himself up and slowly floated upwards. Unknowingly, the seals placed upon him by Chen Chen were entirely undone, and his cultivation returned to the peak of the primordial golden immortal. The six-eared macaque's eyes turned crimson as he smashed the tribulation clouds apart with another strike. The laws of battle radiated from him, fiercely clashing with the powers of the Heavenly Dao in midair. The laws came in wave after wave, draining the strength sent down by the Heavenly Dao completely. The six-eared macaque disdainfully sneered at the sky, descending to the ground and approaching Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao looked at him with eyes full of admiration, and the six-eared macaque felt a secret joy in his heart. But the oppressive force from above descended once again. The eye of heaven floated above the clouds. The six-eared macaque looked up and snorted coldly, Isn't this endless? The eye of heaven struck down a bolt of lightning, its power comparable to a full-force strike from a sage. At that moment, a turtle shell appeared in front of the six-eared macaque. a figure landed beside him. It was the Xian turtle whose aura of a human sage clashed directly with the Eye of Heaven. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun frowned slightly and looked over. As soon as the Xian turtle left that area, he noticed something was off with the movements of the Eye of Heaven. Chen Chen had been watching intently. Seeing that old man Hongjun seemed to want to intervene, he snorted through his nose, directly locking onto that eye with his energy. After pondering for a while, Hongjun weighed the pros and cons, and ultimately decided to retract the Eye of Heaven. The Xian turtle and the six-eared macaque finally breathed a sigh of relief, their previously tense hearts finally at ease. Yang Jiao stepped forward, bowing with cupped hands. "Thank you, master. Thank you, uncle." The two exchanged no further words, merely nodding slightly before vanishing. Chen Chen turned his gaze to Yang Jian. This child looked strikingly similar to someone he had known in his past. He suddenly realized something. Ever since awakening humanity and becoming the master of humanity, he had unconsciously been using the tactic of soldiers against soldiers to confront the Eye of Heaven hidden. Chen Chen frowned and shook his head. When did he become this way? Was he getting carried away? He closed his eyes and quietly pondered for a moment. Confronting that old Hongjun and mutually suppressing each other was indeed unavoidable. However, Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his hand. He himself couldn't spare a hand, but he could create a doppelganger. With this thought, he directly set to work. He borrowed a set of methods from another world and combined it with the blood god's doppelganger technique from the river of Hades to refine a doppelganger for himself. Chen Chen observed his doppelganger from a third-person perspective, finding it quite amusing. He then pulled out various spiritual pills and forcefully fed them to the doppelganger, raising its power to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Looking at the doppelganger that was exactly like him, he sent a wisp of his consciousness to feel it and muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've experienced such a weak feeling." However, he quickly shook his head. He could still feel the connection between himself and the doppelganger. After pondering for a while, he found no solution. Hiding from ordinary great powers was not difficult, but if he encountered a sage, it would likely be exposed. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as he called out, "Tongzi, come out and help. Help me obscure the connection between me and the doppelganger, so that even someone of Hongjun's caliber can't see through it. Can you do that?" Ding. The host finally remembered this system. "Humph. Please do not make things difficult for the system." Ding. The host's request has been completed. The causality between the host and the doppelganger has been successfully concealed. Chen Chen smiled, casually complimenting the system. "Haha, Tongzi, I knew you could be relied on. Alright, thanks, take a break." Ding. The host's habit of throwing things away after use has not changed. Ding. Goodbye, host. After adapting to this doppelganger and completely mastering it, the corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He glanced at his main body, which was still in seclusion, smiled, and turned to head towards the primal lands. The Shinnong clan stood nearby, observing the entire process of the Taiji Laozi refining pills, silently nodding. He secretly learned quite a few advanced alchemical techniques along with some unique skills of Laozi. Taiji Laozi spent over 100 years before finally refining the pills. He waved his hand, and 9 pills flew out from the 8 trigrams furnace, swiftly entering the gourd at Laozi. These pills were the 9-turn golden pills. Swallowing one would immediately allow entry into the Deluo Golden Immortal level, but the path thereafter would be mostly blocked. However, the question remains, how many truly talented and lucky individuals can reach the Deluo Golden Immortal? Rather than saying there is no possibility of promotion, it's more accurate to say that a weak person suddenly jumping to that level lacks true accumulation. To advance further, one must thoroughly understand the path of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Taiji Laozi waved his hand and returned the gourd to its original position. Shinnong stepped forward. He came from humble beginnings, yet his foundation in alchemy was solid. Taiji Laozi was born a Deluo Golden Immortal, and his position as a sage had long been predetermined. Even without Hongjuan, the 3 pure ones were destined to become Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortals. Thus, he never took the foundational skills of alchemy seriously. Shinnong summoned countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which transformed into essences in his palm. Taiji Laozi initially paid no attention, but when he saw Shinnong working without using any magical artifacts, relying solely on the most ordinary alchemical methods, his expression changed slightly. At first, he looked down on this method. However, as time passed, Taiji Laozi's expression gradually became serious. He truly learned a lot from Shinnong's methods. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Shiyu had been fighting for so long that they began to feel a sense of mutual respect. The two of them tacitly stopped their hands. Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at Chiyo, pondering for a long time, and finally came to some understanding. He nodded to Chiyo. "Let's talk in my Yushu palace." After speaking, he vanished and returned to the primal lands. Chiyo laughed heartily and followed. The two of them sat facing each other in the great hall, sealing the entire hall with their own laws. Chiyu also released the thread of humanity's laws that Chen Chen had given him. Unless Hongjun actively broke these laws, they would be unable to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yuan Shi Tianzuan coldly snorted. Your Excellency, causing such a ruckus in my Yushu Palace, do you want me to see the capabilities of the human race? Shi laughed heartily. If I didn't do this, how could I let my friend see the strength of the human race? After laughing, his expression became serious, and he spoke earnestly. What do you think about that person above? He raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression grew serious as well. His face changed several times before he spoke. You should know the Tao we expound in the Chan teaching is precisely the way of heaven. Shi Yu scoffed. Then fine, you just need to cooperate in secret. Yuan Shi Tianzuan did not expect Shi Yu to be so straightforward. He coldly snorted again and then nodded slightly. He had previously discussed this matter in secret with Taiji and Shangqing, but Han Jun was already the representative of the way of heaven, and they had no means to deal with him. Shi was somewhat surprised. When he received Chen Chen's hint, he really hadn't expected it to be so smooth. It seemed that their dissatisfaction with Han Jun had not arisen in just a day or two. No wonder after becoming a sage one could somewhat sense being tricked by Han Jun. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Some words were enough to hint at the point. Shi Yu and Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat, facing each other, beginning to discuss the Tao and affirming their understanding of the laws. Xian Yuan and Tong Tian practiced sword techniques for over 100 years, feeding techniques to each other. Both of their attainments in swordsmanship significantly increased, clearly stepping up to a new level. Tong Tian looked up at Xian Yuan. The two said nothing, only nodding at each other. In the next moment, no one was left on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already seated cross-legged in the Bio Palace. The power of the laws spread out, filling the entire hall. Xian Yuan spoke first. When the time comes, I will. Tong Tian was taken aback for a moment, just about to question further, but Xian Yuan waved his hand and smiled. You will know in time. Tong Tian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, pointing upward. Have you made arrangements? Xian Yuan shook his head. It's not up to us. This calamity is, to put it bluntly, a contest between humanity and the way of heaven. Our say doesn't matter. Tong Tian frowned. Calamity. You have already started discussing this matter. He paused as if realizing something. So that's how it is. After a moment of silence, Tong Tian looked at Xuanyun. How confident are you? Xian Yuan sighed and spread his hands. Who dares to guarantee such matters? It's still a matter of contention. How about you? What are your thoughts? Tong Tian fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. That's true. Forget it. Anyway, the teachings of my Jie sect are laid out so whatever I do is only natural. Xian Yuan nodded, understanding Tongshan's attitude. Since they were here, they might as well discuss the Tao. The two sat cross-legged, facing each other, reciting the true words of the Tao, and golden lotuses erupted from the ground, leaving outsiders completely unaware of what was happening. In the Zixiao Palace, Han Jun sensed the arrival of the human sage looking for trouble, but paid little mind. Conflicts between the followers of the way of heaven and humanity were hardly unusual. If one day both sides were to be harmonious, then he should be worried. Chen Chen controlled his doppelganger to descend upon Shouyang Mountain. He had been here a long time ago and had a minor dispute with Taiji Laozi over this matter. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Chen Chen looked at the mountain and remembered the days he spent in seclusion. He smiled and shook his head. It was all in the past, and things were much better now. He relocated all the formations he had left here to the mountain top, establishing a cave dwelling for himself. Sitting atop the mountain, he drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth enveloping the entire Shouyang Mountain. Over the years, a large number of small demons and some beasts that had yet to awaken their intelligence gathered around the mountain, all drawn in by the spiritual energy. Chen Chen looked down at the dense figures at the foot of the mountain and smiled faintly. He stood up and began walking down the mountain step by step. All the birds and beasts he encountered along the way bowed their heads, actively clearing a path. Finally, he stopped in front of a tree. With a wave of his hand, a golden light flashed, and he sat down. The surrounding beings surrounded him closely. Chen Chen's voice rang out. For the next 100 years, I will be here every day to preach. Those with fate may come to listen. The slightly cultivated small demons instantly went wild with joy, kneeling down and worshipping. Thank you, Senior, for preaching. Even those beasts that could not understand human speech bowed down, as if in tribute. The Tao that can be spoken of. Chen Chen's voice floated out. Suddenly the surroundings fell silent. All the demons perked up their ears, listening intently. Over the course of 100 years, Chen Chen unraveled all the teachings below the golden immortal level. He spoke of the immortal path, the martial path, and fragmented various profound and trivial principles, explaining them all. At first, only the little monsters came to listen. Later, a Zhuangshan-level demon quietly crept to the corner of the wall, and Chen Chen made no effort to chase anyone away. As time went on, all sorts of sentient beings gathered around. Demons, humans, even cats, and mice, all sitting close together, listening obediently. A century has passed. After finishing his last lecture, Chen Chen slowly stood up, looking at the multitude of beings below, nodding slightly. I have lectured for 100 years, and this is where it ends. From now on there is no need to come again, you can all disperse. The crowd suddenly erupted in chaos. Someone shouted, "Teacher, do you need a disciple? I am willing to follow you." Chen Chen looked over to see a human child. He smiled and shook his head. Another voice called out, "Teacher, do you need guards? We are all willing to follow you." Chen Chen turned to see 9 young wolves with minor accomplishments sitting there looking at him eagerly. He still smiled and shook his head. At that moment a voice came from behind him. "Teacher, can we stay here at Shoyang Mountain and live? We can guard this place for you." The speaker was the tree that Chen Chen had been leaning against while lecturing. Unbeknownst to him, this tree had developed spiritual intelligence. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. "If you wish to stay, then stay, I will not interfere." All the beings below were overjoyed, kneeling in unison. "Thank you for your great grace, teacher." Chen Chen nodded again, took a step forward, and vanished from sight. He had lectured for 100 years under this tree, which had absorbed some of the Taoist essence, elevating its cultivation to the highest among these beings. A half-step, golden immortal. The other beings conferred and decided to put the tree in charge. The tree remained silent for a long time, then shook its branches in agreement. From then on, anyone wishing to reside in this area would have to follow its rules and accept its distribution. In just a few years, countless beings settled around Shoyang Mountain. Those who had listened to Chen Chen's lectures ensured that no one was allowed to disturb his peaceful cultivation. Chen Chen stood at the mountain's peak and glanced down. The little monsters managed things below in an orderly manner. He noted a glimmer of inscrutable light passing through his eyes. At the human ancestral territory in front of Chen Chen's true form, Xinnong Qiyu and Xianyuan had returned. The three exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Chen Chen did not ponder further. Despite lacking their assistance, his chances of victory were still considerable. Even if he took a step back and failed, the human and earth paths would have been established, leaving the heavenly path with no opportunity for dominance. Afterward, the wilderness remained calm and peaceful. Time passed without notice and several hundred years went by. Laozi of Taiji lifted his gaze to observe the chaos and stepped out of the Doshui palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun shook his head and also set off towards the chaos. Tantian Jiazhu postponed his original lecture, stepping onto the Qingping sword and plunging into the chaos. This act was initially hinted at by Chen Chen to Xuan Yuan, who then went to show off to Tongtian, leading to Tongtian secretly learning it. Nuwa glanced at the remnants of Fux's soul, which were being nurtured deep within the Hua Huang Palace, sighed softly, and stepped out, disappearing beyond the palace gates. To the west, Zhuanti exchanged glances with Jane. Zhuanti frowned, visibly reluctant. Do we really have to run this errand? The matters of the Western teachings are piling up. There is no time to entertain their antics. Jane raised his hand to stop him, lowering his voice. Don't speak carelessly. Come on, after all, they are Heavenly Dao saints. We must give them face. Zhuanti sighed, nodded, and with a shift of his body flew towards the chaos. Jane shook his head and followed with a smile. In no time, all 6 saints had arrived. Inside the Zixiao Palace, 6 figures were sitting cross-legged on cushions, none of them speaking first. Hong Jun sensed that everyone was present and slowly materialized at the forefront. He raised his hand, flipped it over, and the list of deities landed in his palm. He pushed it forward, directly floating it to Laozi's face. It has been 1,000 years, have you made your decision? Laozi took the list of deities, paused for a moment, and wrote down a name. The other saints' eyelids twitched. Laozi truly was willing to send Xuandu up. When they saw the 2 characters clearly, they were even more stunned. What was written was Taishang Laojun. That was the benevolent corpse of the Taiji saint. He was actually willing to let his own benevolent corpse serve under Haoyin. The other saints thought about it and understood. No matter how bold Haoyin was, he would not dare to treat Taishang Laojun as a servant. However, if the roles were reversed, they might not be willing to relent. Laozi pushed the list of deities forward. Zhuanti took it, staring at the 4 characters of Taishang Laojun for a long while, genuinely impressed. Impressed as he was, he had no intention of doing so. After reading, he pushed the list back. Nuwa took the list of deities. It was well known she did not establish a sect. She did not bother to look, directly pushing it between Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiazhu. Yuan Shi Tianzun glanced at Tongtian Jiazhu across from him, seeing he had not moved at all, snorted softly. He reached out to take the list of deities, his expression shifting back and forth, struggling for a long time, but in the end, he did not write down a single name. He directly pushed the list to Tongtian. Tongtian grabbed it, glanced at Yuan Shi, and casually tossed it back to the 6 saints. The list of deities landed there, and no one reached for it. Hong Jun sighed, retrieved the list of deities with one hand, and took out a divine whip with the other as a set. Since none of you wish to fill it out, then this matter is settled. Hong Jun's voice was not loud, but each word carried weight. A calamity is approaching. I have deduced through Heavenly Dao that this calamity will descend when the current dynasty of the human race transitions. He paused, shaking his head, and continued, At that time, each will rely on their own abilities. This calamity will produce a calamity child who will have the appearance of a flying bear capable of controlling the list of deities and sealing deities on behalf of the heavens. Whoever takes this calamity child as a disciple will receive the list of deities and the divine whip. After he finished speaking, Hongjun fell silent. Taiji Laozi slightly bowed. Teacher, will this calamity have any effect on the saints? Hongjun shook his head. Saints are undying and imperishable, unaffected by cause and effect. How could it affect the saints? However, this time the teachings of the East will all participate. You few should remain vigilant. Tongtian Jiaozhu clasped his hands. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. Hongjun nodded, scanning the room, and seeing no one else was speaking, he withdrew the list of deities and the divine whip. Well, then you may leave. These two items will seek you out once you take in the calamity child. Taiji Laozi rose, bowed, and turned to leave. The remaining 5 saints also began to move. The 6 of them exited the Zixiao Palace, and when they turned back to look, the palace door blurred once again, vanishing completely like last time. Laozi's lips moved, and his voice directly fell into the minds of the other saints. Each of you should take care of your own matters. As soon as the words fell, his figure had already vanished. The remaining 5 saints exchanged glances and also disappeared. Yuan Shi returned to the Yushu Palace, quietly watching the person with the flying bear appearance that Hongjun had mentioned. The other saints went about their business as if the calamity had never occurred. Plainly, the calamity could not affect them. Chen Chen had already descended from Shouyang Mountain. The little monsters at the foot of the mountain were guarding, so he did not need to worry. He strolled on the land of the human race, watching the men plowing the fields and the women weaving, living quite comfortably. Shang Tang, having experienced the mess left by Xia Jia, was particularly attentive in managing the people. He prioritized the common folk, sending children to the tribes to let them see firsthand the hardships of everyone. A king raised in such a manner must hold the people in his heart, unlike Xia Jia, who only sought his own pleasures. Chen Chen looked at the thriving scene before him and nodded. Before long, Shang Tang reached the time to hand over power. In front of the crowd, he passed the throne to his son and turned back towards the human ancestral territory. Chen Chen felt the calamity energy in the world suddenly surge, snorting coldly. This was Hongjun stirring up trouble from behind. With each succession of the Shang kings, the calamity energy intensified. By the time Dxin ascended, the calamity energy would reach its peak, and the sealing of deity's calamity would officially begin. Chen Chen had no intention of stopping it. The calamity energy was something even Hongjun could not fully control. At most, it would make predictions unreliable. Moreover, since neither side could accurately predict, no one would suffer losses. He thought for a moment and added more to the calamity energy. Following the usual course, this calamity would have been enough to disrupt the wilderness, but now he layered on top of it. Was it unreasonable to seek to replace the Heavenly Dao spokesperson? By a twist of fate, Yunhua, who had been hiding east and west, had finally found her way out. It seemed that Heavenly Dao had forgotten her and no longer pursued her for marking. Chen Chen traveled all over the land of the 9 regions, secretly laying countless plans. Should he miscalculate, it would prevent the human race from being trampled upon. Next, he would leave it to time. Chen Chen returned to Shouyang Mountain, looking down at the beings crowded together, led by a tree that had already attained the level of a golden immortal. Speaking of which, the foundation of this tree was originally only at the level of a half-step golden immortal. However, no one expected that on the very next day, after it had mindlessly bowed 3 times to its teacher, a pill and a scroll of techniques would inexplicably emerge in its cave, perfectly aligning with its path. By the way, this tree is a Bodhi tree. In terms of lineage, it could be considered the ancestor of Xuandi. After all, Xuandi himself was a transformation of the golden Bodhi. Chen Chen gazed at this Bodhi tree, feeling it had potential. After some contemplation, he decided to give it a hand, or it might prove to be greatly useful in future calamities. With a thought, Chen Chen directly moved the Bodhi tree before him. The Bodhi tree trembled in fear, its leaves shaking wildly, scanning the area. Upon recognizing who was before it, its face brightened, its legs softened, and it knelt on the ground, tearfully saying, "Student pays respects to the teacher. Seeing that the teacher is safe and sound, my heart finally feels at ease." As it spoke, tears began to fall. Chen Chen reached out to help it up and returned to the cushion, his gaze resting on the Bodhi tree, speaking in a calm tone. "Little one, you have done a good job managing this place during this time." Upon hearing this, the Bodhi tree's face lit up with joy, but then it sighed and shook its head, saying, "I wish I could stay by my master's side every day, yet I fear that the beings below might disturb his quiet cultivation. I will remain at the foot of the mountain to oversee those beings for my master." Chen Chen nodded, casually tossing a fragment of the wood principle directly into the Bodhi tree's body. His eyes sparkled slightly as he scanned the Bodhi tree's meridians, thoroughly, effortlessly correcting the misalignments in its cultivation methods. Then he pulled out a cultivation method that led directly to the great Tao, imprinting it into the Bodhi tree's sea of consciousness layer by layer sealing it. Each time it broke through a level, a layer of the seal would dissolve, and the method would automatically integrate into its being. After completing these tasks, Chen Chen glanced at the earnest little tree before him, waved his hand, and sent it back to the foot of Shouyang Mountain. The Bodhi tree, upon realizing it was back in its old place, turned around and bowed deeply toward the mountaintop. At that moment, Chen Chen's voice resonated in its mind. From now on, you just need to walk up the mountain path. From today, you are my registered disciple. Upon hearing this, the Bodhi tree immediately broke into a smile, bowing its head repeatedly in gratitude. After this, its cultivation soared rapidly, firmly reaching the golden immortal stage, and even clearing a path toward the great Luo golden immortal realm. During idle times, it mimicked Chen Chen's manner, standing in its old spot, and occasionally giving lectures to the beings below the mountain. When some small creatures climbed onto its branches to frolic, it did not get angry, instead lowering its stance and joining in their play. As time passed, the Bodhi tree gained considerable fame within 100 miles. Before long, a Yuan meeting had gone by. The Bodhi tree was already at the threshold of the great Luo golden immortal stage, just a step away. Not only did a crowd of small demons gather below, but even those monsters who usually hid themselves tightly had heard of its name. The great demons and minor creatures from the Xianyuan graveyard would come here from time to time to gather under the tree and listen to its teachings. All the demons referred to it as Bodhi Ancestor. The king of the Shang dynasty was Emperor He. He had a son who was exceptionally clever from a young age, remarkably strong, and had his own opinions on governance. Anyone who had seen this child among the human race whispered among themselves, "The Shang dynasty is about to flourish." Emperor, he named him Emperor Xian. One day, Emperor Xian was practicing martial arts in the wild. At the Xianyuan graveyard, 3 monsters were rushing to pay their respects to the Bodhi Ancestor. The passing 9-tailed white fox caught sight of Emperor Xian at a glance. With that one look, she froze completely. Her tail stiffened and her gaze was fixated on the young man, as if her soul had been lost, standing there in a daze. After a long while, it was the 9-headed roosters and the jade pipa who noticed something was amiss and forcibly pulled her away. In the days that followed, even when the Bodhi tree personally lectured, the 9-tailed white fox appeared absent-minded. The Bodhi tree was not angry of seeing her in such a distracted state. It understood. This girl must be longing for her beloved. After the lecture, the 9-headed roosters pulled the jade pipa and hurriedly pushed the 9-tailed white fox forward to apologize, saying, "Bodhi Ancestor, we 3 sisters are here to plead for forgiveness. Please do not take it to heart." The Bodhi tree was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "What have you done wrong? The young girl has grown up and has someone in her heart. How can that be called a mistake?" The 9-headed roosters and the jade pipa exchanged glances, then turned to look at the 9-tailed white fox at the same time. The 9-tailed white fox's fur turned completely red with embarrassment. They quickly bid farewell to the Bodhi Ancestor, dragging the 9-tailed white fox back to the Xianyuan graveyard. Once back, the 2 monsters approached her and interrogated, "Be honest, we 3 are together every day. When did you get a crush?" The 9-tailed white fox struggled free from them, still blushing furiously. Her mind was filled with the image of that person. "Do you remember the living person we encountered on the way to pay our respects to the Bodhi Ancestor?" "You mean the one?" The 9-tailed white fox nodded shyly. "Have you lost?" Though there is no explicit prohibition against marriage between humans and demons, that young man is dressed in a manner that clearly indicates he is not from an ordinary family. If you truly wish to pursue him, troubles will be unavoidable. The 2 monsters earnestly advised her. The impulse in the 9-tailed white fox's heart was finally suppressed by their back-and-forth conversation. A few days later, Emperor Xian practiced martial arts in the outskirts. The lords who had long been dissatisfied with the Shang dynasty feared that once this young man ascended to the throne, he would suppress them even more ruthlessly, leaving them with no chance to rebel. With gritted teeth, they stomped their feet, figured out Emperor Zin's daily route, and set up an ambush. Emperor Xian waved his sword as usual. The 9-tailed white fox, having listened to her sisters, intended to sever that longing. For the last time, she just wanted to take another look, and then completely forget about him, obediently being her demon. She gazed longingly at Emperor Xian from a distance. Finally, she sighed, tears shimmering in her eyes, preparing to turn away. At that moment, suddenly over 100 people rushed out, each wielding a knife, charging directly at Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian showed no signs of panic. With his sword raised, he charged forward. After a fierce battle, he single-handedly fought to a standstill against the 100 men. As time passed, Emperor Xian took down each assassin one by one. The last remaining one stood face to face with him, already scared silly. His mouth opened and closed, yet he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Just then, as Emperor Xian finally relaxed slightly, another cold arrow shot from the shadows, aimed straight for his back. The moment the nine-tailed white fox saw the first shadow rush out, her heart leapt into her throat. When she saw Emperor Xian dispatch all the assailants unscathed, she finally relaxed her tense heart. But before she could catch her breath, her pupils dilated sharply. The arrow had already flown in front of her. Without a second thought, she charged forward to intercept it. The arrowhead pierced the nine-tailed white fox's chest. Emperor Xian turned sharply, reaching out to catch the falling fox. He swiftly grabbed two weapons and hurled them away. Both hidden assassins fell to the ground, one unable to escape. Emperor Xian looked down at the white fox in his arms, his throat tightening. Without wasting a moment, he dashed toward the city, calling for the best doctors available. The injury was treated, but the nine-tailed white fox knew well that it was not the skill of the physician that healed her. It was her own sacrifice of a life that allowed the injury to heal. From that day on, Emperor Xian took her with him wherever he went. As the days passed, the nine-tailed white fox's feelings gradually changed. She finally admitted that she had truly fallen for this person. She wanted to stay by his side forever, not to leave. One day, the nine-headed rooster and the jade peepa tracked her through her demonic aura. The two sisters, exchanging words, scolded her for half the day. Seeing the nine-tailed white fox in such a contemplative state, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The nine-tailed white fox decided to leave. But before leaving, she wanted to take one last look at him. Emperor Xian noticed something was off with the white fox today. Her usually proud demeanor was replaced by a continuous gaze fixed on him. With a thought, he lowered his head, saying, "You're leaving, aren't you?" The white fox nodded, giving him one last deep look before turning and jumping out the window. In the distance, the nine-headed rooster and the jade peepa were waiting for her. Upon seeing her come out, the two demons finally relaxed. "What? You want to become human?" The two monsters widened their eyes in disbelief at what they had just heard. "Yes, I want to become human." The nine-tailed white fox's voice was both delicate and charming, but each word was firmly pronounced. "I have fallen in love with that human." "This?" The two demons exchanged glances, speechless. "Have you thought this through? It could lead to your soul scattering. No one knows the suffering you might endure. Can you truly handle it?" The two sisters stared at her, worry etched on their faces. "I can handle it." The nine-tailed white fox turned her head, gazing longingly in Emperor Zin's direction. "Even if my soul scatters, I will accept it." The two monsters exchanged glances and sighed. "All right, since you are determined, we will do our best to help you." The nine-tailed white fox's eyes lit up, vigorously nodding at them. Later, news spread from unknown sources that there existed a type of celestial herb that could allow foxes to become human. The nine-tailed white fox clenched her claws, her gaze sharper than a blade. "I will surely find it." The three monsters searched the mountains for the celestial herbs. After much effort, they indeed unearthed 7 plants, each containing astonishing spiritual energy. The three monsters brought all the herbs back to the Xinyuan graveyard. The nine-tailed white fox's expression darkened as she opened her mouth and swallowed the first plant. Instantly, one of her tails darkened. She consumed the second plant, and another tail darkened. One by one, all 7 celestial herbs were swallowed. 7 lives were lost. Adding the one she sacrificed to save Emperor Xian, the nine-tailed white fox was left with only 1 life. The nine-headed rooster and the jade peepa wore serious expressions as they stared at the nine-tailed white fox. The rooster spoke first. "You can't do this anymore. You only have 1 life left. What if something goes wrong again?" The nine-tailed white fox's eyes turned red as she shook her head, her voice heavy. "What's wrong with the last life? Isn't it still a life? There will still be opportunities." The two demons exchanged glances and sighed. After muttering for a while, the nine-headed rooster turned and said, "There's another way. Should we ask the Bodhi ancestor?" The nine-tailed white fox's eyes brightened instantly as she slapped her thigh. "Yes. If we can't find it, the ancestor must have a solution. No time to waste, let's hurry." She grabbed one sister in each hand and rushed toward Shoyang Mountain. Upon hearing the three monsters' words, the Bodhi ancestor furrowed his brows. "You want the celestial herb that allows a fox to become human. This is not something easy to obtain. Let me think." He walked aside, troubled. Where could he find such a thing for? Chen Chen had been closely observing the movements of Emperor Xian and the nine-tailed white fox. Seeing the fox stubbornly seek the celestial herb to transform into human form, he felt inclined to help. After some thought, he raised his hand and tossed a fragment of the heartbreak grass in front of the Bodhi tree, transmitting his voice. "Tell her the effects of this grass. Just say that eating it will give her a chance to transform into human. Whether she eats it or not is up to her." The determination of the nine-tailed white fox even moved Chen Chen, but since this matter involved the human king, he had to remain cautious. The Bodhi tree received the heartbreak grass, nodded after listening to Chen Chen's instructions, and walked up to the 3 monsters. The nine-tailed white fox hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, do you have news?" The old Taoist shook his head gently and revealed the grass. "This is called heartbreak grass. Even the Earth's sovereign Shinnong once stumbled because of this thing and lost his life to it. If you swallow it, the pain will be unbearable and you might truly perish. But on the other hand, without it you have no. Think it through. The nine-headed chicken and the jade peepa pulled the nine-tailed white fox back. Don't be foolish. You only have one life left. If even the Earth Sovereign cannot withstand it, what do you have to rely on? The nine-tailed white fox shook her head, looking at her two companions with a very low voice. But the Bodhi ancestor also said that this matter is not completely hopeless. We have finally seen a glimmer of light. What if it fails? That would mean direct soul disintegration. The two monsters wanted to persuade her, but upon meeting her gaze they swallowed their words. If I can't stay by his side, what difference does it make whether I live or die? The nine-tailed fox's voice was raspy. She stepped forward, grasping the heartbreak. Her eyes hardened as she opened her mouth and shoved it down her throat. As soon as the leaves entered her stomach, a tearing pain exploded from her insides. Ugh! She arched her body, letting out a muffled groan, her last tail fading like a candle snuffed out by the wind. At this moment, she truly had no life left. The nine-tailed fox's body floated up her outline, becoming increasingly vague. At that time, Chen Chen moved a finger from the ancestral hall, and the power of humanity spread across the earth, causing the underground passage to tremble. Visibly, the nine-tailed fox's almost dissipated body was pulled back together. She opened her eyes, sensing something was off, and looked down, still in the form of a white fox. At this moment, she truly had no life left. The nine-tailed fox's body floated up her outline, becoming increasingly vague. At that time, Chen Chen moved a finger from the ancestral hall, and the power of humanity spread across the earth, causing the underground passage. Try it out. Can you transform now? The nine-tailed fox closed her eyes to probe her body, paused for a moment, then her face burst into joy. She swayed, transforming from a fox into a woman, then back again, repeating the process several times. The Bodhi ancestor chuckled, stroking his beard. Your control is still unstable. It's better to stay first. I will teach you how to manage it freely, and also talk about the complicated manners of the human race. What do you think? The nine-tailed fox was momentarily stunned, her heart burning with urgency, wishing to immediately fly to Dizin's side. But upon careful thought, the ancestor's words made sense. If she transformed into a fox in front of Dxin, or caused some kind of mishap, it would only bring shame to him. She bit her lip and bowed to the Bodhi ancestor. Thank you, ancestor, for your guidance. From that day on, she stayed by the ancestor's side to learn. Chen Chen watched all of this and sighed inwardly. This fox had willingly cast aside 9 lives for Dxin. So be it. What does it matter if it fulfills her? He moved the power of humanity in the earth, not only reconstructing her physical body, but also effortlessly smashing the bottleneck of her cultivation, allowing her to transform into human form at will. On the other side, Di increasingly felt that time was running short. He summoned all the civil and military officials along with Dxin, sitting on a chair, and ordering, I have a premonition that I will soon go to the ancestral hall of the human race. Once I leave, the throne will be passed to Dxin. Master, when this child is still young, I ask you to take more care. Today I grant you a king's whip, capable of striking tyrants above and beheading traitors below. After saying that, he stood up and personally handed the whip over. When Zhong's eyes turned red, kneeling on one knee, accepting the whip with both hands, his voice heavy. Your servant obeys. Please rest assured, my king. Indeed, not long after Di passed the throne to Dxin. The entire court watched him leave, with Di's figure gradually walking deeper into the ancestral hall until he could no longer be seen. I pay my respects to the king. Dxin sat on the dragon throne for the first time. All the civil and military officials looked at his honest demeanor before his ascension, and now everyone was compliant. Speak if there is anything. He mimicked his father's demeanor, putting on a serious face. But this demeanor lasted no more than 3 seconds. Master Wen stepped forward and bowed with cupped hands. My king, we must hurry to select a consort to establish the royal heir. Dxin did not expect that as soon as he took the throne, Master Wen would bring this up. Please, my king, decide soon. A row of ministers behind Master Wen also bowed. Dizin's expression changed several times, finally turning red to the ears. His voice remained steady. All right. Let Master Wen handle this matter. He quickly shifted the topic. Is there anything else? Master Wen stepped forward again, cupping his hands. My king, the border has not been peaceful lately. However, you have just ascended the throne, and it is not appropriate to send troops at this time. It would be better to wait until you are married before taking action. Dizin's face darkened upon hearing this. Suddenly, memories of the assassination from years ago flooded his mind. He clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles, and after a long while he relaxed and nodded slowly at Master Wen. Master Wen and the ministers discussed and weighed various factions, ultimately reaching a conclusion. East Bo Marquis, the first among the 800 feudal lords of Yinshang, would marry his daughter Jiangshi. As for whether Dxin wanted to marry, that was of no concern. Master Wen decided for him. Once the news spread, the entire realm of the 9 provinces was filled with excitement. From the East Bo Marquis residence all the way to Chaoga City, everywhere was adorned with red silk and cloth, and the faces of the common folk were filled with smiles. Dxin was dragged along by all this commotion and ultimately acquiesced. He brought Jiang Shi into the house and conferred her as queen. With this, the East Bo Marquis was firmly on the side of Yin Shang, resolved to serve them. In the first few years after Queen Jiang entered the house, she bore Dxin 2 sons. The eldest was named Yin Jiao, and the second was named Yin Hong. During these years, Dxin and Queen Jiang enjoyed a good life together, gradually calming the chaos that had arisen when he first ascended. Dxin touched his son's head, a fire smoldering in his eyes. He murmured softly, "It's almost time." He immediately summoned all civil and military officials. Master Wen stood at the front. Dxin looked at him and said, "There is something I have never mentioned to you. Back when I had not yet ascended, some tribes at the border sent people to take my life. Previously I kept this hidden because I had just ascended and my position was unstable. Now it is time to settle this account." After saying this, he saw Master Wen nodding lightly, which reassured him. He stood up. "I want Master Wen to lead 200,000 troops to deal with those guys. What do you all think?" Master Wen stepped forward and raised his hands in salute. "Thank you, my king, for trusting me." The ministers also stepped forward, cupping their hands. "My king is wise. Master Wen can handle this task." A few days later, Dxin led a group of court officials out of the city, and the streets were crowded with common folk watching the spectacle. Master Wen rode the black Qilin, holding the dual whips, with 20,000 troops marching mightily toward the territory of the border barbarians. After enduring some more days, it was time for the annual ancestral worship ceremony. Shangrong stood with the officials outside the royal palace, waiting for Dxin to come out. Before long, Dxin led Queen Jiang out of the grand hall, holding hands as they stepped forward, followed by a dark crowd of people slowly making their way toward the ancestral temple. Dxin entered first, and upon raising his head, he saw the tablets of the martial ancestor and the 3 ancestors with the images of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors displayed alongside them, with Shang Tang below, and further down were the thrones of the past kings of the Shang dynasty. He stepped forward and offered incense to each of the ancestors. Behind him, Queen Jiang and Shangrong did not dare to be negligent, following suit to offer incense one by one. On Shouyang Mountain, Chen Chen sensed that it was once again time for the human king to worship the ancestors. He opened his eyes and glanced down, seeing Dxin busy at work, and nodded. He then turned his gaze to the 9-tailed white fox at the foot of the mountain. The fox had already neatly tidied up its demonic power and had learned quite a bit about human customs and etiquette from the Bodhi tree. Chen Chen sent a message to the Bodhi tree. "All right, let that little white fox set off." The Bodhi tree bowed toward the mountain peak, looked down at the 9-tailed white fox, and happily shook its branches, saying, "Not bad, you have learned so much in such a short time. You have passed the test, you can leave now." The 9-tailed white fox had been eagerly awaiting these words, and upon hearing them, it immediately leaped up, its tail almost brushing the sky. It widened its eyes, unable to believe, and asked, "Ancestor, you can't be mistaken, can you? I can really leave." The Bodhi tree chuckled and shook its body. The 9-headed chicken and the jade Peepa hurriedly approached the 9-tailed white fox, reminding, "If you have any issues, come back to Xianyuan Tomb to find us." The 9-tailed white fox nodded in gratitude, turning and setting off on her own towards Dxin. As it walked, it suddenly heard footsteps from afar. 2 girls were approaching. The 9-tailed white fox instinctively shrank into the bushes. The 2 girls came closer, and their conversation floated into her ears. "Sister, your skin is as white as can be. Surely you can compete with that famously beautiful woman Su Daji. Sister, you flatter me too much. How could I compare to her?" The 2 chatted and laughed, walking farther, and soon disappearing from sight. The 9-tailed white fox confirmed that no one was around before jumping out of the bushes, transforming into human form. It stroked its chin, pondering, "Su Daji. Su Daji. Everyone has a name, then I shall call myself Su Daji from now on." After saying this, it continued on its journey. At this time in the capital of Shang, 2 young men stood by the street. One patted the other on the shoulder. "Brother, thank you for taking care of me all these years. But I am determined to cultivate immortality and plan to seek a mountain to worship a master and learn the way." The other said little, grabbing his wrist. "Zia, no need to say more, I understand. You should do what you want. I, as your elder brother, will definitely support you." These 2 were Song Yiren and Zhang Zia. At this moment, Zhang Zia was planning to seek a master on the Immortal Mountain. Zhang Zia encountered someone halfway along the road. That fellow was raised by a mother leopard, and upon growing up, named himself Shingongbao. Upon their first meeting, the 2 felt an instant connection, becoming close friends after just a few exchanges. Thus, Shingongbao no longer wandered alone, following Zhang Zia to seek a master on the Immortal Mountain. On the journey, they supported each other. One lent a hand when tired and shared rations when hungry. Their bond deepened rapidly, almost to the point of swearing brotherhood. Arriving at a fork in the road, Zhang Zia and Shun Gongbao exchanged glances. Jiang Zia lowered his voice and made a decision. Gongbao, I plan to head west for a while, testing my luck to see if I can find some opportunities. Shun Gongbao initially intended to accompany him, but suddenly heard a voice in his head. His expression changed slightly as he smiled at Jiang Zia and said, all right Zia, you go west, and I'll head east. After hearing this, Jiang Zia nodded, turning to face Shun Gongbao. Then I wish us both a bright future. Let's part ways here. Shun Gongbao forced a smile, looking at Jiang Zia with a serious expression. May all your wishes come true, Zia. Let's not meet here again. The two clasped their hands in farewell before turning to go their separate ways. Jiang Zia continued along, filled with enthusiasm. However, for Shun Gongbao, the situation was entirely different. Just as he was about to follow Jiang Zia, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. If you want to become a useless pawn in the future, then follow him. You have other paths that come to the east. Jiang Zia has his own matters to attend to. Shun Gongbao recalled the voice in his head, feeling half convinced, but ultimately still followed its advice. He walked along the road, filled with unease. Chen Chen sat atop Shouyang Mountain, watching the movements of Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao. The voice in Shun Gongbao's mind was sent by him. After enduring hardships, Jiang Zia finally reached the foot of Kunlun Mountain. He looked up at the mountain peak where celestial light flickered, exuding an overwhelming aura. Jiang Zia was certain that there must be formidable figures in this place. Suddenly Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes and looked down at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. He saw a figure resembling a flying bear climbing the mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan felt delighted and stood up, appearing before Jiang Zia in the blink of an eye. Jiang Zia was startled to see a middle-aged man suddenly appear before him, but soon his expression turned to joy. He stepped forward, saluted, and asked, may I inquire who you are, senior? Can you teach this junior the methods of cultivation? Yuanshi Tianzuan assessed Jiang Zia from head to toe, feeling speechless. How could someone possess such poor aptitude? Yet he comforted himself, maintaining composure, as this was a tribulation. Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly ascended into the air, golden light erupting beneath his feet, as countless golden lotuses emerged from the ground, enveloping him in boundless celestial light. Just by inhaling a few whiffs of the celestial energy wafting over, Jiang Zia felt an impending breakthrough. Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice, though not loud, clearly reached his ears. I am the Yuqing Saint from the Three Pure Ones, and I oversee the Yushu Palace. The Kunlun Mountain before you is where I practice. I have observed your sincere intent on your journey. That level of perseverance is not something ordinary people can match. Do you wish to become my disciple? Jiang Zia was momentarily stunned, then ecstatically stepped forward and knelt. Disciple Jiang Zia bows to master. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded, waving his sleeve, and the two found themselves at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, standing in the grand hall of Yushu Palace. Shun Gongbao had been walking east, feeling increasingly puzzled. He encountered more and more little demons along the way. He was contemplating bringing his mother leopard over to help her embark on the path of cultivation once he settled down. Just as he was thinking, a familiar figure appeared ahead. Shun Gongbao's eyes lit up as he shouted, Mother Leopard, what are you doing here? The mother leopard who raised him dashed towards him, rubbing her head against his thigh before turning and walking ahead, glancing back at him, clearly indicating for him to follow. Shun Gongbao had no choice but to follow his mother leopard. After walking a short distance, they came across an impossibly large Bodhi tree, the trunk so thick that several people couldn't wrap their arms around it. Shun Gongbao's mouth dropped open as he looked up at this towering giant tree. Before his eyes, the Bodhi tree began to shrink, transforming in the blink of an eye into a figure resembling a Taoist standing before Shun Gongbao. The surrounding little demons all bowed in salute, even the mother leopard beside him crouched down. The transformed Bodhi tree smiled and spoke, you must be Shun Gongbao, right? My master has already instructed me. From today onward you will cultivate beside me, and when the time is right my master will naturally come to see you. Shun Gongbao's mind was still a muddled mess, his face full of questions. However, after the Bodhi tree tossed him a scripture and a few pills, he swallowed all his doubts. From that day on he sat cross-legged beneath the Bodhi tree, practicing meditation, surrounded by a circle of little demons. My master has already instructed me. From today onward you will cultivate beside me, and when the time is right my master will naturally come to see you. Shun Gongbao's mind was still a muddled mess. Daji finally arrived at the capital of the Shang dynasty. The market was bustling, and she excitedly weaved through the crowd, finding everything fresh and new. Along the way she carefully observed and asked about, finally realizing the person in her heart was none other than the current King Dxin. Standing on the street, she felt troubled, unsure of how to get close to Dxin. Just as she was anxiously pacing, she suddenly heard someone shouting, announcing that the king was looking for dancers. Daji's eyes lit up, and she rushed forward to sign up. With her looks it would be hard not to be selected. On that day Dxin held a banquet in the palace hall, inviting numerous ministers. The dancing girls took turns performing, and the ministers cheered with each act with DXIN joining in the applause. When it was Daji's turn, she swayed her waist and stepped onto the stage. She danced beautifully, her figure captivating. Dzin's gaze was immediately drawn to her, but it was merely appreciation with no other intentions. After the performance, the other dancers exited the stage. Daji bit her lip, knelt forward, and looked up at DXIN. I bow to you, great king. I have admired the great king for a long time. My biggest wish in this life is to marry the great king. I asked, seeing Daji kneeling there. The ministers pondered. Over the years, the only person by the king's side was Queen Jiang, and they began to stand one after another. Please take her as a concubine, great king. They weren't heartless and feared Daji might be an assassin. The key was that as a human king, who would dare attack him? DXIN looked at Daji kneeling on the ground with a helpless expression, glaring at the raucous ministers. How about you stand up first? We can discuss this later. Daji cried with tear-streaked cheeks, making her look pitiful. Just as DXIN was about to persuade her further, a sudden burst of information exploded in his mind. It was information from the human realm. He looked up and saw the true form of a nine-tailed white fox coiled behind Daji. The fox's experiences, dialogues, and 9 lives lost flashed before his eyes. DXIN was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly laughed. All right, Daji, right. Come sit beside me, and let's eat together. Daji's eyes filled with warmth, her tearful gaze shining with joy as she slowly stood up, walked to Dzin's side, and poured him some wine. A few days later, news of the king appointing Daji as a concubine spread. Nuwa stood outside the heavens, her gaze sweeping across the vast wilderness and the 9 provinces, then turned her head to look at Ling Zhuzi beside her. Haven't you always been clamoring to play in the wilderness? Nuwa said, then go ahead. With a wave of her hand, Ling Zhuzi was cast down to the mortal realm. At this time at Chintang Pass in the 9 provinces, Li Jing's family had some joyful news. His wife Inshur was pregnant with their 3rd child, and the whole general's residence was filled with joy. Chen Chen observed Nuwa's move and nodded, sending a message to Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng, who were meditating nearby. Kong Xian, go to the Shang dynasty and use their fortune and calamity to conceal yourself. Great Peng, in 3 years, when the 3rd son of the general at Chintang Pass is born, go and take him as your disciple. If Li Jing tries to harm his son, you intervene. Chen Chen saw that both of his disciples had attained the cultivation of Hunyuan Jingxian and nodded in satisfaction. Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng received the transmission and did not dare to hesitate, setting off immediately. Flying halfway, the golden-winged Great Peng couldn't help but ask, Big Brother, what does Master mean by this arrangement? Kong Xian shook his head. Why think so much? Just do as Master says. The golden-winged Great Peng fell silent, focusing on the journey. The two went their separate ways. The golden-winged Great Peng arrived at Chintang Pass and saw it was 3 years before the moment, so he found a nearby cave to reside and cultivate. While wandering around, he stumbled upon a stone spirit, Shiji Nyang, whose domain was at Skull Mountain's Bone Cave. After chatting for a bit, he learned that she was a disciple of the Tongtian teach and practiced orthodox Shangqing skills. From then on, Shiji Nyang would occasionally visit, listening to the golden-winged Great Peng talk about the Tao. Meanwhile, Kong Xian felt a sense of purpose, landing at Jinjiling, blending into the army, and initially becoming a small soldier. Just after Yuanshi Tianzuan accepted Jiangxia as his disciple, the Fengshen Bang and the Da Shun Bian emerged from the void. He casually gathered these 2 items. What troubled him next was how to teach this disciple. The golden-winged Great Peng remained in his cave, sometimes cultivating and sometimes discussing the Tao with Shiji Nyang. 3 years passed, and the two became quite familiar. One day, he calculated the time, raised his eyes to the distance, and nodded at Shiji Nyang, who sat opposite him. Shiji, I have foreseen that today my disciple will be born. Let's postpone our discussions, and you stay here for a while. Shiji Nyang said no more, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes. The golden-winged Great Peng flapped his wings and directly flew towards Chintang Pass. In the general's residence at Chintang Pass, Li Jing's wife, Mrs. Yin, had been pregnant for a full 3 years. Today she suddenly experienced sharp pains in her belly, screaming in agony and collapsing to the ground. Li Jing panicked and hurriedly sent someone to find a midwife and call for a doctor. He was pacing anxiously outside when he suddenly heard a midwife's sharp scream from the delivery room. What is this thing? When Li Jing rushed in, both the midwife and the doctor were running out. As soon as he entered, he saw Madame Yin lying on the couch, her face pale. Beside her hung a fleshy ball, nearly the height of a person, glowing faintly. Li Jing was startled and drew his sword to block in front of Madame Yin, just about to stab forward. Madame Yin shouted, Stop, dear. This is our 3rd child. Li Jing quickly restrained his strength, turned to look at her, his brow furrowed into a knot. Are you serious? How could our child turn out like this? Having been pregnant for 3 years isn't a problem. I've heard that ancient powers could be pregnant for over a decade, but you gave birth to a fleshy ball. Could it be that the child is inside this shell? Let me cut it open and take a look. After saying that, he raised his sword to act again. Madame Yin thought the same and did not stop him. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the fleshy ball, a finger reached out to block it. A voice rang out. Why the hurry, General? This is indeed your son. If you strike down with that sword, your son's future will be completely ruined. Li Jing looked over and saw a person shimmering with golden light standing before him dressed like a martial artist. He sheathed his sword and cupped his hands in greeting. Li Jing, General of Chintang Pass, greets you, sir. What do you mean by that? This person was none other than the golden-winged Great Peng. He smiled slightly and nodded. Your third son has quite a remarkable origin. He is a reincarnation of the spirit pearl serving beside the goddess Nuwa. This fleshy ball contains the cultivation of the spirit pearl from its past life, and it won't be long before it merges into his body. If you cut it open, the path will be severed. Hearing this, Li Jing and Madame Yin quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving our child. The golden-winged Great Peng waved his hand. It's nothing. I came to Chintang Pass to take this boy as my disciple. Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances. We have no issues on our end. The rest you can teach as you see fit, said Li Jing. The golden-winged Great Peng nodded and said no more, reaching out to brush over the fleshy ball. Suddenly, Li Jing took a step forward. Sir, could you give this third child a name? The golden-winged Great Peng smiled and shook his head. Naming is something for you, the parents, to do. Li Jing hummed in response, stroking his chin and muttering, Jin Jia Mu Jia. Madam, how about we name him Shuet? Before he could finish, Madame Yin, with unexpected strength, slapped the back of Li Jing's head. Stop it. What kind of names are those? This one shall be named Neza. Neza. The golden-winged Great Peng nodded. Not bad, a good name. Li Jing was still unconvinced, muttering. What's wrong with Shui Jia? It's quite smooth. Suddenly a voice came from outside. I am Taiji Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals of Yushu Palace, the Taiji Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Qinyuan Mountain. Where is the general of Chintang Pass? Li Jing was taken aback for a moment and quickly walked out. Did you seek me, immortal? Taiji Zhenren hovered in midair, looking proud. I foresaw that your third son has a bond with me as master and disciple, so I specially came to take him as my disciple today. Just as Li Jing was about to speak, someone behind him interjected. Oh, here to steal him. Too bad you're too late. I've already accepted Neza. The golden-winged Great Peng walked out of the house. Taiji Zhenren's expression darkened as he glared at him. Who are you? How dare you steal my disciple? It was rather strange that Chen Chen had concealed Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng so deeply that hardly anyone recognized them. The golden-winged Great Peng frowned, slightly too lazy to waste words. He released his aura, Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With a flick of his hand, Taiji Zhenren was directly sent flying. After a while, Taiji Zhenren flew back, his eyes burning with anger. Aren't you afraid of Yushu Palace? The golden-winged Great Peng's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand, ready to get serious. Taiji Zhenren immediately backed off a few steps, still shouting, I'll remember you. You wait. The golden-winged Great Peng frowned. Is this the character of Yushu Palace? He ignored him and turned back into the house, waiting for Neza to emerge. Before long, the fleshy ball slowly dissipated and a figure stepped out. It was Neza, who landed looking like a 3-year-old child. He had already heard the commotion outside while in the fleshy ball and immediately rushed to embrace Madame Yin, shouting Mom and Dad repeatedly. After a moment, Neza turned and knelt before the golden-winged Great Peng, bowing 3 times. Master, I bow to you. The golden-winged Great Peng smiled and stepped forward, embracing Neza and casually pinching his bones. As he felt him, he nodded. Good root bone, decent aptitude, quite suitable to be my disciple. How about this? While Neza is still young, let him stay with you for now, and you can raise him. When he reaches the age to cultivate, I will come back to teach him the skills. Upon hearing this, Li Jing and Madame Yin felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Originally, Madame Yin was worried that the Great Peng would take Neza away directly, but it turned out he had no such intention. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. Before leaving, the golden-winged Great Peng took out a pearl and placed it on the table, saying, If you encounter any trouble that you cannot handle, just crush this pearl. After saying that, he stepped forward, and the man disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Yunhua was rescued, Yang Jiao followed the 6-eared macaque to cultivate with peace of mind. Yang Jian settled Yunhua at Guanjinkou, where they practiced diligently. The reputation of Erling Shun grew day by day, and few around did not know him. Later, upon hearing that there were monsters in Meishan known as the 7 monsters of Meishan, Yang Jian personally went to investigate. Upon arrival and inquiry, he found that these monsters had never harmed anyone, so Yang Jian did not take action, but instead used some means to subdue the 7 monsters of Meishan. Since then, Yang Jian had the 7 monsters of Meishan under his command, along with over 1,000 grasshead gods, thus establishing his own faction. 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. Li Jing and Madame Yin took good care of Neza, and the golden-winged Great Peng did not rush to teach him skills, giving him no magical treasures. The incidents at sea did not happen, nor did the matter of shooting the maid of Lady Shurji appear. Lady Shurji often visited the golden-winged Great Peng to debate philosophy, and as time passed, she became quite familiar with Neza. Tai Jinren could not swallow this grievance and called his fellow disciples over, but the golden-winged Great Peng waved his hand and knocked them all down. From then on, no one dared to provoke him again. Kong Xian, after working hard for 40 years, climbed from a small soldier to become the general of the 3 mountains pass of the Yinshang. Chen Chen watched the rising disaster energy over the years, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. By this time, the upward trend of disaster energy finally slowed down. In these 40 years, Yuanshi Tianzuan had not been idle, using various divine pills to elevate Jiang Ziya's cultivation to the celestial realm. He was quite speechless. Despite a 9-turn golden elixir being consumed, which should allow even an ordinary person to directly become a Deluo golden immortal, Jiang Ziya's worthless constitution once again refreshed the lower limit. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat in the great hall looking at Jiang Ziya and asking, "How long have you been on the mountain?" Jiang Ziya bowed and replying to Master, "I have been on the mountain for 40 years. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded. "You were born with little fortune. The path of immortality is not for you. You can only enjoy the blessings of the mortal world." He paused and continued, "The fate of King Cheng has run its course. The Zhou dynasty shall rise. Go on a journey for me regarding the matter of canonization. Assist a wise ruler, and you can be a general or minister in the future. This will not be in vain for your 40 years of cultivation on the mountain. Go ahead." Jiang Ziya knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Disciple only wishes to cultivate. I beseech Master to show mercy and allow me to stay on the mountain to continue my cultivation." Yuanshi Tianzuan gently shook his head, his tone flat. "Destiny is already set. Who can change it? If you encounter any issues, you can return to Yushu Palace at any time. Enough, let me give you some items for self-defense." He raised his hand, and a long whip appeared in his palm along with a small apricot yellow flag. Then he waved his sleeve, and a strange beast appeared beside Jiang Ziya. Yuanshi Tianzuan continued, "This creature is called Sifang, and it will serve as your mount. You can temporarily take the god-slaying whip and the apricot yellow flag." Jiang Ziya accepted the 2 treasures, deeply bowing to Yuanshi Tianzuan. "Thank you for your guidance all these years, Master. I will take my leave now. Oh, please take care of yourself." After saying this, he mounted Sifang and slowly walked down the mountain. "I have no relatives, so where should I go? Right, there's an old acquaintance in Chaoga City, though I might as well pay him a visit." Jiang Ziya stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, and decided to head to Chaoga. Chen Chen looked at Shen Gongbao in front of him and gently shook his head. Indeed, he is a person of destined calamity, supported by fate. His cultivation is indeed rising rapidly. 10 years ago, he had brought Shen Gongbao up the mountain to cultivate with him and the Bodhi tree, and now both had stepped into the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. Chen Chen activated the power of the laws to awaken Shen Gongbao, casually asking, "Shen Gongbao, do you remember how many years you've been here?" Shen Gongbao quickly got up, properly saluted. "I have been here for 40 years, senior." Chen Chen nodded. "All right, you can go down the mountain now. Your cultivation has reached Deluo Golden Immortal, and you won't be able to rise much further in a short time. Go ahead, you have matters to attend to." Shen Gongbao felt a bit reluctant, nodded to Chen Chen, and he already understood how to proceed on his path. Chen Chen glanced at him and thought for a moment, instructing, "This time down the mountain, you likely won't need to engage in battles with anyone. Forget it, take this sword. You can find a living mount down the mountain." He casually took out a sword and tossed it over. Shen Gongbao caught the sword, respectfully bowed deeply to Chen Chen, then turned and bowed to the Bodhi tree. Then he walked down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Shen Gongbao looked at the multitude of monsters around and asked, "Is there anyone willing to follow me?" After waiting for a while, a white-browed tiger came out from the beast herd, lowered its body, willing to serve as Shen Gongbao's mount. Chen Chen stood on the mountain watching Shen Gongbao, slightly nodding. "Soon it will be here." The Bodhi tree transformed into a humanoid figure and approached Chen Chen from behind, asking, "Master, with so many living beings around, are we really doing nothing at all?" Chen Chen turned his head to glance at him and smiled, shaking his head. "There's no need for that. As long as you all remain hidden during this great calamity, this place will be untouched. However, once this tribulation has passed, I will need your assistance." The Bodhi tree lightly nodded, refraining from asking further, and turned back to continue his cultivation. Jiang Ziya arrived at Chaoga City in no time. He glanced at the increasingly bustling city and slowly walked in. He found the home of an old acquaintance and soon met Song Yiren. Song Yiren was nearly bald. His face was so wrinkled that it could crush flies. Seeing Jiang Ziya's youthful face that looked like it belonged to a 20-year-old, he couldn't help but break into a wide grin, grabbing his hand and not letting go. It's good to be back, good to be back. Jiang Ziya looked at his elder brother's head full of white hair and sighed. He pulled out a pill from his sleeve and handed it over. Elder brother, this will extend your life by a few years, take it. Song Yiren laughed heartily and pushed Jiang Ziya's hand away. No need for that, I've lived long enough, enjoyed what I needed to, and what's the point of clinging on? Ziya, you've come down from the mountains with great difficulty, don't waste time on trivial matters, come with me to explore Chaoga City. Jiang Ziya nodded. He was quite curious about the changes in Chaoga City. Thus Jiang Ziya moved into Song Yiren's house. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao rode his white tiger into Chaoga City. His presence was too conspicuous, and within a couple of days he drew attention. A minister spoke with him, and was so impressed by his abilities and insight that he decided to recommend him to the king. If there are matters to discuss, present them, if not, you may leave the court. The voice of Emperor Exine resonated in the hall, and the ministers below prepared to disperse. Your Majesty, I have something to report. A minister stepped forward saying, I recently encountered a talented individual with remarkable skills. He can restore peace with his words and establish order with his sword. I wish to recommend him to you. Oh, Emperor Exine raised an eyebrow, then call him in. A tiger's roar echoed from outside the hall, followed by the sound of footsteps. When the people in the hall looked up, they saw a man riding a tiger sauntering in. Shen Gongbao, I pay my respects to your Majesty. He dismounted from the tiger and raised his hand in greeting. Emperor Exine observed his calm demeanor and nodded subtly. I've heard you are knowledgeable and skilled in both literature and martial arts. Shen Gongbao smiled. I dare not claim that, but I do have some confidence in my abilities. Emperor Exine, being the human emperor, sensed that this man was connected to the fate of humanity and was no ordinary person. Looking at Shen Gongbao's confidence, he nodded again. If I were to grant you a position, what rank do you think would... Shen Gongbao was momentarily stunned. Realizing Emperor Exine was not joking, he directly answered, Chancellor, I have the confidence to hold that position. Emperor Exine squinted his eyes and re-evaluated Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao stood tall, his gaze. Ha ha ha. Emperor Exine suddenly laughed. If you truly possess such capability, what would it matter if I granted you the Chancellor position? Shen Gongbao cupped his hands. What does your Majesty mean? I will first grant you the eligibility to serve in court. Within a year, we shall see your contributions. If they are sufficient, the Chancellor position will be yours. If not... Emperor Exine did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. The ministers below opened their mouths to speak, thought for a moment, and then fell silent. Shen Gongbao bowed. Thank you for your recognition, your Majesty. From that day on, Shen Gongbao established himself in the court. As for Jiang Ziya, he continued to live in Song Yiren's house, wandering around Chaoga City, daily, secretly observing how the common people lived. Jiang Ziya pondered. It's strange, the people of Chaoga City seem to be living quite well, they don't appear to be on the verge of ruin. Did my master misjudge? I heard that Shen Gongbao has reached a high position. Initially, I wanted to find him to reminisce, but then I thought it inappropriate. He's thriving now, and if I approach him now, others might think him trying to climb the ranks. Recalling what the Primordial Supreme said about the Zhou dynasty's rise, I calculated that the Duke of Shibua is the destined one. After contemplating for a while, I finally made up my mind I should visit the Duke of Shibua first and see how it goes. Before leaving, Jiang Ziya helped Song Yiren adjust his health and took his leave. Song Yiren accompanied him to the door, and Jiang Ziya turned and hurried toward Shiqi. As he walked through the territory of Shiqi, Jiang Ziya frowned. The common people here are far worse off compared to the... However, I dare not disobey the orders of the Primordial Supreme. Suppressing my discomfort, I wandered around Shiqi. Ultimately, when I had no other choice, I settled down by the Weishui River. He thought to himself, I truly do not wish to serve the people of Shiqi, but I cannot ignore my master's words. I will wait here, leaving a thought for the Lord of Shiqi. If he can personally invite me, I wouldn't mind helping him. That being said, during this time, Emperor Exine spent every day with Daji and Queen Jiang, indulging in revelry, and had not attended court for many consecutive days. On Mount Zhongnan, there was an enlightened immortal named Yun Zhongzi who had quite a remarkable background. Years ago, Han Yun was betrayed and lost his life, who after many years his remnants gained intelligence and took shape, eventually becoming a disciple of the Primordial Supreme. One day, Yun Zhongzi, feeling idle, decided to gather herbs at Tiger Cliff, when he suddenly noticed a surge of demonic energy rising into the sky from the southeast. He parted the clouds, looked up, calculated with his fingers, and nodded. So it's a nine-tailed white fox taking form, hiding in Chaoga City. No, it seems to be close to the human king. If it's not dealt with soon, it will surely become a calamity. As cultivators, we must be mindful of the affairs of the world. Yun Zhongzi summoned the Golden Cloud Boy and instructed, Go fetch a withered pine branch. I will carve a wooden sword to slay that demon. The boy, curious, asked, Master, why not use a real sword? Yun Zhongzi smiled calmly. For just a little demon, there's no need for a precious sword. After carving the wooden sword and giving the boy his instructions, Yun Zhongzi left Mount Zhongnan stepping on clouds as he flew toward Chaoga. Although Emperor Xian had not attended court, Shingongbao was quite capable managing both major and minor affairs efficiently, ensuring that the court remained orderly. As Yun Zhongzi arrived above Chaoga City and looked down, he saw that the common people were living in peace and prosperity. Frowning, this situation does not align with my calculations. However, he gave it little thought as he was only focused on finding the human king to discuss the matter of the demon and to quickly eliminate it. As Yun Zhongzi stepped into Chaoga, many people noticed his presence. When the crowd saw him heading straight for the palace, Emperor Zin's brow furrowed. The ministers understood immediately and began to rise for the court session. By the time Yun Zhongzi stepped into the grand hall, Emperor Zhou had already taken his seat at the high position. The two rows of civil and military officials stood quietly on either side, their gazes fully focused on the entering Taoist. Yun Zhongzi stepped forward, flicked his dust whisk, and bowed with one hand. I am Yun Zhongzi from Mount Zhongnan. I pay my respects to your majesty. Emperor Zhou nodded and casually asked, what brings you here, Taoist? Yun Zhongzi replied, I was cultivating on Mount Zhongnan a few days ago when I suddenly saw demonic energy soaring above Chaoga City. I came specifically to eliminate the demon and ensure peace for the world. Emperor Zhou laughed upon hearing this. Do not concern yourself with whether there are demons in Chaoga. I only ask you this, are my people living in instability? Yun Zhongzi was momentarily taken aback. Upon careful reflection, he indeed had not seen any demons harming people on his way into the city. Could it be that he had miscalculated? As the thoughts swirled in his mind, he suppressed them. However, he could not shake off the thought of the nine-tailed white fox. Observing the human king and the assembled ministers, it seemed unlikely that he would eliminate the demon today. Yun Zhongzi quickly thought of something else and raised his hand to bow again, saying, Your Majesty, may I serve in the court to protect your Majesty's safety? Emperor Zhou was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. You don't trust me, do you? Very well, if you wish to stay in Chaoga, I approve it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Zhongzi actually wanted to understand why the scene in Chaoga City did not align with the predictions in his divination. The demon fox had not harmed anyone, and he planned to stay to see it with his own eyes. As the time approached for the feudal lords to enter the palace to pay their respects, Duke of Shibui Ji Chong completed a divination, his expression darkening. His eldest son Bo Yikao asked, Father, what happened? Ji Chong frowned and said, This time when I go to Chaoga, you watch over Shichi. If I do not return, do not worry too much. This calamity will not take my life. GFA became anxious. What? Father, is there danger this time? Why not wait until tomorrow and not go? We should focus on nurturing our troops and wait until we have enough strength to retaliate. Ji Chong covered Ji Fa's mouth with one hand, saying, Do not speak recklessly. My family in Shichi has received the grace of the Shang dynasty for generations. Such words cannot be spoken. GFA pouted. Ji Chong boarded the carriage and his voice came from behind the curtain. It will be fine. Just focus on developing Shichi. Your father will not come to harm. The carriage moved further away. GFA and Bo Yikao exchanged glances. GFA scoffed and turned to leave. Bo Yikao wore a gentle smile as he went to arrange matters after Ji Chang's departure. Emperor Zhou hosted a grand banquet in Chaoga with all the townspeople joining in to feast, welcoming the various lords. The Eastern Duke, Jiang Huanchu, leader of the 800 lords, and the father of Queen Jiang, was the first to arrive in Chaoga, with dozens of carriages filled with treasures to present to the king. The Southern Duke, Yi Chongyu, brought along 200 southern lords and also arrived in Chaoga City. Duke of Shibui Ji Chong sat in his carriage looking rather grim. The scene in Chaoga City did not align at all with the predictions he had made. Duke Chongho, who leading 200 lords from the north, was determined to follow Emperor Xian to the end. He had fortified the northern border like a fortress with loyal supporters of the Shang dynasty filling the streets. Ji Chong reached the territory of Yinshan, and it was still bright. He turned to his subordinates and shouted, You all go see where we can take shelter from the rain. The weather seems odd, but it looks like it's going to rain. The servants were all confused, looking up at the sky. The sky was clear with no clouds, and the sun shone brightly, making the ground seem white. My lord, are you joking? In this blazing sun, where could the rain possibly come from? Before the words could settle, a torrential rain suddenly poured down. Ji Chong shouted at the top of his lungs, Quick! Dive into the woods. A dozen people scrambled and tumbled into the thicket. The rain pounded down for several hours until suddenly a thunderous roar shook the ground. The crowd huddled together in fear. Just as the thunder ceased, the rain also stopped. Ji Chong, drenched, looked up, and a joyful expression burst forth on his face. The clouds have passed, the stellar star is about to be born. Come follow me. His subordinates did not understand his words, but no one dared to ask. They could only scatter and search chaotically. Suddenly the sound of a baby crying rang out. Ji Chong followed the sound and bent down to look. What a darling! The baby's face was like a peach blossom, and its eyes shone brightly. Ji Chang couldn't contain his joy. I have calculated my fate, and I am destined to have 100 sons in this life. Currently, there are only 9 edenine, and this child comes just in time. Haha, it's a tremendous blessing. A beam of celestial light fell from the sky. Ji Chang looked up. It was a Taoist, handsome and extraordinary. The man stepped forward and saluted. I am Yun Zhongzi from the Yuzhu Cave on Mount Zhongnan. I greet you, Duke of the West. I sensed the stellar star descending and specially came to take on a disciple. Ji Chang pondered for a moment and handed the child over. Taoist, take a look. This is my 100th son. Why not grant him a name? Yun Zhongzi received the child, nodded, and said, he appeared after the thunder, so let us call him Lei Zhenzi. I will take him back to the mountain for cultivation. Once he has completed his studies, he will certainly return to find you, my lord. After speaking, Yun Zhongzi soared into the air with the child heading straight for Mount Zhongnan, casting aside his previous thoughts of testing in Chaoga. Ji Chang continued on his journey. In the grand hall, Xian sat at the head of the table. Below him a sea of ministers gathered, including the 4 great lords. Xian raised his wine cup. I toast to all of you loyal subjects and lords. The stability of the Shang dynasty today owes much to your efforts. After finishing, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. The entire hall followed suit, raising their cups and downing their drinks. Daji and Queen Jiang sat beside Xian, one on each side. Ji Chang dared not look directly at Xian, and secretly stole glances at Daji, troubled in his heart. This is strange. Isn't Daji supposed to have the fate of a demon concubine? How is it that the Shang dynasty has not encountered any problems? The North Duke, Chong Ho, who sitting beside him, noticed Ji Chang's wandering gaze and frowned, clearing his throat softly. Ji Chang quickly retracted his gaze and obediently drank. After pondering for a moment, Chong Ho still sent a servant to deliver a message to Xian. Xian, after hearing Chong Hao's complaint, felt speechless. But at that moment, Chen Chen used the power of humanity to convey a sound to him. Xian's expression changed, darkening. He slapped the table, causing the entire court of officials to jump. He pointed at Ji Chang with a gaze cold enough to freeze. Duke of the West, do you think what I have given is not enough? You dare to entertain thoughts about my woman? The hall fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Come here. Xian raised his voice. Take the Duke of the West away and imprison him. The ministers erupted in chaos. Baigan rushed forward, kneeling with a thud. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. You cannot say such things lightly. The Duke of the West has made countless contributions to the Shang dynasty. How can you just arrest him like this? How will the court respond? Xian's gaze darkened, coldly replying, imprison him. This Shang dynasty is not for others to decide. Upon hearing this, no one dared to speak further. Those lords close to the Duke of the West also shrank back, afraid to move. Ji Chang's expression remained unchanged. He stood up, adjusted his robe, and followed the guards out. He walked steadily, as if heading to a banquet, exiting the grand hall. With Xian's anger, no one dared to continue eating. He snorted coldly, and Daji and Queen Jiang followed him, turning to leave. The news spread faster than the wind. Within a day, the incident of the Duke of the West being imprisoned reached the entire world. However, there was no chaos on the side of Shichi. Bo Yitzhao had already received his father's instructions, arranging everything meticulously. In secret, he was also quietly reinforcing the city defenses and expanding the military. Baigan and several old ministers came to visit. When they entered the hall, Xian was sitting in a chair, lost in thought. Without saying a word, they knelt down directly. Baigan's voice was heavy. Your Majesty, you are undermining the foundation of the Shang dynasty. Xian lifted his gaze to look at them, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Can you really not see, or are you pretending not to see the stirrings in Shichi? They will rebel sooner or later. I have detained Ji Chang in advance. Oh, what is wrong with that? Shang Rong nodded, his tone softening. Your Majesty has a point, but the common people do not see it that way. They only know that you imprisoned the Duke of the West on a fabricated charge. If this spreads, it will sow discord among the people. Xian smiled and waved his hand. It's fine, just keep him in there for 7 years. After 7 years, if he wants to stay in Chaoga, I will find him a bother. Baigan and Shang Rong exchanged glances. They did not understand what Xian was truly planning, but at least they heard that the king did not intend to take Ji Chang's life. The group breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully withdrew. In the prison, Ji Chang frowned. Since being imprisoned, he had not been deprived of good food or drink, but he felt something was amiss. Before coming to Chaoga, he had divined many times, and the hexagram indicated there would be danger, but no harm. But now sitting here, he could not shake the feeling that things were not as he had calculated. Was Daji truly a demon? He could not be sure. But one thing he was certain of, there was definitely a woman stirring trouble beside Xian. Being detained in Chaoga was a done deal. He had foreseen it, but he did not expect it to be in this manner. Ji Chang closed his eyes, his mind racing. Where had things gone wrong? After thinking for a long time, he could not understand. The only thing that gave him peace was that the hexagram's indication of danger, but no harm, should not be wrong. DXIN held no murderous intent towards him, he could sense that. But if he did not intend to kill him, then why imprison him? Just because he spied on Daji. Ji-Chang did not believe such nonsense. Forget it. He opened his eyes, sitting cross-legged, and taking a deep breath. Since he could not understand, he might as well practice his divination skills. The prison was tranquil, just right for this endeavor. Meanwhile, in Shichi City, Bo Yitsao was nearly driven to madness. The matter of Ji-Chang's imprisonment had initially been suppressed, but paper cannot contain fire. As time passed, his younger brothers could no longer sit still, joining forces to pressure him, constantly giving him a hard time. Bo Yitsao felt like a needle was stabbing into his brain. In contrast, DXIN on the side of Chaogo was busy to the point of not having a moment to spare. With the support of the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Lords, the Duke of the West faction could not stir up any waves. No matter how much Ji-Chang instructed before leaving, his subordinates did not dare to take real action. DXIN waved his hand, handing over the important powers of the court to Baigan Shangrong and Shin Gongbao. Shin Gongbao proved to be quite capable managing affairs in an orderly manner. The more DXIN observed, the more he was satisfied, so he even entrusted him with important positions within the Forbidden Palace. At this moment, DXIN sat in his chair with his eyes closed, appearing to be dozing off. However, his divine sense had already soared elsewhere. In the realm of humanity, Chen Chen looked at the bewildered DXIN before him and smiled. DXIN, do you recognize me? Upon hearing this, DXIN jolted. Wasn't this the one who spoke to him every night in his dreams? He raised his gaze, and the figure before him exuded an inexplicable familiarity. DXIN did not think much of it, and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Junior, the current human king, DXIN greets you, senior. Chen Chen reached out to assist him up, shaking his head. He raised his hand, and a series of scenes manifested before DXIN's eyes. Chen Chen tirelessly practiced martial arts, spreading the teachings of martial arts across the human race. Swearing used wood to create fire, protecting countless kin. Wutu taught people to build houses, safeguarding them from disasters. Azi crafted clothing, preventing people from suffering from the cold. Born small, yet never resigned to fate. Chen Chen deployed pieces across the board, eliminating hidden dangers one by one. The Taoist of Ta Ching attempted to siphon off the luck of the human race, but the entire clan united to resist. The demon clan's heavenly court sought to refine the human race into the slaughter, which soared, blood flowing like a river, but the human race fought back fiercely. United with the witch clan, they fought to topple the demon clan, finally awakening the essence of humanity. Upon witnessing this, DXIN felt the tension within him ease. The scenes continued to play. The three sovereigns ruled the world. Xian Gui divined the 8 trigrams and created characters. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs and poisoned himself. Xianyuan fought against external enemies with his life. The 5 emperors closed the gates of heaven and earth. You controlled the floods. One scene after another vividly depicting that indomitable spirit. The shadows of each king drifted past, ultimately focusing on DXIN. From the establishment of the human race until now, when has it not walked on the edge of a knife? The era you are in is about to become a turning point for us. The essence of humanity and the heavenly way are about to clash. Eden. Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but each word struck deeply at DXIN's heart. After watching the entire history of the human race, DXIN suddenly realized who this figure before him was. Junior, DXIN greets you, martial ancestor. Chen Chen nodded slightly. The Heavenly Way has placed its pieces in Shichi, intending for the Zhou family to replace the Shang dynasty and turn the human king into a heavenly son. You are the most crucial piece for the human race. But do not panic. As long as you do not act recklessly and ruin the luck of the human race, there will be no major issues. We old folks will take the brunt of it. DXIN's pupils constricted. The human race's situation was even more perilous than he had imagined. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded, indicating he understood. Then he raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chen Chen. Then, martial ancestor, may I ask, what about Daji? Chen Chen waved his hand, smiling casually. It's fine. I have seen that little fox. Her intentions are sincere. She is willing to sacrifice her 9 lives for you, so I lend a hand. If the human race can survive this ordeal, you can handle the rest yourself. DXIN sighed in relief, feeling reassured. Chen Chen looked at him and added, go. Do what you want to do. Remember, keep the human race in your heart. If there are any changes, we will find you. With a wave of his hand, DXIN vanished. In the grand hall, DXIN suddenly opened his eyes. His divine sense returned. His eyes were deep, and he murmured to himself, has our human race reached this point? After a moment of silence, he added, Shichi. He pondered while tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of the chair. Protected by the power of the Tao, he was unaffected by the will of heaven. Dixie was originally a ruthless person, both literate and martial. With a quick turn of thought, he calmed himself, stabilizing the situation and taking his time. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the Shichi side, Bo Yikao managed the fief meticulously, but GFA and his group became dissatisfied. Several people united to exert pressure, forcing Bo Yikao to express his stance. Gritting his teeth, Bo Yikao finally made up his mind to go to Chaoga and rescue his father. Gathering the strength of Shichi, he unearthed 3 treasures: the 7 fragrance chariot, the awakening mat, and a white-faced monkey. With the items in hand, Bo Yikao felt a surge of anger. Bidding farewell to his 98 brothers, he mounted his horse and set off. Along the way, the officials and soldiers saw the flag of the Western Marquis, and all made way. No one dared to stop him. Upon entering Chaoga City, Bo Yikao did not rush to the royal palace. He waited near the residence of Bygone. Soon a man on horseback approached. It was indeed Bygone. Bo Yikao quickly stepped forward and knelt down. Bygone was startled, pulling up his horse and asking who was kneeling. "Is there a grievance?" Bo Yikao hurriedly raised his head, saying, "I have seen Lord Bygone. I am the eldest son of the sinner Western Marquis, Ji Chong." Bo Yikao. Bygone's eyes flashed as he quickly dismounted and reached out to assist him, saying, "Noble nephew, please rise." "Why are you standing here?" Bo Yikao stood up and bowed deeply to Bygone, saying, "My father has offended the king and has been imprisoned. I am grateful that the king spared his life. However, for 7 years, I as his son have been worried day and night, hoping to ask the king for mercy on my father's behalf. I implore you, dear teacher, to help me meet the king." Bygone did not rush to answer. He thought for a long time. After a while, he finally nodded slowly, saying, "Very well. I see your filial piety. Fine, I will let you meet the king." The next day at court, Dixie sat on the throne, glanced at the ministers below, and said, "If there's nothing, you may leave." He returned to the rear hall, dining with Daji and Queen Jiang. Just then, an imperial official in front of the hall shouted, "Bygone, the teacher requests an audience with the king." Dixie smirked and nodded. Bygone soon brought Bo Yikao in. He cupped his hands and said, "Bygone pays his respects to the king." Dixie slowly nodded, his gaze sweeping over Bo Yikao behind him, and asked, "Who are those people following?" Bo Yikao quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, "My lord, I am the eldest son of the sinner Western Marquis Ji Chong. I have long heard of your great name, and specially came to Chaoga to present my respects." Dixie responded with an His gaze lingered on Bo Yikao's face for a moment, then he grinned, saying, "All right, let me see what good things you have brought." Bo Yikao first presented the 7 fragrance chariot, carefully introducing it. After Dixie looked it over, he nodded happily. Seeing that the king did not have much reaction, Bo Yikao, fearing it was insufficient, gritted his teeth and took out the awakening mat. Dixie felt the material and nodded. Next, Bo Yikao let out a white-faced monkey. This monkey was no ordinary creature. It had cultivated for over 1,000 years, capable of singing and dancing, filled with 3,000 tunes and 800 grand songs, with its 12 layers of bones completely transformed, and it had a pair of fiery golden eyes, adept at discerning the true nature of the demons and monsters in the human realm. Dixie saw through the origin of the monkey at a glance. Strangely, despite its deep cultivation, it had not transformed into human form. The white-faced monkey, seeing Dixie, showed a hint of joy and immediately performed for the king. Dixie was amused, laughing heartily, while Daji and Queen Jiang also chuckled. Bo Yikao was so engrossed that his gaze unknowingly lingered on Daji's face. Bo Yikao. A thunderous roar suddenly jolted Bo Yikao back to reality. The smile on Dixie's face vanished, and he coldly scolded, "Well, you two, father and son, are nothing good. Guards, take him to the dungeon." Bygone, standing by, opened his mouth to plead, but seeing the smoldering fire in Dixie's eyes, he swallowed his words. The ones escorting Bo Yikao were none other than the notorious Fei Zhong and Yu Han, the 2 greatest traitors in the court, who just happened to be in charge of the dungeon. Bo Yikao glanced at the two's monkey-like features and quietly slipped a few gold ingots to them, whispering, "Gentlemen, please do me a favor. This little token is for you to accept." Fei Zhong weighed the gold and chuckled, Good. You are clever. Oh, we will look out for you in there." Bo Yikao smiled along, appearing very compliant on the surface, but inwardly cursed his father and mother, hoping these 2 would be useful. Bo Yikao was thrown into the prison, and nearby was Ji Chong. Ji Chong, seeing his son, nearly had his eyes bulge out, shouting, "My son, you are still alive." Bo Yikao was stunned, frowning, and asking, "Father, where is this coming from?" Ji Chong quickly waved his hand, his brow furrowed, mumbling, "According to my calculations, I figured the eldest would come to rescue me, but the auspicious signs clearly indicated that Dixie was to be turned into meat paste. Never mind, as long as my son is safe." Bo Yikao's mind had already begun to devise a plan to rescue his father. He glanced around, focusing on the 2 guards outside the prison door, Fei Zhong and Yu Han. His eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice to call, Gentlemen, could you come over here for a moment?" Perhaps the earlier gold ingots had made some impact. Fei Zhong and Yu Han exchanged glances, and Fei Zhong frowned as he approached, asking irritably, "What now?" Bo Yikao slipped another gold ingot into Fei Zhong's hand, lowering his voice, "I kindly ask you, sir, to allow me to send a letter home." Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. What should be offered will not be missing. Fei Zhong weighed the gold nugget, a slight smile creeping onto his face, and nodded, saying, wait, I will bring you paper and ink right away. Bo Yikao quickly wrote a few lines in the letter, and when he handed it back his voice was even lower. Sir, please deliver this letter to the outskirts of the west of the city. There someone will offer you a generous gift. Fei Zhong took the letter, exchanged glances with Yuhan, and they turned to leave. Following the address, Fei Zhong arrived at the west outskirts and indeed saw a servant waiting. He stepped forward to hand over the letter, and the person opened it in front of him, frowning. After reading, he sighed and looked at Fei Zhong, cupping his hands and saying, thank you, sir, for taking care of my elder and my young master. Could you please let them both out? Once this matter is completed, your kindness will not disappoint you. As he spoke, he took a few beads from his pocket and pressed them into Fei Zhong's hand. Fei Zhong accepted them, his eyes narrowing in a smile, but then he deliberately straightened his face, saying, this matter is a bit tricky. However, about the treasures, you just mentioned how much exactly? The servant smiled coldly inside, but respectfully bent down, saying, as long as my master can safely escape, treasures like these can fill at least a cart for you. Fei Zhong nodded in satisfaction, saying, all right, I will do my best to help your master out. Tonight you wait here. After saying that, he turned and left. Dixie had been sending people to watch Fei Zhong's movements. Seeing that the fellow was acting as he had guessed, he sneered coldly and chose to ignore it. That night, Fei Zhong and Yu Han conspired to send away the patrolling guards, pretending to accidentally drop the keys to the prison on the ground, and slipped away. Ji Chang's eyes brightened. He quickly picked up the keys, unlocked the shackles, and opened the prison door. Just as he was about to help Bo Yikao untie, a shout came from outside. Someone is breaking out. Quick, come. Ji Chang looked up, and the guards had already blocked the door. Bo Yikao looked at his father and shook his head, saying, father, you go first. Shichi cannot be without you. I am fine here. Ji Chang stared at the increasing number of soldiers, gritted his teeth, and dropped the line, hold on, you, I will come back to rescue you sooner or later. He turned and ran. He dashed out of the city gate, and upon reaching the outskirts, he indeed saw the backup that Bo Yikao had arranged. The servant approached and bowed, saying, my lord, the cart is ready and can leave at any time. Fei Zhong and Yu Han emerged from the shadows, clearing their throats. The servant immediately put on a smile, approaching, gentlemen, the gifts are in that cart. You can check for yourselves. Fei Zhong and Yu Han walked over, looking at the cart full of gold and silver treasures, and not caring about Ji Chang anymore, they directly drove the cart back quietly. Dixie watched as this group of people was putting in so much effort to set the stage. A cold smile crept onto his lips. He raised his hand to signal those around him, casually ordering, keep a close watch on Bo Yikao, spread the news, and choose a day to behead him. Meanwhile, Ji Chang escaped from Chaoga overnight. Without pausing, he crossed Mingjin, forded the Yellow River, navigated around Mianxi, and headed straight for Lintong Pass. Ji Chang ran desperately on the way, and the news had not yet reached the pass. Relying on the title of Western Marquis, he had a smooth journey, and the guards did not stop him, allowing him to pass. 2 days later, the news finally reached Lintong Pass. The officials and soldiers inside were so furious that their faces turned green. They immediately sent people to pursue him. Ji Chang exited Lintong Pass feeling relieved, and he had a light-hearted disposition. He was no longer in a hurry, leisurely making his way, which gave the pursuers an opportunity to catch up. Suddenly, shouts and sounds of battle came from behind. Ji Chang turned his head, and his face turned as pale as paper. In Zhongnan Mountain, Yunzongzi was wandering through the heavens when he suddenly had an inspiration. He calculated with his fingers and exclaimed, it seems the Western Marquis is in trouble. Well, today is just right for them to meet. Yunzongzi turned to instruct Jin, Xia, Tongzi, go and call your... Before long, Lei Zhenzi arrived, kneeling and greeting, master, you called for me. Yunzongzi glanced at him, saying, disciple, I have foreseen that your father is in trouble. Do you wish to go and rescue him? Lei Zhenzi was taken aback, asking, master, who is my father? The Western Marquis Ji Chang. He is about to encounter trouble at Lintong Pass. Go and find a weapon at Here Cliff. Yunzongzi pointed towards Here Cliff. Lei Zhenzi looked at the red apricots with increasing fondness, picked one up to weigh it in his hand, and murmured to himself, just right, I'll eat one and leave one for my master. With that thought, he popped one into his mouth. Little did he know the red apricot was so delicious that before he realized it, the second one had also made its way into his stomach. Lei Zhenzi's face flushed as he muttered guiltily, he'll find another for master next time. After saying that, he continued to rummage through his weapons. But after taking just 2 steps, a sudden shiver ran through his body. From his left rib, a wing suddenly burst forth. Before he could even cry out, a second wing popped out from his right rib. Lei Zhenzi was immediately dumbfounded. Not only did he sprout wings, but his face also changed. His nose grew taller, his complexion turned a sickly blue, his hair became as red as vermilion, his eyes bulged out, and his teeth grew crookedly. His body rapidly expanded, shooting up to 2 zhang in height. At that moment Jin Xiaotongzi ran over saying, "Senior brother master is looking for you." Lei Zhenzi turned around and asked, "Do you see anything different about me?" Jin Xiaotongzi opened his mouth and let out a shriek. "Huh? Senior brother, what happened to you?" Lei Zhenzi sighed, "Forget it, let's go see master." He shuffled forward, dragging his wings on the ground, looking like a defeated rooster, drooping in spirit. When Yun Zhongzi saw Lei Zhenzi's appearance, he was startled for a moment, then frowned and said, "Oh, enough, come inside with me." He tossed a golden staff to Lei Zhenzi. Lei Zhenzi had long been gripping the wind and thunder staff, and had already grasped the changes in his body. He soared into the air, kneeling mid-flight to bow, and said, "Master, do you have any orders for me?" Yun Zhongzi nodded, and said, "Quickly go to the front of Lintong Pass and rescue your father. Once you have him, leave and escort him out of the 5 passes. Do not enter the West Qi and do not harm the soldiers of the Great Shang. Once your task is done, return immediately to Zhongnan Mountain." Lei Zhenzi respectfully agreed, spread his wings, and flew directly toward Lintong Pass. Halfway there he spotted a large troop of Great Shang soldiers marching swiftly. Looking closer, he saw someone galloping on a horse. Lei Zhenzi's mind raced as he approached, and asked, "That person ahead is definitely the Duke of Shibo, right?" Ji Chong was startled, turning his head to look, only to find no one. Raising his gaze again, he finally spotted a figure. His face was as blue as indigo, his hair was as red as vermilion, his mouth displayed fangs, and his eyes bulged like copper bells gleaming. Instantly frightened, Ji Chong felt his legs go weak and his body tremble as he raised his hand and asked, "Who is this brave warrior? How do you recognize me?" Lei Zhenzi beamed with joy and knelt down to pay his respects, saying, "Father, I am your 100th son. I have arrived late and have startled you." Ji Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief, but was puzzled. "Why does my son look like this? I remember Yun Zhongzi took you away from Zhongnan Mountain just 7 years ago. How did you end up here?" Lei Zhenzi nodded and replied, "Master sent me down the mountain to rescue you from the 5 passes and to fend off the pursuers. This face of mine is the result of eating a strange fruit." Upon hearing this, Ji Chang's face brightened, but he soon became worried again, saying, "My son, I escaped because I committed a crime and betrayed the king's grace. You must not harm the soldiers of the Great Shang." "Do not worry, father. When I came, master already instructed me. Just look at my abilities." With that, Lei Zhenzi soared ahead of the pursuing soldiers. With a flap of his wings, the wind and thunder staff was held horizontally in front of him. In an instant, thunder rumbled and dust filled the air. The army was obstructed from seeing ahead, and a commander who was about to take action suddenly heard a transmission and immediately halted his movements. Lei Zhenzi shouted, "Do not pursue any further. My father has given orders, and I must not disobey master's command. I cannot harm the soldiers of the Great Shang. Withdraw." The pursuers nearly laughed out loud. The leading commander stared at Lei Zhenzi for a moment, and then ordered the troops to retreat. Lei Zhenzi returned to Ji Chong and bowed, saying, "Father, the pursuers have retreated. I will escort you out of the 5 passes." Ji Chong nodded. Lei Zhenzi crouched down, saying, "Father, get on my back, and I'll carry you over." Ji Chong hesitated for a moment, and then carefully climbed on. Ji Chong was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Aren't you coming back with me? Why are you leaving halfway?" Lei Zhenzi replied, "Master instructed me to." He exclaimed joyfully, "I can return to my homeland today, all thanks to my son's miraculous powers." Lei Zhenzi set him down and turned to leave, saying, "I have brought you here so I can rest easy now." Ji Chong was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Aren't you coming back with me? Why are you leaving halfway?" Lei Zhenzi replied, "Master instructed me to bring you here, and that would be sufficient. I must return to the mountain." After saying that, he bowed and turned to leave. Ji Chong arrived safely in the West Qi. The civil and military officials, along with his 98 sons, were all waiting at the city gate, with the only exception being his eldest son Bo Yikao. Ji Chong was overcome with grief and tears upon learning from GFA that Bo Yikao had been beheaded by Emperor Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted immediately. GFA and the others were in a panic, quickly bringing Ji Chong back to the city to recuperate. A few days later, Ji Chong regained his strength and muttered to himself, "I had predicted 7 years of imprisonment, but I did not foresee the death of my eldest son. Well, what can be done at this point?" But he pondered again. His predictions had always been accurate, yet why did the process feel so wrong every time? After thinking for a long time, Ji Chong exhaled and shook his head. "No more thinking, it's pointless to think about it." He lowered his head and fell asleep again. In his dream, a white-haired tiger suddenly leapt out, sprouting wings on either side, and flames shooting from behind, charging straight at Ji Chang's face. Ji Chong jolted awake, sitting up in confusion, wondering, what does this dream mean? Meanwhile, Zhang Zia had been lingering by the Weishui River after leaving Chaoga, reciting the Huangting scripture daily and fishing when he had time, living quite comfortably. However, he used a straight hook for fishing, causing those nearby to stifle their laughter. Jiang Zia paid no attention to their mockery. Ji Chang and his officials had finished discussing and felt that this dream was an auspicious sign. He sighed and ordered that he personally go seek out the place where this omen might be fulfilled. No one could stop him, so Ji Chang set out directly. After several days of travel, he reached the Weishui River, where he heard people discussing a strange individual by the riverbank who claimed to not fish for fish, but for kings and lords. Ji Chang found this intriguing approach to inquire and learned of Jiang Zia's residence, deciding to visit and see if this person truly possessed abilities. Following the Weishui River slowly, Ji Chang saw a person quietly sitting there fishing. The strange part was that the fish hook was straight and 3 feet above the water surface. Ji Chang stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what is the secret behind your fishing method?" Jiang Zia laughed heartily and replied, "I do not fish for fish, I fish for kings and lords." After chatting for a bit, Ji Chang was taken aback. This person had real knowledge, adept in military tactics and governance. Ji Chang clasped his hands and asked, "What is your name, sir? Can you accompany me back to West Qi?" Jiang Zia chuckled. "I am from Shuzhou in the East Sea, surname Jiang, name Shang, courtesy name Zia, and my Dao title is Fei Xiao. To West Qi. You Duke of Shibua will have to personally pull my cart for that to happen." Ji Chang's mind raced. Fei Xiao. The tiger with wings from my dream must be Fei Xiao. In other words, the true figure from the dream is Jiang Zia. Ji Chang joyfully nodded, repeatedly saying, all right, sir, you have great abilities, let me show you my sincerity." As soon as Jiang Zia stepped onto the cart, Ji Chang bent down, putting the strap over his shoulder and personally pulling the cart. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step Ji Chang took, his body felt heavier. By the 5th step his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, panting like a bellows. Jiang Zia frowned, jumped off the cart, and helped Ji Chang onto the seat. The horse recognized the way, needing no guidance, and carried both of them back. Upon arriving in West Qi, Ji Chang caught his breath and immediately summoned the civil and military officials, praising Jiang Zia's abilities and stating he wanted to appoint him as the chancellor. The people below had no objections. They had already chatted with Jiang Zia and were all impressed by his insights. Jiang Zia did not disappoint this trust. He single-handedly managed West Qi to be orderly and prosperous, giving off a vibe of thriving growth. Meanwhile in Chaoga, although Emperor Exine publicly declared that he had beheaded Bo Yikao, in reality, it was merely talk. Bo Yikao was imprisoned, yet received no mistreatment in terms of food and drink. Fei Zhong and Yu Han were being watched by Emperor Exine, but ultimately were not harmed. Some dirty work needed to be done by such people. Chen Chen opened his eyes, glancing toward the direction of West Qi. The calamity of the Fengshen was about to begin. Chen Chen stared at the direction of West Qi for a while. The moment Jiang Zia arrived in West Qi, the aura of the Heavenly Dao became increasingly dense. Logically, given Emperor Zin's character, even the most ambitious of people should have tempered their ambitions. Yet problems were arising in West Qi. Ji Chang was immersed in divination daily, coupled with his own thoughts, and over time, he was quietly influenced by the Heavenly Dao. If it weren't for Chen Chen keeping a close eye on him, he might not have noticed that something was amiss. At first, Hong Jun paid no mind, only unconsciously influencing the situation. By the time he realized that Ji Chang was already deeply entrenched, interpreting everything as fate, Hong Jun simply went with the flow and left a pawn in West Qi. On the surface, the one who listened most to Hong Jun was Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi received the order and sent someone to assist in West Qi. Jiang Zia was merely the beginning. Chen Chen glanced towards the ancestral land of humanity, slightly reassured. It was hard to say who would win or lose between the Heavenly Dao and the human path, but the human path would never fall. After Jiang Zia arrived in West Qi and received Ji Chang's nod, he officially established the Zhou dynasty. In other words, the next heir to the Zhou dynasty had already been decided under Jiang Zia's suggestion. GFA grew increasingly respectful of Jiang Zia. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Jiang Zia had multiplied West Qi's military strength several times. The two saints from the west, for some reason, sought out Yuan Shi Tianzun to discuss matters. With the nod of Taiching Laozu, the Xianmen brought in Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin with a causal price. Taiching Laozu stood behind Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yu, while lacking her own sect, chose to remain neutral. Chen Chen silently observed as these 4 saints joined forces. Tongtian Jiaozhu remained the same, preaching when needed and closing up when necessary. Jiang Zia calculated with his fingers and frowned. Why does my master want me to attack the Shang? The fortunes of Shang have already turned to the Zhou side. Jiang Zia bumped heads with Ji Chang. Ji Chang seemed possessed at that moment, calculating with his fingers and declaring that fate belonged to Zhou. He shouted, "Shang father, lead the expedition." Jiang Zia's eyelids twitched. Having led troops for many years, he understood well that this battle could not be won. Nevertheless, he nodded. The next day, the area outside Shichi City was filled with people. In public, Ji Chang handed the commander's seal to Jiang Zia. GFA followed along, embarking on the journey together. The soldiers of Shichi seemed to have taken some kind of medicine, each brimming with confidence, as if a reward ceremony had already been set up. Some were grinning widely. Jiang Zia frowned as he observed this, slowly realizing the implication. He feared that this journey had another mission. The army marched without a pause. They left Shichi City, crossed Qi Mountain, passed through Peach Blossom Ridge, and traversed Yinshan, finally resting at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to conceal Shouyang Mountain and the nearby minor demons. He stood with the Bodhi tree, watching the Shichi army march past beneath his gaze. Upon reaching Jinji Ridge, Kong Xian gazed at the dark mass of troops from a distance, directly elevating the tension to its peak. The soldiers of the Shang roared, blocking all paths for Shichi. At this time, the Shang still held the people's hearts, while on Ziki's side, aside from Jiangxia, there were no competent fighters. The soldiers could not withstand the pressure from Kong Xian's group, their legs trembling. Jiang Zia's expression darkened as he scanned the incompetent soldier's side, and turned to GFA saying, "Young master, keep the troops steady here. I will return to Kunlun Mountain to seek my master, and request a few senior brothers to come down and assist." GFA nodded. "The sooner you go and return, the better. Be careful on the way." Jiang Zia acknowledged with an sound, mounted his strange beast, and left. He rushed back to Kunlun Mountain and entered the Yushu Palace. The Primordial Lord sat with eyes closed in a meditative position at the upper seat, appearing to be asleep. Jiang Zia stepped forward and bowed. "Disciple pays respects to master." The Primordial Lord opened his eyes, saw Jiang Zia, and nodded slightly. "Zia returns at this time. Is there something urgent? Has Zhou been destroyed?" Jiang Zia smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Not yet. I brought the soldiers of Shichi and have been blocked at Jinjiling. I have come back to seek aid, asking master to send a few senior brothers down to lend me a hand." The Primordial Lord closed his eyes again, lightly tapping with his fingers, and nodded. "So it was Kong Xian who has stopped you. It is not your fault. All right, let the 12 golden immortals descend to assist you in this matter. As for Kong Xian, I will find someone to deal with him, so you need not worry." Jiang Zia bowed again. "Thank you, master." The Primordial Lord transmitted a message summoning the 12 golden immortals, instructing, "This great calamity is originally related to you. Descend and assist your junior brother Zia." The golden immortals exchanged glances and stepped forward. "We will follow master's orders." Jiang Zia led the 12 golden immortals out of Yushu Palace. The Primordial Lord's brows furrowed, slightly muttering Kong Xian's name, and sighed. He transmitted a message to Zhuan Ti explaining the situation at hand. When Zhuan Ti heard the two characters Kong Xian, his eyes widened, staring at the Primordial Lord. The Primordial Lord smiled bitterly and nodded. Zhuan Ti pondered for a long time before agreeing. His figure shimmered and disappeared from sight. Above Jinjiling, Kong Xian applied immense pressure on the Shichi army, but had yet to strike. Suddenly, he looked up, his expression changing. Zhuan Ti stood in midair, his imposing aura descending like a mountain. Kong Xian flew up directly, his eyes flashing as he raised his sword to strike. Zhuan Ti remained unhurried, raising his hand to reveal the 7 treasures mysterious tree, gently swiping, causing Kong Xian's sword to veer off. Kong Xian froze for a moment, then took out another treasure. With another swipe, he was sent flying. His anger flared. He simply took out the treasure Chen Chen had given him, simultaneously activating his divine abilities, and clashed directly with Zhuan Ti's 7 treasures mysterious tree. Zhuan Ti did not use lethal force, almost as if teaching him how to fight. Kong Xian, seeing his abilities ineffective, closed in and threw punches. Zhuan Ti caught each blow with great strength, as if playing with him. Kong Xian could not land a hit on him. Growing increasingly frustrated, he stopped holding back, striking with. Zhuan Ti glanced into the distance. Jiang Zia and the 12 golden immortals were approaching quickly. He raised his hand, directly restraining Kong Xian, and privately transmitted, "Enough, stop fighting, return." Kong Xian understood clearly that the sage was not on the same level as him, yet being pinned down like this was still incredibly frustrating. Zhuan Ti tossed Kong Xian away, sending him directly towards the human ancestral land. A gentle force caught him, and Chen Chen's voice sounded nearby. "Not bad, you haven't wasted your abilities during these years in the Shang. Well done." Kong Xian turned around and bowed. "Greetings, master." Chen Chen nodded, his gaze drifting off into the distance, and asked, "What have you comprehended over these years?" Kong Xian opened his mouth, stammered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. Chen Chen chuckled a few times. "No matter, you will have to go out again later. For now, just recuperate." Kong Xian paid his respects and retreated. After throwing Kong Xian back, Zhuan Ti glanced toward the human ancestral land, nodded slightly, and then vanished from sight. Chen Chen raised his hand, activating the power of humanity to conceal all the Shang soldiers at Jinjiang. When Jiang Zia returned with the 12 golden immortals, the oppressive aura from Kong Xian had completely dissipated. He knew that his master had resolved the trouble, and without a word, he led the troops onward. Zhang Zia traversed through Jinjiling, arriving at Jiaming Pass, then to Qinglong Pass. There were no defenders present. The Shiqi army passed through the pass with ease. Zhang Zia furrowed his brows, feeling that something was amiss. On the side of Chaoga Xin had been keeping a close eye on Ziki's movements. As soon as Shiqi mobilized, he withdrew all his men back to Sisui Pass. Wen Zhong led the army over. I have a gut feeling that this battle is crucial. Taisher, you and all of you must stay alert. Wen Zhong and Shen Gongbao recalled the expression on Di Xin's face when he said this, feeling a weight in their hearts. It was their first time seeing Xin so serious. Wen Taisher led a large troop towards Sisui Pass, but suddenly he pulled on the reins. He thought for a moment and turned to his subordinates, saying, "You keep going, I will go find a few helpers." As soon as he finished speaking, the black Qilin beneath him leaped into the air and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wen Taisher flew westward, passing over the sea, and landed above Jiulong Island. Wen Taisher spotted the 4 people on the island and laughed. "Fellow Taoists, it has been many years I have been." Gao Yuqian approached with a smile, asking, "How does a busy person like you have time to come visit us?" Wang Mo also chimed in, "We have been living in this deserted island for quiet cultivation, completely unaware of the outside matters. Why is the old Taisher being so polite?" Yang San interjected, "When brother is someone of great importance in the Shang dynasty, how could he have the leisure to come to our humble place for a visit?" Wen Taisher listened, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. Li Xingban nodded, continuing, "When brother, just speak plainly. With our friendship, going through fire and water is no problem. We will stand by you without hesitation." Wen Taisher smiled even wider. "Good. Let us not beat around the bush. I have come to seek a few brothers to assist me with a matter." Gao Yuqian laughed heartily. "That's more like it. We have known each other for a long time, or just tell us what you need, don't hold." Wen Taisher nodded and spoke directly. "I intend to engage those people from Shiqi in a battle. However, I cannot be careless with what the king has entrusted me, fearing something may go wrong, so I specifically came to find a few brothers to lend a hand." Wang Mo silently nodded. "Since when brother personally asks, we have no objections, we will follow you off the island." Yang Sun quickly added, "Not for fame, not for profit, not seeking any benefit, but purely for a sense of righteousness." Wen Taisher raised his hand in gratitude. "Thank you, brothers." After saying this, he mounted the black Qilin, and the 4 saints of Jiulong Island each displayed their powers, soaring alongside him. Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao wore a grim expression, pondering over Di Xin's words. He sat there for a long time before standing up, calling for Baihu, and resolutely deciding to seek help. His first stop was Shouyang Mountain. However, upon arriving, he found the mountain range shrouded by a formation blocking his way. Shen Gongbao stood outside, observing for a long time, and sighed. He was clear in his heart that the beings within Shouyang Mountain did not want to get involved. Thus he bowed deeply and turned to leave. Shen Gongbao thought for a moment, and then rushed towards Jinao Island. Back when he was cultivating at Shouyang Mountain, he was restless and ran around everywhere, inadvertently making many friends from Jinao Island. He first went to find the 10 Heavenly Lords and explained his purpose. The 10 Heavenly Lords immediately agreed, saying, "No problem, we'll pack up and leave." Shen Gongbao sighed with relief. He had interacted with friends from both Shouyang Mountain and Jinao Island, and these people were quite personable. He thought for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he had met a friend on Anime Mountain in the past who had mentioned that he had 3 younger sisters who were also disciples of the Jie sect. Shen Gongbao slapped his thigh and directly turned around to fly to Santian Island. Upon arrival, he hovered in midair and shouted, "Is anyone inside the cave?" Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao appeared one by one, looking up at Shen Gongbao floating in the air, asking, "Fellow Taoist, what brings you here?" Bixiao spoke quickly, directly piercing through, "Sister, are you still unable to let go of that Chen Chen? If that's the case, what's wrong with taking a trip to the human realm?" Yunxiao shook her head, her gaze shifting. "This catastrophe feels off. We've closed the mountain gate, but those 356 righteous deities still need to be gathered. How about we first go check on Deshang?" Xiongxiao noticed her sister's stubbornness and rolled her eyes. "They'll listen to you, sister." Bixiao nodded in agreement. Shen Gongbao left the 3 Immortal Island, his eyes spinning, and flew towards Jiulong Island. Upon arrival, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Is my friend here? Shen Gongbao has come to pay a visit." Lu Yu and Lu Huan walked out together. "Shen Gong, what brings you here?" Shen Gongbao landed, his face filled with worry. Right now, the human realm's Deshang is in a battle with the rebels, and the human king is afraid of trouble. "I thought of a few friends, and specifically came to ask for your help." Lu Yu and Lu Huan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "What's the big deal?" "No problem, we'll help." Lu Yu added, "Shen Gong, you head back first, I'll bring my disciples along." Lu Huan nodded. "They'll go to Fire Dragon Island to find another friend. Luo Xian and I complement each other's powers, and together our strength will be doubled." Shen Gongbao was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. "Thank you, friends. I must leave now." After saying this, he vanished in an instant. Lu Yu returned to his cave dwelling to gather his disciples preparing to head to Dashang. Lu Huan soared into the air heading towards Fire Dragon Island. Next, Shin Gongbao made the most of his social skills. He visited everyone he could think of who had a decent relation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shin Gongbao sighed. The sect of Jie Jiao speaks of human relationships. Ordinary powerful beings could tell that the conflict between Dashang and West Qi was unusual. How could Hong Jun not notice? He directly sent down a clone landing on the human territory of the Honghuang 9 provinces. The gaze of Hong Jun's clones swept over the territories of Dashang and West Qi, and he understood everything. The group from Yuanshi was not idle. They were carrying out their plans without missing anything. However, he felt that something was off. A thought crossed his mind, and he recalled the calamity he had encountered earlier. Hong Jun shook his head, muttering quietly, "That old thing Wu Zhu is indeed a troublesome character. He wants to suppress the human emperor to become the heavenly sun. This matter is not so easy to handle." This calamity showed no signs of movement on the earthly side. In simple terms, it was a struggle between the human and heavenly paths. Does the human path want to win? It's unlikely. Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin, those two bald donkeys. Hong Jun pondered for a moment and shook his head again. They were standing on the side of Yuanshi. This was strange. Hong Jun could never figure out why Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin were helping the heavenly path. However, with Laozi and Yuanshi backing him up, plus the next calamity falling upon the West, Hong Jun felt a bit reassured. He refocused his gaze on the human path. At Shoyang Mountain, Chen Chen's eyelids twitched as he sensed a faint presence. It was the clone of that old rascal Hong Jun. His main body sat in the ancestral grounds of the human race, and his closed eyes opened. His gaze pierced through the boundaries of the 9 provinces, scanning inch by inch. Found it. Chen Chen raised his hand and gently clenched it. That presence shattered immediately, leaving no trace behind. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed in all directions. "Hong Jun, when did you learn to do such sneaky work? If you have the guts, come here personally, and let's have a match." Over at Hong Jun's main body, his expression darkened. As soon as the sensation of his clone being destroyed reached him, Chen Chen's transmission arrived in his ears. His aura slightly fluctuated, but he quickly suppressed it. Calming down, he began to calculate. In terms of the number of Deluo Golden Immortals and Zhuan Sheng Dashang, and the human path combined indeed outnumbered West Qi. However, when it comes to the saint level, if the human race doesn't intervene with Yuanshi and the others working together to break through to the heavens, it shouldn't be a big problem. But what if the human race notices something amiss and intervenes, eh? Hong Jun frowned. There was already a rift between Tong Tian and Yuanshi, but no matter what, Tong Tian would not side with the human path. As for Nu Hua, she still held a grudge against the human race, so it was even less likely for her to help the human path. The advantage is on my side, Hong Jun concluded. On Chen Chen's side, he had already transmitted to the golden-winged Great Peng and the 6-eared macaque. "You two send your disciples to Zishui Pass. Don't be careless." After a pause, he added, "Forget it, you should both go too." The golden-winged Great Peng received the transmission and immediately called for Neza. The young man before him was no longer the little brat from years ago. He had grown strong and reached the level of Deluo Golden Immortal, all nurtured by him. The golden-winged Great Peng nodded with satisfaction. "Disciple, pack up and come with me to Zishui Pass." Neza stroked his chin and asked, "Master, are we going to help Dashang eliminate those from the Zhou dynasty? My father and brother mentioned that a traitorous minister has emerged. Shouldn't we take action?" The golden-winged Great Peng scrutinized Neza, who was full of energy with satisfaction in his eyes. "Don't underestimate this battle, it's crucial. All right, hurry up and prepare to go, we can't afford to delay." Neza clasped his hands together and turned to leave. Returning to Qintang Pass, he explained the situation to Li Jing and his wife. Li Jing nodded. "If it weren't for the king trusting me to guard here, I would also like to go to Zishui Pass and deal with those rebels. Kid, remember, don't embarrass me or let the other generals laugh at you." Neza's expression became serious. "Don't worry, father. Once we clean up those traitorous ministers, those generals will surely say that the Li family indeed produces tiger sons of generals." Li Jing and his wife laughed heartily. "All right, off you go." Neza performed a bow to his parents, stepped on the wind-fire wheels, and soared into the sky. Li Jing and his wife watched their sons figure, a hint of worry flashing in their eyes, which soon turned into determination. Madame Shurji waited for Neza to walk far away before approaching the cave of the golden-winged Great Peng. "Are you also going to Zishui Pass?" she asked. The golden-winged Great Peng nodded. "What my master instructed must be done. Besides, this battle is too significant. I can't avoid it." Madame Shurji sighed. "Then he'll go with you." The golden-winged Great Peng was taken aback. "You're going? For what? This battle is very dangerous." Madame Shurji rolled her eyes at him. "You know it's dangerous. All our Jiejiao brothers are heading to Zishui Pass. I thought I could lend a hand. Furthermore," she paused, leaving her words unfinished. The golden-winged great Peng didn't notice her tone and just nodded. Brothers. Then fine, if you're going, stick close to me, don't stray too far. Madame Shurji smiled. Suddenly a voice called from outside the cave, Master, everything is arranged, we can set off now. The golden-winged great Peng pulled Madame Shurji outside and nodded at Neza. Let's go. The six-eared macaque received the transmission and turned to look at Yang Jiao, who was diligently cultivating beside him. Disciple, we're leaving you, life awaits us. Zishui Pass. Yang Jiao opened his eyes. Master, are we helping the Shang dynasty fight against the Zhou dynasty? The six-eared macaque nodded. Yang Jiao continued, can I first make a trip to Guanjinku to find my second brother? The six-eared macaque nodded, closing his eyes. Go ahead. Yang Jiao was overjoyed, clasped his hands in respect, and flew away. At Guanjinku, Yang Jian sensed Yang Jiao's aura and felt delighted, immediately releasing his own aura. Yunhua also came out. Yang Jiao landed steadily in front of Yang Jian and turned to bow to Yunhua. Jiao pays respects to mother. Yunhua smiled and helped Yang Jiao up. Yang Jian took a step forward and asked, Elder brother, have you come for something? Yang Jiao's mind turned, recalling that his second brother was taught by the Jade Dingjinren. After hesitating, he shook his head and looked at Yang Jian, saying, Second brother, I plan to go to Zishui Pass. Do you want to come along? Yang Jian fell silent for a few seconds. He was no longer the ignorant person he once was. He clearly understood his sect's stance. West Qi must have already made its move. Yang Jian stared at Yang Jiao and asked, Elder brother, are you helping the Shang dynasty fight against the Zhou dynasty? Yang Jiao nodded firmly. You know our strength here is much greater than West Qi. I came to find you because I want you to help me. When the time comes to eliminate Zhou, the Jade Dingjinren will also be safe. Yang Jian thought for a moment and let out a bitter smile. Elder brother, you're asking me to betray the sect. Yang Jiao was taken aback and sighed. Remembering what his master had inadvertently said, he spoke again, not necessarily. Your thinking is not wrong. However, to put it another way, if you join us, you can at least ensure your master's safety. Yang Jian didn't understand the meaning behind Yang Jiao's words, but he understood the latter part. He nodded. All right, elder brother. I understand. If I really encounter my master, please show mercy. Yang Jiao nodded. Yang Jian transmitted a call to the group he had subdued, the 7 freaks of Meishan along with 1,200 grasshead deities. He thought for a moment, leaving 400 grasshead deities to guard Yunhua, while he took the 7 freaks of Meishan and 800 grasshead deities, preparing to leave with Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. They turned to Yunhua and bowed. Mother, we are leaving. Yunhua nodded and said helplessly, Very well, even I cannot stop you. Be careful yourselves. The six-eared macaque opened his eyes. He glanced at the 2 brothers Yang Jiao and Yang Jian and the 7 freaks of Meishan standing behind them, slightly nodding. Decided. Going. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exchanged a glance and nodded decisively. All right then, let's go. The six-eared macaque took a step forward and was already standing in midair. He had changed into a full set of battle gear. Armor-clad, weapon in hand, his aura gradually rising. He led the way towards Zishui Pass. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian followed behind him. The 7 freaks of Meishan were overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the six-eared macaque and followed behind Yang Jian with stiff bodies. In an instant, countless powerful beings were rushing towards the human realm's 9 provinces, heading towards Zishui Pass. The 3 Xiao goddesses journeyed to Mount Amei, where they met Zhao Gongming. After a brief discussion, all 4 resolved to head for Sisui Pass. The 10 heavenly lords of Janeo Island retrieved their formation, deploying artifacts, and hastened towards Sisui Pass. Meanwhile, feudal lords across the realm mobilized their troops to reinforce the Shang dynasty. Yui, Immortal, Lu Yue, Luo Xian, the 4 Mo family generals, Yu Yuan. Countless extraordinary cultivators and mystics converged upon Jiuzhou and Sisui Pass. At Shichi, Yuanshi Tianzuan observed the Shang reinforcements surging forth like tidal waves, and his expression tightened. He exchanged divine resonance with Zhuanti and Jane, conferred briefly, then dispatched his entire sect of disciples without hesitation. Zhuanti grew uneasy, sensing the overwhelming scale of the opposing forces and fearing his own disciples might suffer losses. After consulting with Jane, he joined forces with Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taiching Laozi to deliberately muddle the celestial mechanics, turning fate itself into chaotic soup. Amidst the ensuing confusion, Zhuanti secretly implanted one of his 3 corporeal spirits into Sisui Pass. Hongjun Laozu watched these subtle maneuvers by the celestial sages of the Tao, his countenance impassive. Only after discerning their true intent did he grant Zhuanti and Jane greater trust. With a mere wave of his hand, the power of heaven's Tao descended, shrouding Zhuanti's corporeal spirit in absolute concealment. Chen Chen sat motionless within the human ancestral court, eyes unraised. Yet every ripple of wind and storm sweeping across human territory lay fully exposed to his perception. With a single gesture, he sent Kong Xian to the outskirts of Sisui Pass. Chen Chen transmitted a voice directly to him. Kong Xuan assumed this identity, discreetly enter Sisui Pass, settle in, and act according to circumstance. Wen Zhong assumed full command of the pass's defenses. Standing atop the city wall, he watched beam after beam of radiant light descend into the pass, bowing repeatedly in gratitude to the cultivators arriving from all directions. The 10 heavenly lords hovered midair and saluted Wen Zhong, brother cultivator, when we waste no time. We shall deploy our formation immediately. A warm smile spread across Wen Zhong's face as he nodded. Esteemed cultivators, please proceed at your leisure. Exchanging glances, the 10 heavenly lords each drew forth their artifacts. With a surge of spiritual energy, the tenfold annihilation formation materialized instantly. Once complete, they descended beside Wen Zhong and laughed heartily. Brother cultivator, is there any task you require of us? Your presence alone honors us greatly. Please rest first. Wen Zhong replied with equal warmth, then led them inside the pass and saw them settled comfortably. Moments later, space trembled once more. The 3 Xiao goddesses and Zhao Gongming arrived. Yun Xiao lifted her gaze toward the massive formation overhead, gave a slight nod, exchanged silent understanding with her 2 sisters, and delicately adjusted the surrounding spatial fabric with subtle finger movements, ensuring readiness to deploy their own formation at any moment. Having completed these preparations, the 4 slipped quietly into the pass, took lodging at an inn, and began observing the unfolding situation from the shadows. Wen Zhong watched wave after wave of cultivators enter. His smile never faltered, and inwardly his confidence deepened. Initially, the Shang dynasty's own soldiers had been unsettled. Zhang Guifeng, Yu Hua Qinqi, and the twin generals Heng and Ha intensified their cultivation and military drills relentlessly, striving to elevate their abilities further, terrified of losing face before the revered cultivators who had come to aid them. Months passed. Sisui Pass teemed with countless extraordinary cultivators, and hidden among its depths lurked numerous grand unity sovereigns and quasi-saints. Zhang Zia sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Sisui Pass and refrained from acting hastily. He established camp at a distance, awaiting emissaries dispatched by Yuanshi Tianzuan. During this period, many Buddhist allies from the western lands also arrived. Though Shichi's martial strength remained inferior to the Shang's, the presence of Buddhist masters and the arrival of Randang prevented them from being utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Zia surveyed the assembled cultivators, nodded, and proposed, since you have all gathered, let us advance. You shall lead this campaign. We follow your command, Randang affirmed, granting Zhang Zia full authority. Guang Qingzi glanced at Randang and nodded. The 12 golden immortals of Yuhuang Palace will abide by our junior brother's directive. The Buddhist side has no objections. Decide as you see fit. Mithriak chuckled, stroking his round belly. Guang Qingzi appeared satisfied. Zhang Zia scanned the assembly. Seeing no dissent, he issued his order, without delay, then we march. At his command, the Shichi army advanced toward Sisui Pass in solemn, unbroken procession. Zhang Guifeng, patrolling the frontier, spotted Shichi's banners afar and filled his lungs with qi, roaring skyward. Esteemed cultivators, rebellious forces have arrived. Please manifest yourselves. Shang troops swiftly assembled and deployed beyond the pass gates. Hidden sovereigns and sages narrowed their eyes, their divine senses piercing the void to lock onto Zhang Zia's advancing host. Zhang Guifeng rode forth alone, blocking the Shichi army's path, and thundered, you rebels dare raise arms against the great Shang, even after his majesty granted you grace. If you possess courage, step forward and face me in single combat. The twin generals Heng and Ha surged beside him. Heng, Ha. 2 esoteric techniques detonated. Every mounted warrior in Shichi's ranks staggered, dazed, toppling from their steeds. Wen Zhong, observing closely, immediately transmitted voice retreat. Let the cultivators take the lead. Zhang Guifeng and the twin generals nodded and withdrew. A young Buddhist novice, seeing their retreat, soared into the air to intercept them. But the trio had already fallen back behind the tenfold annihilation formation. Dismissing the danger, the novice plunged straight in, whereupon the formation's killing aura erupted like a ravenous maw, swallowing him whole. One of the formation's energies subtly weakened. Observing from the Shichi encampment, the great sages perceived the terrifying pressure of that killing aura, and each felt a chill of dread. None dared attempt a frontal assault. Zhang Zia turned to the reinforcements summoned from Shichi and bowed respectfully. Which esteemed cultivator will volunteer to lead the vanguard? Silence followed. They exchanged glances. No one spoke. Zhang Zia sighed. Very well. Raised the banner of truce. As it unfurled, Shichi's morale visibly plummeted. Wen Zhong gazed upon the banner with quiet disdain. Zhang Guifeng and the twin generals daily approached Shichi's camp, shouting challenges in voices loud and coarse, spewing insults with deliberate vulgarity. The twin generals occasionally unleashed disruptive techniques, provoking fury among Shichi's sages. Zhang Zia pondered for days, seeking a breakthrough, but found none. With no alternative, he convened all the sages. Esteemed cultivators, how do we dismantle this formation? Zhang Zia asked, gazing upon their collective silence. Still no reply came. Ran Ding, venerable elder and seasoned sage, finally broke the silence. Even the mightiest formation bears flaws. Last time we rushed in. This time let us select a few to probe deeper. Amit Ba Buddha, brother Ran Ding, such a method seems excessive. Mithraya's expression darkened as he clasped his hands and closed his eyes. Then propose your own solution. Ran Ding retorted coldly. Mithraya opened his mouth, then closed it again, swallowing his words. Guang Qingzi paused thoughtfully before speaking. This suggestion merits trial. Instantly, the 12 golden immortals of Yuhuang Palace nodded in unison. Zhang Zia surveyed the resolute faces, and resigned gave his reluctant assent. Zhang Zia removed the banner of truce, his expression pained, then summoned several low-ranking soldiers, and whispered, "Go test their formation. Fear not, great sages stand ready to protect you." The soldiers exchanged glances, clenched their teeth, and stepped forward, hesitant yet determined. And in that instant the formation blazed to life, killing aura surged like a tide, engulfing them before a single cry could escape. Their breaths ceased, their lives extinguished without trace. Yet Ran Ding, Mithraya, and Guang Qingzi, who had watched the formation intently, each lit up with sudden insight. Zhang Zia turned to Ran Ding and bowed deeply. Master Ran Ding, have you discerned the formation's weakness? Zhang Zia, behold. This formation possesses formidable power. At its peak, none of us could hope to breach it. Ran Ding laughed aloud, pointing toward the array. But those sacrifices disrupted its balance. The blood essence diluted its killing aura. I shall enter now and dismantle the first formation. With that, he strode forward and vanished into one of the arrays. Moments later, the formation collapsed. Ran Ding emerged smiling. Guang Qingzi and Mithraya wasted no time. Each advanced and shattered another formation in turn. Inside Sisui Pass, the 10 heavenly lords exchanged grim looks. Qin Wan waved cheerfully. Brothers and sisters, no need for such long faces. Our tenfold annihilation formation indeed has vulnerabilities, but now that we know them, we may refine and strengthen it. Moreover, even if the formation falls, we stand surrounded by countless brothers and fellow cultivators, surely not idle spectators. Precisely, Jin Guangxingmu added with a gentle smile. Flaws are opportunities for growth. Why frown when we can improve? The others relaxed, exchanging knowing smiles, and each began contemplating the weaknesses of their respective formations as they fell one by one. When Tai Jinren shattered the final formation, the Chan sect disciples erupted in jubilation, jeering across the field. Is this truly the grand formation of the Jia sect? It appears rather ordinary. The 10 heavenly lords snarled and moved to attack, until Zhao Gongming stepped before them, arm raised. Hold. Let the 3 Xiao goddesses handle this. As the Chan sect revelers basked in triumph, a violent gale erupted, sand and stones swirling violently. A colossal formation materialized before them, and a clear, resonant female voice rang out. Esteemed cultivators, dare you enter my 9-fold Yellow River formation? The 3 Xiao goddesses anchored the formation with the primordial spirit treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Yunxiao, the most cultivated of the 3, stood poised at the formation's heart, her cultivation having reached the grand unity golden immortal realm. She stood unwavering at the central node, commanding the entire formation. Her 2 sisters, slightly less refined, assisted her, one on each side. The Chan sect immortals and Buddhist arhats and Buddhas exchanged wary glances, staring at the ferocious formation before them, already entertaining thoughts of retreat. Just then, Bai Zhao's voice drifted from within the formation. Oh, are the 12 golden immortals of Yuqing Sage too timid to enter a formation erected by 3 humble women? That remark struck directly at Yuanshi Tianzuan himself. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping towards Sisui Pass, his expression unreadable. Guang Qingzi and the others instantly darkened. To disgrace one's master before outsiders was a sin no disciple could bear. Guang Qingzi roared, "You Jiejiao underlings, what do you fear to enter? We just expended energy breaking the formation. Let us catch our breath. Then we'll march in and deal with you." Xiong Xiao burst into laughter from within the 9-bin Yellow River formation. "Very well. We'll wait right here and see how long you intend to rest." The 12 golden immortals gathered around Guang Qingzi. Huang Longjinren, the least accomplished among them, felt a chill creep up his spine and whispered, "Senior brother, are we truly going in?" Words have already reached our master's ears. You know well enough how fiercely he guards his dignity. If we fail him out here. Huang Longjinren fell silent and immediately sat down to restore his cultivation. The other golden immortals, hearing Guang Qingzi's words, understood all too well. There would be no avoiding this battle. As realization settled, they all crossed their legs, closed their eyes, and entered deep meditation to recover. After a long while the 12 golden immortals rose as one staring grimly at the distant 9-bend yellow river formation, each face sterner than the last. Yin Xiao let out a soft laugh. Fellow Taoists, have you rested enough? Guang Qingzi snorted coldly. Watch me dismantle your wretched formation. As he spoke, his eyes flickered toward Ringding. Then he charged headlong into the formation. The other golden immortals followed one by one, and even Zhang Zia, steeling himself, plunged inside. Ringding's face shifted several times before he clenched his teeth and entered. Inside the formation, the 13 cultivators stood frozen. Bone-deep gales howled around them, thick black mists blotted out the sun, and dread coiled cold in their chests. Yin Xiao paid no heed to their fear. She activated the formation. Sand and stone began lifting slowly, swirling in widening circles, brushing lightly against the bodies of the Chanjiao disciples. At first none gave it a second thought. Suddenly Huanglong Jinren, who lacked protective artifacts, shrieked, "Something's wrong. Feel it. Every time those grains graze us, our cultivation dwindles." At those words, every face paled. Bixiao's laughter rang out again. "Precisely. You've discovered it. So what?" Yin Xiao grew weary of play. She summoned the Hunyuan Golden Dipper and struck, first severing Guang Qingzi's 3 blossoms above his crown and 5 qi within his chest. "Oh!" Guang Qingzi screamed, collapsing onto the ground. Before the others could react, Yin Xiao had already reactivated the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan fell, Pu Xinjinren fell, Sihong Daoren fell, Daohang Tianzuan fell, none escaped. All 12 golden immortals had their 3 blossoms and 5 qi stripped away. Ringding's heart tightened. He poured his spiritual energy into a single point, hammering relentlessly, until a hairline fissure split the formation. Without hesitation, he dissolved into wind and fled. Yin Xiao, exhausted from repeated use of the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, lacked the strength to pursue Ringding. She glanced down at the fallen 12 golden immortals, and Zhang Zia, a faint smile, curling her lips. "Fellow Taoists, your skill falls far short of expectation." Guang Qingzi's face turned as black as soot. Not a word passed his lips. Enough. Since you're now mere mortals, why not return and watch how we triumph?" Yin Xiao's eyes flickered. Then she waved her hand, banishing all 13 outside the formation. "Master!" Changfut, disciples of the 12 golden immortals and GFA, cried out in alarm upon seeing them tumble forth in utter disarray. Several rushed forward to support the fallen immortals and Zhang Zia. Seeing their commander in such ruin, the Shiqi army's morale sank further still. Ringding stepped forward, pale-faced, staring hard at Yin Xiao, just as she prepared to unleash the Hunyuan Golden Dipper once more. His whole body trembled. Memories of how she dismantled the others surged through him, and instinctively, he took half a step backward. "Yin Xiao, disciple of Tong Tian, so you've grown bold indeed." With those words, Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared beside Ringding, silent, unheralded. "Disciples, pay homage to our master." A chorus of kowtows followed. "Greetings, sect master." Ringding nodded respectfully to Yuanshi Tianzuan. The 3 Xiaos bowed before the jade pure sage. Emerging from the formation, the 3 sisters raised their hands in formal salutation. Yuanshi Tianzuan gave a slight nod, then scanned the 12 golden immortals and Zhang Zia, his brow furrowing. Their 3 blossoms, severed celestial gate sealed. They are now but ordinary mortals. Zhang Zia's cultivation shattered. Yuanshi Tianzuan seethed inwardly. After all, nurturing Zhang Zia had cost dearly. He ascended slowly into the air, eyes fixed upon the 3 Xiaos, nephews and nieces. Having attained such profound Tao, might I test this formation myself? The 3 Xiaos exchanged glances, then bowed slightly. "We shall humbly demonstrate. Pray, sage, guide us." They soared back into the 9-bend yellow river formation. Yuanshi Tianzuan followed, calm, unhurried. No sooner had he entered than sand and stone rained down upon him, whirling past like blades. Drawing upon Xiongxiao's and Bixiao's combined power, Yin Xiao fused their spiritual energies into one torrent, and drove the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to its utmost limit, striking directly at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Shiqi erupted in pandemonium. Cheers shook the heavens. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked down upon the fallen 3 Xiaos, his brow tightening once more, defying seniority. "I shall discipline you properly in place of your own master." Shiqi erupted in pandemonium. Cheers shook the heavens. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked down upon the fallen 3 Xiaos, his brow tightening once more, defying seniority. "I shall discipline you properly in place of your own master." He raised his palm and brought it down. Yin Xiao leapt upward, channeling every ounce of her power into the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, hurling it forward with desperate force. The Golden Dipper struck empty space. No sound, no shockwave. Only violent recoil spinning wildly into the distance. Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan's descending palm continued its inexorable descent. A figure darted sideways. Zhao Gongming. Before him 24 Dinghai divine pearls formed a radiant wall bracing against the descending palm shadow. In that instant, a great Luo, Immortal, held back a sage's blow. Rungding watched the string of pearls, eyes blazing, as if molten gold burned behind them. A jolt ran through him. He sensed it, refining those pearls would shatter the threshold to quasi-sagehood. Zhao Gongming's pores bled, bones groaned under unbearable pressure, his body threatening to collapse. A sigh drifted from the horizon. Then another palm shadow surged forward to intercept. The golden-winged Peng emerged from where Neza and Shiji Nyang stood. Both stared, disbelief etched across their faces. Jade, pure sage. Surely it is beneath you to strike juniors. The golden-winged Peng gently pushed Zhao Gongming behind him, lifting his gaze to Yuanshi Tianzuan. The two palm shadows collided midair, frozen, neither yielding. Then a staff swept in from the side, crashing into Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm shadow, crack, shattering it into shimmering motes. Luer Mihu had struck before Kongxian could move. Jade, pure sage, you have overstepped. He stepped beside the golden-winged Peng, shoulder to shoulder. A sage's palm strike, first halted for a heartbeat by a great Luo Immortal, then shattered by two Hunyuan Immortals acting as one. Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance darkened, slowly, inexorably, like ash settling over iron. Summon your master. You are unworthy to speak with me. Before the words faded, a thunderous roar split the sky. Yuanshi. And what of me? Am I not qualified? Tongtian Jiaozhu manifested. His gaze swept over the wounded three Shaos, and Zhao Gongming, fury blazing in his eyes. A sage striking juniors. Do you even deserve that title? His voice crashed like thunder toward Shichi. Yuanshi Tianzuan raised his palm to shield those behind, but the sonic wave still tore through, felling countless soldiers in Shichi's ranks. Even the stripped 12 golden immortals and Jiang Zia collapsed, unable to rise. Yuanshi Tianzuan's rage flared. He bellowed at Tongtian Jiaozhu, then fight, and unfurled the Panga banner, cleaving downward. Tongtian Jiaozhu hastily drew the Qingping sword to meet it. Their forms rose higher and higher, hovering motionless in midair, exerting immense pressure, yet carefully restraining their force lest the earth below suffer. Xian Gui watched from concealment, veiled by the human Tao's laws, observing the two sages with quiet fascination. Silently, he expanded his shell, enveloping the 9 provinces, shielding humanity entirely from the reverberations of the sage war. Tongtian, I merely sought to teach your disciples reverence for elders. Dare they strip my disciples' cultivation? Yuanshi Tianzuan demanded mid-battle. What? Should I thank you? Are your disciples treasures, while mine are less than human? Tongtian Jiaozhu roared, voice raw with fury. That is false. My disciples possess profound blessings, extraordinary talent, and impeccable virtue. Yours, spawned from filth and murk, born of damp decay, are unfit to stand alongside mine. At those words, Tongtian Jiaozhu's expression transformed utterly. He shattered Yuanshi Tianzuan's guard with a single palm strike, and drew 4 swords in swift succession. Savage aura billowed from the blades, the Zhuxian array diagram unfolded overhead, and the 4 swords vanished into the array's cardinal nodes. Slaughter, malice, and sword energy wove into a suffocating net, engulfing Yuanshi Tianzuan whole. Yuanshi Tianzuan swung the Panga banner, wildly seeking escape, but the sword energy pursued him, relentlessly converging from every direction, relentless and inescapable. Blood began to bloom across his robes. Fabric tore, flesh split, wounds layered upon wounds. Tongtian Jiaozhu stood beyond the array, fingers curling, sword energy intensified by 30%. Yuanshi, what else have you to say? Yuanshi Tianzuan staggered within the array, barely able to speak. Tongtian, enough. Taiching Laozi appeared, voice calm as if commenting on fair weather. Tongtian Jiaozhu did not turn, eyes locked on Yuanshi within the array. Enough. Are you blind? Did you not see him strike his own nephews and nieces? He finally faced Taiching Laozi, his voice crackling with suppressed fire. Always like this. Whenever I clash with you, ensure you never weigh truth or falsehood. You simply choose his side. Taiching Laozi shook his head. You are overthinking. After a pause, he added, if you truly will not stop, then I have no choice but to enter the formation and fight you myself. Tongtian Jiaozhu laughed. My Zhuxian sword formation cannot be broken unless 4 saints join forces. Taiching, have you forgotten? Taiching Laozi fell silent for a moment, his voice softening. Third brother, must this be taken to such lengths? Do not delude yourself about kinship. Tongtian sneered coldly. We are no longer Sanqing Taiching saint. Taiching Laozi sighed. Enough? Fellow Taoists, reveal yourselves. He twisted the space behind him, and 2 figures stepped out, Junti and Jane. Tongshan's pupils narrowed. You even call upon outsiders? Very well, come fight, he gritted. Taiching Laozi strode into the sword formation, Junti and Jane close at his heels. Once the three entered the array, they took positions before Yuanshi, Tianzuan shouldering the sword, qi coming from all directions. Yuanshi, Tianzuan seized the chance to regulate his breath, and his wounds slowly steadied. The four exchanged a glance. Taiching Laozu moved toward the Zhuxian sword while Yuanshi lunged for the Lucian sword. Jane fixed his gaze on the Xianxian sword. Zhuanti made straight for the Zhuxian sword. Within the formation, murderous qi surged like a vast sea. Countless sword auras lashed at them, making their protective golden lights tremble. The four endured the assault and struck at once, palms smashing toward the four long swords suspended within the array. Tongshan's face turned deathly pale. He transmitted downwards, "Do not hold back, disciples. Let loose." At Sishui Pass, everyone waited on tenterhooks. Upon receiving Tongshan's message, they all grinned, their gazes snapping in unison toward Shiqi. Zhang Guifeng waved his hand, and the army surged forward. Yu Hua, the four generals of the Mo family, and Zhang Kuei led their soldiers close behind. Wen Zhong rode the black Qilin twin whips in hand, bringing up the rear of the advance. 10 heavenly lords rose into the sky. The four saints of Ju Long Island followed. The Sanxiao sisters Zhao Gongming and innumerable Jijiao disciples ascended en masse, a dark tide blotting the heavens. They blotted sun and sky as they pressed toward Shiqi. Randing's face froze, the 12 golden immortals, Jiangxia Mile, and the juniors were struck dumb. Jiangxia roared orders to withdraw. The immortals led the retreat, running while glancing back. The Jijiao followers strolled leisurely behind them, chatting and laughing. The great Shang army showed no haste, marching with an easy swing as they watched Shiqi's camp panic. Inside the Zhuxian formation, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Zhuanti both felt Tongshan's killing intent fully unleashed. Their expressions shifted. While bearing down the murderous qi, Yuanshi shouted hoarsely, "Tong Tian, will you truly abandon whatever bond remains between the three pure ones? Those are your disciples' nephews. Can you really strike them down?" Tong Tian kept the formation running and snorted. "The Yuqing saint's memory is short. Who was the one who broke off relations first? Who was it that struck at the juniors first?" Yuanshi was left dumbstruck. He turned to Zhuanti. Zhuanti merely nodded, and Yuanshi breathed a sigh of relief. Randang fled with the 12 golden immortals and Jiangxia at full speed when a voice drifted from behind. "Deputy Leader Randang, in such haste. Do you have urgent business?" Randang glanced back to see Zhao Gongming hovering in midair, 24 stabilizing sea pearls spinning behind him. Randang's eyes flickered at the sight of that treasure. "Brother Gongming, do you have some purpose here?" he asked. Zhao Gongming paused. This old man's boldness was shameless. Then a thought voice slipped into his mind. "Brother Gongming, I divine you'll have a Dao contest with Randang. Do not hold back." Zhao recognized the voice as Chen Chen's and inclined his head. He had already suspected as much, and Chen Chen's words only confirmed it. He looked Randang over again and saw the old man's gaze constantly darting toward his treasure, greed plain as day. He understood in an instant. Zhao Gongming's face remained impassive as he raised his whip and struck. Randang had prepared. He blurred into a wisp of wind to evade and casually tossed the 12 golden immortals and Jiangxia to the ground. Randang ascended and engaged Zhao Gongming in magical combat. He could not hold out for long. The aftershocks of their clashing techniques made the earth quake. The 12 golden immortals and Jiangxia were rendered like common mortals, unable to stand and collapsing to the earth. Guang Chengzi's face turned as black as a skillet as he muttered, "What is wrong with Randang? He can't even subdue a junior. What uselessness!" "Senior brother, stop," those nearby hastened to admonish. Guang Chengzi knew he had spoken too far and fell silent, though the displeasure remained on his face. Randang locked in battle, with Zhao Gongming heard every word plainly. His expression darkened. Zhao prepared to press the assault and consign the old man to the Fengshen Bang when a voice intervened. "Amitba, why seek to annihilate utterly, pilgrim?" A Sanxia avatar of Zhuanti appeared before Randang, inclining his head slightly to him before turning toward Zhao Gongming. Randang sensed that the two Western saints genuinely revered him. At Yushu Palace over the years, he bore the title of deputy leader, yet even Guang Chengzi's circle had never taken him seriously. The contrast was painfully stark now. He stood there stunned. Down below, Guang Chengzi and the others' eyes lit at the sight of reinforcements. They shouted hoarsely, "Master Randang, now take us away." Randang snapped back to himself, shot Guang Chengzi a glance, waved his hand, and whisked them away. Zhao Gongming stared at Zuni's Sanxia avatar, his face darkening. Randang ran. Let him run, Zhao thought, refusing to be distracted. Zunti's Sanxia avatar pressed down with a vast imposing aura and bore straight at Zhao Gongming. Though Zhao was only at the Deluo realm, he braced himself with his treasure and did not immediately buckle beneath the saint's pressure. At that instant a figure charged in. Having spoken, he turned to Zunti's Sanxia and sneered, I cannot defeat the true form, but this trifle. Having spoken, he turned to Zunti's Sancher and sneered. I cannot defeat the true form, but this trifle. Do you think I cannot deal with it? Zunti remained unperturbed, smiling faintly with hands folded. Ba. Please proceed. Kong Xian's ire flared at Zunti's composed demeanor. Waves of multicolored divine light swept past, and Zunti brushed them aside with effortless ease. The Jinshi Dapeng and Luer Mihu exchanged a look, flickered, and took positions at Kong Xian's sides. The three formed a triangular stance, and hemmed Zunti's Sancher in tightly. The trio were not ordinary fighters, but Han Yuan Jin Xian of considerable caliber, who had trained with Wu Zhu. Although Zunti's true self was a saint, the Sancher avatar could not fully manifest that strength. Surrounded thus, even the avatar felt pressure, a real threat. The three moved with such tacit harmony that no call was needed. They struck together. Zunti dealt with it with steady calm. For a time the four restrained one another. If Zunti slipped, the Sancher might be severely wounded. If the Jinshi Dapeng and the others faltered, they could be taken out one by one. So none dared be casual. Each watched the other intently. Elsewhere, Zhao Gongming was fast closing on Randang. Randang's face hardened. He hurled the 12 golden immortals and Zhang Zia toward Zhao Gongming and shouted, Didn't you say you wanted disciples of Chanjiao? Take them. Zhao Gongming looked at the flustered group, hesitated a moment, then raised his hand to catch them, set them on the ground, and resumed the pursuit. A thought crossed his mind. You deputy leader of Chanjiao would so abandon your own disciples. Randang yelled while fleeing, Spare me the lecture. Do you know what life I've endured in Chanjiao? Zhao truly did not. He inclined his head slightly. Very well, I will say no more. But the ledger between us must be settled today. Unless this ends in life or death, it will not be finished. In the end, Zhao Gongming managed to corner Randang. As to how he was blocked, look to the three figures who stood before Randang. Young Xiao's Han Yuan golden dipper gleamed ominously in his hand, sending a chill down the spine. Randang took in the array around him, sighed, and wore a wry smile. Very well. If I fall into your hands, it is because my skill was insufficient. There is nothing to say. He turned to Zhao Gongming and made a half bow. Brother Gongming, must you and I fight to the death? Zhao's brow knitted and he sneered. You deputy leader of Chanjiao, do not feign ignorance about why we are enemies. Randang's eyelid twitched, a cold knot forming in his chest. When had Zhao Gongming learned that? He forced a smile and bent slightly. Gongming, are you mistaken? Zhao's eyes caught Randang's furtive glances at the treasure, and his anger broke into a mirthful fury. Less talk, attack. No sooner had he spoken than 24 stabilizing sea pearls barreled down like a rain of iron. Zhao surged forward and swung his iron whip in a heavy arc. Randang had expected this, yet the relentless chain of blows still struck him cleanly. With a spit of blood he coughed, and it splattered onto the treasure in his hand. That treasure was none other than the Luobao golden coins, the relic that had surfaced in the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. 2 names had somehow appeared on the Fengshan Bang, Shaosheng and Xiaobao. They had once been scattered immortals on Wui Mountain, intent on their own cultivation. They had been noticed by Randang. After ingratiating himself and discovering the strange object in their possession, he brooded for days, struck with foul intent, killed them, and the Luobao coins fell into his hands. Now Randang activated the Luobao coins and hurled them at the stabilizing pearls. Zhao Gongming's face flickered. Had his attunement with the pearls been severed? Randang did not use the artifact lightly. He felt the thread of fortune about him being stirred by some unseen force. Worse, his companion glass lamp seemed to come alive and with a whoosh darted away. But Randang had no time to worry about it. The two collided with thunderous force. Deprived of the pearls, Zhao's iron whip still lashed out with fierce vigor, blow after blow, striking Randang. Randang originally wanted to refrain from using the falling treasure money, but Zhao Gongming's iron whip was simply too fierce, pressing him to the point of breathlessness. With a gritted teeth and a stomp of his foot, Randang once again activated the falling treasure money. As soon as the iron whip made contact, Zhao Gongming felt a void in his hand. He had lost connection with the iron whip. Opposite him, Randang's expression darkened further, and the ominous feeling grew heavier. Zhao Gongming threw the iron whip behind him. The Sanshao immediately activated the Hunyuan Golden Dough, collecting all of Zhao Gongming's treasures. Zhao Gongming then charged in unarmed, launching a flurry of punches, kicks, and techniques at Randang. At the start it was manageable. Although Randang was flustered, he could still catch some blows. However, as the fight progressed, things began to go awry. Randang's punches veered off, his magical power faltered, and he couldn't even release his techniques. With more and more wounds on his body and his steps growing increasingly chaotic, finally a flaw was exposed. How could Zhao Gongming let this opportunity slip away? All his strength was channeled into the final strike. Randang fell. As his head was severed, he let out a cry. I'm not convinced. But unfortunately his true spirit had already drifted into the list of deities. Zhao Gongming slapped Ran Deng aside, feeling suddenly light, as if a mountain had been lifted off him. He received the Rui Jingu Bang from Yun Xiao, and as his fingertips touched the surface of the orb, a thunderous realization struck him. He understood how to use it completely. Huh. He laughed heartily. My path has been realized. San Shao gathered around, with Yun Xiao speaking first. Brother, what brings you such joy? Just wait until I refine this treasure once more. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal will be as easy as drinking water secured. San Shao exchanged glances, unable to hide their delight. Qiong Xiao chimed in, then let's refine it here. We will guard you, and no one shall come close. Zhao Gongming nodded, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes as the divine orb in his palm began to emit a faint glow. Chen Chen watched from afar, slightly nodding. He raised his hand, and the falling treasure money flew back into his sleeve. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao would fall into Ran Deng's hands. By the time he realized that those two had already ascended to the list of deities and could not be retrieved, he fumbled to cast divination, his hair disheveled and blowing in the wind. Something's not right, he murmured. The heavenly mechanism clearly said that although West Qi would face great difficulties, they would ultimately win. How could it turn out like this? At this moment, the troops of the Great Shang had chased the remnants of the West Qi army to the city gates. Ji Chong stood atop the city walls, watching his soldiers scatter like headless flies, completely dazed. He fumbled to cast divination, his hair disheveled and blowing in the wind. Something's not right, he murmured. The heavenly mechanism clearly said that although West Qi would face great difficulties, they would ultimately win. How could it turn out like this? As soon as he finished speaking, the calamity in the heavens suddenly intensified. The four saints of the Ta Ching had already broken the extermination sword formation, and the malice within the formation surged out like a torrent, making the air feel as if it had been sliced by blades. But after breaking the formation, the four saints were also weakened, merely watching as Tong Tian collected the four extermination swords and the formation diagram. Ta Ching had held back a trick, his gaze flickering, before he finally made a move. Yuan Shi Tianzun swiftly descended, retrieving the 12 golden immortals and Jiangxia. Following closely, the four saints stood in the air above West Qi City, releasing their pressure to subdue the Great Shang army, which was about to rush the city. Tong Tian remained calm and unhurried, landing above the Great Shang army, snorting coldly as he directly withstood the four paths of saintly pressure. The soldiers below finally caught their breath, as if they had just been pulled from the water. Ta Ching sighed, looking at Tong Tian Jr. Brother, retreat. No one is at their peak now, but you cannot stop anything. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's anger flared up. Fine, you really have the audacity. I will give you 7 days to catch your breath. After 7 days, I will set up the 10,000 Immortals formation outside West Qi City, and then we shall see the truth. With a wave of his hand, he whisked away the soldiers and his disciples, placing them on West Qi Mountain. After arranging everyone, Tong Tian directly transmitted a message to Duo Bao Daoist, disciple, bring your junior brothers and sisters, come to West Qi Mountain, and don't leave anyone behind. Duo Bao Daoist, who was meditating and cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and gently nodded. He called all the disciples of the Jie Jiao to him, briefly explained a few points, and a large group hurried toward West Qi Mountain. A dark shadow descended from the heavens, heading straight for West Qi Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianzun looked at his disciples, who had lost their heavenly flowers on top and 5 energies in their chests, with a cold face full of disdain. How to recover your cultivation next is up to you. You even let this disgraceful matter happen. Don't you feel ashamed? Guang Chengzi and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing a hint of bitter smiles, replying, yes, disciples understand. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin exchanged glances, taking advantage of this 7-day buffer before the battle to secretly send the group of Buddhist disciples led by Mithriya back to the west. Ta Ching noticed their little actions, frowned. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin at the front lines. They might be able to lend some strength. Leading the way, Duo Bao Daoist stood at the front. The Jie Jiao disciples lined up in a dense crowd, each stepping forward to bow in front of Tong Tian, their voices booming. Disciples, greet the master. Tong Tian threw his head back and laughed. Good. Good. It's great that you came. The commotion on West Qi Mountain was clearly heard in West Qi City. They had long lost the momentum of wanting to flatten the Great Shang. Each face was filled with terror, staring blankly toward West Qi Mountain. Ta Ching gazed at the soaring demonic energy and the shadows of countless figures on West Qi Mountain, his eyelids twitching slightly. Tong Tian looked at the 6-soul banner in his hands, pondering for a long while before calculating the heavenly mechanism with his fingers. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and with a brush he wrote down the names of Ta Ching, Yuan Shi Tian, Zunjuan Ti, Jia Yin, Jiangxia, and GFA. In the following days, Tong Tian busily instructed his disciples, privately calculating the flaws of the 10,000 Immortals formation, pondering how to address them. Ta Ching and the other 3 saints were also not idle. They adjusted their states to peak condition, closely monitoring Tong Tian's every move. Tong Tian could clearly feel the four gazes scanning him, but he continued with his tasks completely unconcerned. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Tong Tian led the Jie Jiao disciples marching grandly to West Qi City. The Jie Jiao disciples positioned themselves at profound locations with Tong Tian as the focal point, a magnificent formation slowly materializing. Tong Tian's voice resonated from the 10,000 Immortals formation. Come on, it's time to settle this. Ta Qing's heart sank as the formation firmly locked onto him. As long as he showed even the slightest intention to retreat, the onslaught of the 10,000 Immortals formation would strike at any moment. This formation was crafted by Tong Tian, grounded in his own doctrinal inheritance, his strongest trump card. Ta Qing and the other saints exchanged glances, sensing the lock of the 10,000 Immortals formation. They stepped forward into it. Inside West Qi City, Jiangxia and GFA, one destined to be the child of calamity, the other originally meant to sit on the dragon throne. Suddenly both felt as if struck by something, their gazes sharpening as they closely followed the four saints stepping into the 10,000 Immortals formation. Upon entering the formation, Ta Qing was momentarily stunned. Inside the 10,000 Immortals formation, there were countless small formations laid down by Jie Jiao disciples. Formations within formations. Before the people inside could react, the numerous formations of the 10,000 Immortals formation had already surged forward. Ta Qing raised his hand, flinging the Taiji diagram out to shield those above. His face paled momentarily. Inside the 10,000 Immortals formation with Tong Tian as the focal point, the Jie Jiao disciples formed a cohesive force, and the pressure bore down, causing Ta Qing to stagger back half a step. Tong Tian's lips curled up as he swiftly drew out the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram, directly enclosing the opponents within. Yuan Shi Tianzun observed the situation, his face twitching. He hadn't anticipated that Tong Tian's formation skills had reached such a level that the 10,000 Immortals formation could even envelop the extermination sword formation. At this moment, 4 more figures joined the formation. It was Zhao Gongming, who had just broken through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal along with the Sanshao sisters. The 4 exchanged glances and immediately understood the situation. Zhao Gongming directly ejected 24 Rui Jinggu bangs, joining the Jie Jiao disciples and channeling them into the grand formation. The Sanshao sisters exchanged glances, their lips curling with smiles. With a wave of their hands, the 9 curves Yellow River formation unfolded. Yellow sand and stones rushed toward the 4 saints along with Jiangxia and GFA like an avalanche. The 9 curves Yellow River formation was of no use to the saints, and it was equally ineffective against Jiangxia, who had lost his cultivation, and GFA, an ordinary person. But it was enough to annoy them. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face turned dark. The yellow sand and stones, 8 out of 10, were aimed directly at him. The 4 saints were once again surrounded tightly by the extermination sword formation, and with the ongoing pressure from the 10,000 Immortals formation, they truly could not break free for the time being. The 4 saints were once again surrounded tightly by the extermination sword formation, and with the ongoing pressure from the 10,000 Immortals formation, it seemed it was time to reveal his trump card. Confirming once again that the 3 were indeed unreliable, he sighed as 3 streams of pure energy floated out from his body, transforming into 3 immortals. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian nearly had their eyes pop out, each staring intently at one of the figures. Tong Tian directly cursed Ta Qing. How can you have my essence? Good. So it was like this. What a feat of unifying 3 into 1. Ta Qing Saint, you really are ruthless. Standing behind Ta Qing, Yuan Shi Tianzun watched his back, his expression shifting several times, ultimately saying nothing. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin also grasped the situation, looking at Ta Qing Saint with disbelief, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Ta Qing Saint showed no expression, too lazy to care about their reactions. He and the 3 clones of unifying 3 into 1 each drew a sword. However, that clone appeared genuine, yet its strength only reached the threshold of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The Taiching sage shouted twice, "Why aren't you taking action? What are we waiting for?" The expression of the primordial heavenly sovereign was complex as he, together with Zhuanti and Jiejin, followed behind, taking 3 clones working together to suppress the sword array of extermination. Upon seeing Taiching Laozi trying to seize the sword, Tontian waved his hand, and the 4 extermination swords along with the extermination array flew back into his grasp. Taiching Laozi, realizing he couldn't obtain the sword, flashed 3 strands of pure energy and burrowed back into his body. The sword array of extermination completely collapsed, and several sages emerged from within. Tontian roared, "Chang Er Dingwang, why aren't you moving quickly? What are you waiting for?" However, there was no response from that side. Tontian narrowed his eyes, scanning the entire array with his divine sense. At this moment Chang Erdingwang was grinning, clutching the six-soul banner and hiding behind Juanti and Jiejin. The fluctuations emitted by the banner sent a chill down the spine of everyone present except for Taiching Laozi. This object couldn't kill a sage, but it could certainly disrupt a battle, making it utterly annoying. In a contest among sages, a slightest flaw could be seized upon by the opponent to strike ruthlessly. Tongshan's eyes were nearly popping out, fixated on Chang Erdingwang. Chang Erdingwang shrank back further behind Juani, chuckling. Master, there are 4 sages on the opposite side. How should we fight? Isn't surrendering better than holding on? Before Tongtian could express his anger, the Taiching sage, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign Juanti, and Jiejin all struck simultaneously. The small formations within the 10,000 Immortals array were crushed effortlessly by the 4 sages. The disciples of the GS sect within the array spat out blood in unison. However, the 10,000 Immortals array itself still held firm, and the 4 sages could not break the suppression connecting Tongtian and all GS sect disciples. The Taiching sage sighed again, ignoring Tongshan's murderous gaze as well as the complicated expressions on the faces of the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign Juanti and Jiejin, who wore inscrutable expressions. Once more he transformed into the 3 pure ones. At this moment, it was equivalent to the combined strength of 7 sage-level beings confronting Tongtian and the 10,000 Immortals array. When the powers of the 7 sages struck together, the 10,000 Immortals array could no longer withstand it. The entire array began to disintegrate bit by bit, like sand falling down. The Primordial Heavenly Sovereign laughed heartily, addressing Tongtian. Tongtian, your chess move was lacking. Let your GS sect disciples fill in those empty spots on the list of deification. After saying this, he raised his hand and directed it towards the GS sect disciples behind Tongtian. Tongtian exploded with rage, blocking the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign's hand. With a roar that shook the heavens, he exclaimed, I originally intended for my disciple to ascend the list with his physical body. Primordial, you are truly malicious, trying to cut off their path. Fine, then no one will have it easy. As he spoke, Tongtian flicked his sleeve, drawing all GS sect disciples into his robe, grasping the Qingping sword, and began to ascend. The pressure of a sage was fully unleashed without holding back. With a single slash, a tortoise-shell phantom emerged from the primal lands, blocking the impact of Tongshan's sword against the earth. However, Tongtian had no intention of destroying the ground. The true target of his sword was the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao shook slightly. Then, like a madman, Tongtian began to strike upwards with sword after sword. The face of the Xiangui was filled with helplessness. He simply appeared directly, holding the tortoise shell firmly, protecting the entire primal land. The expressions of the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign and the others changed drastically. The Heavenly Dao was truly shaken. Several of them quickly employed their abilities to stabilize the Heavenly Dao. Shortly after, Shinnong Xuanyuan and Qiyu appeared beside the Xiangui. Chen Chen sensed the turbulence of the Heavenly Dao. Hongjun, on the other side, clearly could not sit still. With a twitch of his mouth, he took out a token and activated it directly. He rose leisurely from the human ancestral court and quickened his pace, heading straight for the battlefield. Resting high in the 9 heavens, comprehending the true Dao. Outside of the chaos of heaven and earth, I shall be the supreme teacher. Hongjun's figure quietly emerged, looking down at Tongtian, who was still attacking furiously. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was plotting. Then he raised his hand to suppress Tongtian's side, and said, Disciple, why must you struggle so? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen appeared in front of Xiangui, and the others laughing loudly. Old ghost Hongjun, stop pretending. In this contest between the Heavenly Dao and the human Dao, it's clear we have the upper hand. Are you finally willing to show your face? Hongjun glanced at the useless people of the West Qi below, cursing them in his heart. He shook his head slightly and replied, What the martial ancestor says is incorrect. It's merely a minor skirmish among the younger generation, with the human Dao having gained a slight advantage. Do you dare to exchange a few blows with me? As soon as Hongjun's words fell, the 4 sages of Taiching gathered behind him, ready to fight against the human clan. At this moment, Nuwa also appeared, standing beside Tongtian, seemingly unwilling to involve herself in this battle. However, the resentment in her eyes went unnoticed by Hongjun. Chen Chen and Hongjun stood face to face, each with 4 sage-level figures behind them. On the surface, the numbers were equal, and neither side gained an advantage. Hongjun sneered and raised his hand to strike at Chen Chen. Chen Chen was not ambiguous, either raising his hand to block and countering with an attack. Taiching Laozi directly approached Shinnong, while Qiyu clashed with the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign again. Xiangui and Xianyuan stared at Juanti and Jiejin, neither daring to make the first move. While blocking Chen Chen's attack, Hongjun said, Martial Ancestor, do you really think I am inferior to you? In this great calamity, I will certainly knock you down from your pedestal. Chen Chen scoffed, retorting, Old ghost Hongjun, feel free to unleash all your tricks. Do you think I would be afraid of you? Hong Jun was too lazy to waste words. His movements suddenly quickened, unleashing a barrage of divine powers and hidden cards towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen was caught off guard and gradually fell into a disadvantage. As for the human Dao sages, they were evenly matched against Taiching Laozi and the other Heavenly Dao sages. Neither side could suppress the other. On the ground, the Dazhong army had already surrounded the city of West Qi tightly. The common folk in West Qi were terrified and fleeing in all directions, while Jiang Xia and GFA remained in the city watching the people escape without intervening. Once the common folk had mostly evacuated, Wen Zhong issued an order and the besieging army began to advance and attack the city. Before General Zhang Guifang and the others could lead their men into the fray, the gates of West Qi opened on their own and the defending general surrendered directly. After searching around, Zhang Guifang and the others captured Jiang Xia and GFA, bringing them before Wen Zhong. Wen Zhong, seeing these two, was overjoyed and hurriedly sent people to escort them back to Chaoga. The army continued to advance, finally arriving at the palace of Ji Chong in the city of West Qi. Ji Chong, witnessing the army coming closer, knew in his heart that the situation was dire. Ultimately, even with the support of the Chan sect, West Qi had never held the upper hand from the very beginning. Ji Chong was merely deceived by the Heavenly Dao and Hong Jun. By the time Ji Chong realized this, it was already too late. He laughed loudly, igniting his palace with his own hand, flames rising as he walked step by step into it. Wen Zhong did not stop him. Standing outside the hall, he sighed, then turned to clean up West Qi and took control. In Chaoga, Xian suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through the palace walls towards the west. He sighed, then raised his face to look up, his expression solemn. The matters of the human Dao and Heavenly Dao were inescapable. In the human clan's ancestral court, pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the clash. Someone was about to move when Swearin stepped forward, raising a hand to block. Don't rush. The martial ancestor still has cards to play. Oh, it's not our turn yet. The sounds of battle grew louder, and both the Heavenly Dao and human Dao began to tremble. Swearin Zi and Yo Chao, three human clan sages, desperately tried to stabilize the human Dao. However, on the side of the Heavenly Dao, Tong Tian and Nuwa sensed the fluctuations, but showed no signs of reaction. Hong Jun also noticed the tremors of the Heavenly Dao. He pretended not to see and continued to fight against Chen Chen, increasing the force of his strikes, causing the tremors of the Heavenly Dao to grow even larger. Chen Chen suddenly shouted, "The time has come, are you still hiding?" As soon as his voice fell, the six Heavenly Dao sages, Taiching Laozi, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, Tongtian Juni Jiejin, and Nuwa raised their hands simultaneously and struck towards the source of the Heavenly Dao. Hong Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. His momentum weakened significantly, but excitement flickered across. Taking advantage of the fact that Hong Jun couldn't suppress the Heavenly Dao, and with external help, the six Heavenly Dao saints turned red in the face, reclaiming the source of the Heavenly Dao that had trapped them by Hong Jun in the past. Just as Hong Jun was about to pull back and abandon his role as the spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao, a voice he had never anticipated emerged from behind. Jia, little Hong Jun, didn't expect this, did you? I'm back. Hong Jun suddenly turned around, his eyes nearly popping out. It was the demon ancestor Luo. Luohu directly pushed back the part of the source that Hong Jun had planned to withdraw, then took Hong Jun's place, becoming the new spokesperson of the Heavenly Dao. Hong Jun's aura instantly became stifled, as if his throat had been grabbed, and his momentum plummeted. He shouted, "Impossible. No, wait. Martial ancestor, your shout was not just meant for Tai Ching and the others." He abruptly turned to Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad, not completely foolish." Hong Jun's mind erupted with a buzzing sound. He originally wanted to shake off the Heavenly Dao, but instead he was forced back to his original form. The Heavenly Dao began to counterattack, and the six saints attacked him simultaneously at the level of the Heavenly Dao, while the demon ancestor Lu followed up with a strike. Hong Jun yelled, You are so bold. I am the Dao ancestor, Hong Jun." "Dao ancestor? Just because 3,000 sycophants call you Dao ancestor, you really think you are one? You can barely be called a sage ancestor. Being this greedy, aren't you afraid of that title crushing you?" Chen Chen's words pierced like knives. Hong Jun trembled all over, slowly turning his head to stare at Chen Chen. Back when Pangu had yet to open the heavens, Hong Jun was merely a minor demon god of no significance. By sheer luck, he stumbled into the primal lands, and by further luck, relying on his previous foundation, he became a notable figure. The remaining demon gods united against Liu, and save for the old ancestor Yang Mei, they were all annihilated. Even Yang Mei was forced to flee the primal lands before Chen Chen ascended. He sighed, knowing that the situation was already set in stone. The beings of the Tao of Heaven had acted in succession, and Hong Jun was locked away in the space of the Tao of Heaven. Luohu did not wish to completely annihilate Hong Jun. Years ago, he made a solemn vow. When the immortal and demon are one, if Hong Jun is strong, he is weak. If Hong Jun is weak, he is strong. Chen Chen stepped forward, followed closely by Xian Gui and the others. Luohu raised his hand in salute. Thank you, Martial Ancestor. Back then I did not believe that Martial Ancestor could bring down Hongjun. Ha ha ha, I was blind. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head. No worries. I initially only wanted to pave a way for humanity, never expecting to come this far. Demon Ancestor, do not misuse the power of the Tao of Heaven. Luohu forced a smile and shook his head. How could I dare? In that battle back then I was nearly drained of all my energy. I had no choice but to make that vow, and as a result I am bound to the Tao of Heaven, unable to break free. The strength of the Primordial Chaos is tied to the strength of the Tao of Heaven, and thus I am strong. Chen Chen nodded. Then let us work together for the benefit of the Primordial Chaos. The Great Pure One stepped forward and raised his hand in salute. Thank you, Martial Ancestor, for your planning. We, the Saints of the Tao of Heaven, are finally no longer under Hongjun's manipulation. Chen Chen nodded slightly. Tong Tian stared at the Great Pure One, his eyes blazing with fire. Great Pure, how come there is my upper pure aura among your divine abilities? Yuan Shi Tianzun also turned to look at the Great Pure One, his aura locking him down. The Great Pure One sighed, feeling the two hostile intents, and smiled bitterly. I was the first to take form. Seeing that my two younger brothers had yet to take form, I was curious about your paths, and each took a trace of Tao essence for research. But I feared that your forms would be unstable, so I added my essence to compensate for your own. With that explanation, their anger had not subsided. They exchanged glances, and the two who had just been at odds were now ready to join forces against the Great Pure One. Chen Chen spoke. No wonder Tong Tian and Yuan Shi have such extreme personalities. It turns out to be your fault. The Great Pure One lowered his head and said nothing. The gazes of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian grew colder. Seeing that a fight was about to break out again, Chen Chen shook his head. Forget it, I will play the good guy this time. He took out a strand of pure energy belonging to Tongshen's essence. Tongshen's eyes widened. You. How do you have this? Impossible. Chen Chen waved his hand. Don't ask where it came from. It's not something from you, but it shares the same origin as your essence. He secretly praised the system in his heart. This thing can even have such items. Fine, I will give you credit for it. Ding. Rest assured, host, I have everything prepared here. Tong Tian accepted the strand of pure energy that shared the same origin as himself and nodded vigorously to Chen Chen. This favor I will remember. If there's anything in the future, just speak up. Chen Chen smiled, and Tong Tian glanced at the Great Pure One, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Yuan Shi stared at Chen Chen, a hint of hesitation on his face. Chen Chen pondered for a moment, then raised his hand, and threw out a strand of pure energy of the jade clear origin directly into Yuan Shi's hands. Yuan Shi caught it, and cupped his hands to Chen Chen. I accept this favor from Martial Ancestor. In the future, if you need anything, I will not refuse. After saying this, his figure flickered, and he disappeared. The Great Pure One sighed, and once again saluted Chen Chen, then his figure also vanished. Chen Chen turned his gaze to the Demon Ancestor, who was still in conversation. He then shifted his attention to Nuwa, who was quietly gathering her essence back into herself. Do not worry, my lady, the matters of the Demon Clan will eventually be resolved. Chen Chen shook his head. Nuwa opened her eyes, looked at Chen Chen, and bowed slightly. Thank you for your great favor, Martial Ancestor. May I ask, Martial Ancestor, if it is possible to allow Fushi to return? Without waiting for her to finish, Chen Chen replied yes. However, he must settle the debt of slaughtering the human race. He must traverse the 18 layers of hell in the underworld. Even if he returns, he can never be a part of the human race. Nuwa remained silent, quietly nodding her head. Chen Chen added, my lady, think it over carefully when you return. Nuwa bowed again and turned to leave. Chen Chen walked over to Lihu and Juanti. Juanti and Jane greeted him with smiles, cupping their hands. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Chen Chen waved his hand. No need for courtesy. We have known each other for quite some time, so there is still some trust. Juanti and Jane nodded in unison. Luohu sighed to say, it is I who owe the West. Martial Ancestor, thank you. Chen Chen nodded. All right, we are all striving for a better primordial chaos, just raising the ceiling a bit. However, Demon Ancestor, you must thank Juanti and Jane more in the future. Luohu smiled and replied, that is only natural. The Tao of Heaven has already passed on the message. The next calamity will be a great rise for the West. Juanti and Jane exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. However, the matter of the investiture of the gods is not yet finished. It seems that Martial Ancestor will have to worry about it more. Luohu sensed the message from the Tao of Heaven, his tone tinged with helplessness. Chen Chen smiled. Do not worry, I have it under control. Luohu felt relieved. That is good. I will return to the demon world now. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Outside the Primordial Chaos, a world appeared out of nowhere, gazing across the void at the Primordial Chaos, similar to the relationship between the underworld and the Primordial Chaos. The moment Chen Chen opened his eyes, the entire world shook. The saints who had sensed the existence of the new world all felt a jolt in their hearts. The spiritual energy between the heavens and earth of the primordial chaos seemed to have opened a floodgate wildly surging upwards. Xuanti and Jane exchanged glances, and both raised their hands in salute. Since that is the case, we will take our leave first. If you need anything, just call out. Chen Chen nodded. The two figures vanished. Chen Chen turned to look at Xian Gui, and the others a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let's go meet this generation's king of humans. A multitude of gazes focused on Chaoga City. Outside Chaoga City, a great army loomed. Wen Zhong rode at the front on his black Qilin. The following troops were vast and imposing. Xian stood at the city gate welcoming with all the civil and military officials. I have not disappointed the great king's trust. The rebels from Shiqi have been wiped out. Wen Zhong dismounted, cupping his hands to Xian. Xian laughed heartily, helping him up. Great teacher, you have worked hard. Let's talk inside the city. He clasped Wen Zhong's hand and walked side by side into the city. Shen Gongbao glanced at Zhang Zia, who was being held captive, and sighed. He leaned closer to Zhang Zia and lowered his voice. Zia, it has been years since we last met. The world has changed completely. Do not worry, I will definitely find a way to protect you. Zhang Zia looked at this former friend who had climbed to a high position, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. You are making a joke, Gongbao. If the king is willing to spare my life, then help me out. If there is no hope, do not make it difficult for yourself. Shen Gongbao did not respond, accompanying him forward. The streets were crowded with onlookers. Suddenly someone shouted, Isn't this Zia? Zhang Zia looked up and recognized that it was his sworn brother Song Yiren. Song Yiren's face was full of worry, staring fixedly at him. Shen Gongbao saw that Zhang Zia was unable to speak and directly sent a message to Song Yiren. Do not worry, I will do my best to keep him safe. In the great hall, Xian sat in a high position. The civil and military officials below all wore smiles. Xian waved his hand, bring those prisoners from Shiqi up. Zhang Zia and GFA were brought into the hall. The Tao of Heaven no longer protected GFA, and he had regained his clarity. Seeing Xian on the high platform, he directly knelt down. Crying bitterly, he said, the sinner bows to the great king, begging for mercy. Those people from Shiqi are all bewitched. Xian stared at the true dragon aura dissipating above GFA's head, which gradually merged into the human realm. Take GFA down and have him live with Bo Yikao. From now on, he is not allowed to leave. Xian looked disdainfully at GFA's tear-streaked face and waved his hand. Thank you for the great king's mercy. GFA was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly reacted. Wait, great king, is my elder brother still alive? Wasn't he already? Xian waved his hand. Bo Yikao is not dead. All right, you can go now. Several soldiers stepped forward to drag him away. Xian's gaze turned to Zhang Zia. Sensing Zhang Zia's aura, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth, just about to speak. Shen Gongbao took a step forward and cupped his hands. I asked the great king to spare Zhang Zia's life. He possesses true talent that can help the great king better manage the great Shang. Xian scanned the flying bear phantom that appeared alongside Zhang Zia, behind Shen Gongbao, his brows slightly raised. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Since you have pleaded for him, and considering that you have contributed significantly in this battle, I will grant this favor. Zhang Zia and Shen Gongbao both breathed a sigh of relief. Xian then added later, make sure to guide him well, so he does not waste this opportunity, and must do something worthwhile for the great Shang. Shen Gongbao bowed deeply. I will follow your command. Xian turned his gaze back to the generals in the great hall and raised his hand to order those who have merited in this battle for the great Shang shall not go unrewarded. For soldiers, promote 2 ranks and reward 100 gold. For generals, promote 3 ranks and reward between 10,000 to 100,000 gold, depending on merit. Zhang Guifang, accompanied by a group of soldiers, could not hide their joy, stepping forward in unison and cupping their hands, shouting, Thank you, great king. Xian scanned the room and saw no one else standing to speak, so he waved his hand. There is nothing else. Court dismissed. As soon as he returned to the rear courtyard, a figure flickered and several figures stood before him. The leader was none other than Chen Chen, followed by several ancestors of the human race. Xian recognized Chen Chen at a glance, quickly stepping forward to bow. Martial ancestor and esteemed sages, Xian greets you all. Chen Chen reached out to help Xian up, looking at this young man who bore the fatigue of governance, and smiled, nodding. You did well. You did not disappoint us. This time humanity contended with the Tao of Heaven, and we have achieved a great victory. What remains is the matter of the investiture of the gods. Xian raised his head, looking puzzled. Martial ancestor, what exactly is going on with the investiture of the gods? Chen Chen smiled. Originally, it was that old man Hongjuan's scheme to dig up the fortune of our human race. But now that Hongjun can no longer make waves, we cannot let the investiture of the gods go to waste. It needs to be completed so that the Tao of Heaven can be organized. Let me think about it some more. Several days later, Emperor Xian ordered a divine investiture platform erected outside the capital city of Zhaoga. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao stood upon it together. No sooner had they steadied themselves than the investiture scroll flew forth of its own accord, hovering above their heads. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao spoke in unison. We invest Wenzhong as the celestial lord of Thunder, sovereign of the Thunder Department, and chief deity of the Thunder Court. Before the words faded, Wenzhong's name appeared upon the scroll, and his aura subtly shifted, growing deeper and more profound. We invest Zhao Gongming as the Northern Pole Purple Micro-Emperor, sovereign over all stellar constellations, and concurrently steward of mortal wealth. At this pronouncement, both men exchanged a faintly peculiar glance. Zhao Gongming's name shimmered onto the scroll. He sensed a subtle transformation within himself, and upon reflecting on his new mandate, a knowing, enigmatic smile curved his lips. He was one who had been consecrated by the treasure-subduing coin. None understood the true power of wealth better than he. Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao exchanged a glance, then deliberately clarified the hierarchy. We invest Ran Deng as the god of wealth, overseeing all earthly riches, subordinate to the Northern Pole Purple Micro-Emperor. Ran Deng's form gradually coalesced from the void. Feeling the Tao resonance surging through his being, and hearing those words, he paled instantly, then stood motionless and silent. We invest Kong Xian as the Eastern Pole Azure Radiance Emperor, sovereign over all living beings. Kong Xian hovered midair, sensing the newfound power flowing within him, and gave a slight solemn nod. We invest Yun Xiao as the Western Supreme Taiji Emperor, sovereign over 10,000 deities. Yun Xiao likewise nodded, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the ancestral court of humanity. We invest the golden-winged Great Peng Bird as the Southern Pole Longevity Emperor, sovereign over 10,000 life forms. The golden-winged Great Peng Bird spread his vast wings, feeling the sacred insentient divinity power flood his body, and let out a thunderous, triumphant laugh. Thus the 4 sovereign thrones were bestowed exclusively upon 4 perfected immortals of the Primordial Chaos realm. Great Luo immortals could not bear such exalted positions. Their virtue was insufficient for the rank. We invest Li Jing, Neza, the 10 heavenly commanders, Xiaosheng, Xiaobao, Luyu, Luo Xian, the 4 generals of the Mo family, the 4 sages of Julong Island. Huang Tianhua, Jiang Zia, and Shun Gongbao recited titles at lightning speed one after another. Until we invest Ji Chong as the Broom Star, sovereign over misfortune. Jiang Zia paused briefly, but continued without hesitation. Ji Chang's spiritual essence emerged from the scroll. His gaze, complex and layered, lingered upon Jiang Zia. Then he bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Hao Qian sat silently, gazing at the spirit-subduing whip in his hand, and at the newly enshrined deities arrayed before him. We say partially, because a number of those whose physical forms had been inscribed upon the scroll remained absent from heaven's court, still occupied with worldly affairs. Hao Qian knew full well that Hong Jun had already been defeated, and thus he stood utterly alone, stripped of any celestial patronage. Even holding the spirit-subduing whip, how many among these newly enshrined deities dared he offend? With a quiet sigh, he turned and departed. Tai Bai Jinxing hurried after him. The remaining deities exchanged glances, shrugged indifferently, and dispersed one by one. Emperor Xian, your reign as human sovereign carries not only the mandate of humanity and heaven, but also a vital charge entrusted to you by both humanity and the human Tao. After the investiture concluded, Chen Chen sought out Emperor Xian once more. Emperor Xian bowed deeply. Your humble servant Xian pays homage to the martial ancestor. Please issue your command. Chen Chen laughed heartily. Call me teacher. Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted to you within the human Tao? Emperor Xian's eyes lit up, and he bowed again firmly. Your humble servant Xian pays homage to teacher. Chen Chen smiled warmly, and continued, your tenure as human sovereign holds one further duty, reviving the Yao species. The Yao species. Emperor Xian froze, staring wide-eyed at Chen Chen. Beneath the human Tao, all sentient beings are inherently equal. Humanity has now taken root. Though the Wu clan remains formidable, this is the pivotal moment of contention between the human and heavenly Tao. So I have restrained them from involvement lest unforeseen complications arise. As for the Yao species, they were nearly exterminated in our past wars with both humanity and the Wu clan. Even their highest cultivators were all but wiped out. It is time they drew breath anew. Chen Chen spoke plainly, and Emperor Xian immediately recalled the figure residing within his palace. My consort. Precisely. And there is another reason. That 9-tailed white fox is devoted to you with absolute sincerity. Even I envy her. Haha. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, not merely teasing, but gently reminding Emperor Xian her devotion renders you irreplaceable to her. Emperor Xian fell silent for 2 breaths, scratched the back of his head, and sighed wryly. Very well, I accept this charge. But teacher, might you assign me some capable assistants? Naturally, Chen Chen nodded. I have nurtured many Yao clansmen atop Mount Shouyang, including a Bodhi tree who has cultivated to the realm of Great Luo Immortal. By seniority, he is even your elder brother. I shall instruct him to bring followers and aid you directly. Emperor Xian's eyes gleamed, and he nodded vigorously. Having delivered his instructions, Chen Chen turned and departed. Emperor Xian stood gazing after him for a long while, then strode purposefully toward Daji's palace. The moment he entered the hall, Daji rushed forward, her voice bright with joy. This humble concubine greets your majesty. What command brings you here at this hour? Emperor Xian's expression grew complex, but his voice remained calm, and even, beloved consort, I know everything. Daji's face drained of color. Your majesty, this humble concubine does not understand what you mean. Emperor Xian sighed softly, stepped forward and embraced her tightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. What if you are indeed a nine-tailed white fox in human form? Everything you have done for me. I remember each act without exception. Daji froze, then tears welled instantly. She recalled those years when all 9 of her lives had been severed, how she had lived in constant dread, fearing exposure by mighty cultivators, fearing banishment. Yet in that single sentence from Emperor Xian, every fear shattered into dust. Gently patting her back, he murmured, Beloved consort, I recognized your true identity the very first day we met. I knew all you had done. Seeing how fiercely you fought for me, my heart softened then and never hardened again. Daji wept and laughed at once, yet still trembled. Your majesty, but an immeasurable chasm separates humanity and Yaokind. If the human ancestors forbid me to remain beside you. Emperor Xian silenced her. Do not imagine such things. Think carefully. Who has shielded you all these years? The ancestor himself declared, you shall spearhead the revival of the Yao species. Daji's mouth fell open. No wonder. So that is how it was. In that instant, every mystery from years past clicked into place. Days later, Emperor Xian sat upon the imperial throne, his gaze sweeping across the assembled ministers and generals, and spoke with quiet authority. From this day forward, humanity shall assist the Yao species in their renaissance. Esteemed ministers, please devote your utmost diligence to this matter. The moment his words ended, the great hall erupted like a boiling cauldron. Murmurs swirled in overlapping waves, until Emperor Xian raised a hand, calmly commanding silence. Do not view matters solely through the lens of antiquity, he continued. In ancient times, the Yao sages were slaughtered wholesale by humanity's ancestors, entire lineages erased nearly to extinction. Those fledgling Yaos who survive today bear no relation to those ancient sages, and hold no grudge against humanity. This truth must be acknowledged in your hearts. After deep contemplation, Wen Zhong stepped forward. His Majesty speaks wisely. During the campaign against Shiqi, numerous Yao immortals from Jie sect came to our aid. We must not let their loyalty go unrewarded. Shin Gongbao added his voice. Indeed, I was raised since infancy by a leopard mother. On this matter, I wholeheartedly endorse His Majesty's decree. Ministers and generals conferred quietly, weighing past and present, before finally nodding in unison. Once the ministers aligned, the edict swiftly spread across the 9 provinces, and beyond throughout the primordial chaos itself. Great sages who had witnessed, or even endured, that ancient catastrophe stood utterly dumbfounded. Yes, Yukunpung. Though humanity found the human sovereign's decree perplexing, none openly opposed it. Instead, they followed suit with silent assent. Young Yaos who had just awakened sentience stared in utter bewilderment. They could scarcely believe humanity would willingly welcome them, and not a single Yao dared approach, paralyzed by disbelief. It was only after prolonged deliberation that the Dog Clan's elder sage made his move. One day near the Guanjianku Pass, Yang Jian stepped outside, and suddenly a figure darted across his path. He focused his gaze, and saw a dog blocking his way. Yang Jian, noting the creature's awakened intelligence, asked, Hey, you little dog, what do you intend by barring my paths? The dog barked once. Woof. I pay homage to Lord Erlang. I wish to serve under you. Please grant me refuge. A faint smile tugged at Yang Jian's lips as he studied the dog. How intriguing. Very well, follow me henceforth. You shall be named Xiaotian Quan. Xiaotian Quan leapt with ecstatic joy and pressed close. Xiaotian Quan pays homage to master. I shall serve you for life. Never shall I stray. Yang Jian smiled and nodded. When news spread that one of the Dog Clan had pledged allegiance to Yang Jian, the entire clan erupted, and soon human children began adopting young dogs, and their elders consented, allowing them to raise the pups as companions. Thus, countless dogs forged bonds with humanity, becoming steadfast allies. The Dog Clan's elder sage promptly journeyed to Zhaoga to seek Emperor Xian, and upon his departure a solemn covenant formed between humanity and the human Dao. Humanity shall shelter its children from wind and rain, and fill their bellies. In turn, these children shall guard humanity's innermost gate, keeping loneliness and despair at bay. Seeing the Dog clan's bold initiative, other Yao clans erupted in eager competition, racing to forge ties with humanity. Under Emperor Xian's leadership, humanity extended generous aid to the Yao species. After much reflection, Emperor Xian turned to Queen Jiang and Daji, Queen beloved consort. Shall we journey together across the 9 provinces? Queen Jiang gazed at him, her eyes brimming with quiet delight. This humble consort obeys your majesty's will entirely. Upon hearing Emperor Xian's words, Daji's expression shifted instantly. She understood the sovereign intended to reveal her true form openly to all races of heaven and earth. Her heart raced wildly. She was a 9-tailed fox. To expose herself so brazenly risked tarnishing His Majesty's august reputation. Hastily shaking her head, she whispered low, "Your Majesty need only accompany Queen Jiang. My presence may invite unwarranted complications." Emperor Xian burst into thunderous laughter, making the entire hall resonate. "What is there to fear? As sovereign of mortal realms, am I answerable to anyone's idle judgments? Appear exactly as you are. No concealment, no hesitation." Daji's eyes glistened, and she bowed her head resolutely. The Dragon Clan received news that the current human king is organizing a grand event. Without hesitation, they directly summoned 9 true dragons of the Tai Golden Immortal level to pull the carriage for the human king. Emperor Xian stood at the highest point with Queen Jiang and Daji flanking him on either side. In midair, his aura of kingship surged into the sky. The aura of the human race emanated steadily from Queen Jiang on his left, while on his right a phantom of a 9-tailed white fox suddenly appeared within the human king's aura. The fox shadow galloped across the vast land of the 9 provinces. In an instant, the 9 provinces erupted, and the primordial wilderness followed suit. The heavy stone in the hearts of the demon clan finally fell. Countless little demons knelt towards the direction of the royal city, calling Emperor Xian their great king and Daji their demon queen. The relationship between the human and demon races visibly heated up. Chen Chen watched this scene from the shadows, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, he remembered something. A powerful figure from the demon clan had been left unattended outside. With a thought in his mind, he raised his hand, and the space seemed to tear open. Chen Chen casually pulled, and a figure was directly dragged out from the void. As Kunpeng landed, his pupils constricted sharply. He looked at the young man in front of him with sheer terror, not daring to make a sound. Chen Chen spoke slowly. "Kunpeng, your cultivation is too strong. I can't rest easy with you out there. So I give you 2 choices. Either obediently follow me and help manage the affairs of the demon clan as your ancestral Kunpeng, or let me send you to experience reincarnation." "Huh? Me? Strong?" A long string of question marks floated above Kunpeng's head. Before he could digest the meaning of these words, he saw Chen Chen slightly furrow his brows. Without hesitation, he softened his knees and directly knelt down. "I, Kunpeng, am willing to obey any orders from Master Wu." His voice was loud and full of confidence. Chen Chen nodded, his tone neither warm nor cold. "I hope this time it is sincere. If there are any ulterior motives." Kunpeng bowed his head repeatedly, assuring, "Master Wu, you can rest assured. I absolutely dare not have any second thoughts." "All right. You will stay at the human ancestral land for a while. When the time is right, I will naturally notify you." After speaking, Chen Chen's figure swayed, and he vanished into thin air. He turned to another direction, his gaze falling upon the Bodhi tree that stood respectfully beside him. "It is also time for you to emerge. I will soon remove the hidden grand formation of Shoyang Mountain. After that, I will leave these little ones to you." The Bodhi tree bowed slightly, its voice steady. "I will never let my teacher down." Chen Chen waved his hand, and the long-standing hidden grand formation over Shoyang Mountain dissolved in response. The Bodhi tree once again bowed to Chen Chen before turning and descending the mountain. Chen Chen waved his hand, and the long-standing hidden grand formation over Shoyang Mountain dissolved in response. The Bodhi tree once again bowed. Below, a sea of little demons shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow our ancestor." The Bodhi tree nodded secretly. He turned towards Shoyang Mountain, slowly bent down and deeply bowed. The surrounding demons followed suit, bowing in reverence. In the next moment, the Bodhi tree's figure suddenly expanded, spreading its branches and leaves to cover the sky. Those little demons who could not fly scrambled up its trunk with their hands and feet. Once the last one secured their grip, the Bodhi tree shot into the sky. Around it, a dense mass of demons followed closely, rushing northward with a howl. Suddenly, a vast aura of demons erupted from Shoyang Mountain, causing the powerful beings to flinch, turning their heads to see the source before quickly retreating. Who would dare to stare at the lair of Master Wu? Emperor Zin's first reaction was to break into a sweat, but when he saw the towering Bodhi tree, he finally relaxed, the corners of his mouth twitching as he waved for the human guards to clear the way. As the Bodhi ancestor led the demon army forward when they passed through the territory of the human race in the 9 provinces, the hidden human experts finally swallowed their anxiety. They flew until they reached a desolate land where even a bird would not alight, and only then did the Bodhi ancestor descend from the clouds. He, along with several great demons, turned the area upside down, confirming that not even a proper cave dwelling existed before clapping his hands and calling out, "This is it. From now on this will be called Beiju Lujo." The little demons had no reason not to comply, joyfully scurrying to find their nests. The Bodhi ancestor chose the highest peak, stomped his foot, stroked his beard, and laughed. "This mountain will henceforth be called Lingtai Fonsuan Mountain." He strolled to the mountain top, spotted a cave, and without a word stepped inside, raising his hand to carve a few characters on the stone wall at the entrance. Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. The 5 characters shone brightly, as if coming to life, directly embedding themselves into the stone. The Bodhi ancestor circled the cave, expanding as needed and cleaning as necessary, nodding in satisfaction. He strolled down to the foot of the mountain, waving at the busy little demons working to claim territory. "Stop the fuss, sit down, and let me tell you about the Dao. How about it?" With a whoosh, all the little demons gathered around. The Dao that can be spoken of. The Bodhi ancestor sat down on the ground, launching into his usual teachings. The demons below perked up their ears, not daring to even breathe, and when it ended they all shouted in unison, "Thank you, ancestor." Emperor Xian sensed that the demon clan was gradually recovering their vitality, and a smile crept across his face. Now standing behind him were a group of ancestral beings of the human race. He truly had nothing to fear. At this moment Chen Chen had already arrived in the underworld. He supported Hutu, his hands trembling. Hutu's belly was already bulging. "All right, you're scaring me." Hutu chuckled, swatting his hand away. "How can I not take it seriously? In your current condition, if anything happens, I can't handle it." Chen Chen raised his voice. Hutu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to let him be. In fact, she could have taken the child out and raised it in the 6 paths of reincarnation, but she simply could not bear to part with that warmth, wanting to carry it to full term herself. The powerful shamans of the witch clan, feeling restless, frequently ran to the underworld or the human ancestral land looking for fights. The small world was so limited, who could endure being cooped up for too long? Not long after the first battle of the canonization, the shamans began to sneak out in groups to roam the primordial wilderness. Chen Chen spent some intimate time with Hutu, sensing the presence of the little one inside her belly, and smiled. "Hutu, I need to borrow the 18 levels of hell from the underworld. The debt to Fushi needs to be repaid." Hutu did not stop him, only nodded. Chen Chen stretched out his hand, pulling Fux's soul out. Fushi stood opposite him, and just the aura from this person made his bones tremble. With a complex expression he bowed and greeted, "Fushi, I have met the human race's Master Wu." Chen Chen raised his hand and waved. "No need for these formalities. Have you made up your mind? If you truly wish for a second chance, you must go through the 18 levels of hell and cleanse all the karma on you." Fushi sighed and nodded. "Everything is up to Master Wu's decision. Whatever you arrange, I will follow." Chen Chen said no more, raising his hand to send Fushi into the 18 levels of hell. The laws of the Emperor of Fengdu immediately activated, and Fux's sins surfaced clearly before the ghost soldiers. The ghost soldiers escorted Fushi down 1 level at a time, cleansing his karma. Chen Chen retracted his gaze, letting out a soft sigh. He turned and approached Huda, staring at her bulging belly, feeling increasingly uneasy. He frantically pulled out items from the system. Protective formations, detection formations, spiritual fruits for safeguarding the fetus, piling them all around. Huta looked at Chen Chen, who was layering various protective measures on her like he was guarding against thieves, feeling helpless. Even the system could not bear to watch. "Ding! Host, is this necessary? You both are the pinnacle of the primordial world. Who could possibly touch you?" "Shut up. What do you know? What if something happens?" Chen Chen shouted in anger. "Ding! All right." As the system was completely out of patience. After Chen Chen had filled Hutu the underworld, and even the entrance of the underworld with formations, Hutu finally could not help but speak. "Chen Chen, that's enough, stop it." Only then did Chen Chen withdraw his hands, scratching his chin and muttering, "That should be enough."